Chapter 1. Tang Hao. The television screen showcased the world of Douluo continent. Bibi revealed her 9 soul rings, colliding with Tang Hao's Haotian hammer in a stunning display. Bibi was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed a physique that epitomized perfection, coupled with an air of superiority and formidable prowess. In that moment, anyone would likely be captivated by her beauty. Chu Qin was no exception. He found this Bibi to be quite something, exuding a unique allure. Who, after all, conceive of the anime beauty? Each character embodied an unattainable perfection that real women could seldom match, and the irony was that they could only be admired from afar. Sigh, if only I could visit Douluo continent, Chu Qin lamented. I would undoubtedly flirt with each of these beauties one by one. Despite being a seasoned otaku, Chu Qin was remarkably handsome. At 16 years old, standing at 6 feet tall, he had a strikingly symmetrical face, a prominent nose, and large double-lidded eyes, his hairstyle exuding a cool yet slightly rebellious vibe. He was undoubtedly the idol of countless young women. Indeed, throughout his life, he had been the object of admiration for numerous girls. Ding! You are about to traverse to Douluo continent. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in Chu Qin's mind. Huh? What was that sound? Before he could process the situation, everything around him vanished completely. He found himself in a forest. What the hell? Seeing the absence of his computer, phone, and the spacious apartment he once inhabited, Chu Qin nervously scanned his surroundings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for traversing to Douluo continent. The mechanical voice rang out again in his mind. Who are you? Chu Qin exclaimed in astonishment. I am a goddess system. The voice replied. The system? Douluo continent? Have I really crossed over? Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. As a devoted otaku, he had read countless novels about transmigration, yet he never imagined that he would be the one to experience it firsthand. You mentioned that you are the goddess system? Chu Qin inquired cautiously. What is your purpose? By completing designated tasks, you will gain affection points from the corresponding Shrek goddesses, along with system rewards. The goddess system continued. Shrek goddesses in the Douluo continent include Bibi Guyu Na, Gulai Na, Qian Renxue, Zhu Qing, Tang Yuehua, Lu Erlong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Poseidon, Meng Iran Digyan, Zhu Zhuyun, Hu, Yilingling Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Ziji, by Ji, Shueku by Qinxiang. For instance, the first task is issued. Defeat Tang San to gain Xiao Wu's affection at 100%. Reward. A one-time usage card for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. 1 Soul Power Inner Elixir. Soul Power Inner Elixir? Chu Qin gasped in delight. Host, shouldn't you be more excited about Xiao Wu's 100% affection? The system bluntly pointed out. Indeed. Chu Qin smirked slightly. So, you mean to say that I should continuously pursue women, build a harem, and simultaneously enhance my soul power, correct? Chu Qin cleverly deduced. Precisely. The system affirmed. May I ask if you wish to bind with the goddess system? Bind. I must bind. Chu Qin replied eagerly. Pursuing women while leveling up? This was far more engaging than staying at home, inheriting traditional skills, or mindlessly scrolling through Douyin. Ding! Goddess system binding successful. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a new user gift pack. Would you like to open it? How thoughtful. Open it. Chu Qin responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring level 41 soul power for evolvable soul rings and a divine martial soul. What divine martial soul? Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. The most powerful attack type martial soul. The Annihilation Spear, the system replied. Annihilation Spear? Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. Indeed, it has been detected that the host possesses the Annihilation Spear. Display the attribute panel. Host, Chu Qin. First Martial Soul, Annihilation Spear. First Soul Ring, 900 years. Second Soul Ring, 900 years. Third Soul Ring, 9,000 years. Fourth Soul Ring, 9,000 years. All soul rings are capable of evolving to infinity. Second Martial Soul, empty. Third Martial Soul, empty. Soul Power Level, 41. Harem, none. Slaves, none. Summon, the Annihilation Spear. With a thought, a black long spear materialized in his hand. The spear radiated an inky black hue, adorned with swirling golden patterns that resembled a golden dragon coiling around a pillar, bestowing upon it an imposing aura. Indeed, this is not a dream. I've truly crossed over. Chu Qin observed the slowly rotating 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings beneath his feet and the formidable Annihilation Spear in hand, feeling an exhilarating rush. Host, a friendly reminder. The system's notification chimed again. The tasks issued by the goddess system have deadlines. Please ensure to obtain Xiao Wu's affection within 1 month. Furthermore, the goddess tasks will be issued consecutively, and you must complete them all. Failure to do so will result in penalties that no man can withstand. Penalties that no man can withstand. At those words, Chu Qin felt a shiver run down his spine. He was completely on board with this. It seemed that not pursuing a harem was not an option. However, Chu Qin relished the challenge. Xiaowu, huh? A vivid image surfaced in his mind. She wore a pair of pink knee-high boots, paired with a fitted pink combat-style dress, standing atop a cliff, overshadowing even the radiant moon. Xiaowu incoming. Chu Qin composed himself, suppressing his smile. By the way, system, where exactly is this, and what is the timeline? Chu Qin inquired. Douluo Continent, Stardow Forest. Currently, Xiaowu is 10,010 years old. 10 years old? Chu Qin furrowed his brow slightly. She should be at Nodding Academy, alongside Tang San. Tang San, in this life, Xiaowu is mine. Chu Qin smiled faintly. He would never engage in morally questionable actions or betray someone. But Xiaowu was not yet Tang San's. There was no relationship between them. Fair competition for a girlfriend was everyone's right. New book, Douluo, starting as an emperor, martial soul, heavenly sword. Douluo, blood gun, peerless, slaughtering god. Now published. Tang San and Xiaowu. Of course, with the system in place, Chu Qin's competitive edge had increased significantly. Just as Chu Qin was reveling in his newfound confidence, suddenly, a remarkably smooth, serpentine creature emerged from the forest, charging toward him. Instinctively, out of a sense of caution and survival, Chu Qin brandished the Annihilation Spear, thrusting it directly at the creature. The being seemed either injured or exceedingly feeble, as Chu Qin's strike rendered it unconscious on the spot. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was merely a vine. The vine displayed a purplish-black hue, exuding a soft glow. Being nestled within the dense forest, Chu Qin had initially mistaken it for a snake. In reality, if a vine could move with such agility like a snake, it would have astounded Chu Qin. Yet, this was Douluo Continent, a fantastical realm where even plants could transform into humanoids, rendering such occurrences unsurprising. Whoosh! Just then, a distinct sound of something slicing through the air reached Chu Qin's ears. Something metallic was hurtling toward him. Instantly, Chu Qin's pupils dilated as he lifted the Annihilation Spear to deflect the incoming projectile. Ding! The metallic object embedded itself into a nearby tree upon being deflected by Chu Qin's spear. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an iron flying needle. Someone is trying to harm me. Chu Qin furrowed his brow. Simultaneously, 2 more sounds of air displacement echoed, and a boy and a girl emerged from the forest, landing gracefully before Chu Qin. The pair appeared to be roughly 14 or 15 years old by human standards in the real world. Both were clad in blue uniforms. The boy, while not exceptionally handsome, possessed a decent appearance with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and eyes that hinted at a certain worldliness. The girl, on the other hand, was of a similar height, around 5'3", with an exquisitely charming visage and her hair styled in a scorpion braid. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her figure revealed to be soft and graceful, with a curvaceous silhouette, the most striking feature being her legs, which were exposed beneath the long skirt of her uniform, complemented by leather boots, giving off an aura of a woman who had stepped out of a painting. In Douluo Continent, age and appearance differed from the real world. A 16-year-old like Chu Qin appeared comparable to an 11 or 12-year-old. At first glance, Tang San and Xiao Wu seemed to be of the same age as Chu Qin, suggesting that the inhabitants of Douluo continent appeared more mature than the duo. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Chu Qin exhibited greater composure and was far more handsome. Tang San, Xiaowu. Chu Qin's eyes sparkled with recognition, especially Xiaowu, who was even more enchanting in person than in the anime. Indeed, this journey to Douluo continent was worthwhile. As Xiaowu locked eyes with Chu Qin, her pupils shifted slightly. She noticed his striking appearance, which overshadowed Tang San's considerably. It could be said that such a man was a rarity in Notting City and even in the entire Heavendo Empire. At this moment, Xiaowu also acknowledged Chu Qin's gaze, and, as their eyes met, neither spoke a word. As Chu Qin was about to greet Xiaowu, he noticed Tang San, who had caught sight of Chu Qin's gaze, coldly interjecting, "This brother, we spotted this ghost vine first and have been pursuing it for quite some time. Would you be willing to relinquish it to us?" At this, Chu Qin raised an eyebrow slightly. Tang San, after all, was his romantic rival, and one must never show leniency towards such adversaries. Moreover, had it not been for Chu Qin intervening just moments ago, that handsome visage capable of enchanting countless girls might have been marred by Tang San's earlier attack. Thus, with an icy demeanor, Chu Qin retorted, "What proof do you have that it belongs to you? This ghost vine was wounded by our Notting Academy's dean on our behalf. I intended to deliver the final blow, but it feigned severe injury and managed to escape." Tang San replied, "How can you prove that?" Chu Qin asked with a dismissive expression. "This ghost vine rightly belongs to third brother." Xiaowu chimed in from his side. Alas, Xiaowu seems quite fond of Tang San. But soon Chu Qin mused inwardly. It was understandable at this moment. Xiaowu favored Tang San more. After all, it was no small feat for a man in his 30s to charm a naive little girl. Since that is the case, let's let strength do the talking. Chu Qin responded, "Are we fighting?" "Very well, I shall take part," Xiaowu replied. Chu Qin could not possibly strike his future wife, so he intentionally mocked, pointing at Tang San. "You, a man, would have a woman do the fighting?" At this, Tang San was instantly provoked. "Xiaowu, allow me to handle this," Tang San said after a brief pause, stepping forward. "Such unreasonable individuals should not sully your hands." A smirk crept onto Chu Qin's lips as he thought, "Well done, Tang San. Once I defeat you, Xiaowu shall be mine. I shall flaunt my affection for her right before your eyes, driving you to the brink." Observing the peculiar glint in Chu Qin's eyes, Tang San felt a pang of discomfort. "I am Tang San. Dare you reveal your name?" Tang San inquired. Chu Qin, "Very well." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang San sprang into action, the soul yellow spirit ring beneath his feet illuminating as he dashed toward Chu Qin like a gust of wind. However, despite Tang San's swiftness, he appeared as sluggish as an ant before the formidable Chu Qin, whose spirit power reached an impressive 41st level. "Come at me. I shall not employ my martial soul." Suddenly, 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple flared to life beneath Chu Qin, and he offered Tang San a serene smile. "What?" Both Xiaowu and Tang San were taken aback to discover that Chu Qin was a foreign spirit master. Yet, there was no time to react. Chu Qin unleashed a powerful kick, landing a precise blow to Tang San's abdomen. In an instant, Tang San was propelled backward, akin to a deflated balloon. Without hesitation, Chu Qin pursued, swiftly closing the distance to Tang San. A left hook aimed squarely at Tang San's head followed. Had Tang San been merely a first-string spirit master, he would have been defeated immediately. However, he was not just a spirit master, but also a master of hidden weapons and internal energy. In a split second, Tang San activated his Xin Tiangong and Ghost Shadow Mistrust, deftly evading Chu Qin's punch. Yet, it seemed Chu Qin had anticipated Tang San's evasion. "I must defeat you before Xiaowu intervenes." At last, Xiaowu spoke up, "Please do not disturb us." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "Xiaowu, what is the matter?" he demanded, his voice laced with anger. "It's nothing," Xiaowu replied shyly, her head lowered as she gazed at Chu Qin with a delicate, bird-like demeanor. "No, something must be wrong." Tang San seethed internally. He approached, directing his ire towards Chu Qin. "Did you ensnare Xiaowu in an illusion? You are quite perplexing. By what means did you perceive me casting an illusion?" Chu Qin responded calmly. At this moment, Xiao Wu was indeed his beloved, and Tang San, standing before him, had lured her into sharing his bed for several years. Though there had been no physical contact, Chu Qin felt a wave of distaste towards Tang San. Tang San was furious. He was convinced that Xiao Wu had fallen under some enchantment cast by Chu Qin. With a cold glint in his eyes, he produced 2 steel needles, akin to hidden weapons, and hurled them directly at Chu Qin. Chu Qin immediately sensed Tang San's attack and effortlessly waved the Demon Slayer's spear, deflecting Tang San's steel needle with ease. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Xiao Wu appeared before Tang San with remarkable speed, catching him off guard as her long, elegant legs struck directly at his abdomen. Accompanied by a resounding impact, Tang San was sent crashing into a large tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Wu you. Tang San gasped, clutching his painfully injured abdomen, staring incredulously at Xiao Wu. Brother San. No, Tang San. Chu Qin is the most important person to me. If you dare to harm him again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San with fiery indignation. Tang San's pupils dilated in shock. His mind clouded with confusion. Xiao Wu, what on earth is happening? Xiao Wu. At that moment, Chu Qin approached Xiao Wu's side. Chu Qin. Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and she smiled back. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. Chu Qin shook his head and gently stroked Xiao Wu's hair. What transpired here? Just then, an elderly voice rang out. The 3 turned towards the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a slightly overweight, graying elder hastening towards them. Teacher, Dean. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Yu Xiaogang and the Dean of Ning Academy, Fakel, Tang San rushed over as if seizing a lifeline. Teacher, Yu Xiaogang. Chu Qin's pupils constricted at the sight of Yu Xiaogang before him. According to the storyline of many fanfictions, numerous transmigrators would seek this man as their mentor. Chu Qin found himself perplexed. After all, Yu Xiaogang was merely acquainted with the core competitive theories of the top 10 martial souls and possessed a soul power of only 20 levels. Why would one choose to take him as a mentor? Tang San, how could you be so injured? Upon encountering Tang San, who was covered in wounds, Yu Xiaogang expressed his astonishment. Master, it was him. Tang San pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Qin, his voice laced with fury. Not only did he harm me, but he also ensnared Xiao Wu in some form of illusion. Could it be an illusion, martial soul? A wave of confusion washed over Yu Xiaogang. However, as a renowned master in the realm of soul masters, it was unacceptable for his soul disciple, Tang San, to be bullied. He immediately spoke out in indignation. Who do you think you are to dare to intimidate my disciple? Humph. It was clearly your disciple who ambushed me first. Chu Qin spoke calmly. Tang San, is this true? Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow, gazing at Tang San. Teacher, he attempted to seize my ghost vine. Tang San replied. If you doubt it, ask Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Is this matter true? It is not. Xiao Wu retorted. Chu Qin merely injured the ghost vine by accident, while Tang San sought to harm Chu Qin with a dart. Upon hearing this, both Yu Xiaogang and Fakel were taken aback. What? Is Xiao Wu speaking in favor of an outsider? Did you hear that? Chu Qin smirked. Teacher, Dean. Xiao Wu is under Chu Qin's control. Please save her. Tang San implored. Tang San, you are the one who is being manipulated. Xiao Wu replied coldly. Which of your eyes has seen Chu Qin cast any illusion upon me? It is clearly you who intended to strike first and then malign Chu Qin. How could I possibly consider you a friend? Xiao Wu, regain your senses. Tang San urged, his brow knitted in concern. I am perfectly clear-headed. Xiao Wu responded decisively. From the moment Tang San attempted to harm Chu Qin, she had developed a distaste for him. Hearing the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu, both Yu Xiaogang and Fakel's expressions grew serious. Xiao Wu's words did not seem fabricated. However, Tang San was a prodigy with innate full soul power. A legendary figure who had cultivated to level 20 by the age of 10 despite his initial discarded martial soul. Such a talented student from Notting City. Even so, after a pause, Yu Xiaogang turned to Chu Qin with anger, saying, Tang San is merely a child. Do you truly need to inflict such harm upon him? Xiao Wu has already explained it clearly. He brought this upon himself. Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. How about this? If you two are dissatisfied, come seek revenge against me. As Chu Qin's voice fell, for soul rings 2 yellow and 2 purple radiated beneath his feet. A soul sect. Upon witnessing the soul rings at Chu Qin's feet, both Yu Xiaogang and Fakar were taken aback, their expressions transforming in astonishment, their pupils widening in disbelief. Chu Qin appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age, yet he was a soul master. Fakar immediately inquired, young friend, may I ask how old you are? 16. Chu Qin replied candidly. The revelation of a 16-year-old soul master left Fakar utterly astounded. It is worth noting that the most prodigious talents of the Spirit Hall typically attain the rank of soul master only in their youth. A 16-year-old soul master reveals 2 significant implications. First, Chu Qin is an unparalleled genius. Second, he is likely supported by a formidable sect. Regardless of the sect, it is far beyond the reach of someone as humble as the headmaster of this minor soul master academy. This is what we call love at first sight. With this thought, Fakar turned to Tang San, his demeanor slightly cold. Tang San, since this matter is your doing, You ought to apologize to this young friend. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the one who had been attacked. Why should he apologize? Yu Xiaogang's expression shifted slightly as he realized that Fakar was indeed a master of opportunism. Forget it, forget it. At this moment, Chu Qin smiled gently and remarked, "There is no need for an apology. Let this serve as a minor lesson for him. Young friend, not only are you extraordinarily gifted, but your magnanimity is also quite rare," Fakar said with a smile. "Rest assured, this incident is a result of my academy's lax discipline, and I extend my apologies on behalf of the institution." "No need for that," Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. After all, he is merely a naive child. It is only natural for him to lack understanding. Hearing this, Tang San felt a swell of indignation. He cast an angry glance at Chu Qin and Xiao Wu before hastily departing. Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow and then glared at Fakar, exclaiming, "Old Fakar, how can you treat Tang San this way? You heard it yourself. It was Tang San who attempted to ambush Chu Qin first." Fakar replied coolly, "As Tang San's teacher, that responsibility lies with you." Yu Xiaogang's face flushed with anger, and he too stormed off. Fakar paid no heed to Yu Xiaogang's fury, for he understood the gravity of the situation. A 10-year-old soul master combined with a level 20 soul master, who was merely a theoretical scholar, paled in comparison to someone as extraordinary as Chu Qin, who likely had a formidable sect backing him. The disparity was abundantly clear to Fakar. Once Yu Xiaogang had departed, Fakar stroked his beard and smiled, addressing Chu Qin with a touch of respect. "May I inquire your esteemed name and place of residence?" "Chu Qin, I hail from a faraway land." Chu Qin responded. "I see." Fakar nodded with a smile. "Are you and Xiao Wu old acquaintances?" "In a sense," Chu Qin replied, casting a smile at Xiao Wu. "Ah," Fakar nodded, contemplating something in his mind. "Young friend Chu Qin, you must have been startled earlier. Allow me to invite you to a modest gathering at Ning Academy." As a gesture of goodwill, Fakar continued with a smile. Chu Qin understood that Fakar had recognized his extraordinary talent and was trying to curry favor with him. "Xiao Wu, do you think I should go?" Chu Qin asked with a smile. "Of course you should." Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically. "Someone is treating us to a meal. Why not accept?" She felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of Chu Qin joining Ning Academy. "All right, then let's go," Chu Qin responded, placing his hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder as he led the way. Immediately, Fakar revealed a knowing smile, while Xiao Wu, not resisting, lowered her head slightly, feeling a touch of shyness. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Chu Qin and Xiao Wu strolled along the streets of Ning Academy. "Thank you, Chu Qin." Xiao Wu beamed at him. "For what?" Chu Qin inquired. "Thank you for agreeing to become a mentor at Ning Academy for my sake," she replied, her dimples appearing as she smiled. "Do you think I joined Ning Academy and became a mentor solely for you?" Chu Qin asked, returning her question with a smile. "Isn't it?" Xiao Wu furrowed her brows slightly. "I was just teasing." "Of course, it is." Chu Qin laughed heartily. Xiao Wu's heart blossomed with joy, but she soon asked, "Chu Qin, you mentioned we had met before. Why do I have no recollection of it?" "In truth, we have never met," Chu Qin replied. "Have you ever heard the phrase, as if old friends?" "Yes," Xiao Wu nodded. "Are we like that?" "No," Chu Qin shook his head. "We share something deeper, known as love at first sight." Xiao Wu stood frozen. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away and asked, "What does love at first sight mean?" "Let me show you," Chu Qin said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before leaning in to kiss her tender lips. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly closed them. Surrendering to the moment, she felt an exquisite pleasure that seemed foreign to her, as if she had never experienced such bliss in her entire existence. "Xiao Wu." Just as they were lost in their kiss, an angry, somewhat childish voice interrupted from behind. Xiao Wu trembled, while Chu Qin remained unfazed. Turning to see the source of the voice, Tang San. "Chu Qin, you are going too far," Tang San shouted. "Is Xiao Wu's first kiss to be taken away like this?" "Tang San, why are you acting like a clingy shadow?" Xiao Wu retorted angrily, feeling furious at being interrupted during such a joyful moment. "Tang San." Xiao Wu's response only deepened Tang San's frown. What kind of spell has been cast upon you? He could not believe that the Xiao Wu who had been laughing and chatting with him just the day before now treated him with such coldness. It must be that Chu Qin has done something. Just as Tang San finished speaking, a gust of wind rushed past, and Chu Qin unleashed a surge of soul power, pushing Tang San to the ground. Furious, Tang San felt a flash of blue light in his left hand, although others may not have recognized it. Chu Qin knew all too well that it was Tang San's second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. However, no matter how powerful the Haotian hammer was, Chu Qin had no regard for Tang San, a mere soul master. "Stop this at once, Xiao San." At that moment, Yu Xiaogang's cold voice broke through. "Teacher." Tang San, hearing this, relinquished his intention to use the Haotian hammer, casting a furious and reluctant glance at Yu Xiaogang. "Xiao San, Chu Qin is now a mentor at Ning Academy." Yu Xiaogang's tone remained icy. "Do you intend to disrespect your teacher and undermine authority?" "What?" Tang San's pupils constricted in shock. "He, too, is worthy of being a mentor?" "Silence." Yu Xiaogang swiftly slapped Tang San, leaving him momentarily dazed. After that, Yu Xiaogang ignored Tang San, approaching Chu Qin and bowing respectfully. "Mentor Chu Qin, Tang San has overstepped his bounds. I assure you I will discipline him appropriately." Please, show mercy and do not hold this against him. Chu Qin felt a surge of amusement in his heart as he embraced Xiaowu, replying to Yu Xiaogang with an icy demeanor. If there is a next time, I shall strike you as well. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's fist clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. Yet, he was inherently a timid individual and ultimately chose to endure in silence. Chu Qin had long harbored an aversion towards Yu Xiaogang. Bai Dong was destined to become his woman. Had it not been for Yu Xiaogang, Bai Dong would not have met such a fate. Although there was no direct correlation with Yu Xiaogang, should he prove to be insubordinate, Chu Qin would not hesitate to confront him as well. That night, in Yu Xiaogang's dormitory, teacher, it was clearly that Chu Qin who cast a spell on Xiaowu. You know her character is not like this, Tang San implored, kneeling before Yu Xiaogang. And where is your evidence? Yu Xiaogang coldly inquired. Currently, Chu Qin is a mentor at the academy. Without proof, if you slander him recklessly, you will face expulsion from Ning Academy. Once expelled, you shall find it impossible to enter any institution, and your life will be irrevocably altered. Moreover, Tang San, do you understand what it means to be a 16-year-old soul master? It signifies that his talent is the most formidable seen on the Douluo continent thus far. And it implies that he is backed by a formidable force. What do you possess to contend with him? Tang San was rendered speechless by this barrage of words. Furthermore, I find Xiaowu to be quite normal. Yu Xiaogang continued. It is you, Tang San, who has changed. The old you was so composed and calm in the face of adversity. At once, Tang San felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground. He sensed that everything had altered. These with which he once navigated life had vanished, and the road ahead seemed fraught with challenges. He felt discontent, after all. He was a traveler from another world. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. Whether in soul power, appearance, or influence, he fell far short of Chu Qin. In utter frustration, Tang San let out a furious roar. Meanwhile, in Chu Qin's dormitory. So the soul power core is essentially a soul energy extractor. Chu Qin mused after his research. The effects of this core are as the name suggests. It contains a plethora of soul power that can be directly absorbed. It must be noted that the soul power on the Douluo continent bears some resemblance to internal energy, requiring the transformation of external energy into soul power for usage. Directly absorbing soul power undoubtedly accelerates his cultivation speed significantly, at least threefold. Furthermore, the soul power contained within this core is sufficient for him to advance to the rank of Soul King. Thus, once the core is depleted, he must find a way to acquire a new one. Knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle tapping resounded at the door. Who is it? Chu Qin inquired, perplexed. It's me, Chu Qin, came the light, melodic voice of Xiaowu from outside. Creak. As the door swung open, he beheld Xiaowu clad in her nightgown. Standing before him, Xiaowu, what brings you here? Chu Qin asked with a smile. Chu Qin, our dormitory has run out of hot water. May I take a shower here? Xiaowu asked shyly. Xiaowu's heart fluttered slightly. She had fabricated an excuse after a brief separation from Chu Qin. She felt uneasy and sought an opportunity to see him. Observing her bashful demeanor, Chu Qin immediately discerned her deception. Nevertheless, he affectionately replied, of course, come in. Thank you. Chu Qin. Xiaowu beamed, stepping inside. The washroom is to the left. Chu Qin gestured towards the left side of the room. There's no rush, Xiaowu replied. Then asked, Chu Qin, may I ask you something? Please do. Noticing Xiaowu's flushed cheeks, Chu Qin surmised the nature of her inquiry. Indeed, Xiaowu softly asked. Chu Qin, you mentioned earlier that we had a love at first sight. I checked the meaning of that phrase. Does it imply that you like me too? Silly girl. Chu Qin smiled. If I did not like you, why would I have kissed you? Then am I considered your girlfriend? Xiaowu inquired with a hopeful smile. That depends on whether you wish to be my girlfriend. Chu Qin raised an eyebrow. Xiaowu, you must ponder carefully. Once you accept, there is no turning back. Then, I shall contemplate it. Unexpectedly, Xiaowu did not give an immediate answer. With that, she swiftly dashed into the washroom. Thinking it over, Chu Qin chuckled to himself. In his mind, Xiaowu epitomized a vibrant and adorable spirit, yet this shy and demure version of her possessed a unique charm. At that moment, the sound of running water emanated from the washroom. Through the frosted glass door, Chu Qin could vaguely discern Xiaowu's exquisite silhouette. Ding! A side quest from the goddess system was activated. Assist the goddess Xiaowu in styling her hair to completely win her heart. Reward, he too 7 spears. It seems I must prepare accordingly. With a smile adorning his face, Chu Qin stepped out of the dormitory. In the washroom, Xiaowu was lost in contemplation. Her mother had been slain by humans. Why, then, did she harbor affection for them? Xiaowu pondered deeply. No, that was not quite right. Chu Qin was no ordinary human. Indeed, I do like him. After a short while, with her hair cascading down and slightly damp, Xiaowu emerged from the washroom. Chu Qin, where are you? She inquired with a hint of confusion. I'm right here. Chu Qin responded, opening the door, one hand hidden behind his back as he entered. Chu Qin, what do you have behind your back? Xiaowu asked, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Guess. Chu Qin replied with a playful smirk. After a moment of thought, Xiaowu finally admitted, I'm rather slow. I can't figure it out. Very well then. As Chu Qin spoke, he extended his right hand from behind, cradling a unique bouquet of flowers. This bouquet was crafted entirely from carrots. Carrots! Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. How did you know that I adore carrots? Because you are a rabbit, and rabbits are known for their love of carrots, Chu Qin replied with a smile. Xiao Wu's expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise as she stammered. How do you know I'm a rabbit? I inquired with the dean. Your martial soul is the gentle bone charm rabbit. In the Douluo continent, a martial soul greatly influences an individual's temperament. For instance, those with a cat martial soul may occasionally exhibit clawing behavior, while individuals with a dragon martial soul tend to be more temperamental. As you possess a rabbit martial soul, it is only natural that you would relish carrots, Chu Qin explained. So that's how it is. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. She had feared that Chu Qin had disowned her identity as a soul beast reborn as a human. Do you like them? Chu Qin asked. Yes, very much. This will last me quite a while. Xiao Wu nodded as she accepted the carrots. Ah, but this is a gift for you. Are you really going to eat them? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. I'm just teasing you. Go ahead and eat them. I'll take care of all your carrot needs from now on. Chu Qin chuckled. MHM. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. Next, Chu Qin pulled a comb from his pocket. Xiao Wu, allow me to comb your hair. Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly, and she obediently nodded. In her heart, only the most significant person could touch her hair. A year later, as she signed in, she found herself beside Ning Rongrong. Chu Qin then seated Xiao Wu at the vanity and meticulously combed her waist-length hair. I never expected you to know how to style hair, Xiao Wu said, gazing with deep emotion at her reflection in the mirror alongside Chu Qin. My mother taught me, Chu Qin replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Soon, tears began to well up in her eyes as she looked at her reflection in the mirror. This was unfortunate, Chu Qin thought to himself. His words had likely unearthed the deepest pain within Xiao Wu's heart. At this moment, Chu Qin pondered that Xiao Wu was undoubtedly his beloved, and it was likely that Bai Dong would also hold a significant place in his heart. The enmity between these two women was something he must resolve at all costs. The crux of the matter lay in resurrecting Xiao Wu's mother. Why are you crying, Xiao Wu? Chu Qin inquired gently. I'm reminded of my mother, Xiao Wu replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She used to braid my hair, and now she is no longer here. Do not weep, Chu Qin said, wiping away her tears as he gazed into the mirror. He then embraced her from behind, adding, from now on, let me braid your hair. Xiao Wu nodded softly. She then excitedly turned around and embraced Chu Qin tightly, exclaiming, Chu Qin, I love you. I love you too. With a gentle caress, Chu Qin embraced Xiao Wu, his hand straying in a moment of carelessness, causing the sole delicate garment she wore to slip away. She appeared to be exquisitely developed, embodying beauty in every way. A graceful figure, a budding enchantress. Forgive me, Xiao Wu, Chu Qin exclaimed, his cheeks flushed upon witnessing her exposed form. It's all right. I welcome it, Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head, her breath a fragrant whisper against his ear, because I know you are a man worthy of a lifetime of devotion. Upon hearing her words, could Chu Qin still consider himself a man if he were to resist? Thus, emboldened, he gently laid her upon the bed. Ding. A side quest has been issued. Compete with Xiao Wu in a carrot-eating contest to earn the iron teeth and bronze gums. Ding. Stroll with Xiao Wu for a reward comparable to Soul King level inner strength. Ding. Assist Xiao Wu in grooming her hair to earn the Golden Lion's Roar. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Outside the Grand Soul Arena in Ning City, a pair of tall figures, a man and a woman, strolled arm in arm, just emerging from the arena. Both donned masks. One wore a flowing light blue robe, strikingly handsome, while the other sported a pink outfit adorned with bunny ears, exuding a blend of cuteness and a hint of elegance. These two were none other than Chu Qin and Xiao Wu. After a year of growth and nurturing, Xiao Wu had blossomed into an even more mature young woman. This is wonderful, Chu Qin, she exclaimed, weighing the bundle in her hands, her excitement palpable. So many gold soul coins, enough to purchase countless carrots. Throughout the year, aside from cherishing moments with Xiao Wu, Chu Qin had devoted himself to the Grand Soul Arena, gaining practical experience while accruing gold soul coins. All you think about is eating, he teased, a fond smile gracing his lips. At this rate, you'll turn into a little chubby rabbit. I want tea. I want tea, Xiao Wu insisted, shaking her head. Rabbits don't get fat. Even if you do, it wouldn't matter. Chu Qin chuckled. When you become plump, no one will like you except for me. Although Chu Qin is not particularly devoted to love, he demonstrates deep affection for his harem and the women in his life. You are truly wonderful, Chu Qin, Xiao Wu exclaimed with a shy smile. At that moment, they entered a narrow alley, where two shadowy figures loomed before them. Clad in dark attire, the two hefty individuals appeared to be middle-aged men. Who are you? Chu Qin and Xiao Wu's expression shifted with alarm. Don't ask so many questions. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your gold soul coins. One of the men commanded. As his words echoed, 5 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 3 purple, lit up beneath their feet. Their martial spirits, a leopard and a black bear, revealed themselves as beast martial spirits. 2 soul kings. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed. The fact that 2 soul kings resorted to petty thievery was rather amusing. Chu Qin's demeanor grew slightly cold as a black spear materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, 2 yellow Two purple and one black soul rings flickered to life beneath him. Heavenly Map 7 Spears, Yellow River Reversal. As Chu Qin's soul ring shimmered, the god-slaying spear shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky towards the two soul kings. The two soul kings immediately summoned their soul power to resist. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the god-slaying spear pierced through the soul power shields of the two soul kings, sending them crashing to the ground. What terrifying prowess. The two soul kings quivered as they lay on the ground. How can there be such a vast difference among soul kings? A year had passed, and Chu Qin's soul power had reached the 51st level. Little did they know, aside from cultivating his soul power, Chu Qin had also honed his inner strength and mastered the Heavenly Map 7 Spears, much like Tang San, especially in terms of inner strength. Chu Qin's capabilities rivaled those of a high-level soul king, even without utilizing soul power. Coupled with the formidable attack power of the god-slaying spear, he was incomparable to ordinary soul kings. Perhaps only a soul sage could withstand an assault from his god-slaying spear unscathed. However, in the next instant, a pink figure darted past, and Xiaowu stood before them. I wasn't finished speaking. Why should two mere soul kings humiliate themselves? Xiaowu remarked with a triumphant smile, raising her right leg and delivering a fierce kick to the two injured soul kings. In no time, the two soul kings breathed their last. Ah, Chu Qin. They are dead. Xiaowu hurried back to Chu Qin's side, a hint of fear in her voice. It's all right, those scoundrels, let them perish. Chu Qin shook his head. Come. Let us go buy some carrots. Before long, at the banks of Sun Lake near the Nodding Academy, Xiaowu sat barefoot, soaking her feet while munching on a carrot. Her legs were exceptionally beautiful, resembling jade in their smoothness and radiance. Chu Qin had gazed upon them for a year and still found them captivating. Ding. The goddess system announced, proceed to the 7 Treasures Forest to assist Ning Rongrong in obtaining her second soul ring. Reward, Ning Rongrong's affection level at 100%. 1 level 2 soul power inner core, and 1 titled Douluo follower. A level 2 soul power inner core. A titled Douluo follower. A flicker of joy danced in Chu Qin's heart. Ever since he had completely absorbed the soul power from the previous inner Dan, his cultivation speed had returned to its ordinary pace. At last, another soul power inner Dan had appeared. Moreover, having a titled Douluo as a companion would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors in romance. It seemed that a visit to the 7 Treasure Forest to meet Ning Rongrong was in order. Coincidentally, the opening day of Shrek Academy was approaching, and he planned to bring both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong into the academy. By that time, he should be able to encounter the enchanting Zhu Qing. The days of Chu Qin are lived with great ease and grace. Xiaowu. Upon this thought, Chu Qin turned to the side where Xiaowu was located. What is it, Chu Qin? Xiaowu inquired, nibbling on a carrot. Xiaowu, I must leave the Nodding Academy for a while. Chu Qin replied. Where are you going? Xiaowu asked anxiously. Just a little outing. There are some matters to attend to. Chu Qin smiled reassuringly. Do you think you could take me with you? No. Chu Qin shook his head. You are about to take the graduation assessment, and without passing, you cannot enter the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Be obedient. Once you succeed in the assessment and obtain your credentials, I shall take you to the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Very well then. Xiaowu nodded, embracing Chu Qin tightly. Be good. I will return very soon. Chu Qin gently caressed Xiaowu's silky, slightly pink hair, soothing her softly. At that moment, a youthful figure emerged from behind a tree, observing Chu Qin and Xiaowu with a mix of emotions, biting his lip in quiet contemplation. Chu Qin had long since discovered his presence. This individual was none other than Tang San. For a year, Tang San would occasionally visit Xiaowu. After all, he had spent 4 years with her, and for the devoted Tang San, such a bond was not easily severed. Nevertheless, Tang San harbored no ill intentions toward Xiaowu. Otherwise, Chu Qin would have taken action long ago. Just before departing, Xiaowu, her cheeks flushed, whispered a few words into Chu Qin's ear. Chu Qin felt a slight warmth rise to his ears as he nodded gently. An hour later, the two emerged from their dormitory. How do you feel? Chu Qin asked with a contented smile directed at Xiaowu. It feels delightful. Nothing could be more comfortable. Xiaowu replied without a moment's hesitation. But Chu Qin, what will I do if you leave me alone? Chu Qin's lips curled slightly as he presented a carrot to Xiaowu. A carrot? Xiaowu inquired. Her expression tinged with confusion. Chu Qin let out a soft laugh, whispering into Xiaowu's ear, carrots can serve more than just a meal. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the wealthiest sect in the entire Douluo continent, boasts a castle that resembles a small city. Its architecture is grand and resplendent, reminiscent of European styles. At this moment, within a magnificent villa of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sound of precious antique jade artifacts shattering echoed through the air. Miss, please stop breaking things. Some disciples of the sect pleaded helplessly. Yet, the chaos continued, with more treasures crashing to the ground, reduced to fragments. A young girl's voice rang out defiantly, I will smash them if I want to. Who can stop me? Just then, 2 imposing figures approached the villa side by side. Both were tall and robust. One donned black bone armor with flowing black hair, while the other wore a white robe, his hair cascading like a waterfall. His eyes obscured as if devoid of light. Elder Bone, Elder Sword. Upon their arrival, the attendants knelt in reverence. These two were none other than the protectors of the seven treasure glazed tile school, Bon Douluo Rongrong and Sword Douluo Xin. They surveyed the shattered treasures on the floor, shaking their heads in resignation. What has transpired? Who has angered Rongrong? Bon Douluo inquired first. No one, Elder Bone. An attendant replied. It is the young lady. She insists on going outside. Going outside? Sword Douluo furrowed his brow. She claims she wants to venture out to obtain her second spirit ring. The attendant nodded. Did we not instruct you to bring back a few soul beasts for Rongrong? Bon Douluo frowned. She said they were too ugly, and she refuses. Sighing softly, Sword Douluo stepped outside the villa, calling out, Rongrong, do not be upset. If the soul beasts are too unattractive, I shall procure some lovely ones for you. I do not want them, came the girl's retort from within. I want to go myself. Has she been provoked by someone? Bon Douluo mused. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a refined, elegant middle-aged man, leaning on a jade staff, approaching slowly. This man was none other than Ning, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A rank 79 auxiliary spirit sage. Fingji, you must have done something to upset her again, Sword Douluo remarked calmly. Alas, Uncle Jian. I merely told her that she cannot rely on the sect for everything, that she is becoming spoiled. Ning Fingji sighed. Fingji, you know well that Rongrong's pride is as fragile as glass, yet you still choose to speak to her thus. Bon Douluo reproached gently. Uncle Bone, Uncle Jian. Ning Fengji replied, Rongrong will eventually leave us. If you continue to indulge her, what will become of her? Then let us find her a suitable husband to anchor her. Sword Douluo suggested. Rongrong is not a child anymore. It is worth mentioning that in the Douluo continent, maturity arrives early, unlike the real world. One can discuss marriage by the age of 14. Oh, I have sought suitors. Ning Fengji continued. Noble sons from the Heaven Do Empire, geniuses from the Royal Academy. Heirs from various sects, none have lasted long under her whims. I want no such suitor. At that moment, the young girl emerged from the villa, her expression one of disdain. Clad in a green pleated skirt, standing around 7 meters tall, she was strikingly beautiful, her eyes sparkling like the stars. Yet within those lovely orbs lay an air of arrogance. Rongrong, what did you just say? Ning Fengji frowned. I can live on my own. Why must I have a suitor? Rongrong said haughtily. You have always stayed within the confines of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, under the watchful eyes of your two grandfathers. Do you understand how perilous the outside world can be? If you continue on this path, you will inevitably be eliminated by it. Ning Fengji warned. Fengji. Both Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo spoke in unison, their tone cold. Humph. Rongrong scoffed, her heart resolved. I must venture out to prove myself to you. 3 days later, at the Seven Treasure Forest, a robust and handsome young man appeared at the forest's edge. He was none other than Chu Qin. According to the map, this is indeed the Seven Treasure Forest. Chu Qin said with a hint of excitement. A year had passed, and he had grown accustomed to the combative life on the Douluo continent. Besides, with his one-time experience cards for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, he felt fearless. Is Ning Rongrong truly here? Chu Qin pondered. However, given her character, it was entirely plausible. After all, she had the audacity to travel alone to the distant Shrek Academy, and the Seven Treasure Forest was merely a few miles from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Very well, I shall act swiftly, take Rongrong, and return to my Xiaowu. With this thought, Chu Qin dashed into the Seven Treasure Forest. As the name suggests, the Seven Treasure Forest belonged to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, akin to the Soul Hunting Forest. However, this forest was merely adjacent to the sect. Unlike the Soul Hunting Forest, which was cultivated by humans, there were no guards here. While it may not rival the Sunset Forest, the Seven Treasure Forest was still teeming with soul beasts. Yet, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Chu Qin, the soul beasts scattered in haste. Chu Qin wandered in search. Yet he found no trace of humanity. Instead, a few unsuspecting low-level spirit beasts met their demise at the tip of his spear, providing him with a delightful feast. At noon, however, he finally heard human voices. Ah, help, help. A piercing scream from a young girl echoed through the air. Chu Qin was momentarily startled, immediately turning towards the source of the sound. Before him, a young girl clad in a flowing green gown was being pursued by a century-old Gale demon wolf. As she ran, tears streamed down her cheeks. In the shadows, 3 figures concealed themselves, Bon Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Ning Fengji. Fengji. Rongrong is in grave danger from the demon wolf. Bon Douluo furrowed his brow. Uncle Bone, do not worry, I have everything under control. Ning Fengji replied with a gentle smile. Could this be Ning Rongrong? At that moment, upon seeing the girl in the green dress, Chu Qin's eyes brightened. Ning Rongrong's appearance exceeded his expectations in beauty, though one could lament that she lacked the curves of Xiaowu. No matter, a little more papaya will remedy that. Chu Qin's resolve solidified as he prepared to intervene. However, just then, a youth clad in crimson armor materialized behind Ning Rongrong. In an instant, the individual unleashed a fiery punch, fueled by the rhythmic energy of 2 yellow and 1 purple ring beneath his feet, reducing the Gale demon wolf to mere ashes. Chu Qin furrowed his brow instantly, pondering the identity of Rongrong's acquaintance. Rongrong, are you all right? Indeed, the man directed a peculiar gaze towards Ning Rongrong. I'm fine. Ning Rongrong shook her head, her demeanor cautious as she inquired. How do you know my name? My name is Wu, the young man replied. I am from the Fire Element Academy. Uncle Ning sent me. He was somewhat concerned about your solo venture into the Seven Treasure Forest. Are you here for an arranged meeting for my father? Ning Rongrong's brows knitted together in discontent. Sort of, Wu responded, his gaze fixed intently upon Ning Rongrong. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an elite member of the Fire Element Academy, and my father is the Count of the Tiando Empire, Wu Longzhan. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's expression subtly shifted in the shadows. The Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo exchanged knowing smiles. Realizing that Ning Fengji had deliberately orchestrated this situation to prevent them from rescuing Rongrong, Ning Fengji smiled warmly, revealing that Hu Wudi's grandfather, the Marquis Huolong, was an old friend of his father's. Hu Wudi is also exceptionally gifted, having reached the rank of Soul Master at the age of 18. I do not care who you are, step aside. Ning Rongrong's demeanor changed drastically upon learning that Ning Fengji had summoned him. Miss Rongrong, do not be so aloof. I just saved your life. Hu Wudi chuckled softly, and to everyone's astonishment, he reached out toward Ning Rongrong's delicate face. What do you think you're doing? Enraged. Ning Rongrong attempted to slap Hu Wudi, but he effortlessly intercepted her. I have heard that the proud Miss Ning Rongrong is quite the haughty lady. However, it matters not. Any lady can be tamed by me. Yield to me. After all, Uncle Ning has already consented. Shameless. Ning Rongrong was infuriated. Fengji, is this the suitable match you found for me? Sword Douluo glared at Ning Fengji, his anger palpable. Ning Fengji's brows knitted tightly. He hadn't anticipated that Hu Wudi would harbor ulterior motives. A murderous intent surged within him. As they prepared to intervene, a black spear suddenly shot forth from the jungle. Ah! In the next moment, a sound akin to a pig's squeal echoed, as Hu Wudi's arm was pierced by the black spear. Ning Rongrong and the hidden Ning Fengji were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Before them stood a strikingly handsome figure, Chu Qin. From the moment Chu Qin learned that Hu Wudi was Ning Rongrong's suitor, he had resolved to act. Hearing Hu Wudi's intentions towards Ning Rongrong only fueled his fury further. Who are you? Hu Wudi, clutching the wound on his arm, looked at Chu Qin in shock. Someone as despicable as you is unworthy of knowing my name. As Chu Qin spoke, he gently clenched his palm, and the divine extinguishing spear returned to his grasp. Fire Invincible, taken aback yet enduring excruciating pain, activated his 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Suddenly, the 3rd spirit ring shimmered, coalescing into the form of a fiery lion's head that charged toward Chu Qin. However, with a mere flicker, Chu Qin effortlessly evaded the flames and pierced through Fire Invincible's other arm with a singular thrust of his spear. Ah! Fire Invincible screamed in agony, writhing on the ground. No, you cannot kill me. As Chu Qin relentlessly approached, Fire Invincible slid backward in terror, exclaiming, My father is the Count of Tiando. Count? Chu Qin replied with a faint smile as he drove his spear through Fire Invincible's chest, leaving him lifeless on the spot. Who is this person? Fengji. Is he also your arrangement? Bone Douluo inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ning Fengji. Not at all, Uncle Bone. I have no idea who he is. Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head in astonishment. This young man, so effortlessly dispatching Fire Invincible, a spirit ancestor of the 3rd ring, was truly remarkable. His decisiveness in murder, disregard for nobility, and extraordinary talent indicate he is far from an ordinary individual. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Witnessing Chu Qin slay Fire Invincible left Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned, her heart racing with fear. Yet, gazing upon Chu Qin's stunning visage, her trepidation inexplicably diminished. At that moment, Chu Qin approached Ning Rongrong and softly inquired, Are you all right? Is he dead? Ning Rongrong asked, her gaze fixed on the lifeless body of Fire Invincible. Fear and trepidation evident in her voice. Indeed, he is dead, Chu Qin replied with a smile. Are you from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong continued to question. No. Who are you? Why is a girl like you alone in this spirit beast forest? And why did this man attempt to kill you? Upon hearing that Chu Qin was not affiliated with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of apprehension, having just revealed her identity. She had narrowly escaped a perilous situation with Fire Invincible. Fear gripped her heart. With Ning Fengji's acknowledgement, she thought, forget it, it's best not to say anything further. Chu Qin had long been aware of Ning Rongrong's true identity, and with a deliberate smile, he remarked, Since you are so unfamiliar with me, I shall introduce myself as Chu Qin. Until we meet again. With that, he turned to depart. It was evident that Chu Qin was employing a strategy of feigned indifference, certain that Ning Rongrong would surely call out to him. Wait, Chu Qin. As anticipated, the startled Ning Rongrong called after him. My name is Ning Rongrong. She approached him, her tone tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Chu Qin, would you take me with you? Ah, what about your family and friends? Chu Qin feigned ignorance. I sneaked out without telling my family. Ning Rongrong replied, her gaze cast downward. What about you? Now I see, Chu Qin nodded. I am here to train in the forest. Train? Ning Rongrong asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, to battle soul beasts and enhance my combat abilities. Chu Qin responded with a faint smile. No wonder you are so formidable. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully. How old are you? What is your soul power level? 17. Really? At that moment, Chu Qin's brow furrowed slightly. What is it? Ning Rongrong inquired, her expression shifting with concern. 1,000-year soul beast is approaching. Chu Qin replied. 1,000-year soul beast? Ning Rongrong instinctively stepped behind Chu Qin upon hearing this. It seems it has come drawn by the sin of blood, Chu Qin remarked, gazing at the lifeless body of Wawudi. As Chu Qin spoke, a serpent-like soul beast, adorned with black spines, emerged slowly from the dense forest. Drawing closer to their position, this black serpent measured approximately 8 meters in length, emanating a mysterious black glow, its eyes glimmering like rubies, instilling a sense of dread. The black-spined phantom python. During his year at Resurrecting Academy, Chu Qin had taken to perusing various texts concerning the continent of Douluo in his leisure time. The knowledge of soul beasts was undoubtedly a crucial element of this world. How terrifying. Ning Rongrong, hiding behind Chu Qin, gazed at the black-spined phantom python as it flicked its forked tongue, instinctively clutching his waist and trembling with fear. Do not be afraid. Rongrong, step back a little. Chu Qin smiled faintly. Beneath his feet glimmered 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The black destruction gun leapt into his hand, striking a dashing pose. Soul King. At nearly the same moment, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fingxi, the sword bone Douluo, exclaimed in unison. With a low cry, Chu Qin activated his first soul skill, gun out like a dragon. He soared into the air, the destruction gun whistling as it pierced through the air like a swimming dragon, aimed directly at the black-spiked mysterious python. The python, inherently cautious, sensed the looming threat of death, swiftly turning to retreat. Yet, it was too late. 3 seconds later, Chu Qin's destruction gun struck true at the python's vital point. With a heart-wrenching wail, the black-spiked mysterious python fell lifelessly to the ground. A circle of bright purple soul rings immediately ascended from the python's carcass. Incredible! Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Though she seldom left the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had witnessed the so-called young geniuses of her sect hunting 1,000-year soul beasts. At that time, it had taken at least 20 geniuses collaborating to defeat a 3,000-year-old agile magic tiger at great cost. How could she compare that to Chu Qin, who had effortlessly slain a python of at least 5,000 years? Rongrong? Rongrong? Noticing Ning Rongrong's astonished expression, Chu Qin called out softly. Chu Qin, you are amazing. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Are you really only 17? Indeed. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. 17 and a soul king? Ning Rongrong asked incredulously. That cannot be true. My father mentioned that the youngest soul kings on Douluo continent are usually in their 20s. Perhaps your father lacks insight. Chu Qin retorted with a grin. Impossible. My father is the most knowledgeable person on Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong began, but abruptly stopped. No, I cannot reveal my identity to him without knowing more about Chu Qin, she thought, remembering her father's warning to always be cautious. What's wrong, Rongrong? Chu Qin inquired playfully. Nothing. Ning Rongrong replied. Perhaps my father indeed lacks experience. Hee. Rongrong, are you hungry? Upon hearing Chu Qin's question, Ning Rongrong's stomach grumbled. Having been chased by the Gale Demon Wolf for over 10 miles, she was now famished. A bit. She nodded. Come, I'll take you for a barbecue. Chu Qin smiled. Huh? Eating snake? No way. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, glancing at the black-spiked mysterious python on the ground. Shaking her head in fright. I didn't say snake. We can choose another animal. Chu Qin countered. What do you want to eat? Rabbit. Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation. No. Choose again. Chu Qin shook his head. How about beef? All right, let's go find some beef. With that, Ning Rongrong followed Chu Qin away from the site. Once they left, Ning Fingxi, the bone Douluo, and the sword Douluo emerged from the shadows. The three exchanged astonished glances at where Chu Qin had departed. 17 years old, a soul king. The bone Douluo marveled. Fingxi, how old were you when you became a soul king? Around 35, Ning Fingxi pondered, responding, I am a support-type soul master. It takes time. And you, sword uncle? 29. The sword Douluo replied, somewhat lacking confidence. I remember I was one of the youngest soul kings in our sword sect. Have you ever heard of a 17-year-old soul king? Ning Fingxi asked. Both the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo shook their heads. As far as I know, the youngest soul king in Douluo's history, Tang Hao, was also around 24 when he achieved that rank. The bone Douluo frowned. Where on earth did this Chu Qin come from? No matter where he emerged, Ning Fingxi suppressed his excitement. Sword uncle, bone uncle. Did you notice how much attention Chu Qin paid to Rongrong? What do you mean? The sword and bone Douluo asked in unison. A 17-year-old soul king is a divine gift for our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I've made my decision. I, Ning Fingxi, will secure this prospective son-in-law. But we don't know the details about Chu Qin. The bone Douluo hesitated. Regardless, a 17-year-old soul king, merely judging by his soul ring configuration, suggests he likely has a powerful backing or a formidable individual behind him. Moreover, I can personally vouch that his concern for Rongrong was genuine. The sword Douluo replied. This time, I support Fingxi. Indeed. Ning Fingxi nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, the rise of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is in sight. What about the corpse of the fire invincible? The bone Douluo asked, looking at the body on the ground. Dare to lay a hand on Rongrong? We should toss his corpse at the doorstep of the Fire Dragon clan. Ning Fengji's expression hardened. Meanwhile, Chu Qin had pierced the heart of a 100-year-old Titan magic bull, ending its wicked existence. The Titan magic bull bears the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast and is inherently savage. Feasting on its flesh is no injustice, he said while roasting meat, following Ning Rongrong. You know this too? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Of course. Chu Qin nodded. If you don't know a bit more, how can you survive out here? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted, thinking he was implying something about her. Chu Qin, may I ask you something? Ning Rongrong smiled and inquired. Where do you come from? From a very distant place, Chu Qin replied. Ah, you aren't from our Douluo continent? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. In a way, yes. My situation could be described as having crossed oceans to arrive here. Chu Qin affirmed. No wonder I haven't heard your name on Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong nodded knowingly. And what brings you to the Seven Treasure Forest? Chu Qin offered her a piece of roasted beef, finally getting to the crux of the matter. Ah, I almost forgot. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized. What is it? Chu Qin asked, puzzled. Chu Qin, after we finish eating, could I trouble you with a request? Ning Rongrong inquired. Sure. What is it? Could you help me obtain my second soul ring? Ning Rongrong asked. I won't ask for your help without compensation. Once I return home, I will reward you generously and fulfill one of your wishes. Your family must be quite wealthy? Chu Qin remarked. Absolutely. Ning Rongrong replied confidently. My family's wealth is unmatched in Douluo continent. Only the Tiando Empire, the Xingluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall can rival us. Very well, I agree. Chu Qin smiled. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's young master. You know I am the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the wealthiest in all of Douluo continent, and given that we are in the Seven Treasure Forest, the closest sect is indeed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You also mentioned that it is your family, and the sect leader's surname is Ning. If I couldn't deduce that, how would I survive? Chu Qin explained with a smile. All right, I am indeed the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong nodded. So, will you help me? Since you require my assistance, why not seek help from the members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? As far as I know, they boast 2 titled Douluos. Chu Qin responded. The titled Douluos you mentioned are my great-grandfather and my sword-grandfather. Ning Rongrong replied. In truth, I came out without informing them. They insisted on marrying me off to someone else, claiming I was useless. I was indignant and decided to venture out to find my second spirit ring. Yet, you discovered that you are no match for a century-old soul beast. Chu Qin chuckled. Indeed, in the past, the soul beasts were restrained by great chains. I could defeat them with a single punch. I never anticipated that wild soul beasts would be so formidable. Ning Rongrong responded with a shy smile. This is quite understandable. Your martial spirit is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, the preeminent auxiliary martial spirit, yet it lacks offensive capabilities. Chu Qin advised. It would be prudent not to act impulsively against your family in the future. I shall refrain. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I nearly met my end twice just now. Fortunately, you saved me. Chu Qin, you are a good person, so you will undoubtedly assist me, right? Considering your gold soul coins, I shall help you this once. Chu Qin nodded. With gold soul coins, I can procure numerous carrots for Xiaowu. Moreover, my purpose on this journey is to aid Ning Rongrong in acquiring her second spirit ring. The primary reason being, Ning Rongrong is the one I have chosen as my wife. Do you have any specific requirements for the spirit ring? Chu Qin inquired. It must be beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Ning Rongrong replied. I have heard others say that the spirit ring merges with one's body. The thought of an unsightly soul beast is simply nauseating. Where did you hear such nonsense? Chu Qin shook his head. Do you have any other requests? None. However, my father mentioned that for auxiliary martial spirits, we prioritize mental type soul beasts. Very well then. Beautiful, and of the mental type, is it? After enjoying a delightful lunch, Chu Qin led Ning Rongrong through the Seven Treasures Forest, commencing their selection of spirit rings. Chu Qin, what about that enchanting spirit rabbit? Beautiful, but a rabbit is unsuitable. Unsuitable? Why so? No reason. How about that firewind wolf? Not suitable. It looks far too hideous, resembling a blob of slime. Days passed swiftly. The two searched high and low, nearly exhausting the entirety of the Seven Treasures Forest. Ultimately, they identified their target, a 700-year-old angelic spirit horse. This majestic creature was entirely snow white with wings, not only stunning but also a top-tier mental-type soul beast, perfectly aligning with Ning Rongrong's preferences. Soon, Chu Qin locked onto the angelic spirit horse, and Ning Rongrong delivered the final blow with her small knife. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged to absorb the spirit ring of the angelic spirit horse, while Chu Qin stood guard beside her. Excellent. Once Rongrong absorbs the spirit ring, she should belong to me. Chu Qin mused. I wonder how Xiaowu is faring. Without this little rabbit hopping around, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Ding. Detection confirms that Ning Rongrong has obtained her second spirit ring. Congratulations to the host for achieving 100% favorability with Ning Rongrong. Acquiring a level 2 soul power inner pill and a title Douluo follower. What title Douluo? Chu Qin thought inwardly, eyes closed. Spirit Fox Douluo, Su Daji. Martial spirit, nine-tailed demon fox, a 99th level assault type title Douluo. Personality, gentle and alluring. A 99th level unparalleled Douluo. Splendid, splendid. Chu Qin rejoiced internally. Title Douluo, Su Daji, generating 10, 20, 100. Title Douluo Su Daji has entered the host's summoning privileges. The system continued to prompt. The host can summon Su Daji to their side through thought. How about offering oneself in devotion? Such an excellent proposition. Chu Qin mused inwardly. Summoning type title Douluos are far more convenient than genuine followers. As Chu Qin entered a state of meditation, a breathtaking figure materialized before him. She stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, her physique exquisitely alluring, with curves that captivated the eye. Her beauty was nothing short of enchanting, especially as she donned a flowing ancient robe that accentuated her form. Before her, a deep cleavage hinted at an irresistible allure. Are you Su Daji? Chu Qin inquired, a hint of unease in his voice. It is only natural for anyone to be captivated by such a celestial beauty, particularly someone as romantic as Chu Qin. Indeed, my master, Su Daji replied, her voice imbued with a seductive charm and a soothing quality that caressed the ears. Can you exist in reality, or are you merely a conjured illusion? Chu Qin questioned. I am entirely at my master's discretion, Su Daji responded, indicating that if her master wished for her to remain by his side permanently, she could serve as a genuine companion. Otherwise, she could linger within his consciousness indefinitely. Splendid. Chu Qin nodded enthusiastically. Just then, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed in Chu Qin's mind. Upon hearing the words, Chu Qin immediately opened his eyes, only to find Ning Rongrong leaping into his embrace. Her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Chu Qin, I have obtained my second soul ring. I am now a true soul master. Inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped Ning Rongrong, Chu Qin, filled with joy, gently embraced her back and replied with a soft smile, congratulations. At that moment, their gazes locked. Ning Rongrong's heart raced uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to kiss him? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Ning Rongrong found herself growing bolder, leaning her face closer to Chu Qin, who made no move to resist. Chu Qin realized that Ning Rongrong had already developed a complete fondness for him. Chu Qin cannot be deemed as impatient. However, he never declines an opportunity that presents itself. Just as the two were about to share a kiss, an unexpected cough interrupted the moment. Startled, they turned to see three figures standing nearby. Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and the bone Douluo. Father, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gil. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here, Rongrong? Ning Fengji inquired, his expression grave. At that moment, Chu Qin found himself beneath Ning Rongrong, their positioning exceedingly awkward. Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she hastily scrambled off Chu Qin. Chu Qin, too, swiftly sprang to his feet. Father, why are you here? Ning Rongrong asked, a mix of annoyance and displeasure in her gaze. Shouldn't I be here? Ning Fengji frowned. Noting the absurdity of the situation, the esteemed young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School found himself in a forest, lying atop someone else. If this were to become public knowledge, it would bring shame to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Humph. Ning Rongrong scoffed coldly. Ning Fengji then turned his attention to Chu Qin and asked, what is your name? Chu Qin replied calmly. Previously, he might have felt apprehensive towards Ning Fengji. However, with the formidable Su Daji as his ally, along with the experience cards of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, any attempt by Ning Fengji to confront him now seemed utterly futile. Ning Fengji, after uttering his inquiry, fixed a cold gaze upon Chu Qin, maintaining his intense scrutiny for a full 3 seconds. Chu Qin maintained an expression of unwavering composure, exuding an air of serene tranquility. In his heart, Chu Qin pondered what Ning Fengji could possibly be thinking. At that moment, the sword Douluo, with a smile, interjected, come now, Fengji. Do not treat our young friend Chu Qin in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's demeanor softened, a smile gracing his lips. In truth, he had already accepted this son-in-law. How could he harbor any anger? Moreover, the actions of Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin indicated that their relationship had advanced further. Chu Qin, allow me to introduce myself. I am the elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Xin, the sword Douluo said with a smile directed at Chu Qin. Ah, so you are Elder Chen Xin. Chu Qin replied, a hint of confusion in his nod. Since Ning Rongrong was his intended wife, it was only natural that Chen Xin would be regarded as his elder. Fear not, young friend Chu Qin. In fact, we have been following Rongrong all along. The sword Douluo continued. Chu Qin was taken aback. Father, Grandfather Bone, Grandfather Jian, you have all been following me? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, a mix of surprise and indignation in her voice. Indeed, how could we possibly allow Rongrong to be alone? Grandmaster Bone replied. Humph. So you were merely watching when I was pursued by the wind demon wolf for 10 miles? Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, her irritation evident. Ah, Rongrong. This is not our fault. The sword Douluo, with a kind expression, chuckled gently. You insisted on obtaining the second spirit ring by yourself and forbade us from intervening. And what of Huowudi? He claimed to have been sent by you, father. Ning Rongrong continued, her voice laced with accusation. Sigh, Rongrong. I must apologize for Huowudi's actions. I never anticipated that vile creature would dare to lay a hand on you. Ning Fengji lamented, his anger palpable. Humph. What kind of guardians are you? If it weren't for Chu Qin, I might have been killed. I shall not speak to you, Ning Rongrong declared, turning her head away in a huff. Rongrong, your father truly means well. Chu Qin interjected. Their intention was merely to encourage you to grow stronger. Upon hearing Chu Qin speak, Ning Rongrong's anger began to dissipate. She looked back at Ning Fengji and the others, asking, is that true? Indeed, the sword Douluo affirmed. How could we bear to see you harmed? But we must extend our gratitude to young friend Chu Qin. He turned to Chu Qin, adding, not only did you save Rongrong twice, but you also assisted her in acquiring her second spirit ring. It was merely a trivial matter. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Nay, Ning Fengji shook his head. We overheard your conversation with Rongrong just now. As he spoke, he retrieved a card from a spirit guide device and handed it to Chu Qin. This card contains 1 million gold soul coins. Isn't this inappropriate? Chu Qin hesitated. Take it, Chu Qin. This is what I promised you, Ning Rongrong urged. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin accepted the gold soul coin card. Indeed, Rongrong has also promised to fulfill one of your wishes. Ning Fengji continued, urging, speak. What is it that you desire? Yes, Chu Qin, what wish do you hold? Jian Douluo added. Well, I haven't quite decided yet. Chu Qin replied. Although he regarded Ning Rongrong as his beloved, he couldn't directly express a desire to possess her, lest he be perceived as a libertine. However, to Chu Qin's surprise, Ning Fengji took the initiative to suggest, Chu Qin, how about this? You saved Rongrong's life, so let her pledge herself to you. Returning to Nodding Academy with Ning Rongrong, her face momentarily lit up with delight, yet she responded, Father, you must be joking. I have only known Chu Qin for a few days. Chu Qin also expressed his agreement, believing that Ning Fengji was jesting. When his father ever made a jest, Ning Fengji replied earnestly, you are aware that we have only known each other for a few days. Just now, you were nearly throwing yourself at Chu Qin. Father, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengji with a grave expression, though her heart was brimming with joy. Indeed, Ning Fengji nodded. I have already conferred with Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu regarding this matter. You are no longer a child. It is time for you to find someone to steady you. At this, Ning Rongrong pouted and turned her gaze towards Chu Qin, her eyes filled with hope as she asked, Chu Qin, would you want me? By saying this, it seems that Rongrong, you have also given your consent. Ning Fengji smiled, then turned his attention to Chu Qin. What are your thoughts? We have witnessed your extraordinary talent. I can confidently assert that there is no other soul king of your age in the entire continent. Moreover, I perceive your feelings for Rongrong. You not only saved her, but also spent several days in the Seven Treasures Forest for her second spirit ring. As for my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, while I do not claim it to be the foremost sect in the world, it certainly ranks among the top 3. In terms of financial resources, we are beyond comparison with other sections. Becoming my son-in-law, you should not feel aggrieved, should you? Ning Fengji spoke with a light-hearted tone. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin let out a slight sigh of relief and replied, since Uncle Ning has said so, I cannot refuse. Indeed, I admit that I have feelings for Rongrong. Upon hearing these words, both Ning Fengji and the sword-bone Douluo were visibly delighted, while Ning Rongrong immediately linked her arm with Chu Qin's, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she asked, Chu Qin, do you truly like me as well? Yes. Chu Qin nodded earnestly. Wonderful, wonderful, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, leaning her head affectionately against Chu Qin's arm in sheer exhilaration. However, Chu Qin added, Uncle Ning, I have one condition. As he gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair, he turned to Ning Fengji. What condition? Speak it, Ning Fengji inquired. I will not remain at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chu Qin declared. I want Rongrong to come with me. Ning Fengji and the sword-bone Douluo exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with concern. After all, they had only one daughter and one granddaughter. Although Chu Qin is an extraordinary genius, he is ultimately still in the early stages of his development. They are still considering keeping Chu Qin within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Uncle Ning, Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, Chu Qin said, I understand your concerns. After the words of Chu Qin fell, a snap of his fingers summoned the ethereal figure of Su Daji beside him. The sight of Su Daji astonished Ning Fengji and his companions, not merely due to her exquisite beauty, but also her formidable prowess. Especially for the Bone Douluo. They were all renowned experts, yet they could discern no fluctuations of soul power emanating from Su Daji. This indicated that she was a being of immense strength, far surpassing their own. Who is this? The sword Douluo inquired, astonished. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Daji, a subordinate of Master Chu Qin. She introduced herself. Master? The group gasped in surprise. May I ask your level of mastery? The Bone Douluo respectfully queried, inadvertently using the formal you. Upon hearing this, Su Daji glanced at Chu Qin, and upon receiving his nod, a radiant pink glow enveloped her. Emerging alongside were 9 extraordinarily formidable soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 and red. The moment her soul rings revealed their power, the surrounding forest within a 10-mile radius trembled, the ground rumbled, and the air quivered. 4 10,000-year soul rings. The Bone Douluo exclaimed in terror. Is she a title Douluo? Ning Fengji also gasped in astonishment. No, she is not a title Douluo. The sword Douluo shook his head. She is a peerless Douluo of level 99. Otherwise, she could not possibly emit such waves of energy. Indeed, Su Daji was a peerless Douluo. Chu Qin smiled faintly and remarked, Uncle Ning, Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, are you now at ease? At ease. At ease. Ning Fengji and the others could not help but feel reassured. Being in the presence of a peerless Douluo was far safer than being within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Simultaneously, their hearts swelled with indescribable joy. Beside Chu Qin stood an unparalleled Douluo, who referred to him as master. To claim that Chu Qin lacked a background would be a monumental jest. From another perspective, with such a son-in-law, Ning Fengji could easily envision the 7 treasures glazed tile school dominating the Douluo continent. If Chu Qin's talents were the reason Ning Fengji favored him, then this Su Daji was the unwavering guarantee of his commitment. Upon contemplating this, Ning Fengji smiled and addressed Chu Qin. Chu Qin, from your previous conversation with Rongrong, we learned that you are not from the Douluo continent. Might you share where you hail from? His curiosity piqued. What kind of sect could command an unparalleled Douluo as a subordinate? From the distant seas of the Douluo continent, Chu Qin could hardly divulge the truth. The far seas were a realm unknown to all, offering him the liberty to craft any narrative he desired. Uncle Ning, however, my father has instructed me not to reveal the specific location of this place. Understood, understood. Ning Fengji replied with a smile, if the opportunity arises. I truly hope to meet your father. Indeed. Chu Qin returned the smile. Father, does this mean I can go out and play with Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong asked excitedly. The prospect of being with her beloved while escaping the confines of the 7 treasures glazed tile school filled her with boundless joy. Rongrong. Ning Fengji suppressed his excitement. Looking at her with earnestness, when you are outside, you must heed Chu Qin's words. Do not be as mischievous and unruly as you are within the sect. Understood. Ning Rongrong replied somewhat reluctantly. Chu Qin, should Rongrong cause any trouble outside, feel free to discipline her as you see fit, without needing to report to me. Ning Fengji turned to Chu Qin. Rest assured, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin embraced Ning Rongrong. Women are meant to be cherished. I would never bear to scold Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong secretly beamed with delight. Rongrong, now that you have Chu Qin, do not forget about grandfather Jian. Jian Douluo advised Ning Rongrong. Remember to visit home often. I will, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu. Rongrong will definitely come back to see you. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly. After exchanging pleasantries and admonitions, Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong held hands, accompanied by Su Daji, as they exited the 7 treasures forest. Upon leaving the 7 treasures forest, Chu Qin hired a carriage. The carriage journeyed tirelessly along the road for a day and a night, finally approaching Nanning City. Throughout the journey, a flicker of unease lingered in Chu Qin's heart. Although he had gained Ning Rongrong, he pondered how to address the matter with Xiaowu. The conscience of the system hinted at Tang San's jealousy. The notion of a harem ignited his anxiety. However, unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong seemed to sense his discomfort and inquired, Chu Qin, do you perhaps have another woman? Ah. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether to admit it. Her name is Xiaowu, the one who dances, isn't she? Ning Rongrong continued with a smile. How do you know? Chu Qin exclaimed in astonishment. According to the current timeline, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu should have never met. I dreamed of her yesterday. Ning Rongrong responded, she told me she is your woman. Chu Qin was left in a haze of confusion. At that moment, he surmised that the system might be behind this. Of course, the system replied, this goddess system is indeed a conscientious one. Fear not in pursuing your romantic interests. I shall manage your harem and ensure it remains harmonious. In other words, every goddess would naturally accept that you have other women. System, I adore you. Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. Truly, a conscientious system. With these thoughts, Chu Qin no longer concealed the truth. Yes, I do have another woman named Xiaowu, and you shall meet her shortly. Wonderful. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands in delight. This means I will have another sister. Chu Qin, do you think Xiaowu will accept me as her sister? That should be the case. Chu Qin replied, you are so beautiful. Really? Ning Rongrong laughed. Then tell me. Between me and Xiaowu, who is more beautiful? You are beautiful. Chu Qin answered without hesitation. A perilous question. Really? Don't deceive me now. Ning Rongrong beamed with pride. It seemed that although Rongrong did not mind his harem, women inherently love comparisons, especially regarding beauty. At that moment, the carriage came to a stop at the entrance of Ning Academy. We have arrived. Chu Qin alighted from the carriage and stretched lazily. Though it had only been a few days since he last saw Xiaowu, he found himself missing that little rabbit immensely. Subsequently, Chu Qin assisted Ning Rongrong down from the carriage, their hands intertwined as they walked side by side into the academy. Chu Qin. At that moment, an angry yet youthful voice rang out. As Chu Qin and Tang San followed the sound, they beheld Tang San emerging from the Ning Academy, clad in his academic attire. Tang San. Chu Qin remarked with a light smile. Chu Qin, how can you still smile? Tang San approached Chu Qin, his expression a tempest of anger and frustration. I have already relinquished Xiaowu to you, yet you dare to pursue other women. What do you mean by relinquished? Besides, my romantic endeavors are none of your concern. Chu Qin replied calmly. Humph. Xiaowu is, after all, my sister. Tang San retorted furiously. Is this how you honor her? Preposterous. Chu Qin chuckled softly. By your standards, do you truly believe you are worthy of being Xiaowu's brother? Furthermore, would she even acknowledge you? That is still preferable to your entanglement with other women. Tang San's brow furrowed in discontent. Chu Qin, who is he? Ning Rongrong inquired, having overheard their exchange. A pitiable soul suffering from heartbreak, Chu Qin scoffed disdainfully. No wonder. Keep your distance from me. Ning Rongrong glared at Tang San, her fury palpable. If I hear you refer to me as a wild woman again, I shall not hold back. The wild woman you speak of is none other than you. Tang San retorted with a cold smile. Are you aware that this individual is already involved with someone? You are merely a third party. Tang San seethed internally, unable to fathom why the Xiaowu he had pursued for 4 years had been taken from him by Chu Qin. And now, it seemed, Chu Qin had enticed yet another woman. Jealousy clouded Tang San's judgment. However, before Tang San could finish his thought, Chu Qin had already sent him flying with a swift kick. I had been in good spirits today, but it appears you are destined to receive another beating. Lying on the ground, Tang San glared at Chu Qin with indignation. This kick had brought some clarity to Tang San's mind. Chu Qin, he sneered. I may not be your equal, but your lack of fidelity and love will undoubtedly lead to retribution. Alas, you likely comprehend nothing of this. When that day comes, you will understand. Exhibited an air of tranquility, while Ning Rongrong was engulfed in fury, harboring an impulse to strike Tang San. Just as Tang San finished speaking, a melodious and lively voice resonated, accompanied by the sight of a tall young woman in a pink dress, gleefully sprinting towards them. It was Xiaowu. Humph. Chu Qin. Xiaowu has arrived. Tang San remarked coldly, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, to his astonishment, Xiaowu jubilantly leapt into Chu Qin's embrace, who instinctively supported her with a hand beneath her rear. Did you miss me? Chu Qin inquired gently, gazing at Xiaowu. Xiaowu fervently nodded. Chu Qin. You deceived me. The carrots were utterly ineffective. Little flirtatious rabbit. Chu Qin retorted playfully. No worries. I'm back. You needn't bother with carrots anymore. Is that you? Xiaowu? Ning Rongrong inquired with a smile, looking at her. Yes, I'm Xiaowu, the dancer, she exclaimed, hanging from Chu Qin's neck and gazing excitedly at Ning Rongrong. You must be the other woman of Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong? Ning Rongrong smiled back. How did you know my name and that I'm also Chu Qin's woman? I have no idea. Xiaowu shook her head in confusion. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. Could it be in a dream? Ning Rongrong probed. I can't recall, Xiaowu replied, shaking her head once more. No matter, since we are both Chu Qin's women, we are now good sisters. Ning Rongrong paused before smiling warmly. Xiaowu nodded enthusiastically, then jumped down from Chu Qin's arms, taking Ning Rongrong's hand and exclaiming, at Nodding Academy, aside from Chu Qin, it's just a bunch of stinky men. Now that you're here, Rongrong, I won't feel lonely anymore. Please take care of me from now on. All right. Ning Rongrong giggled, covering her mouth. Seeing the two women enjoying each other's company, Chu Qin stepped between them, embracing each with an arm. Let us return to celebrate. I shall personally arrange a grand feast for you at the hotel. Excellent. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong chorused in unison. With that, Chu Qin led the two ladies, one on each side, towards the dormitory. What would you like to eat? Chu Qin inquired. Spicy rabbit legs. Ning Rongrong blurted out. Not rabbit. Chu Qin and Xiaowu replied in unison. Observing the intimate scene of Chu Qin with both women, Tang San found himself questioning his existence. Xiaowu, he called out anxiously. Xiaowu glanced at him coldly and retorted, Get lost, stinky man. Tang San felt as though he were plunging into an abyss upon hearing her icy words. It seemed he had overestimated his significance. Perhaps Xiaowu had never cared for him at all. She was focused on Chu Qin, always Chu Qin. Ah, Tang San, cease your self-deception and unrequited feelings. That night, after a sumptuous feast, Xiaowu, perhaps too exhilarated and having consumed a fair amount of beer, retired to the inner room to sleep. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin lay on the sofa, both inebriated. The Douluo continent is delightful, yet the absence of mobile phones during leisure time is lamentable. Chu Qin sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong set down her book, her voice sultry as she said, Chu Qin. What is it, Rongrong? He replied, slightly surprised. Ning Rongrong, with her crimson lips slightly parted, appeared somewhat shy. What is the matter? Is there anything you cannot share with me? Chu Qin gently smiled, wrapping his arm around her. Chu Qin, I heard from Xiaowu that you and she Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson. Realizing her boldness, Chu Qin understood her implication. Yet he shook his head with a smile. No, Rongrong, you're too young. How am I young? Ning Rongrong frowned. Isn't Xiaowu roughly my age? That is not what I mean. Chu Qin clarified. Ning Rongrong was unaware that Xiaowu was not truly 10 years old. She was, in fact, 100,000 years old. At that moment, Chu Qin's heart raced as he noticed Ning Rongrong, seemingly emboldened by the drink, had loosened her clothing, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin and a delicate curve. "See, I'm not young," she shyly declared, her face flushed. Chu Qin felt a sudden chill. Although Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat petite, she undoubtedly possessed genuine substance. "Chu Qin, are you just going to watch?" Ning Rongrong shyly averted her gaze, inquiring. Given her demeanor, how could Chu Qin remain indifferent? "Rongrong, we have only just begun our relationship. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Chu Qin asked, his tone still carrying an air of solemnity. "Humph, who knows?" Ning Rongrong's temper flared unexpectedly, and with a cold huff, she declared, "From now on, do not touch me." In an instant, Chu Qin felt an urge to slap himself. After all, the girl was unwilling, yet had gone this far. With a grin, he gently pushed Ning Rongrong onto the sofa, saying, "Rongrong, it's fine to be a little less reserved. Indulge in some papaya." As the two succumbed to a hazy intoxication, Chu Qin took certain precautions. Before long, 6 months had elapsed. Xiaowu successfully passed the assessments at the Ning Academy, and Chu Qin had resigned from his position as a mentor there. They embarked on a carriage journey to the Kingdom of Balak, specifically to the city of Sodo. The Kingdom of Balak is located in the southwest of the Heaven-Do Empire and is one of the 4 principal kingdoms under its domain. Sodo City, being one of the major urban centers of Balak, bustled with activity, with throngs of pedestrians filling the streets. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixated on a young man. This young man was flanked by 2 stunning beauties, none other than Chu Qin, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong. Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong could easily be deemed breathtakingly beautiful, presenting a stark contrast to the surroundings. It was rather vexing to witness such exquisite maidens laughing and chatting in Chu Qin's embrace. Notably, Xiaowu held a carrot in her hand, while Ning Rongrong clutched a piece of papaya. "Chu Qin, what brings us here?" Xiaowu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Didn't you graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy?" Chu Qin smiled and replied, "I brought you here to enroll in the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Isn't the best Advanced Soul Master Academy on the continent, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Shouldn't we be heading to the imperial capital of Heaven-Do instead of this remote place?" Ning Rongrong questioned, her expression one of bewilderment. "Rongrong, is this place really poor? It's much larger than Notting City," Xiaowu remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Hee Xiaowu. Perhaps I've become so accustomed to the opulence of the Heaven-Do imperial capital that I find everything else comparatively modest." Ning Rongrong replied. "You've caught the affluence disease." Xiaowu pouted playfully. "Don't underestimate Sodo City." Chu Qin interjected with a smile. "Here, you will encounter unexpected treasures." "What kind of treasures?" Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong asked in unison. "You'll find out once you enter the academy." Chu Qin replied with a grin. "Ding. The goddess system has been activated. Defeat Dai Mubai, become a mentor at Shrek Academy, earn 100% favorability from Zhu Qing, and acquire 2 10,000-year soul bones along with a level 7 soul guiding device. Indeed, it has arrived." Chu Qin thought to himself with delight, envisioning the enchanting Zhu Qing. Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were undeniably stunning, albeit slightly less so. Zhu Qing would serve to remedy that slight shortcoming. "Chu Qin, what are you smiling about?" Xiaowu asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing." Chu Qin replied with a subtle smile. "It's getting late. Let us find a hotel first, and later I'll accompany you on a shopping spree." "All right." The 2 girls chimed in unison. Chu Qin wandered through the streets, having declined numerous opulent hotels, until he finally arrived at a 3-story establishment that bore a striking resemblance to a blooming rose. "This must be the Rose Hotel," Chu Qin remarked with a smile. It was indeed one of the essential destinations for travelers like himself. "Excuse me, please book a room for us," Chu Qin said, wrapping his arms around Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu as they entered the hotel. "Are you 3 planning to share a room?" the attendant inquired. "Is there any issue with that?" Ning Rongrong frowned, responding curtly, "Just do it." In her mind, she suspected the staff might be judging them for lacking wealth. "Very well," the hotel attendant replied with an immediate smile. "We happen to have a spacious double room available. It's comfortable enough for all 3 of you." "Let us proceed with that then," Xiaowu replied eagerly. "Wait a moment, is that room meant for me?" came a voice laced with arrogance and nonchalance. The group turned to see a striking blonde man, approximately 6 feet tall, his athletic build complemented by an exceptionally handsome face and cascading waist-length golden locks. Most notably, his eyes were a peculiar sight, possessing heterochromia. Upon first encountering the man, Chu Qin immediately identified him as Dai Mubai, the notorious white tiger with a wicked gaze, his intended target. The attendant, noticing Dai Mubai's exquisite attire, greeted him with a smile, informing him that the room had already been reserved for 3 other guests, and suggested he seek accommodations elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai scrutinized Chu Qin and his companions, feeling a surge of displeasure. Not only was Chu Qin's attractiveness superior to his own, but he was also flanked by 2 stunning beauties, while he found himself with 2 rather unremarkable companions. A sardonic smile crept onto Dai Mubai's lips as he coldly addressed the attendant, inquiring if he was new and demanding to see the manager. Dai Xiao. As soon as his words fell, a portly middle-aged man emerged from within the hotel, exclaiming that he had sensed Dai Mubai's presence from afar. Manager Wang, Dai Mubai replied with a smug grin. Wasn't it agreed that a room would be reserved for me each day? You certainly know how to handle matters. I apologize, Dai Xiao, I was unaware of the protocol. Manager Wang chuckled nervously before turning to Chu Qin and his companions. I am sorry, esteemed guests, but this room belongs to Dai Xiao. I must ask you to leave. On what grounds? Before Chu Qin could respond, Xiaowu's fiery temper erupted. We arrived first. Because I have money, Dai Mubai retorted with a smirk. Humph, you have money? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes turned icy as she produced a bag from her soul-guiding container, which landed on the counter, spilling forth a cascade of gleaming gold soul coins. Witnessing the substantial amount, Manager Wang's eyes widened in awe. That is 100 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms defiantly, casting a glance at Dai Mubai. Tell him to leave. Dai Mubai found himself in a predicament. Both were wealthy patrons. Akin to deities, he could not afford to offend either. Yet, he smirked at Ning Rongrong. I hadn't anticipated you to be a little heiress. You are quite lovely. Why not join me? Join you? Who do you think you are? Ning Rongrong retorted with disdain, a scornful smile gracing her lips. A wastrel like you isn't even worthy to polish my shoes. Well said, Rongrong. Xiaowu chimed in with laughter. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. Dai Mubai's eyes turned frosty. However, Dai Mubai, do not strike women. With that, he turned to Chu Qin. Are they your women? Indeed, Chu Qin replied calmly. Excellent. It has been a while since I had a good workout. Let us have a duel, Dai Mubai declared, shoving the two women aside and cracking his neck. In an instant, a commanding roar echoed as a formidable white tiger materialized behind him. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiated around his feet. Dai Xiao. Manager Wang exclaimed in terror upon witnessing Dai Mubai's wrath. Fear not. Dai Mubai's expression hardened. All losses today will be accounted for by me. Yet, this man shall be my target. Turning to Chu Qin, he challenged. I trust you are a man who won't hide behind women? Absolutely not. Chu Qin replied with composure. Very well, then let us begin. White Tiger, manifest. With a fierce roar, Dai Mubai's hands swelled to more than double their size, covered in a layer of white tiger fur, while a faint royal insignia appeared on his forehead. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 37 battle spirit. His voice boomed with arrogance. Xiaowu, Rongrong. With a serene smile, Chu Qin remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong simultaneously stepped back. Xiaowu addressed the waiter, accept the gold soul coins and hand over the room card. The waiter hesitated momentarily. However, in the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as Dai Mubai was propelled backward, his head and feet tilting forward while his abdomen arched back, forming a U-shape. And he was slammed against the wall. Witnessing this scene, the hotel manager, the staff, and the 2 graceful ladies were all taken aback. What had just transpired? A soul sovereign, defeated in an instant. Rongrong. Some individuals simply relish in their own humiliation. Xiaowu snatched the room card from the waiter, shrugged, and chuckled softly. I thought he was formidable. How dare he challenge my Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong also cast a teasing glance at Dai Mubai, gradually rising from the ground amidst the mockery. Dai Mubai's once arrogant demeanor was now replaced by sheer terror and astonishment. He had just witnessed a terrifying spectacle. Moments ago, Chu Qin had effortlessly shattered his white tiger protective barrier with a mere punch, without even revealing his martial soul or soul rings. Who are you? Dai Mubai inquired fearfully, gazing at Chu Qin. You are not worthy of knowing my name, Chu Qin replied nonchalantly. He then beckoned Dai Mubai with a casual gesture. If you are a man, then proceed. With a roar, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. His mouth transformed into a tiger's maw, from which a surge of milky white light erupted. Dai Mubai's aura was formidable, causing the hotel walls to tremble as if they might collapse. Observing this, Chu Qin maintained his calm demeanor, extending his right hand without employing any soul power. Yet, astonishingly, the White Tiger's radiant wave was effortlessly intercepted by Chu Qin's bare palm. If the crowd had been unclear moments before, they were now witnessing the event with utmost clarity. Chu Qin caught the attack of a soul master with his bare hands, displaying remarkable steadiness without the slightest tremor. Everyone, except for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, was left utterly astounded. How old is Chu Qin? He effortlessly caught the attack from the Soul Sovereign. Not only that, with a gentle push of his palm, the milky white beam changed direction and struck Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was knocked to the ground by the impact, and at that moment, his martial soul's spirit ring dissipated. How is this possible? Dai Mubai lay on the ground, gazing in astonishment at the young man before him, who was of similar age. Who are you? Fearful yet instinctively curious, he asked. You will know in due time. Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. Rongrong, Xiaowu, let us retire to our room for some rest. With that, Chu Qin elegantly embraced Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, departing with style. Dai, young master. After Chu Qin left, Manager Wang hurried over, attempting to assist Dai Mubai. It's impossible. A young soul master of such formidable strength exists in this world. I must promptly inform the dean. Step aside. Dai Mubai brushed off Manager Wang's hand, clutching his chest, and made his way towards Shrek Academy alone. Sigh. Manager Wang sighed softly and instructed the staff, please clean this place up. Ensure the guests upstairs are well attended to. The staff immediately sprang into action. At that moment, he noticed a man in blue clothing with a wheat-colored complexion standing at the entrance of the hotel. This man was Tang San. I'm sorry, esteemed guest, but our establishment is fully booked. Please seek accommodations elsewhere. Tang San appeared not to have heard the staff's words. Muttering to himself, I never expected this child to possess such strength. What brings him to Soto City? Could it be that he also wishes to join Shrek Academy? Never mind, he is just a child. I shall refrain from provoking him in the future. Tang San sighed. With that, he turned away. In the luxurious suite of the Rose Hotel. Finally, we can rest. As soon as they entered the room, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion. Aren't you going out for shopping? Chu Qin asked with a smile. No, we are too tired. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu replied in perfect harmony. Very well. I am a bit weary as well. Let us sleep until dawn and then head to Shrek Academy. Chu Qin smiled and lay down between Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu. Shrek Academy? Both Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu asked in unison. Yes, it is a prestigious Soul Master Academy. I will tell you more tomorrow. Now, sleep. With that, Chu Qin embraced one of them, drifting into a steady slumber. How quickly he falls asleep. Ning Rongrong remarked in surprise. Rongrong, let us also sleep. Xiaowu chimed in cheerfully. With that, the two girls snuggled tightly against Chu Qin, falling into a peaceful sleep. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Qin felt a warmth on his lips and awakened. To his astonishment, he found Ning Rongrong kissing him. Rongrong, Chu Qin exclaimed softly, surprised. Ah, Chu Qin. You are awake. Ning Rongrong gasped, taken aback. I'm sorry, Chu Qin. Your face is just too handsome. I couldn't resist. Little rascal. Chu Qin playfully pinched Ning Rongrong's cheek, teasingly asking if she had been thinking of him. The dual moons in the sky. Ning Rongrong nodded, a touch of innocence in her eyes. During this time, with Xiaowu always by his side, Chu Qin had rarely engaged in such matters. Upon hearing the words, Chu Qin glanced at the peacefully slumbering Xiaowu, then turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, we mustn't disturb Xiaowu while she sleeps. Let us proceed to the restroom. Ning Rongrong eagerly nodded in agreement. Thus, the two stealthily made their way toward the restroom. Once the door was securely closed, they both exhaled deeply, and Chu Qin looked at Ning Rongrong with a hint of excitement. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was adorned in a delicate green-fitted dress, which accentuated her slender, jade-like legs, and it was evident that her bosom had notably developed. It seems the papaya truly works, she exclaimed with a playful smile. Let us keep our voices down so as not to awaken Xiaowu. With that, they began to loosen their garments. Just as they were halfway through, the door swung open, revealing Xiaowu standing at the threshold. Xiaowu. Both Ning Rongrong and Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Xiaowu furrowed her brows. Xiaowu, allow me to explain. Chu Qin hurriedly interjected. What is there to explain? I have heard everything. Count me in. Xiaowu replied, looking somewhat miffed. Count you in? Both Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. What's this about? You both have been conspiring behind my back multiple times. Xiaowu pouted, and without further ado, she began to disrobe. This night, with the dual moons gracing the sky, was destined to be a sleepless one. The following morning, Chu Qin, accompanied by Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, exited the city of Soto and arrived at a quaint little village beyond the city gates. Chu Qin, weren't we supposed to head to the Advanced Soul Master Academy? Why have we left the city? Xiaowu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, Chu Qin. Have you taken a wrong turn? Ning Rongrong echoed her concern. Not at all, Chu Qin replied, shaking his head. The direction is indeed correct. But where is the Advanced Soul Master Academy? Xiaowu pressed further. Look over there. Isn't that it? Chu Qin pointed ahead, smiling at the sight of a long queue. These individuals were gradually passing through a wooden gate, entering the village. At first glance, one might think they were lining up for the restroom. However, upon closer inspection, the words Shrek Academy were inscribed above the wooden door, accompanied by the emblem of a soul beast, a symbol of Shrek. Chu Qin. Could it be that this is truly Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, in perfect harmony, inquired. Both were astonished. This place bore no semblance to a prestigious Soul Master Academy, let alone any semblance to an institution of early childhood education, though reluctant to admit it. The reality was undeniable. Chu Qin nodded, embracing the two women, shrugged his shoulders, and reluctantly made his way towards Shrek Academy. Chu Qin's gaze wandered restlessly through the ranks. Yet no matter how hard he searched, he could not locate the individual he sought. Instead, he unexpectedly caught sight of Tang San. Chu Qin paid no heed to Tang San, his mind occupied with the thought, could it be that the narrative has shifted? Is Yu Xiaogang no longer coming to Shrek Academy? Impossible, it cannot be. At that moment, a conversation reached the ears of Chu Qin and his companions. Is this truly Shrek Academy, the institution that claims one can become a viscount of the empire upon graduation? Surely there must be some mistake, exclaimed one. That cannot be. False advertising could lead to the revocation of its educational credentials, replied another. Perhaps this is merely a trial. The genuine academy lies elsewhere. Look at those three behind us, 2 women and a man, each possessing such striking beauty. They are clearly not ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong exchanged faint smiles. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shrek Academy, a man with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes emerged. It was Dai Mubai. It had been quite some time since Shrek Academy had experienced such liveliness. Stretching his limbs, Dai Mubai felt a surge of delight. Just then, he inadvertently caught sight of Chu Qin, and his smile faltered as memories of the previous day flooded back. Frowning, he swiftly turned and rushed back into the academy, calling out, Dean, Dean. Chu Qin remained oblivious to Dai Mubai's presence, as at that moment, Li Yusong, responsible for admissions, projected his aged yet piercing voice from the front of the line. Incompetence is incompetence. Do not squander my time. A middle-aged man retorted angrily, how can my child, a genius at the junior academy with a first spirit ring of 100 years, be denied entry into your wretched institution? You may not enter, but refund my application fee. I regret to inform you that application fees are non-refundable. Li Yusong replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Humph. The middle-aged man fumed. Hurry. Return my application fee to me, or I shall not leave. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur discontentedly, lamenting the dilapidated state of the academy and its unreasonable practices. Chu Qin, can this academy truly have students? Xiaowu inquired, taking a bite of her carrot, perplexed. Indeed, this is utterly unreasonable. Ning Rongrong chimed in, nibbling on a papaya. Why do we come to such an academy? You shall soon find out. Chu Qin replied with a sly grin. As predicted, no sooner had Chu Qin spoken than a formidable aura emanated from the front, below Li Yusong's feet. Precisely 6 spirit rings illuminated. Spirit Emperor. Upon witnessing the manifestation of Li Yusong's spirit rings, the previously murmuring crowd fell into a profound silence. I shall state this once, Li Yusong declared, raising the dragon pattern staff in his hand. Shrek Academy only admits students under the age of 13, possessing spirit power above level 21, with the first 2 spirit rings being of 100 years. If you do not meet this criterion, do not waste your time. Furthermore, application fees are non-refundable. If you desire entry, inquire with my dragon pattern staff. At this proclamation, the once bustling line dissipated in an instant, leaving only 5 individuals remaining on site. Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Tang San, and a girl with an icy demeanor. The girl appeared somewhat youthful, standing at approximately 1.65 meters, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, though her actual age might be even younger. With her long black hair and strikingly beautiful features, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Yet her figure suggested a maturity that belied her age. Clad in a black leather outfit, she accentuated an alluring silhouette, particularly with her impressive bosom, which seemed almost unparalleled. Xiaowu, look, that person is quite remarkable, Ning Rongrong remarked, pointing at the cold-faced girl. Xiaowu replied, glancing at the girl's disproportionate physique before comparing it to her own, feeling a twinge of insecurity. This isn't normal. Here comes the 36D, exclaimed Chu Qin, who, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards the icy girl and then broke into an excited smile. This individual is undoubtedly Zhu Xiqing. What? 36D? Xiaowu questioned, bewildered. Nothing much. Chu Qin shook his head. No, something is definitely up. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, regarding Chu Qin with intrigue. His expression mirrored that of the previous night when he had swiftly defeated Zhao Wujie. Ah, there are still 5 individuals remaining, exclaimed Li Yusong in astonishment. Typically, at this hour, they would have concluded their tasks. Li Yusong quickly approached the 5 with a smile. In that case, let us assess your soul power. Who wishes to go first? Subsequently, Tang San and the others completed their evaluations, all meeting the enrollment criteria of the academy. This year, our institution has unexpectedly welcomed 4 prodigies. Li Yusong marveled. And you? He then inquired of Chu Qin. Considering your age, you do not appear to be under 13. Do you? Indeed, I am not. Chu Qin nodded. I am not here to participate in the admission assessment. Then let us not squander time. Li Yusong replied with a hint of indifference. You 4 may proceed to the next round of evaluations. Wait a moment. I am not here for the admission assessment. Rather, I have come to apply for a mentor position. Chu Qin called out as Li Yusong turned to leave. What? Li Yusong responded, taken aback. At this revelation, Tang San and the others were equally astonished. Directly applying for a mentorship? What kind of maneuver is this? However, Li Yusong merely turned back with a hint of disdain and stated, then you should waste even less time. To become a mentor at Shrek Academy, one must first attain the rank of Soul King and defeat an academy mentor. I must remind you that the lowest rank in our academy is that of Soul Emperor. In other words, if you are not a Soul Emperor, your aspiration to become a mentor here is nothing but a pipe dream. Chu Qin smiled faintly. And beneath his feet, 6 magnificent soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, and 1 red, radiated their brilliance. Particularly striking was the 6th red soul ring, which instantly silenced the entire arena. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were both taken aback. They knew that Chu Qin had acquired his 6th soul ring, yet they were unaware that the 6th ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. The most astonished of all was Tang San, whose eyes were fixated on Chu Qin's soul ring configuration, his heart overwhelmed with shock. What? Zhu Xiqing also slightly parted her lips in disbelief. Even in the Star Luo Empire, it was unimaginable to encounter such a young soul emperor. Chu Qin, a 36th level powerful attack type, Soul Emperor. Am I qualified? Chu Qin mused to himself as he summoned the Annihilation Spear, casting a light-hearted smile at Li Yusong, who stood frozen in place. 36th level Soul Emperor? After a long pause, Li Yusong finally stammered. How old are you? 17. Chu Qin replied with a subtle smile. A 17-year-old Soul Emperor? Li Yusong, Tang San. And Zhu Qing exclaimed in unison. Wait, do you really need to ask about age when recruiting mentors for Shrek Academy? Chu Qin inquired with a calm expression. And no. Li Yusong shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. There are no age restrictions for mentors at Shrek Academy. As long as one meets the two conditions I mentioned earlier. Then that's simple. Chu Qin nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Yusong realized that Chu Qin likely intended to spar with him, just as Li Yusong was about to summon his martial spirit's soul rings in preparation for battle. He heard Chu Qin smilingly say, I've heard that there is a person called the Unmovable King, Xiao Wu, at your Shrek Academy? Indeed. Li Yusong frowned slightly. Excellent. Let him come out and have a duel with me. Chu Qin smiled. You wish to challenge Soul Saint Xiao Wu? Li Yusong asked in astonishment. Precisely. Chu Qin replied. Fighting a Soul Saint lacks challenge. Indeed. Even when he was a Soul King, Chu Qin was capable of taking on a Soul Saint. Now that he had acquired his 600,000-year soul ring, fighting against a Soul Saint seemed hardly worthwhile. At that moment, a coarse yet languid voice echoed. Who dares to challenge me? The crowd turned to see a robust, middle-aged man with bronze skin leisurely approaching while nonchalantly cleaning his ears. This man, clad in a suit of animal hide armor, possessed a rugged appearance, with bushy brows and large eyes, his skin as tough as castle walls. A teasing smile adorned his face, clearly exuding an air of mischief. Oh, Li Yusong, it seems there are quite a few little monsters this year, Xiao Wu remarked, casting a proud glance at Chu Qin and his companions. By the way, did I hear incorrectly? Who was it that wanted to challenge me? I must not have misheard. Vice Dean Zhao? At that moment, Li Yusong leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear, gesturing discreetly towards Chu Qin. What? A 17-year-old Soul Emperor. Soon after, Xiao Wu's smile faltered as he stared at Chu Qin, astonished. Greetings, Xiao Wu. I've heard that to become a mentor at your Shrek Academy, one must defeat an existing mentor? Chu Qin smiled in response. You wish to be a mentor at our academy? Xiao Wu frowned, his earlier arrogance completely vanished, replaced by bewilderment and surprise. Indeed. Chu Qin nodded. Xiao Wu, let us see your skills. Are you truly prepared to fight me? Xiao Wu appeared even more perplexed. Ignoring Xiao Wu any longer, Chu Qin stood firm as 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red shimmered beneath his feet, each a testament to 10,000 years of power. Incredible! Xiao Wu exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Are you afraid, Xiao Wu? Chu Qin asked with a soft smile. Xiao Wu, hearing this, smirked slightly. I, the unmoved King Xiao Wu, have traversed this continent for many years. I have faced the Pope of the Spirit Hall. What is there to fear? Very well, let us stretch our limbs. Great strength Diamond Bear, manifest. With his words, Xiao Wu's stature increased significantly. Golden bear fur erupted from his fortress-like skin, and at that moment, his hands transformed into formidable bear paws. Simultaneously, beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, the optimal configuration, illuminated the air. Chu Qin, give it your all. Ning, Rongrong, and Xiao Wu shouted in unison, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Xiao Wu glanced at them, then turned to Chu Qin with a sly smile. Here's the deal. If you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick in my grasp, I shall make an exception and allow you to become a mentor at Shrek Academy. Though Xiao Wu accepted the challenge, the astonishment within him lingered. A Soul Emperor of merely 17 years, such as Chu Qin, was an unparalleled rarity across the continent, and he had to ensure he treated him well. No need. Chu Qin replied with a smile. If I cannot defeat you within 10 exchanges, I shall concede defeat. Xiao Wu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Alas, unparalleled talent, but still so young. He likely does not comprehend the chasm between a Soul Emperor and a Soul Sage. I cannot exert my full strength. Yet before Xiao Wu could further contemplate, a flash of black light surged before him. Upon focusing, he saw the Destruction God Spear in Chu Qin's grasp, poised to pierce his chest. What? Xiao Wu gasped, swiftly bringing his bare paws together to trap the spear. This speed. I have clearly underestimated him. Fortunately, I am not without my own merits. Xiao Wu's heart raced, marveling at Chu Qin's astonishing swiftness. Speed. Surely the strength cannot be formidable. However, Xiao Wu miscalculated the might of the Destruction God Spear. Despite summoning all his soul power, he found himself being forcefully pushed backward by Chu Qin. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, black flames erupted from the Destruction God Spear, propelling Xiao Wu away in an instant. The assault by Chu Qin was executed in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Xiao Wu had already succumbed to the ground. As realization dawned upon them, astonishment swept through the crowd. Zhao, the vice president, had been defeated? Li Yusong found it hard to believe his own eyes. Flanders too braced for the impending confrontation. Who exactly is Chu Qin? Is he truly just a child? Tang San mused silently. When he first encountered Chu Qin, he was merely a soul sect. Now, in just over a year, he had attained the prowess to vanquish a soul sage. How long must he wait to reclaim Xiaowu? Zhu Qin was equally stunned, reflecting. This person is quite handsome. No, what am I thinking? I came here to find Dai Mubai. Only Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong expressed their delight, cheering. Chu Qin, well done. At that moment, Zhao Wujia wore a bewildered expression. Could it be that Chu Qin is genuinely a soul emperor? He himself was a level 76 power-type soul sage, yet he had been decisively bested by a soul emperor. Although Zhao Wujia had not exerted his full strength. No, this cannot stand. Zhao Wujia resolved inwardly. Otherwise, where would I place my dignity? Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Zhao Wujia took the initiative, his second soul ring glowing as his bare paw expanded several-fold, crushing towards Chu Qin. Sensing the sudden surge of Zhao Wujia's soul power and the gravitational pressure enveloping him, Chu Qin's pupils shifted slightly. Indeed, Zhao Wujia had not been using his full strength. Now was the moment he would unleash his entirety. However, had I not already exerted my full strength? Let me test a 10,000-year soul skill. One strike to determine the victor. Sixth soul skill, Phantom Spear. At that instant, as the sixth soul ring illuminated beneath Chu Qin's feet, his entire being seemed to meld into an ethereal state, as if he had fused with the very fabric of space. Under such circumstances, the gravitational suppression imposed by Zhao Wujia was entirely lifted. What an extraordinary soul skill! Zhao Wujia exclaimed in astonishment as he realized his gravitational influence had faltered. Surprised yet resolute, Zhao Wujia immediately concentrated his soul power into a protective shield. The sixth soul ring of Chu Qin was a gift from the system, originating from a 100,000-year soul beast known as the Voidbone Dragon. This soul ring bestowed upon Chu Qin two formidable soul skills, the Ethereal Spear and the Diamond Soul-Breaking Spear, one embodying strength, the other agility. The Ethereal Spear enabled him to break free from all forms of control and bypass any physical defenses. Consequently, Chu Qin's god-slaying spear effortlessly pierced through the shield, sending Zhao Wujia hurtling away. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia managed to regain his footing in time, but his martial soul rings dissipated in an instant. This signified Chu Qin's victory. I have lost. Is this truly the power of a 100,000-year soul skill? Zhao Wujia uttered in disbelief. You have my gratitude, Zhao Wujia, Chu Qin replied with a smirk. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Moments earlier, Zhao Wujia had boldly declared that if Chu Qin could withstand his onslaught for the duration of an incense stick, he would be victorious. Now, it took Chu Qin merely 2 moves to completely defeat Zhao Wujia. Congratulations, Chu Qin. From this day forth, you shall be my colleague and officially become a mentor at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia said, approaching Chu Qin with sincere admiration and extending his hand. Indeed, Chu Qin responded with a slight smile. Hey, Mentor Chu Qin, you are now the youngest and most talented mentor in our academy. I look forward to your guidance. Li Yusong hurriedly flattered. Since we have gained a new mentor, how come I was unaware? At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. A man wearing black-framed glasses and a brown suit approached alongside a young man with blonde hair and heterochromatic eyes. Boss Flanders. Zhao Wujia quickly greeted him. Flanders ignored Zhao Wujia and turned to Dai Mubai, quietly inquiring. Mubai, was it he who defeated you? Yes, director. Dai Mubai nodded. What was the reward for defeating him again? Flanders continued in a lowered tone. A piece of land for the academy and 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai whispered back. Upon hearing this, Flanders smirked smugly and approached Chu Qin. Who permitted you to become a mentor at Shrek Academy? Director. Before Chu Qin could respond, Zhao Wujia interjected. It was my suggestion. Zhao Wujia, what benefits have you received? Flanders sneered coldly. Have you forgotten the academy's rules? A young man like him cannot simply become a mentor. Director, I received nothing. Zhao Wujia hastily retorted. Before Zhao Wujia could finish, Flanders interrupted him, turning to Chu Qin. I apologize, but Shrek Academy is not currently recruiting mentors. However, if you can defeat me, I shall make an exception. Flanders' intentions were clear. He aimed to take advantage of the spar to thrash Chu Qin and claim Dai Mubai's reward. However, his calculations might have been off. Chu Qin's lips curled into a slight smile. He had been concerned about not having the chance to fully test his abilities against Zhao Wujia, and Flanders, a level 78 soul saint, was indeed a worthy opponent. Thus, Chu Qin calmly replied, Very well, since the academy is yours, I shall defer to your judgment. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai secretly chuckled. Chu Qin, don't underestimate me, he thought, anticipating Flanders' impending punishment. Boss. At that moment, Zhao Wujia cautioned, Chu Qin, he is already. Zhao Wujia, what benefits have you received? I will discuss this with you later. Flanders interjected, his brow furrowed. Dai Mubai had promised 10,000 gold soul coins and a piece of land. He could not allow Zhao Wujia to ruin it. Chu Qin, make your move. As Flanders spoke, a dark owl emerged from behind him, its 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, glimmering at his feet. Flanders, level 78 owl war soul saint. Flanders smiled at Chu Qin and said, Come, do not accuse me of bullying you. I will not utilize my martial soul's true form. If you can endure for the duration of an incense stick, I will allow you to become a mentor at Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Chu Qin, and others instinctively turned their gazes towards Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia scratched the back of his head, secretly amused, thinking, hee, watching Boss Flanders get beaten is worth it. Flanders glanced at the expressions of Xiao Wujia and Li Yusong, feeling a chill run down his spine. The glances they exchanged were filled with an air of anticipation, as if they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. In the next instant, Flanders nearly dropped his black glasses in shock as he noticed a 100,000-year soul ring glowing beneath Chu Qin's feet. 1, 2, 6 rings, Soul Emperor with a 100,000-year soul ring. Flanders stammered in astonishment. Dai Bai's smile froze as he swallowed hard. How old are you? After a long pause, Flanders instinctively asked Chu Qin. 17, boss. Xiao Wujia answered. 17? Flanders' brows furrowed, only to suddenly brighten as realization struck him. Just as Flanders was deep in thought, a black and gold spear lunged at him with incredible speed. Unlike Xiao Wujia, who embodied brute strength, Flanders was a swift attacker. He spread his owl wings to evade Chu Qin's strike. Why did you attack before we even began? Flanders frowned. In battle, no one grants you the luxury of preparation. Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Dai Bai, do you dare strike my wife? Flanders smirked. His words laced with delight rather than anger. He had just conceived a lucrative idea. If Chu Qin joined Shrek Academy and led them to compete in the Elite Soul Master Tournament, victory would be guaranteed. Thus, the Academy's fame and fortune would pour in abundantly. In that moment, Flanders envisioned himself sitting atop a mountain of gold. I cannot afford to hold back, Flanders thought. Distancing himself from Chu Qin, Dai Bai had merely offered 10,000 gold soul coins, but this young man was undoubtedly a cash cow. I must find a way to ensure he endures for an incense stick. With this thought, Flanders subtly weakened his soul power output. However, in the next moment, he regretted it. Chu Qin, moving with astonishing speed, caught up to Flanders' flight. He thrust his spear once more, and due to Flanders' insufficient soul power, he was instantly knocked to the ground. Boss, you need to give it your all. I forgot to mention, Xiao Wujia remarked playfully. I was defeated by his two skills without even using my martial soul's true form. What? You should have told me sooner. Flanders shot Xiao Wujia an exasperated glance. Soul skill, Gale Sandstorm. Flanders roared, rapidly spinning in place along with his wings. Instantly, the surrounding dust swirled into what resembled a sandstorm, rushing towards Chu Qin. Sixth soul skill, Diamond Soul-Breaking Spear. Faced with the formidable spirit Saint Flinder, who possessed the impressive level of 78. Chu Qin did not dare to be negligent, and swiftly unleashed the second soul skill of his sixth soul ring. If the Lance of Ethereal Movement granted immunity and defense penetration, then the Vajra Soul-Breaking Lance was a perfect fusion of offensive enhancement and absolute defense. With the application of the Vajra Soul-Breaking Lance, his attack power would surge by a staggering 100%, coupled with a fleeting moment of absolute defense lasting 1 second. Consequently, it was evident that Chu Qin adeptly evaded the swirling soul energy surrounding Flinder, ultimately striking his true form with a single thrust, sending him crashing to the ground. What an astonishing 10,000-year soul skill. Flinder's gaze sharpened. Chu Qin's strike made him feel as though he was invincible among those below the rank of Spirit Saint. And perhaps only a Spirit Douluo could stand against him. Contemplating this, Flinder was initially taken aback, pondering when such a formidable character had emerged in the Douluo continent. Soon, a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that the champion of the prestigious elite competition for advanced soul masters was practically secured. With this thought, Flinder smiled at Chu Qin and said, I concede, congratulations on becoming a mentor at Shrek Academy. Ha ha ha, Dean, you have also lost. Xiao Wujia chuckled, clutching his left chest. Flinder, upon hearing this, covered his right chest and shot him an exasperated glance. Ding. The system detected that the host had completed the task of defeating Dai Bai and had become a mentor at Shrek Academy. He received the bones of the 10,000-year spirit beast, the furious golden monkey, a perfect affinity with the goddess Yu Xiaogang, and a 7th-level soul guide, the sphere of light. Upon hearing this notification, Chu Qin immediately cast a covert glance at Yu Xiaogang. Indeed, at that moment, Yu Xiaogang was gazing at Chu Qin with a fervent look in her eyes. As soon as Yu Xiaogang noticed Chu Qin's attention, she quickly lowered her head. It appeared that Yu Xiaogang was now his. Chu Qin rejoiced inwardly. Meanwhile, Dai Bai was in a state of utter despondency, striking the stone wall beside him with force, exclaiming in anger, who on earth is he? Even the dean has lost to him. Next came the entrance examination for Tang San and his companions. Xiao Wujia was injured. Thus in the original story, the trial in which Xiao Wujia had to endure for an incense stick's length was now entrusted to the newly appointed mentor, Chu Qin. Since everyone worked together under Chu Qin's guidance to endure for the same duration, there was no doubt that all passed. This was the second reason why Chu Qin chose to challenge Xiao Wujia. It allowed Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong to largely avoid injury. However, Tang San naturally received another beating. At midnight, in the plaza of Shrek Academy, a graceful figure stood alone, sighing. This person was none other than Chu Qin. Why do I harbor such feelings for that Chu Qin? Zhu Qing pondered in confusion, for Dai Mubai was supposed to be my fiancé. No, Dai Mubai is not. Zhu Qing thought to herself. That was merely a promise made by my family to curry favor with the Star Luo royal family. It has nothing to do with me. Zhu Qing. Furthermore, he was seen yesterday in the streets, surrounded by others, never once thinking of me. Chu Qin seems to have 2 women as well. No, it's different. Chu Qin's women all appear to be genuinely happy, which indicates that he treats them well, whereas Dai Mubai is merely sampling a taste of excitement. Not to mention, Chu Qin is truly handsome. Just as Zhu Qing was lost in her thoughts, a youthful voice echoed, Zhu Qing, it is indeed you. Zhu Qing, thinking it was the person she had been contemplating, turned only to find it was Dai Mubai, causing her expression to darken as she pivoted to leave. Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai immediately grasped her arm. Let go. Zhu Qing replied coldly. Zhu Qing, I know that my departure from the Star Luo Empire has hurt you. Dai Mubai sighed. But regardless, you are still my fiancée. We have a betrothal. And what of it? I do not acknowledge it. Zhu Qing's words were as frigid as ice. You, Prince Dai, are not worthy of me, Zhu Qing. Then why did you come to the Heaven Do Empire, to Shrek Academy, to find me? Dai Mubai inquired, ultimately. You still have feelings for me, do you not? Get lost, disgusting. Zhu Qing retorted coldly. Even if I were to marry Chu Qin, I would never marry you. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's rage instantly ignited. He had been humiliated by Chu Qin and his companions yesterday, and today he was furious once more. Only to hear Zhu Qing declare that he was inferior to Chu Qin? Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai responded, repeat that. Zhu Qing furrowed her brow, realizing that her earlier words seemed to have slipped out subconsciously. However, after a moment's reflection, she considered that perhaps this was indeed her true sentiment. Thus, she looked at Dai Mubai earnestly and declared, indeed, Chu Qin is far superior to you. Firstly, you are not as handsome as he is. Secondly, you are not as formidable as he is. A 17-year-old sole emperor, let alone in the Star Luo royal family, but across the entire Douluo continent. You would struggle to find a second one. Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand, preparing to strike Zhu Qing. However, at that moment, another hand firmly seized his right arm. Both Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai were taken aback. They turned to see an extraordinarily handsome figure standing there, none other than Chu Qin. Chu Qin. Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai exclaimed in unison. Yet their expressions differed. Zhu Qing's was one of delight, while Dai Mubai's was one of fear. How interesting. Striking a woman. The next moment, Chu Qin executed a grappling move, dislocating Dai Mubai's right arm. Ah! Dai Mubai let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Chu Qin, you. Dai Mubai seethed with rage. Address me as mentor. Chu Qin replied, lifting his chin slightly, his tone indifferent. Zhu Qing, be my woman. Humph. Dai Mubai scoffed. With a soft smile, Chu Qin delivered a swift kick, causing Dai Mubai to kneel abruptly, his knees buckling beneath him. You. Dai Mubai seethed with indignation, pushed to the brink of fury. However, Chu Qin had anticipated this reaction. With a gentle press of his palm, he rendered Dai Mubai immobile. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt a tremendous force in his chest, as if an imposing mountain bore down upon him. Sweat streamed down his body as excruciating pain surged within him. Zhu Qing was the betrothed of Chu Qin. To strike her was akin to striking him. It was a forbidden act, a provocation that could lead to dire consequences. I was wrong, Master Chu. Please spare me. Dai Mubai pleaded, his face contorted in anguish. Enough, Chu Qin. Zhu Qing interjected, her brows furrowing with concern. While her heart ached for Dai Mubai, her primary worry stemmed from his royal lineage. Uncertain of Chu Qin's background, she feared he might offend the Star Luo royal family. Nevertheless, upon hearing Zhu Qing's plea, Chu Qin reluctantly withdrew his soul power, casting a cold glance at Dai Mubai. Should I ever witness you harming Zhu Qing again? I shall render you powerless. Yes, Master Chu. Dai Mubai replied obediently, though the pain in his heart remained. Begone. With that, Dai Mubai left the square in a state of disarray. Once Dai Mubai had departed, Chu Qin's fury subsided significantly. He turned to Zhu Qing with a smile, asking, Chu Qing, are you all right? You weren't harmed, were you? I'm fine, thank you, Chu Qin. Zhu Qing replied, shaking her head with a smile. That's a relief. Chu Qin nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Wait. Zhu Qing called out. Chu Qin, I can't sleep. Would you accompany me for a stroll? As soon as the words left her lips, she thought to herself, was that too forward? What if he declines? All right. To her surprise, Chu Qin smiled slightly in response. Thus, under the moonlight, Zhu Qing and Chu Qin strolled outside the Shrek village, eventually settling on a bench at the village entrance. Zhu Qing. Why did Dai Mubai strike you? Chu Qin's voice broke the tranquility. It's a long story, Zhu Qing sighed softly. If you prefer not to discuss it, that's fine. Chu Qin smiled. No, Chu Qin. Zhu Qing quickly insisted. I truly don't know where to begin. Do you know each other? Chu Qin inquired playfully. Yes, Zhu Qing nodded. We grew up together, and our parents arranged a marriage for us before I was born. She spoke vaguely, aware that mentioning the royal family or her family's ties to them might not be prudent. So, you were considered his fiancée? Chu Qin remarked with a light chuckle. No. Zhu Qin seemed anxious to prevent any misunderstandings, shaking her head vigorously. That was a promise made before I was even born. I have never acknowledged that engagement. She lamented, unfortunately, my strength is too feeble to change this situation. Perhaps this is my destiny. Why do you say that? Chu Qin replied with a smile. There is no such thing as destiny in this world. It is merely an excuse for the weak, regardless of your acceptance. If you do not acknowledge this engagement, then shatter it. I cannot. Zhu Qin shook her head. Chu Qin, the stakes are far too high. If I were to destroy it, I would face relentless pursuit, and my family would be left without refuge. It appeared that Dai Mubai wielded considerable influence. Chu Qin smiled faintly. Do you wish to destroy it? In other words, would you willingly fall in love with Dai Mubai? I do not wish to, Zhu Qin confessed. I once held a glimmer of hope for him, which is why I came to Shrek Academy. However, in the past few days, I have heard numerous rumors in Nodding City about his flirtations and indiscretions. Just yesterday, I saw him with 2 young women entering a hotel. Such a man. Unless I were blind, I could never see myself with him. Zhu Qin expressed her true feelings to Chu Qin. Since you are unwilling, then let it be destroyed. Chu Qin replied gently. Huh. Zhu Qin was taken aback. You need not fear any pursuit or retaliation. I will protect you, Chu Qin stated calmly. With a single formidable Douluo like Su Daji at his command, he could effortlessly eliminate the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, rendering him indifferent to any royal retribution. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qin trembled, rooted in place. What, do you not trust me? Chu Qin smiled. No. Zhu Qin shook her head. I can see that the power behind you is immense. But why would you help me? We are not acquainted. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin reached out to gently touch Zhu Qin's hand. I am not one to beat around the bush. I cherish you. Since Zhu Qin was destined to be his wife, and the system had facilitated their bond, why should he continue to feign indifference? Furthermore, he could not bear the unbearable consequences imposed by the system upon men, having already secured Zhu Qin's unwavering affection. It would be utterly uncharacteristic of Chu Qin to reject her, condemning her to a lifetime of suffering. The sudden actions of Chu Qin caused a slight blush to rise on Zhu Qin's fair face, yet she did not refuse. Zhu Qin, first and foremost, I must confess. Chu Qin began, I am a man of many affections. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong are both my beloveds. However, I assure you, I will not betray you. Nor will I bring you sorrow. Zhu Qin, will you be mine? Zhu Qin's heart raced slightly. Should I accept his proposal? I came to the Heaven Do Empire to find Dai Mubai. Zhu Qin pondered, and we have only just met. Could it be that he is merely attracted to my appearance? Yet, I find myself equally drawn to him. Indeed, Chu Qin is correct. I should be the master of my own fate. With this thought, Zhu Qin gazed earnestly at Chu Qin, biting her crimson lip as she said, Chu Qin, I can accept your offer, but will Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong mind? They should not, Chu Qin replied, enveloping Zhu Qin in his embrace, allowing her to rest against his shoulder. Thank you, Chu Qin, Zhu Qin said, her eyes glistening with emotion. For so many years, she had lived under the mechanical dictates of her family and the Star Luo royal family. This was the first time she had bared her heart. Proud and aloof by nature, Zhu Qin had never heeded her family's ingrained notions of ingratiating themselves with the royal family. Time and again, she had envisioned a man she could love, one who would break the shackles of her destiny. At long last, he had appeared. What are you two doing? A furious voice pierced the moment. The pair turned to see Dai Mubai standing there. Having returned to the dormitory only to feel a pang of impulsiveness and come back for her, only to find Zhu Qin nestled in Chu Qin's arms. Zhu Qin trembled, wishing to withdraw from Chu Qin's embrace, yet he held her firmly. Dai Mubai? Chu Qin spoke calmly. I am aware of everything. Zhu Qin does not harbor feelings for you. That engagement was merely a product of the pressure from your royal family. Did you truly believe it was genuine? Moreover, Dai Mubai, you indulge in frivolous liaisons. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Chu Qin? Humph. Dai Mubai retorted angrily, Chu Qin, if I am unworthy, then what makes you deserving? You speak of my dalliances, yet do you not also have 2 women? Su Daji and Tang Hao, he added. However, they are both willingly devoted to me. Chu Qin responded with composure. Dai Mubai, if you had a few women who willingly loved you, then why should I criticize you? In other words, if you could take all the women you have courted as your wives and concubines, I would not call you a scoundrel. Dai Mubai was rendered speechless. Surely, he had courted nearly 1,000 women. Furthermore, the distinction between having multiple wives and infidelity in casual affairs was glaringly apparent. Yet, Dai Mubai could not contain his frustration. How can you prove that your 2 women would accept Chu Qin? He demanded angrily. No proof is necessary. A light, melodic voice chimed in. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu approached side by side. Xiaowu, Rongrong? Chu Qin smiled brightly. At his words, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong cheerfully joined him. Dai Mubai? Ning Rongrong said with a gentle smile. Xiaowu and I have no aversion to Chu Qin having Chu Qin. What further proof do you require? Chu Qin immediately broke into a smile. It seems that his meticulous care for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu has indeed borne fruit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qin felt a slight shock in her heart, followed by a surge of joy. However, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat dazed. No, this cannot be. Yu Qin, What about you? You are a woman of intense possessiveness. How could you willingly share a man with them? My own possessiveness has long been worn away by you. Chu Qin replied coldly. Daimu Bai, I admit that I once considered liking you. Thought about compromising this marriage under the pressures of our families and your royal lineage. But I realized I was mistaken. It was Chu Qin's words that enlightened me. I should not yield to this so-called destiny. Upon hearing this, Daimu Bai's heart sank into despair. Very well. Qin, I hereby nullify our engagement. From this moment on, let us part ways. Tears welled in Daimu Bai's eyes as he gritted his teeth. All right. I bear witness, Xiaowu said with a faint smile. And so do I. Ning Rongrong followed suit. I need not say more. Remember your words today. If you dare to cling to Chu Qin again, I will strike you down along with the forces behind you. Daimu Bai was taken aback. Chu Qin's words did not seem to be a mere fayade. He had a feeling that Chu Qin likely knew of his origins from the Star Luo royal family. Yet the latter remained unfazed. Coupled with Chu Qin's extraordinary talent, it was a chilling thought. Fine, I shall take my leave. With that, Daimu Bai turned and left in a somewhat dazed manner. Chu Qin, will he be all right? Chu Qin expressed her concern. A man who cannot endure this is of no use. Chu Qin replied with a calm smile, shaking his head. Enough about him. Chu Qin took Chu Qin's hand and turned to Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, asking, by the way, what brings you two here? Xiaowu and I secretly went to the teacher's dormitory to find you. Teacher Zhao said you weren't in your room, and we were worried. So we came here. Ning Rongrong responded. You two are quite something. Chu Qin said exasperatedly, what could possibly happen to me? It's you two, so beautiful, that I would have to go looking for if someone were to abduct you. Ning Rongrong immediately made a face. You're fine. But you're hiding here, indulging in your pleasures. Xiaowu pouted, somewhat displeased. Indulging in pleasures? Are you referring to me? Chu Qin's expression darkened. No, Chu Qin. I'm not talking about you. Xiaowu shook her head. Chu Qin, we were just joking. Ning Rongrong added, we often joke with Chu Qin. Rest assured. We do not mind how many women Chu Qin has, as long as he treats both me and Xiaowu well. Indeed, Chu Qin finally sighed in relief and nodded. Honestly, with 3 understanding women like you, my life as Chu Qin is truly worthwhile. Chu Qin sighed. I don't believe it. You won't ever be satisfied. Ning Rongrong retorted. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin scratched the back of his head, realizing that with such a divine system, the number of his harem was beyond his control. Chu Qin. At that moment, Xiaowu tugged at his arm and said, now that Chu Qin is one of our sisters, we should celebrate. I have been longing for your grilled sausages. Indeed, I feel the same. Ning Rongrong pouted in response. After each barbecue and beer gathering, Ning Rongrong would derive a unique joy from Chu Qin's presence. Chu Qin, do you enjoy barbecues? Chu Qin inquired, turning his gaze towards Chu Qin. What is barbecue? Chu Qin asked, taken aback. I guess you hadn't tried it before. Come, let me take you all to experience it. Chu Qin declared, leading the 3 women as they intended to head towards the dormitory. However, at that moment, a strange gust of wind swept through. Where did this wind come from? Ning Rongrong frowned. Chu Qin's expression flickered with surprise as he instinctively shielded the 3 women behind him, sensing an unusual gust of wind. Master, a tidal Douluo is approaching. The voice of Su Daji resonated in his mind. Tidal Douluo? Chu Qin's pupils dilated in astonishment. As expected. No sooner had Su Daji's words faded than a towering figure emerged before the 4 of them. Bathed in moonlight. Chu Qin discerned that the figure was clad in a dark cloak, beneath which lay a rugged face, not conventionally handsome, yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Hatian Hammer. Who are you? Ning Rongrong inquired urgently. Chu Qin, is it? The man disregarded Ning Rongrong's question and addressed Chu Qin with a somber tone. Over the years, I've heard from the people of Shrek Academy that you have frequently reprimanded my son. I thought perhaps you were merely a child, but today, you dare to strike my son in my presence. At this revelation, Chu Qin instantly deduced the identity of the intruder, Tang Hao, the Hao Tian Douluo. In the original narrative, Tang Hao had come to confront Xiao Wu, but with Chu Qin now serving as the assessment instructor, the circumstances had undoubtedly shifted. True to form, the next moment saw a colossal hammer materialize in Tang Hao's grasp, its handle approximately a meter long, culminating in a hammerhead the size of a water vat. Concurrently, 9 super soul rings, yellow, purple, black, red, illuminated beneath his feet. A tidal Douluo. Both Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong gasped in shock, while Xiaowu, in a fit of anxiety, clutched Chu Qin's right arm tightly. Fear not, Chu Qin reassured, gently embracing her trembling arm. It is unnecessary to resort to martial spirits for dealing with a few unruly children. As Tang Hao's words fell, his soul rings vanished simultaneously, and he lunged toward Chu Qin like a bolt of lightning. How swift! Chu Qin's pupils contracted slightly. Tang Hao's speed was undoubtedly the fastest he had ever witnessed. Yet, in the next instant, a crimson shield materialized before Chu Qin. Tang Hao's fist struck it, not only failing to shatter the barrier, but also inflicting intense pain upon his hand. Dare to lay a hand on my master, and you shall regret it. A sultry voice echoed, and Su Daji appeared before Chu Qin. Daji, thank you. Chu Qin smiled at her. Master, it is my mission to protect you. Su Daji turned, her smile radiant. Sister Daji, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in delight, having thought she had departed. Rongrong, dear sister. Su Daji replied, with me here, you shall remain unharmed. As her words concluded, 9 luminous soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 sparkled to life beneath her feet. Simultaneously, a pinkish-white fox emerged majestically from behind her, its eyes glimmering like delicate pink gemstones, and boasting 9 ethereal tails. 400,000-year soul rings. Xiaowu and the others exclaimed in unison, while Tang Hao's expression turned grave. 6th soul skill, demon descends upon the abyss. In the next moment, a radiant crimson aura enveloped Su Daji, manifesting as illusory fox heads that surged toward Tang Hao. 5th soul skill, Hao Tian descends. Without a moment's thought, Tang Hao summoned his soul rings and unleashed his 5th soul skill. However, to his astonishment, as his Hao Tian hammer collided with the spectral fox heads, he felt an overwhelming force crashing toward him. It dawned on Tang Hao the vast chasm separating him from Su Daji's power, prompting him to evade her 6th soul skill hastily. A 95-level title Douluo can unleash such might. You are impressive, Su Daji remarked with a faint smile, but compared to me, you fall woefully short. With that, Su Daji darted forward like a specter, evoking a grave expression from Tang Hao as he sensed a familiar wave of soul power emanating from the seemingly youthful woman before him. It was reminiscent of the energy he had encountered when he had slain Qian Qianji and had been pursued by Qian Daolu. An unparalleled Douluo. How is this possible? Tang Hao's face tightened. Who is this boy? As Tang Hao pondered, Su Daji's claws descended upon him like a torrential downpour. With no choice left, he swung his Hao Tian hammer defensively while retreating. It was evident that Su Daji fought with ease, while each of her strikes left Tang Hao increasingly beleaguered. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of Su Daji, Tang Hao sustained severe injuries to his chest, marked by 2 distinct bloodied claw marks, and was ultimately sent crashing away. Tang Hao cast a resentful glance at Su Daji before leaping away from Shrek village. Just as Su Daji prepared to pursue, Chu Qin called out, a lesson is sufficient. Do not pursue a desperate foe. The sole reason why Chu Qin spared Tang Hao was due to his other woman, Tang Yuehua. After all, Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao are siblings. If Chu Qin were to kill Tang Hao, how would he confront Tang Yuehua in the future? Yes, master. Su Daji then ceased her actions, retracting her martial soul S rings, and returned to Chu Qin's side. Chu Qin, who is this? Xiaowu inquired, gazing curiously at Su Daji, seemingly unfamiliar with her presence. Zhu Zhuqing also looked on with intrigue. Hello, I am Su Daji, she introduced herself, a subordinate of the master. Are you a peerless Douluo? Xiaowu asked, astonished. Indeed, Su Daji nodded affirmatively. Then you must be. Xiaowu's eyes widened in realization. Yes, I have long since recognized it. Su Daji replied with a charming smile, adding, and Master Chu Qin is aware of this matter too. There was no doubt that Su Daji referred to Xiaowu's true form as the soft-boned charm rabbit, which could be discerned upon reaching the rank of Soul Douluo. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu turned to Chu Qin, her expression one of shock. Rest assured, Xiaowu, I have known all along. Chu Qin smiled reassuringly. No matter what your identity is, you will always be my Xiaowu. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu responded, deeply touched. This is what I ought to do. Chu Qin smiled gently, stroking Xiaowu's hair. Then, Chu Qin turned to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Zhuqing, I trust you no longer doubt my abilities? Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in astonishment. A peerless Douluo. Not even the Star Luo royal family nor the Spirit Hall would dare to provoke. Xiaowu, Rongrong, Zhuqing. I ask of you one thing. Do not speak of Su Daji's identity. She will always protect us from the shadows. Chu Qin stated earnestly. Of course. The 3 girls responded in unison. Now, shall we go for a barbecue? Yes. After the 4 had departed for their feast, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses appeared, seething with rage as he bellowed. Who, indeed, has demolished my academy? This man was Flinder. The earlier battle between Su Daji and Tang Hao had been so catastrophic that it had destroyed the surrounding structures, further burdening the already struggling Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Chu Qin and the 3 girls indulged in a sumptuous barbecue feast. After the meal, concerned that Zhu Zhuqing would feel frightened staying alone in the girls' dormitory, he invited her to spend the night with him. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy was rather frugal, and the beds were just enough for the 3 girls to sleep in. Leaving Chu Qin to take the sofa, Chu Qin initially believed that the joy of the evening had vanished. However, just as he was about to turn off the illuminating soul-guiding device and retire for the night, Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed, suddenly inquired of Zhu Zhuqing. Why are you so well endowed? Rest assured, I harbor no feelings of jealousy. Chu Qin was instantly enlivened. Ah, I'm not quite sure either. Zhu Zhuqing replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. My family has always possessed excellent physiques. My sister, and even my mother developed quite well by the age of 10. Zhuqing, might you show us? Xiaowu inquired eagerly. In the Stardow Forest, tasked with Mangyuran. Very well then. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, slowly removing her leather attire. Wow. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the sound of the leather being taken off, Chu Qin found himself swallowing hard. With the piercing cries of the 2 women, how could Chu Qin possibly contain himself? He feigned awakening, only to be utterly captivated by the sight before him. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's hand was somewhat restless. In that instant, Chu Qin, that night, it felt as though the stars were aligning. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Flinder summoned Chu Qin, Xiao Wu, and the rest of the Shrek's 7 monsters to the Shrek Academy. Chu Qin seemed to have a clear understanding of their objectives. After all, Oscar had just reached level 30 yesterday. According to the original storyline, at this juncture, both Tang San and Oscar should have also attained level 30. As expected, Flinder cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Yesterday, Oscar achieved level 30, becoming the youngest food-type soul master in the history of Douluo continent. Therefore, today, under the guidance of Chu Qin and Xiao Wu, you shall venture into the Star Dough Forest. This serves 2 purposes: to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd spirit ring, and to provide you with an opportunity for training and broadening your horizons in the Star Dough Forest. Upon hearing the name of the Star Dough Forest, everyone, except for Chu Qin, was filled with excitement. After being confined in the academy for so long, they had longed for an outing. Particularly, Xiaowu appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm. Now, let Chu Qin, as the leading instructor, assign you your tasks, Flinder continued. Excellent. Chu Qin smiled slightly, turning to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I entrust you with the care of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while I oversee Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu. Any objections? None. Xiao Wu shook his head. Ever since Chu Qin had subdued him, he had lost any resentment towards him. Chu Qin, I have an objection. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Why do 3 girls get to be on your team? Because they are all my women. Chu Qin replied with a smirk. Isn't it quite normal for me to take care of my own women? Upon hearing this, aside from the informed Flinder and Xiao Wu, both Oscar and Ma Hongjun were taken aback, while Tang San and Dai Mubai clenched their teeth in silence, rendered helpless by the situation. Damn it. No wonder those 3 beauties ignore me. It turns out they all belong to instructor Chu Qin. Ma Hongjun lamented inwardly. Sighing, Oscar felt a wave of disappointment. He had harbored quite a fondness for Ning Rongrong, but now he had to abandon that thought. Chu Qin, a person who dares to confront even the dean and Xiao Wu. Otherwise, someone like Flander would never allow Chu Qin to openly court his students. It has been decided. Without regard for the expressions of those around him, Chu Qin approached Xiao Wu and her companions and said, let us depart in the carriage. Brother Chu Qin, you are quite ungracious. Allow me to join you in the carriage. Xiao Wu remarked with a furrowed brow and a sly smile. Chu Qin paid no heed to Xiao Wu. Departing from Shrek Academy with the 3 ladies in tow. Dean, I wish to ride in the carriage as well. Xiao Wu lamented with a forlorn expression. Of course, at your own expense. Flander adjusted his spectacles and replied. Forget it. You haven't even paid me my salary this month. Humph. Last month. Who was it that dismantled our academy without capturing anyone? Flander spoke with righteous indignation. Dean you? Xiao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. Flander cast a cold glance at Xiao Wujia. Sigh. Never mind. I shall walk, Xiao Wujia sighed. Thus, Chu Qin and the 3 ladies leisurely enjoyed the evening breeze in their carriage, while Xiao Wujia, along with Tang San and the others, pursued them, drenched in sweat. Eventually, they arrived at the Star Dough Forest. As the premier gathering place for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, the Star Dough Forest boasted an abundance of soul beasts, and the trees towered to a height of 20 meters, resembling a primordial forest. At last, we have arrived at the Star Dough Forest. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with a contented smile as they disembarked from the carriage. How wonderful, we are finally home. Xiaowu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were taken aback. Xiaowu implied that the climate of the Star Dough Forest was incredibly pleasant, akin to home. Chu Qin smiled, concealing his thoughts, for it was of no benefit for Rongrong and Zhu Qing to know of Xiao Wu's true nature as a soul beast. Indeed, Chu Qin speaks true. Xiaowu smiled slightly, affirming, that is exactly what I meant. Though the Star Dough Forest was beautiful, it was also rife with danger. Thus, Chu Qin gently reminded the 3 ladies, do remember not to stray beyond my line of sight. The 3 ladies nodded in unison, observing the scene before him. Chu Qin felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The greatest joy in life is to be surrounded by those one cherishes, and at that moment, Chu Qin felt thrice the happiness. To him, women were like precious gems, the more the merrier. Host, would you desire quadruple happiness? The system's prompt resonated in Chu Qin's mind. What do you mean? Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. Ding. The goddess system has been activated. Task. Prevent Meng Yiran from obtaining the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent's soul ring and defeat Long Gong Meng Shu. Rewards. 100 favorability from Meng Yiran, a ferocious, beast-level companion. The Azure Dragon King. 1 level 3 soul power inner pill, and a mythical beast, the Azure Dragon. Survival time. 30 minutes, capable of obtaining a soul ring. Indeed. Upon hearing the task issued by the system, Chu Qin was filled with elation. Quadruple happiness was within reach. Chu Qin, why are you smiling? Xiaowu inquired curiously as she noticed the blissful expression on Chu Qin's face. It's nothing. Chu Qin smiled back. Come, let us venture into the forest. Xiaowu happily nodded. Chu Qin, when we encounter low-level soul beasts, could you refrain from intervening? Zhu Juqing asked. I wish to test my combat skills. Me too. Ning Rongrong chimed in. My soul power has improved significantly this past month. I want to give it a try. Very well. Anything below 1,000 years is yours to handle. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Juqing responded cheerfully. Only Xiaowu appeared somewhat discontent. Chu Qin immediately sensed something amiss with Xiaowu and gently murmured in her ear, Wu. You need not feel pity for these soul beasts. The law of survival is indeed one of the weak being devoured by the strong. They have undoubtedly slain countless other soul beasts in their time. Yes, Chu Qin, you are right. Upon hearing his words, Xiaowu suddenly found clarity. Well then, let us proceed to the Star Doe Forest. Meng Yaran interjected, Tang San, you are too unattractive. I shall not engage in combat with you. Chu Qin, wait for us. At that moment, a rugged yet somewhat weary voice echoed from behind them. The four individuals from Chu and Qin turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, only to behold Zhao Wujia, accompanied by Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, approaching with their bodies drenched in sweat and breathless from exertion. At long last, we have arrived, Oscar exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, panting. Zhao Wujia, you are, after all, a soul saint. How can your stamina be so lacking? Chu Qin gazed at the five individuals, a tranquil smile gracing his lips. Old Chu, it's easy for you to speak while seated. The Shrek Academy is over 100 miles away. Zhao Wujia managed to force a smile. Isn't someone wealthy? Can't even afford a carriage? Ning Rongrong cast a wistful smile at Dai Mubai. Humph. Dai Mubai coldly turned his head away. A month prior, he had given all his savings to Flanders. Now, he found himself in dire straits. With a light laugh, Chu Qin entered the starry forest, accompanied by the three women. Chu Qin, wait for us, shouted Ma Hongjun, who had just settled down. The trees were densely packed, resulting in a stark contrast between the scorching sun outside and the cool, refreshing atmosphere within the forest. However, the only drawback was the thickets that rendered any path non-existent. Dai Mubai, Chu Qin called out. Dai Mubai felt a sudden unease. Clear the way. Chu Qin calmly instructed him. Why should I clear the path? Dai Mubai frowned. Under normal circumstances, he would willingly take the lead. But he was reluctant to heed Chu Qin's command this time. Dai Mubai, what have I taught you? Before Chu Qin could continue, Zhao Wujia interjected coldly. How should one be punished for defying a mentor? Hearing this, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and transformed his hand into a claw, resembling a scythe, and began to slash through the thorns ahead. Observing the reluctant expression on Dai Mubai's face, Zhu Juqing furrowed her brows slightly. Then her expression turned indifferent as she thought to herself, serves him right. As Dai Mubai cleared the path, it became considerably easier to traverse. Oscar, have you decided on your third spirit ring? Chu Qin then inquired. Among these 7 peculiar men, he held a relatively favorable impression of Oscar. Instructor Chu Qin. My first and second soul skills are detoxification and support. For my third soul ring, I desire a unique effect. Oscar replied. Then let it be flight. Chu Qin smiled. The Star Doe Forest is vast, and following the original story is the easiest way to encounter Meng Yaran. Indeed, Chu Qin is quite insightful. Zhao Wujing concurred, stating that sometimes, a flying soul master can achieve absolute advantage in battle. If only there were a support soul skill that could grant teammates the ability to soar. It would be splendid. Yes. Oscar nodded. Then, Instructor Chu Qin, how can I obtain a flight-type support soul skill? Flight-type soul beasts should have a chance to yield such skills, Chu Qin replied. Instructor Chu Qin, Instructor Zhao Wujing, look over there. Isn't there a flying beast? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, pointing ahead. The group turned to see, indeed, a flying snake appeared before them. The snake was about 6 to 7 meters long. Its body adorned with pale red scales, its tail fanned out, and on its midsection grew delicate red wings. Additionally, atop its head sat a crown of flesh as red as blood. Phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Both Chu Qin and Zhao Wujing exclaimed in astonishment almost simultaneously. This must be a 1,000-year phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, a flying-type soul beast, perfectly suited for Oscar. Zhao Wujing smiled slightly, leaping forward to grasp the snake's tail with bare hands and flinging it to the ground, rendering the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Juqing and Ning Rongrong, who had intended to intervene, furrowed their brows in dismay. There's no need to worry. This phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is far too powerful for you to engage. Chu Qin smiled at the two women. There will be plenty of opportunities for you later. The two women then nodded in agreement with smiles. Zhao Wujing, seeing this, scratched his head and chuckled apologetically. Chu Qin, did I act too quickly? Did Ning Rongrong and the others miss their chance? That's enough. Chu Qin frowned. Let this be a lesson. All right. I mainly think that this 1,000-year phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is exceedingly rare. Zhao Wujing replied. He then cleared his throat, looked at Oscar, and handed him a short blade, saying, Oscar, deliver the final blow, and this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake's soul ring will belong to you. Just as Oscar was about to seize the soul ring, a hoarse voice of an elderly woman echoed, Stop. The group turned to see an old woman and a young girl walking side by side. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, somewhat diminutive, leaning on a snake-shaped cane taller than herself. Her face was heavily wrinkled, yet her complexion was rosy. The young girl, seemingly around 16, was exceedingly beautiful. With brown eyes framed by long lashes, a delicate face, and a nose and mouth that exuded a blend of allure and grace. Furthermore, her figure was striking. Clad in a silvery outfit that accentuated her serpentine waist and long legs. Beneath the feet of the elder and the girl shimmered 6 and 2 yellow soul rings, respectively. Without a doubt, the pair were Madame Snake and Meng Yiran. Upon seeing Meng Yiran's alluring form, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but swallow hard. A feeling of mischievous desire bubbling within him. Chu Qin's composure surpassed that of Ma Hongjun by a considerable margin, yet at this moment, he felt a tinge of unease within. Chu Qin and the others possessed looks and figures that could rival Meng Yiran's. However, they exuded a certain youthful naivety. In contrast, Meng Yiran, at the tender age of 16 or 17, radiated a mature allure. Upon encountering Chu Qin, a glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes. His appearance was strikingly reminiscent of her idealized male deity. Zhao Wujia, however, was devoid of such youthful fantasies. With an unyielding demeanor, he coldly inquired, "What is your purpose here?" "You cannot kill this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake," Ko Xiangxiang stated with indifference. "On what grounds?" Zhao Wujia retorted, arms crossed. "Because it was first seen by our ancestors. I inflicted significant damage upon it, intending it to be my granddaughter Iran's third spirit ring, but unexpectedly, this cunning serpent managed to slip away while we were unprepared," Ko Xiangxiang calmly elucidated. "How can you prove that?" Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed. "It bears a wound left by my grandmother," Meng Yiran declared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia and the others turned the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake over, and indeed, there was a wound. "So, can we take this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake with us?" Ko Xiangxiang inquired. "That is out of the question," Zhao Wujia replied coldly. "During our battle with this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, we did not see you at all." Furthermore, as Zhao Wujia's words echoed, 7 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and black illuminated beneath him, and he smirked. "The treasures of the Star Doe Forest are unclaimed. If you wish to take this spirit ring from me, your spirit emperor might not possess sufficient strength." Upon realizing Zhao Wujia was a spirit saint, both Ko Xiangxiang and Meng Yiran were taken aback, though Ko Xiangxiang quickly regained her composure. Recognizing him as the renowned immovable king, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the snake matriarch, Ko Xiangxiang. My companion, Rongrong, is nearby, known as Meng Shu, the legendary dragon and snake." Zhao Wujia's smile faltered, his demeanor shifting as he recognized the formidable reputation of the legendary dragon and snake, Ko Xiangxiang. "Immovable king, can you now relinquish the spirit ring to me?" Ko Xiangxiang inquired. "This millennium-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is exceptionally suited for my granddaughter, and it would be of no use to you. Why not allow me to take it?" The formidable renown of the legendary dragon and snake indeed intimidated Zhao Wujia. Yet he quickly reassured himself, for Chu Qin was present to support him. At 17, as a spirit emperor, if there were no powerful protectors behind him, Zhao Wujia's name could be written backward. With this thought, Zhao Wujia instinctively cast a glance at Chu Qin. Chu Qin stood unmoved beside the 3 women. The task assigned to him by the system was to prevent Meng Yiran from acquiring the soul ring. However, as Meng Yiran was destined to be his wife, could he easily take action against her? Thus, Chu Qin merely offered a smile to Zhao Wujia. Unexpectedly, upon receiving Chu Qin's smile, Zhao Wujia grew even more confident. Yet, he shook his head, stating that among his disciples, there were those who also required the soul ring. "What?" the serpent matron exclaimed. "Your disciples are merely 11 or 12 years old. How could anyone require a 3rd soul ring?" "To be honest," Zhao Wujia replied with a proud smile, "my disciples are all advanced soul masters." "Impossible." The serpent matron gasped in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, let everyone showcase their soul rings." Zhao Wujia gestured behind him. Instantly, the 7 members of Shrek Academy activated their martial soul rings. Apart from Daimubai, who had 2 yellow and 1 purple ring, the others possessed 200-year soul rings. The serpent matron was utterly astonished. Were these individuals monsters? At such a young age, they were all great soul masters? Nonetheless, the serpent matron was unwilling to relinquish the soul ring to others, especially since she had defeated the soul beast first. Thus, she smiled slightly and addressed Zhao Wujia. "Non-moving bright king, how about this? Since it is a contest for the soul ring, according to the rules of the soul master world, the capable shall obtain it. Let my Iran compete against your disciple who requires this soul ring. Whoever wins shall take the soul ring." Still, Zhao Wujia shook his head, saying, "Serpent matron, you are unaware that the disciple who requires the soul ring is a food-type soul master and cannot engage in combat." "Impossible," Meng Yiran interjected with confusion. "How could a food-type soul master be so young and attain the rank of great soul master?" "Yiran, dear friend, you may not believe it, but it is indeed true," Zhao Wujia replied. "Oscar, showcase your martial soul." Upon hearing this, Oscar stepped forward and revealed his martial soul, a sausage. The serpent matron and Meng Yiran exchanged glances, visibly perplexed. "How about this?" Tang San interjected, stepping forward. "Let me fight in place of Oscar. I am a level 29 great soul master." You shouldn't be at a disadvantage, serpent matron. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin furrowed his brow, contemplating, Tang San, if you dare to fight my wife, you are courting death. Consequently, Chu Qin immediately stepped forward, about to speak, when he noticed Meng Yiran shaking her head, rejecting Tang San's offer. You are too ugly. I won't fight you. Tang San's face instantly changed, a mix of self-doubt and anger washing over him. Ma Hongjun and Oscar stifled their laughter, and even Dai Mubai could not contain himself. Although it was the truth, Meng Yiran's directness was rather excessive. However, ignoring their reactions, Meng Yiran pointed at Chu Qin and declared, You come out. I will fight you. At these words, Zhao Wujie and the others stood frozen in place. Zhao Wujie was astonished. You wish to fight him? Indeed. Meng Yiran nodded. I, Meng Yiran. Never bully the weak. He appears to be the oldest among you and is about my age, so I will fight him. If I lose, I shall forfeit my claim to the soul ring. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Chu Qin. As Chu Qin was about to speak, Zhao Wujie interjected with a smile. Meng Yiran, are you certain? I am indeed. Meng Yiran replied, casting a glance at Chu Qin. My grandfather once said that those who are exceptionally beautiful are often mere ornaments. Moreover, everyone has revealed their soul rings, yet you have not. So, what say you? Dare to fight me? Zhao Wujie couldn't help but secretly chuckle at this. The renowned Rongrong Ming Shui was indeed formidable, yet his reasoning seemed lacking. Was he not putting his granddaughter in a predicament? Noticing Zhao Wujie's expression, the snake lady felt an inexplicable chill. Zhao Wujie quickly regained his composure and turned to Chu Qin, saying, Chu Qin, why don't you engage in a duel with her? Meng Yiran, is it? Chu Qin glanced at Meng Yiran and smiled gently. Meng Yiran's delicate form shivered slightly, and she nodded. A rosy hue emerged on her face, as if Chu Qin's calling of her name brought her a sense of delight. All of this was due to Chu Qin's extraordinary handsomeness. Moreover, Meng Yiran was undoubtedly enamored with attractive appearances. How about this? Summon your grandfather. Chu Qin said with a calm smile. If I win, the soul ring of the Millennium Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake will belong to you. Otherwise, it will belong to us. What? Upon hearing these words, not just Meng Yiran and the Snake Lady, but also the 8 members of the Lu Li and Zhao Wujin were utterly astonished. The meaning of Chu Qin is to challenge Long Gong Mengshu. Such arrogance from a mere child. The esteemed name of Long Gong cannot be so easily tarnished. The serpent matron was infuriated and on the verge of unleashing her wrath, yet she swallowed her fury, for a red radiance appeared before her. This crimson glow emanated from the 6th spirit ring beneath Chu Qin's feet, the legendary 100,000-year spirit ring. A spirit emperor. A 100,000-year spirit ring. Both the serpent matron and Meng Yiran felt their souls tremble in disbelief. How is this possible? How old are you? Meng Yiran inquired, astonished. The serpent matron, forgetting to introduce herself, was interrupted by Zhao Wujie, who stated, This is Chu Qin, our academy's youngest mentor. At merely 17 years of age, he is the youngest spirit emperor in the history of the Douluo continent. The serpent matron was utterly stunned, her body shaking as she nearly collapsed, only to be caught in time by Meng Yiran. Young friend Chu Qin, stammered the serpent matron, I apologize for my earlier offenses. We shall forego the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. The serpent matron's words were not without reason. The mere presence of the 100,000-year spirit ring beneath Chu Qin was enough to convey everything. A 100,000-year spirit beast, even the weakest among them, could rival a 95th-level title Douluo. If not for a supreme powerhouse's assistance, how could a spirit emperor like Chu Qin possibly slay a 100,000-year spirit beast? She found it utterly implausible. No, this cannot be. Chu Qin said calmly, since the wager has been established, there is no room for reneging. What wager? Meng Yiran questioned. Perplexed. I mentioned it earlier. If your grandfather, Long Gong Mengshu, can defeat me, you may leave in peace and claim the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. Otherwise, both of you will accompany me to Shrek Academy, Chu Qin stated with unwavering composure. Young friend Chu Qin, I sincerely apologize. I implore you to spare us. The serpent matron pleaded, attempting to kneel. However, a surge of spirit power erupted from within Chu Qin, causing the serpent matron's bent knees to straighten instantly. The serpent matron was struck with astonishment. She could sense this power, immensely formidable and far beyond what a mere spirit emperor could emit. Zhao Wujie's expression turned grave as he noted, Chu Qin seems to have grown significantly stronger since a month ago. Young hero Chu, I beseech you, spare our lives. The serpent matron lamented, if it must come to it, let Yiran go free, and you may dispose of my life as you see fit. Grandmother, Meng Yiran cried out in deep anguish. Chu Qin gazed calmly at the snake lady and Meng Yiran, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, I am a person who values principles. Once a decision is made, it shall not be altered. Summon Long Gong Mengshu. Despite his words, the snake lady harbored a feeling that there existed some animosity between Mengshu and Chu Qin. It was likely that Mengshu had offended Chu Qin in some manner. Otherwise, why would Chu Qin specifically call for Mengshu? The snake lady was filled with regret, pondering why she had ventured into the starry forest to contest for the soul rings against Chu Qin. This time, it seemed she would not only risk her own life but also endanger her granddaughter. Yiran, ignite the dragon's saliva incense. Your grandfather will arrive shortly. The snake lady sighed. Grandma. Meng Yuran furrowed her brows. Light it. The snake lady insisted resolutely. Old man, hurry up, she thought inwardly. Subsequently, Meng Yuran lit the dragon's saliva incense. A unique distress signal of the Rongrong family. It should never be ignited unless absolutely necessary. The group waited for almost an hour. During this time, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake awakened twice, only to be rendered unconscious by Xiao Wuji. Finally, as night began to descend, the surrounding woods started to tremble, and a peculiar gust of wind swept through. Master, he has arrived. Su Daji's voice resonated in Chu Qin's mind. Su Daji, conceal the soul beast aura on Xiaowu. Chu Qin instructed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Rongrong Mingshu was a soul Douluo. Should he detect Xiaowu's presence, it would spell great trouble. No problem. Master, Su Daji affirmed with a nod. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed, Old woman, Yuran, I have come. A powerful aura of soul energy announced the arrival of Rongrong. Xiao Wuji, astonished, unleashed his martial spirit, shielding the Shrek group behind him. As anticipated. After the tempestuous wind subsided, an elderly figure appeared before them. He was tall and robust, with a head of silver hair and a goatee. Clad in a flowing blue robe, wielding a 2-meter-long dragon-headed staff. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings shimmered in the light. Grandfather. Ming Yuran cried out in surprise and joy. Fear not, my dear, for grandfather is here. Mingshu proclaimed with commanding presence. Upon seeing Mingshu's soul rings, Xiaowu instinctively stepped behind Chu Qin. Xiaowu, do not be afraid. I have instructed Su Daji to mask your soul beast aura. Chu Qin communicated discreetly. Thank you, Chu Qin. Xiaowu replied, her tension easing. Between us, must we still stand on ceremony? Which soul saint dares to harm a member of my Rongrong family? Mingshu's gaze locked onto Xiao Wuji. Rongrong, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji addressed Rongrong Mingshu. Xiao Wuji, oh. The indomitable king. Mingshu retorted with a hint of mockery. You possess great audacity to even target my family. You misunderstand. Xiao Wuji countered, Rongrong. I sought you out. Before Xiao Wuji could elaborate, Chu Qin interjected. You. Mingshu frowned. What business do you have with me? Before Chu Qin could speak, the snake lady whispered softly beside Mingshu, the 6th ring, a soul ring of 100,000 years. Mingshu exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Qin is not a mere mortal. Upon observing Mingshu's astonished expression, I felt as though I had encountered him before. Xiao Wuji secretly chuckled, whispering to Chu Qin, May I inquire from which sect you hail? Mingshu expressed his respect. A hero's origins are of no consequence. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. Mingshu, your granddaughter Meng Yuran desires the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I have already made a wager with them. Should you defeat me, this soul ring shall belong to you. Otherwise, not only will the soul ring be ours, but what say you? Mingshu furrowed his brow. Meng Yuran must remain with me. Chu Qin stated decisively. At this declaration, Xiao Wuji, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were left dumbfounded. Was he flirting with his 3 women in front of them? What astonished Xiao Wuji and the others further was the calm demeanor of Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing. This was utterly unfathomable. Humph. Mingshu's anger was ignited. You arrogant brat. He retorted coldly. Iran is more precious than my own life. Very well. In this Douluo continent, even the spirit hall and the top 3 sects must afford me some respect. Regardless of your sect, I shall fight you. However, should you lose, do not resort to tricks. The snake lady felt a surge of joy, thinking her old man was being prideful. Come on, if I lose. Not only will the soul ring belong to you, but I shall also kneel and apologize before you. Chu Qin added. Good. Mingshu's eyes narrowed, filled with confidence. He truly did not believe that a soul emperor could defeat him, a soul Douluo. Teacher Zhao, do you think Mentor Chu Qin can triumph over Mingshu? Oscar asked. Somewhat skeptically. Who is Chu Qin? If he claims he can, then he undoubtedly can. Xiao Wuji replied with unwavering confidence. Step back, everyone retreat. With that, Xiao Wuji, the snake lady, and others withdrew, clearing the arena for Dragon Lord Mingshu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuji effortlessly dragged the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake off the battlefield. Mingshu. Martial Spirit, Dragon Staff. Level 83 Assault Type Soul Douluo. Mingshu declared coldly, gazing at Chu Qin. Chu Qin, Martial Spirit, Extermination God Spear. Level 69 Assault Type Battle Soul Emperor. As Chu Qin's voice fell, 6 rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, illuminated beneath his feet. Upon hearing Chu Qin's level, Xiao Wuji and the others were left utterly bewildered. Chu Qin is indeed a soul emperor, having ascended 6 levels in merely a month. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions, mere great soul masters, have toiled tirelessly in their training without advancing even a single rank. Is this truly the pace of human cultivation? Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing are left speechless. Throughout this month, they have been inseparable from Chu Qin, yet this fellow has either taken them shopping or swimming, scarcely dedicating time to training. How is it possible that he has elevated 6 levels in a month? Little do they realize that shopping and swimming are tasks assigned by the system, each laden with rewards. Of course, the crux of Chu Qin's elevation lies in the 200,000-year-old soul bones he possesses, which have directly facilitated his rise by 5 levels. Rongrong Meng Shu's expression turned serious. He was unaware of Chu Qin's rank, yet the prospect of a 100,000-year soul ring indeed sent a chill down his spine. Why do I feel a sense of trepidation against an opponent who is merely a soul emperor? Go for it, Grandpa. Meng Iran cheered for Meng Shu. Come on, old man. Snake Lady joined in the encouragement. Standing behind me is Iran. I cannot afford to lose this battle. Meng Shu firmly gripped his dragon staff, silently vowing. Third soul skill, dragons ascend to the abyss. Meng Shu chose to strike first, with a flourish of his dragon staff. A massive azure dragon emerged and surged forth towards Chu Qin. Upon observing the situation, Chu Qin activated the third soul ring beneath his feet. Unleashing his third soul skill, the spear shadows danced like the wind. As Chu Qin unleashed his technique, a myriad of spear shadows materialized around him. Surging forward with his demonic spear aimed at Meng Shu's azure dragon, the spear shadows shot forth like arrows released from a bow. The air resonated with a series of explosive clashes as Chu Qin's spear shadows collided with the azure dragon, creating a symphony of energy detonations and thunderous sounds. Upon witnessing this, Meng Shu's expression tightened. He could sense that Chu Qin's martial soul was extraordinary, exhibiting an astonishing level of offensive power, comparable at least to that of a high-ranking soul saint. However, a pure high-ranking soul saint would not possess the capacity to withstand the might of his azure dragon. What Meng Shu remained unaware of was the presence of an additional force within Chu Qin's soul power, through relentless sign-ins and goddess-related side quests. Chu Qin's inner strength had approached the level of a soul Douluo. This indicated that within him resided two distinct high-ranking soul saint powers. Yet, 1 plus 1 does not simply equal 2. The fusion of these disparate forces could be likened to a martial soul fusion. The amalgamation of two high-ranking soul saint powers naturally unleashed a force that rivaled that of a soul Douluo, which was the source of Chu Qin's confidence. With a resounding boom, Chu Qin's spear shadows and Meng Shu's azure dragon erupted simultaneously. Remarkably, Chu Qin had only retreated half a step, while Meng Shu had been forced back 3 steps. The victor was unmistakable. Xiaowu could not help but swallow hard. He had been certain that he could never withstand Meng Shu's azure dragon. Yet, not only had Chu Qin withstood it, he had triumphed over Meng Shu. Chu Qin has already acquired the power to contend with the soul Douluo. At merely 17 years of age, this young man is truly remarkable. It seems that I must truly exert myself to match him. Meng Shu thought to himself. In the next moment, the 8th soul ring beneath his feet began to glow. Instantly, the ground was enveloped by a faint layer of azure marsh. The marsh swiftly spread towards Chu Qin's feet, and sensing something amiss, he immediately leapt backward. However, Chu Qin soon realized that the marsh was encroaching from all directions. He was nearly surrounded. If I fall into this trap, I shall be defeated. Chu Qin mused. I must take the initiative and vanquish Meng Shu. 6th soul skill, diamond breaking soul spear. In the realm of spirits, the 10,000-year soul ring of Chu Qin shimmered brilliantly, and the black gold annihilation spear in his grasp radiated a golden luster as he lunged towards Meng Shu. A smirk graced Meng Shu's lips. He had fallen into a trap. With a swift motion of his dragon staff, a multitude of azure dragon phantoms erupted from the marsh surrounding him, charging towards Chu Qin. This maneuver was aptly termed inviting the monarch into the trap. However, to Meng Shu's astonishment, as the azure dragons collided with Chu Qin, they passed right through him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Absolute defense? Meng Shu's brow furrowed. It was indeed the technique Chu Qin had just employed. This formidable defense, derived from high-quality soul rings, could render one immune to all attacks for a brief span of 1 to 3 seconds. Overcoming such a defense was straightforward. One merely needed to execute a sustained delayed attack. Yet, in his eagerness, Meng Shu had unleashed all his attacks at once upon Chu Qin, now finding himself in a precarious situation. Nonetheless, the esteemed soul Douluo Meng Shu quickly opted to evade the thrust of Chu Qin's spear. The weapon struck the forest behind him, obliterating 3 rows of ancient trees before dissipating. This child possesses remarkable offensive power, Meng Shu assessed coolly, surveying the destruction. Yet, his soul power is merely at the 60th level. Defeat is not an inevitability. With resolve, Meng Shu declared, 7th soul skill, true form of the dragon staff. As his voice resonated, a tempest began to stir, causing the towering ancient trees within a 20-meter radius to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground. Simultaneously, a colossal phantasm materialized behind him, mirroring Meng Shu's stance, wielding a dragon staff just as he did. Wu in true form. Zhao Wujia's expression turned grave. The chasm between a soul emperor and a soul sage was epitomized by this very technique. Zhao Wujie recalled with confidence that had he invoked his own Wuhu in true form a month prior, he would not have suffered such a dismal defeat. For upon manifesting this form, a soul master's combat prowess and attributes would experience a dramatic enhancement. Indeed, as Meng Shu summoned his Wuhu in true form, Chu Qin was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of soul power, leaving him breathless. Is this the Wuhu in true form? Chu Qin mused, bending his knees slightly, his brow furrowing. This was his inaugural encounter with a Wuhu in true form on the Douluo continent, and its might was far beyond his expectations. Child, let us see if you can withstand this strike, Meng Shu proclaimed, bringing down his dragon staff with unyielding force. The massive phantasmic staff followed suit, and in an instant, the ground around Chu Qin fractured under the immense pressure, rendering him immobile. Observing Chu Qin's plight, Zhao Wujie and the others exchanged anxious glances. After all, Chu Qin's most formidable trump card, the 10,000-year soul technique, had already been unleashed. This time, it seemed Chu Qin was truly on the brink of defeat. Would he really kneel in apology? Among the onlookers, 3 individuals bore expressions of delight: Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had long awaited Chu Qin's downfall, and Meng Iran, who, despite initially rooting for her grandfather's victory, now found herself unwilling to see Chu Qin fail. In other words, his plea for her to remain had stirred something within her. Chu Qin, do your best, cheered Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing in unison. Fear not, I shall not be defeated so easily. Chu Qin retorted with a sly grin, switching the annihilation spear to his left hand while extending his right fist forward. In the next moment, as golden light erupted from his fist, everything within a 10-meter radius began to slow down, including Ming Shu's descending dragon staff and even Chu Qin's own movements, all reduced to a tortoise's pace. What is this? Ming Shu's pupils constricted. Soul bone technique. Time dilation field. It can actually slow down time. Ming Shu exclaimed in surprise. But you too are affected by the slowdown. What purpose does this serve? You are mistaken. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. 6th soul skill. Wandering Void Spear. The effect of the Wandering Void Spear was to render one immune to all controlling negative effects, including time dilation, thus under its influence. Chu Qin's movements not only returned to normal, but became even swifter, while Meng Shu's dragon staff continued its slow descent. This is bad. Meng Shu and the Snake Lady gasped in horror. Indeed, in the next instant, Chu Qin's annihilation spear had circumvented the dragon staff and was aimed directly at Meng Shu's forehead, poised to take his life. Meng Shu closed his eyes tightly. Grandfather! Meng Iran cried out in alarm. Yet, the annihilation spear halted just 3 centimeters from Meng Shu's head, failing to pierce it. You do not wish to kill me? Meng Shu was taken aback. Meng Iran and the Snake Lady both felt a weight lift from their hearts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100% favorability from Meng Iran, a 30,000-year fierce beast-level companion, the Azure Dragon King, evolvable, and a level 3 soul power inner core. The auspicious beast Azure Dragon. The system's notification chimed. I merely wished to spar. Who said anything about killing you? Chu Qin smiled, retracting the annihilation spear. Meng Shu, you have been defeated. The soul rings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and Meng Iran are to be left with you, and you may depart. Zhao Wujie and Oscar felt an immense joy welling up within them. No. Meng Shu shook his head vehemently. Iran is far more precious than my life. I will never relinquish her. You may as well kill me. Regret coursed through Meng Shu. His earlier confidence in accepting Chu Qin's wager now seemed like folly. Very well then, Dragon Lord, I shall not impose upon you. If Iran does not wish to accompany me, our wager shall be nullified, Chu Qin offered with a smile. Is that true? Meng Shu's eyes flickered with hope as he turned to Meng Iran and inquired, Iran, did you hear that? To his astonishment, Meng Iran replied decisively, Grandfather, I am willing to go with him. What? Meng Shu was taken aback. Iran, are you serious? Indeed. Meng Iran affirmed resolutely. Her unwavering determination caught Meng Shu off guard, yet he still felt a pang of unease. Iran, do not speak in anger. The Snake Lady chimed in. Chu Qin possesses extraordinary talents, yet he is surrounded by too many women. They fear that their granddaughter may be marginalized or even ostracized. Grandfather, grandmother, you often tell me that integrity is the foremost principle of being human. Since we have agreed to this wager, we must accept the outcome, Meng Iran asserted confidently. Meng Shu and the Snake Granny exchanged sighs after contemplating for a moment. Very well, Meng Shu turned to Chu Qin. We consent to let Iran remain with you. However, before we depart, may my wife and I have a private conversation with her? Of course, Chu Qin replied with a smile. After all, Meng Iran was resolute in her decision to stay with him, so he felt no urgency. Subsequently, Meng Shu and the Snake Granny led Meng Iran into a small grove. Iran, are you certain you wish to accompany Chu Qin? Meng Shu inquired. Yes. Meng Iran responded, Grandfather, since we have lost, we must accept the consequences. Moreover, I sense that Chu Qin is a good person, otherwise, 3 women would not willingly surround him. Besides, with someone as exceptional as Chu Qin, it would be advantageous for both me and our family. Alas, that is exactly what troubles me, Meng Shu remarked. No matter how outstanding a man is, if he has many women, you may inevitably suffer. Trust me just this once, Grandfather. I will not endure any suffering, Meng Iran replied, feeling a strong intuition that following Chu Qin would bring her greater joy. Iran, let me ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to go with Chu Qin? Snake Granny questioned. If you disagree, your grandfather and I would risk our lives to prevent you from following him. I agree, grandmother. Meng Iran responded. Please believe in your granddaughter just this once. Iran, this decision could affect the rest of your life. Meng Shu still felt uneasy, insisting that Chu Qin was clearly drawn to her beauty. Such a man will always have women around him. I have made up my mind. Meng Yuran declared. Grandfather, grandmother. Should Chu Qin ever wrong me, I will certainly leave him. But what if he confines you, and you cannot escape? That will not happen. Chu Qin is not that kind of person. Very well, my dear wife. Since Iran has consented, and we have lost the wager, let her accompany Chu Qin. After much internal conflict, Ming Shu finally decided, I will investigate Chu Qin's background and identity as soon as possible. At that moment, Chu Qin entered the grove, accompanied by the enchanting Su Daji. Who is this? Ming Shu gasped in shock as Su Daji stood before him, emanating an aura that instilled fear akin to that of an abyss. The unparalleled Douluo. Su Daji, Chu Qin calmly stated. Unparalleled Douluo. Ming Shu and the others stood in stunned silence, their jaws dropping in disbelief. With a subtle smile, Chu Qin observed as Su Daji immediately unfurled her 9 spirit rings. The 4 spirit rings of 100,000 years left Ming Shu and his companions utterly astonished. Chu Qin nodded affirmatively, stating, Su Daji is my personal guardian. With her around, you need not worry about Ming Yuran's safety. Ming Shu paused momentarily, striving to maintain his composure. Can you enlighten me as to why you hold affection for my daughter Iran? His tone softened considerably due to Su Daji's presence. He believed that a force capable of training a peerless Douluo to such unwavering loyalty could not be trifling. Thus, he developed a certain respect for Chu Qin's character, concluding that perhaps he was merely a tad fickle. To be candid, Chu Qin replied without reservation, the moment I laid eyes on Iran, I was smitten. You may doubt that it has nothing to do with her beauty, but I place great significance on first impressions. Once I find a woman I adore, my affection remains steadfast. He gestured towards the 3 women beside him, each radiating joy. Very forthright. Ming Shu responded with a smile. Well then, Iran. I entrust you to his care. However, I have one request. Speak. Chu Qin nodded. Every 3 months, we wish to visit Iran to ensure her happiness and well-being. Ming Shu replied. This is a modest request. I trust you shall not refuse? Of course, it is only natural. Chu Qin chuckled. You two can visit Iran at any time. There is no need to wait 3 months. Shrek Academy? Meng Shu and Shipa echoed in unison. Indeed. Chu Qin confirmed with a nod. Rongrong, Shipa. Rest assured, although the spirit rings of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake were bestowed upon my student, I shall provide her with even better. Very well, I leave it in your hands. Before long, Oscar had successfully absorbed the spirit rings. Chu Qin led Meng Yuran's delicate hand as they emerged from the grove. Xiaowu, Rongrong, Chu Qin, allow me to introduce your new sister, Meng Yuran. Chu Qin announced to the trio. Sister Iran. They exclaimed in unison. Master Chu Qin, is this it? Oscar observed with a puzzled expression. Goodness. Master Chu Qin, what charm do you possess? So many beautiful women gravitate towards you? Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of discontent. It takes me a great deal of effort to woo 2 women, yet Chu Qin manages to captivate 4 at once? It's simple. He possesses high talent, good looks, and wealth. Zhao Wu just stated. If you all train diligently and strengthen yourselves, perhaps you too could attract such a following. Oh, come now, teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun retorted. Even if I train for several lifetimes, I could never catch up to Master Chu Qin. Humph. Dai Mubai and Tang San scoffed simultaneously. Enough with the envy. Zhao Wujia interjected. The sun is setting. Let us set up camp here for the night. Zhao Wujia, I plan to take Iran to acquire a new 3rd spirit ring. Xiaowu and the others will accompany me. So you may set up camp, Chu Qin said to Zhao Wujia. Then, may I join you? Zhao Wujia replied. No need. Chu Qin answered. We shall return swiftly. Very well, do take care on your journey, Zhao Wujia conceded. With that, Chu Qin led the 4 girls deeper into the Star Doe forest. Master Chu Qin is truly a good man. Oscar mused. He is willing to offend the formidable sky dragon serpent for my sake. Now he must escort Meng Yuran to find her spirit ring. I can't shake the feeling that this is all part of his scheme, Dai Mubai remarked coldly. Using spirit rings as bait to ensnare the sky dragon serpent and turn that Meng Yuran into his woman. Such cunning should be approached with caution. Dai Mubai, you must not speak ill of Master Chu Qin. Oscar retorted coldly. Otherwise, I shall take issue with you. Dai, you are merely envious, aren't you? Master Chu Qin has 4 stunning beauties. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly. Humph. Dai Mubai turned his head away dismissively. Enough of the bickering. Zhao Wujia interjected. You claim Chu Qin is scheming, yet the premise is that he can defeat Long Gong Meng Shu single-handedly. He defeated a Soul Douluo at the age of 17. Can any of you do the same? Furthermore, I reiterate, Chu Qin is your mentor, and anyone who disrespects him shall face my ruthless fists. The group fell into a profound silence. Very well, I shall keep this dead in mind for later. We'll settle it at the academy. For now, let us establish camp. Wait, Teacher Zhao, I also require a spirit ring. Tang San spoke up. What? Are you serious, Tang San? Zhao Wujia exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I have also reached level 30. Excellent. Let's get going. With that, Zhao Wujia and the others departed the camp, guiding Tang San and the rest to seek their 3rd spirit ring. On another front, Chu Qin led Meng Yuran, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing deeper into the forest. Along their journey, they encountered numerous Millennium Soul beasts, yet all were dismissed by Chu Qin due to their inadequate qualifications. Although the task was mandated by the system, preventing Meng Yiran from acquiring the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake Soul Ring, it was ultimately Chu Qin's doing. He was determined to bestow upon Meng Yiran a soul ring, a magnificent one at that. What are the top Millennium Soul Beasts in the Stardew Great Forest? Chu Qin inquired. Typically, the most esteemed soul beasts are of the dragon lineage. However, dragons are virtually non-existent in the periphery. They inhabit the subterranean caverns of the forest's core region, living in units of their kind, and even I am unaware of their exact location, Xiaowu responded. Chu Qin immediately understood. The Stardew Forest was far larger than he had imagined, spanning at least several thousand miles. In the original text, a millennium later, the Stardew Forest launched an assault on Shrek Academy, with soul beasts attacking in droves, organized by their respective species. Moreover, the subterranean caves of the Stardew Forest were inhabited by ferocious, beast-level soul beasts. There is no need to provoke them for the time being, said Chu Qin. What about outside? Chu Qin continued to inquire. Outside, there are some relatively rare millennium soul beasts, such as the dark golden claw bear, the Tai Tsong giant python, and the ancient dragon lion. They all possess ancient bloodlines, and once they reach a century of life, they can bear millennium soul rings. Moreover, the quality of millennium soul rings is unparalleled. If fortunate, one might even yield soul bones. Such soul beasts are elusive, yet understanding their weaknesses makes the pursuit less daunting. For instance, the dark golden claw bear is fond of a rose-flavored honey, while the Tai Tsong giant python typically resides in dark marshes and has a penchant for consuming the scarlet flame fox. Wow, Xiaowu, how do you know so much? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished. She had never heard of the weaknesses of these ancient bloodline soul beasts even within the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Furthermore, she believed that even the Spirit Hall may not possess such knowledge. Well, it's all thanks to my mother's teachings. Xiaowu replied with a smile. Diming has arrived. With a faint smile, Chu Qin turned to Meng Yiran and inquired, Yiran, what type of soul beast do you desire? The Tai Tsong giant python. Meng Yiran replied. Grandfather has always said that the finest soul rings among serpents are derived from pythons. Very well, let us first capture the crimson flame fox. Although the crimson flame fox is relatively rare as a soul beast, it can still be spotted occasionally within the Stardew Forest. Thus, Chu Qin hunted 5 crimson flame foxes and, bearing their carcasses, ventured into the Stardew Forest, discarding the bodies in a dimly lit swamp. Sure enough, about half an hour later, a serpent-like creature emerged from the mire. This creature measured approximately 7 meters in length, its body segmented and resembling a dark red mechanical python, with a triangular head and a tail that astonishingly resembled 6 scorpion stingers raised high. Additionally, it emanated a faint dark red glow of flames. This must be the Tai Tsong giant python, Xiaowu exclaimed. It should possess around 1,000 years of cultivation. All right, I shall stun it immediately. Chu Qin nodded. Then added, Yiran, you will deliver the final blow. Wait, Chu Qin, allow us to take part. Ning Rongrong interjected at that moment. Indeed. We have come to the Stardew Forest for training, yet it has always been you engaging in battle. Zhu Qin chimed in. However, Chu Qin hesitated, feeling a twinge of concern regarding a 1,000-year cultivation soul beast with an ancient bloodline. Do not worry, Chu Qin, I can also step in. Xiaowu offered. Chu Qin was taken aback by Xiaowu's eagerness to confront the soul beast. I shall not intervene with other soul beasts, but pythons are predators of rabbits. And the Tai Tsong giant python is one of the archenemies of our soft-bone charm rabbit clan. Xiaowu whispered into Chu Qin's ear. Notably, the Tianqing bull python had once been the nemesis of Xiaowu and her mother, but they ultimately subdued it together. In that case, be cautious. Chu Qin nodded. Yes. Xiaowu responded with a gentle smile. Sisters, activate your soul rings. As her words fell, 200-year soul rings ignited beneath the feet of the 4 maidens. The 7 treasures turn into glass. The first, strength. The second, speed. The ghostly claw, bow of the waist, serpent blade. Chu Qin stood on the sidelines, admiring the figures and postures of the 4 renowned beauties. Meanwhile, Su Daji was poised and ready for action. However, it soon became evident that Chu Qin had underestimated the prowess of the 4 women. Su Daji found herself without an opportunity to intervene. With the top-tier support of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, the 4 women ultimately triumphed over the Titan Song python without sustaining any injuries. After all, each of Chu Qin's companions was a genius among geniuses, their intellect and combat abilities far surpassing those of ordinary great soul masters. Moreover, they were all on the brink of becoming soul sovereigns. Following this, Meng Yiran sat nearby, absorbing the soul ring from the Titan Song python, while Chu Qin and the others listened intently to Xiaowu recounting tales of peculiar happenings from the Stardew Forest. Chu Qin, I have broken through to level 33. Meng Yiran exclaimed excitedly, turning towards him. Under the influence of the Titan Song python's unique bloodline, her soul power leaped directly from level 30 to 33. Congratulations, Yiran. Congratulations. Sister Yiran. The hearts of Xiaowu and the other women swelled with envy. The advancement of soul masters is notoriously arduous, with reaching soul sovereign typically requiring at least 2 months per level. This is all thanks to the efforts of my sisters. Despite her words, Meng Yiran's affection for Chu Qin was boundless. Had she only absorbed the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake initially, she would have barely reached level 31. Yet now, she had achieved level 33. With that thought, Meng Yiran leaned in and bestowed a kiss upon Chu Qin's lips. Yiran, you. At that moment, a faint blush appeared on Chu Qin's face. Chu Qin, this is my first kiss. I've made my decision. From now on, I will willingly and forever be your fourth woman. Meng Yiran said shyly. Chu Qin, you wouldn't reject me, would you? Of course not. Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. But does that imply you weren't entirely willing before? No, I misspoke. Meng Yiran hurriedly responded. All right. I didn't mean to hold it against you, Chu Qin said affectionately. Now that Yiran has obtained her soul ring, this place is not suitable for us to linger. Let us return. With that, the four of them retraced their steps back to the camp. At this time, Zhao Wujin and his companions had yet to return. Chu Qin had no intention of waiting for them. He set up a bonfire and, accompanied by the four maidens, gathered around it, skewering some soul beast meat for grilling. Master, a formidable soul beast is approaching. Su Daji exclaimed to Chu Qin. A formidable soul beast? Chu Qin furrowed his brow. The Titan giant ape. No, we cannot attract the Titan giant ape here. We must ensure that Xiaowu's identity remains concealed. If it harms Rongrong and the others, I would be at a disadvantage. Chu Qin pondered internally. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to Xiaowu, saying, Xiaowu, come with me for a moment. Ah? Xiaowu replied, startled. Come on. Chu Qin smiled. I have something to discuss with Xiaowu. You three, stay close to Su Daji and do not wander off. All right. Zhu Shiqing and Meng Yiran nodded in agreement. Where are we going? Can I come too? Ning Rongrong inquired. Rongrong, be a good girl and stay by Daji's side. Okay then. With that, Chu Qin took Xiaowu's hand and ventured deeper into the forest. Chu Qin, what is going on? Xiaowu asked, astonished. A Titan giant ape of 100,000 years is drawing near. Chu Qin replied. I believe it is likely coming for you. The Titan giant ape? Erming. Xiaowu exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Xiaowu, do you know it? Chu Qin feigned curiosity. Yes, it is my brother. Xiaowu responded. Chu Qin, I haven't told you, but my home is in the heart of the Stardow Forest. I have two brothers. One is Daming, a 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python, and the other is Erming, a Titan giant ape with a lifespan of 10,000 years and the strength of 100,000 years. Well, it's not too late to share that now, Chu Qin said with a fond smile. I was worried that Erming might clash with Daji and the others, which is why I intentionally brought you out. It seems my guess was correct. Chu Qin, you're so considerate. Just don't fight it. It's a bit clumsy and won't harm us, Xiaowu chuckled. Moreover, I've just broken through to level 30, so I can take this opportunity to create a soul ring. Indeed, I've heard that a 100,000-year soul beast can autonomously create the first 7 soul rings upon reincarnation. Chu Qin nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is possible. Xiaowu smiled brightly. Azure-Eye Dragon King. As she spoke, Xiaowu settled into a meditative pose, channeling her latent soul beast power to begin the creation of her third soul ring. Approximately 3 minutes later, a brand new, radiant purple soul ring materialized beneath Xiaowu's slender legs. How convenient it is to be a soul beast, Chu Qin remarked with a smile. There is no need to acquire a soul ring from the outside world. Indeed, Xiaowu frowned slightly, but being a soul beast can be troublesome. Chu Qin, you should know that a human soul master can perceive my true form. This, howling. As Chu Qin was about to respond, a thunderous roar of a beast erupted, accompanied by the tremors of the ground. Beneath the moonlight, a soul beast, colossal as a mountain, was swiftly leaping, each bound reaching several dozen meters in height. It was Ming, that unmistakable voice. Little Dance exclaimed with delight. Sure enough, in the next moment, the soul beast appeared within the line of sight of Little Dance and Chu Qin. This creature stood several dozen meters tall, resembling an ape. Its body was entirely enveloped in a vibrant red hue, its skin as resilient as granite. Within its skin, one could distinctly observe a flowing liquid, akin to liquid metal. Roar. The Titan great ape, upon noticing Little Dance and Chu Qin together and sensing that the latter was human, immediately opened its enormous maw and roared furiously at Chu Qin. Ming, cease your noise. He is my sister's man. Little Dance shouted in alarm. Sister Little Dance. Ming, upon hearing this, halted its roaring and emitted a somewhat foolish sound. What did you say? This human is your man? Indeed. Little Dance replied confidently. Ming, if you continue to threaten him, I shall have Ming deal with you. Upon hearing this, the Titan great ape's massive form quivered slightly. I was wrong. Sister Little Dance. Call him Brother Chu Qin. Little Dance declared with a triumphant smile. Brother Chu Qin. The Titan great ape, scratching its heavy head, spoke with a somewhat innocent tone. Good boy, Ming. Chu Qin returned the gesture with a smile. Ming, what brings you here? Little Dance inquired with a hint of confusion. You ventured out of the core area alone. What would you have done if you encountered danger? Thinking of you. Sister Little Dance. The Titan great ape replied. Upon hearing this, Little Dance approached the Titan great ape's foot, gently caressing its rock-like toes, and lowered her voice. Ming, I have transformed into a human and can no longer stay in the Stardow Forest with you all. Moreover, I must avenge my mother and find the one who took her life. As she spoke, little Dance's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin let out a faint sigh. The individual that Xiaowu intended to eliminate was none other than Bibi Dong. Chu Qin could never assist her in eliminating Bibi Dong. The only course of action for Chu Qin is to expedite the revival of Xiaowu's mother. However, prior to that, he must take decisive measures. Sister Xiaowu, Ming, you should return and inform to Ming that I am thriving in the human realm. So he need not worry. Upon hearing this, the Titan Great Ape extended its colossal palm, attempting to offer comfort to Xiaowu. Yet, the Titan Great Ape had forgotten that Xiaowu had transformed into a human, no longer resembling the towering rabbit of several meters in height. Soul Beast, cease your actions. At that moment, a rugged voice resonated. Xiaowu Jia, transformed into the formidable diamond bear, leaped from the thicket, striking at the Titan Great Ape's hand with great force. In the next instant, a loud crash echoed as the Titan Great Ape reflexively swatted Xiaowu Jia away, sending him crashing into a massive boulder. In an instant, Xiaowu Jia's martial spirit disintegrated. Teacher Xiaowu Jia. Witnessing this, both Chu Qin and Xiaowu cried out in unison. Realizing his blunder, Ming immediately turned and fled into the forest. Teacher Xiao, are you all right? Xiaowu inquired, gazing at Xiaowu Jia, who was embedded in the boulder, forming a large character. I am fine. Xiaowu Jia emerged from the boulder, his expression somewhat dazed. Xiaowu, was that the legendary forest king of the Star Doe Forest, the Titan Great Ape? Xiaowu Jia asked in astonishment. Indeed. Xiaowu nodded. How could the Titan Great Ape appear at the forest's edge? Are you all unharmed? Xiaowu Jia queried in surprise. We are unscathed. Chu Qin shook his head, adding, but you, Xiaowu Jia, seem to be quite injured. It must be said that Xiaowu Jia is indeed a man of honor. Chu Qin speculated that Xiaowu Jia had acted under the impression that the Titan Great Ape intended to harm Xiaowu. No worries, I am tough and resilient. Xiaowu Jia remarked with a smile, I won't perish. By the way, Chu Qin, what about your other 3 companions? In the camp. They are under the protection of Su Daji and are quite safe. Chu Qin replied with a smile. At the mention of Su Daji, Xiaowu Jia's pupils widened in surprise. Oh, it's nothing. Chu Qin quickly added, Xiaowu Jia, the camp is located just 2 miles to the south. You should return there first. Xiaowu and I have a few matters to attend to. I managed to repel the Titan Great Ape, but it likely hasn't retreated far. Perhaps we should all return to the camp together. With me there, the Titan Great Ape shouldn't be too reckless. Xiaowu Jia suggested. Do you think I require your protection? Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. Well, that is a valid point. Xiaowu Jia nodded in agreement. In the face of formidable foes like Su Daji, there is no need for his protection, is there? Very well. I shall await your return at the camp once you have completed your tasks. Xiaowu Jia replied before taking his leave. Chu Qin, is there anything else we need to attend to? Xiaowu inquired with a smile after Xiaowu Jia departed. She had already wiped away her tears and was adept at concealing her emotions in Chu Qin's presence. She harbored no desire to divulge the vendetta for her mother's death to him, knowing well that the perpetrator wielded immense power. She wished to shield Chu Qin from the perils that could arise from her plight. Xiaowu, what matters could possibly concern us? Chu Qin responded with a smile. Not wishing to probe into her painful memories, he respected her silence. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaowu, flushing her cheeks as she exclaimed, all right then, let us proceed. With that, she began to reach for her clothing fastenings. Little bunny, what mischief occupies your mind daily? Chu Qin playfully flicked her forehead, a gentle smile gracing his lips. We are in a gathering place of soul beasts, after all. Hee, I admit my fault, Chu Qin. Xiaowu chuckled in return. So tell me, what is it that you desire? Earlier, you mentioned that Su Daji would discern your true form, correct? Chu Qin inquired. Indeed, Xiaowu replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Then allow me to present you with a gift. Chu Qin said. What is it? With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chu Qin gently opened his palm, revealing a small creature coiled within. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the azure dragon of myth and legend, the only distinction being the ethereal azure glow radiating from the slits of its pupils. Upon encountering this enigmatic being, Xiaowu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for she felt the aura of a higher being emanating from it. Chu Qin, what is this? Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. Xiaowu, this is my secret, and I shall confide in you alone, Chu Qin replied. You must promise not to disclose this to anyone else, especially not to Rongrong and the others. Yes, Chu Qin, I promise. I swear that if I tell a second person, may I be devoured by a soul beast. Xiaowu responded earnestly. I didn't ask you to make such a solemn vow. Chu Qin smiled gently, then turned to the azure dragon in his palm and commanded, awaken. Instantly, the azure dragon's eyelids fluttered open, revealing its azure pupils. As it unfurled its serpentine body, the azure dragon king respectfully addressed Chu Qin. I am the azure dragon king, a soul beast of 300,000 years, at your service, master. The voice was surprisingly akin to that of a mature and graceful woman. Xiaowu gasped in astonishment upon realizing the significance of a 300,000-year soul beast, particularly when considering that the formidable Daming Tianqing Yolong was merely a 100,000-year soul beast. This creature was undoubtedly the apex of soul beasts, and the Azure Dragon's lineage surpassed even that of the Tianqing Yolong. It was conceivable that the legendary ruler of the Star Doe Forest would pale in comparison to the Azure Dragon's bloodline. No wonder she felt the oppressive aura of a higher authority, even in the realm of humans. A soul beast of 300,000 years could easily surpass an ordinary title Douluo of level 98. However, to completely conquer it, even a peerless Douluo might find the task formidable, for the physical prowess of soul beasts was unparalleled by humans. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural for Chu Qin to possess such a formidable beast, especially given that he had a peerless Douluo like Su Daji under his command. Azure Dragon King. Chu Qin addressed the creature. From this day forth, I entrust you with a task. Master, please command, the Azure Dragon King replied. From today onward, you shall remain by Xiao Wu's side, guarding her closely. Ah, Xiao Wu exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. Chu Qin, the Azure Dragon King is here to protect you. Why must it accompany me? Fool, by being with you, it is as though it is with me. Chu Qin replied. We are inseparable. Moreover, I have Su Daji for protection. I doubt anyone on the Douluo continent could harm me. Most importantly, the Azure Dragon King's presence will conceal the aura of the soul beast within you. Thus, not even a soul Douluo, let alone a title Douluo or a peak Douluo, would likely discern that you are a soul beast. Yet, peerless Douluos are exceedingly rare in the world. There are only 3 peerless Douluos throughout the Douluo continent. Tang San is under the control of the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter. Poseidon is far away on Sea God Island, and Qian Daolu is tasked with guarding the Douluo Palace. Therefore, Xiao Wu is virtually guaranteed to be safe. Touched by his words, Xiao Wu responded, I see now. Thank you, Chu Qin. Indeed. Chu Qin smiled. Azure Dragon King, you may proceed. Yes. With that, the Azure Dragon King darted towards Xiao Wu like an agile fish, and she immediately opened her gentle arms to embrace it. Xiao Wu. The Azure Dragon King usually remains in a dormant state, Chu Qin explained. It will only act when you are in need or face danger. Understood. Xiao Wu nodded with a smile and addressed the Azure Dragon King. Esteemed Dragon King, I look forward to your protection. Since it is Master Chu Qin's command, I shall obey without question. The Azure Dragon King responded. Henceforth, I shall heed your every instruction, mistress. Esteemed Dragon King, is your size all there is? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. No, I have merely reduced my form for convenience, the Azure Dragon King replied. Mistress, would you like to see my true form? Is that permissible? Xiao Wu turned to Chu Qin. Then transform, Azure Dragon King. Chu Qin commanded. I too wish to behold your true visage. Understood. As the Azure Dragon King spoke, it spiraled away from Xiao Wu's palm. As the Azure Dragon King ascended into the sky, the atmosphere crackled with thunder and lightning, and its form began to swell dramatically, ultimately transforming into a magnificent beast, a true soul beast spanning 60 meters in length, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Chu Qin was taken aback as well. The visage of the azure-eyed Dragon King was indeed overwhelmingly majestic, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the mythical Azure Dragon. With each blink of its eyes, it seemed capable of governing the very world. How imposing! Xiao Wu could not help but exclaim, Azure-eyed Dragon King, please transform back at once. Indeed, replied the Azure-eyed Dragon King, and with that, it diminished in size, returning to Xiao Wu's palm, ultimately transforming into a necklace. Oh, Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. Do not be alarmed, my lady. This is merely a trick of illusion, the Azure-eyed Dragon King responded. From this day forth, I shall obey the commands of my master, Chu Qin, and remain by your side, unwavering in my protection. Oh, I see. Xiao Wu smiled contentedly, adorning herself with the necklace around her neck. Xiao Wu, let us return to the camp for now. I fear that Rongrong and the others may worry and come searching for us. Chu Qin stated as he turned towards Xiao Wu. Yes, yes. However, Chu Qin, I expended too much soul power while creating the soul ring just now, and I am feeling a bit weak in my legs. Xiao Wu replied with a smile. Weak in the legs? Yet you were eager to engage in that activity just moments ago? Chu Qin retorted with a hint of exasperation, then bent down, presenting his back to Xiao Wu. Because that activity brings me immense joy, Xiao Wu declared, and with practiced grace, she leapt onto Chu Qin's back. Chu Qin gently patted her pert posterior, akin to a swift gust of wind, as he charged towards the camp. In the Star Doe Forest, beneath the Lake of Life, an extraordinary event was unfolding unbeknownst to Xiao Wu and Chu Qin. They had inadvertently summoned the true form of the Azure Dragon King, stirring a significant occurrence. At the lake's bottom lay an expansive chamber, adorned with colossal diamond-shaped crystals. Within each crystalline structure resided a formidable beast silhouette. This was the sacred resting place of the kings of the Star Doe Forest. It was here that soul beasts over 200,000 years old entered a state of slumbering cultivation. However, at the very center, 2 figures were encased within the largest crystals, a man and a woman. The man, with flowing crimson hair and clad in armor, exuded an air of authority, complete with 2 dragon horns atop his head. The woman, adorned in lustrous silver armor, had her silver hair cascading freely, and her exquisite visage was one that could captivate any soul. Her features were so perfectly balanced that any alteration would seem excessive or insufficient. Standing at an impressive height of approximately 178 meters, her silver armor could barely contain her alluring form, accentuating her serpentine waist and peach-like posterior. In that moment, the woman lay in a deep slumber. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her eyes snapped open, revealing brilliant violet orbs that glimmered like gemstones. Concurrently, the diamond-shaped crystals surrounding her shattered. At the instant of their fracturing, another crystal, belonging to the man, also broke apart. "My lord, why have you awakened so soon?" The man inquired, gazing at the silver-haired woman. These two were none other than the mightiest soul beasts of the Stardow Forest, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna and the Black Dragon King Ditian. "I have just sensed the aura of the first Dragon King," Guyuna replied. Her gaze focused intently on Ditian. "The first Dragon King? An ancestor? This cannot be true. He should have perished long ago." Ditian exclaimed in astonishment. "There is no mistake. It is indeed the aura of the first Dragon King, albeit of diminished power," Guyuna asserted solemnly. "How can this be? Could it be a wounded Dragon King?" Ditian pondered aloud. "It does not belong to our lineage, but appears to be an azurite Dragon King," Guyuna clarified. Before the emergence of the gods on Douluo continent, soul beasts reigned supreme in this world, with numerous ancient beast clans, of which the dragon god was merely one. "What is your plan, my lord?" Ditian inquired. "Millions of years ago, I was grievously injured by the enforcers of the divine realm and was compelled to seek refuge at the bottom of this lake of life, entering a state of slumbering cultivation. I am merely 2,000 years away from emerging from the Stardow Forest. However, if I can consume the blood essence of the first Dragon King, I could hasten my emergence by 2 millennia. Guyuna responded. "I understand, my lord. Do you have any sense of the current location of the first Dragon King?" Ditian asked. "It is impossible to pinpoint accurately. The aura of the former emperor dissipated in an instant," Guyuna replied, "but it is indeed within the Stardow Forest." "Very well. I shall immediately venture forth and summon the beasts to search together," Ditian declared. "Go." Shortly thereafter, Ditian transformed into a colossal black dragon, bursting forth from the lake of life, unleashing a resounding roar. As his dragon's cry reverberated, the surrounding beasts of the Stardow Forest joined in a chorus of howls and roars. The united roars of the beasts quickly resonated throughout the core region of the Stardow Forest and soon spread beyond its boundaries. At this moment, Chu Qin was carrying Xiaowu as they made their way towards the camp. Upon hearing the cacophony of beastly cries, Xiaowu exclaimed, "Chu Qin, wait a moment." "Xiaowu, what is it?" Chu Qin asked, puzzled. "I believe I just heard the voice of the Dragon King." Xiaowu replied. "The Dragon King?" Chu Qin smiled slightly. "Could it be the azurite Dragon King?" "No. Chu Qin, it originated from the core region of the Stardow Forest." Xiaowu insisted. "The Dragon King seems to be summoning the beasts." With that, Xiaowu dismounted from Chu Qin's back. Kneeling on the ground, pressing her ear to the earth to listen intently to the words emanating from the heart of the Stardow Forest. "It is the Black Dragon King," Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. "The Black Dragon King?" Chu Qin was taken aback, silently thinking, Ditian. Chu Qin was astonished. Shouldn't Emperor Tian only emerge to cause trouble after 10,000 years? And what of Guyuna? What did the Black Dragon King say? Chu Qin hurriedly inquired. The Black Dragon King seemed to be summoning the beasts, searching for the trace of a soul beast. As Xiaowu listened attentively, she replied. Chu Qin was utterly bewildered. Engulfed in confusion, the starry forest was in complete disarray. Xiaowu exclaimed, Chu Qin, the soul beasts from the underground caverns have emerged. And it seems they are heading towards our periphery. Chu Qin was greatly perplexed. This segment is absent from the original text. Xiaowu, it seems that we should not linger in the Stardow Forest any longer. Let us return to the camp and seek out Chu Qin, Rongrong, and the others. With a furrowed brow, Chu Qin sensed an ominous premonition. All right. Xiaowu promptly nodded in agreement. In a swift motion, Chu Qin scooped Xiaowu into a princess carry and dashed back to the camp with unparalleled speed. Shortly thereafter, outside the Stardow Forest, on the carriage, Zhao Wuji, while frantically urging the horses onward, inquired with a hint of confusion, what exactly has transpired? The 10,000-year soul beast has gone berserk. Chu Qin glanced at Xiaowu before responding. If we had remained within the Stardow Forest, our demise would have been inevitable. Clearly, this was a fabricated excuse by Chu Qin, for he could not disclose that it was Xiaowu who had perceived the danger. Ah, Zhao Wuji exclaimed with lingering trepidation. Thank goodness you let us out, Chu Qin. Otherwise, our lives would have been forfeit. Teacher Zhao, let us hasten back to Suatua City. The gathering of soul beasts is far too perilous. Ma Hongjun expressed his fear. Indeed. Oscar concurred. Go. At Zhao Wuji's command, he relentlessly urged the horses forward. True to their fears, just as Chu Qin and the others had traveled 2 miles away from the Stardow Forest, a series of thunderous roars erupted from behind them. Millions of soul beasts cried out in unison. Had they remained within, they would have either been slain by the beasts or driven mad by the cacophony. Indeed, it is only due to the rampage of the 10,000-year soul beast that such a clamor could arise. Zhao Wuji observed, a tinge of fear in his eyes. At that moment, The voice of Su Daji resonated. Master, we are being watched. What? By whom? Chu Qin inquired with a frown. From the core region of the Stardew Forest. Su Daji replied, her power surpasses mine. I have subtly employed my charm technique to obscure your precise location. But to avoid alerting her, I am unable to make a counterattack. Surpassing you. Chu Qin furrowed his brow. Who is it? I do not know, Su Daji responded. However, she has tracked us down by the aura of the azure-eyed Dragon King. The azure-eyed Dragon King. A slight tension gripped Chu Qin's features. Could it be that the unrest among the soul beasts was fundamentally linked to the azure-eyed Dragon King? Within the Stardew Forest. Only Gu Na could eclipse Su Daji's power. Considering this, it was highly plausible that his recent revelation of the azure-eyed Dragon King's true form had triggered some form of restriction. Yet, the nature of this restriction remained elusive to Chu Qin for the time being. However, he was certain that Gu Na had awakened. With this thought, Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. According to the goddess system, Gu Na was destined to become one of his wives. This indicated that he had drawn one step closer to acquiring Gu Na. Chu Qin and his companions returned safely to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, at the bottom of lake life in the Stardew Forest, Gu Na furrowed her brows and addressed Dition. Make them cease their cries. Master, why? Dition inquired. Just now, I employed a secret method to surveil the entire Stardew Forest, Gu Na responded. And I have detected that the first Dragon King has exited the Stardew Forest and ventured into the human realm. How could the first Dragon King possibly enter the human world? Dition frowned. The specific reason eludes me. Perhaps he has successfully reincarnated as a human. Gu Na said, her beautiful eyes narrowing. What shall we do? Dition asked. As spirit beasts, unless we reincarnate as humans, we will inevitably bring about slaughter upon entering the human realm. Fear not, for if the Dragon King's aura has awakened me, this must be fate. I have waited for millions of years. I do not mind waiting a few more years or decades. Gu Na replied. I vaguely heard them mention a place called Soto City. You must find a dragon beast skilled in the Dragon Clan's secret arts. One that can conceal the aura of spirit beasts. Have it transform into a human and venture to Soto City to gather intelligence. To ascertain the whereabouts of the first Dragon King. Do you not pause before continuing? Once I discover the identity of the first Dragon King, I have ample means to devour him. A spirit beast proficient in the Dragon Clan's secret arts? Apart from myself, only the Hell Demon Dragon King, ZG, possesses such ability. Then let her go. Oh, and inform that individual that the first Dragon King is accompanied by a transformed spirit beast. 1 month later. In the deep mountains behind Shrek Academy, 2 figures appeared. The man wore a blue robe, possessing striking features and an extraordinary visage, while the woman donned an ancient open-chest gown, captivating and enchanting. These 2 were none other than Chu Qin and his attendant, Su Daji. Daji. Chu Qin said with a gentle smile, there is no one here. Let us proceed. Yes, master. Su Daji replied, and at her feet, 9 terrifying soul rings of various colors illuminated. In the next moment, as the red light within Su Daji blossomed, the entire mountain peak was enveloped. Master, I have completely shielded this area. You may proceed with ease. Su Daji said alluringly. Second martial soul, Su Daji kiss. Good. Chu Qin smirked and addressed the system. System. Summon the auspicious beast, Qi Long. Ding. Auspicious beast, Qi Long, is being generated. 1, 2100, accompanied by the system's prompt. Before Chu Qin appeared a magnificent azure dragon. This dragon measured approximately 10 meters in length, resembling a diminutive version of the Azure Dragon King. However, its pupils radiated a striking crimson hue, and beneath it, it stood upon a cloud of auspiciousness. The 8,000-year auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, was destined to exist for 30 minutes. Upon its defeat by the host, it could be sacrificed to obtain the auspicious beast's soul ring, as well as the soul bone of the auspicious beast, granting the Azure Dragon martial soul. Acquiring this martial soul filled Chu Qin with elation. In just 1 month, he had ascended from rank 69 to 70, leading Su Daji to this remote wilderness to absorb the soul ring of the auspicious Azure Dragon. Little did he expect that the dragon could be sacrificed, granting him a second martial soul. This was indeed an unexpected boon. Come forth. With unwavering confidence, Chu Qin summoned the god-slaying spear into his grasp. As 6 rings of yellow, purple, black, and red shimmered beneath his feet. Roar. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the auspicious Azure Dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth. 5th soul skill, the dominion of godslaying. Chu Qin grasped the gun handle firmly, causing the annihilation gun to whirl rapidly before him. As it spun, a realm of black and golden light materialized in front of him. With a thunderous roar, the flames of the auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, struck against that luminous domain, instantly forcing Chu Qin to retreat backward. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, both the light domain and the flames erupted simultaneously. It seems my conjecture was not mistaken. A slight smirk appeared on Chu Qin's lips as he mused. The 8,000-year-old auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, is at least comparable to an 80,000-year-old soul beast. Its power should be around the level of an 87th rank soul Douluo. Very well, Daji, it is your turn to take the stage. Chu Qin paused momentarily. then instructed the enchanting Daji behind him. Confident in his ability to potentially triumph over an 87th level Soul Douluo, he nonetheless deemed it unnecessary. Firstly, Chu Qin had engaged in battle merely to encounter a worthy opponent and assess the progress he had made over the past month. It was evident that after reaching level 70, his strength had markedly increased, enabling him to confront an 87th level Soul Douluo directly. Secondly, the auspicious beast, the Azure Dragon, was bound by a time constraint. Should he exceed this limit, Chu Qin would have no recourse for regret. Yes, Daji nodded, invoking her third soul skill, 7 Apertures Linglong. As she uttered the incantation, the Azure Dragon was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow. With a slight grasp of her hand, the Azure Dragon emitted a mournful cry, collapsing motionless upon the ground. Subsequently, Chu Qin unleashed the devastating God Spear, piercing through the remnants of the soul power barrier surrounding the Azure Dragon, delivering the final blow. However, upon its demise, the Azure Dragon did not dissipate into soul rings or bones. Instead, it transformed into a swirl of azure light that surged into Chu Qin's body. This was the final sacrifice of the Azure Dragon. At the moment of the Azure Dragon's infusion, Chu Qin felt an excruciating pain radiating through his spine, akin to a parasite burrowing deep within, compelling him to collapse onto the ground. Master, Daji exclaimed in alarm. System, what is happening? Chu Qin furrowed his brow. There is no need for concern, host. This is the skeletal soul bone of the Azure Dragon, replacing your original bones and granting you direct access to the skeletal soul bone. Understanding now, Chu Qin breathed a sigh of relief and reassured Daji, Daji, I am fine. There is no need for worry. Daji relaxed, her delicate brows unknitting. Following the intense agony, a sensation akin to the dual moons occupying the same sky washed over him. At that moment, Chu Qin felt a significant enhancement in both his physical capabilities and soul power. Simultaneously, beneath his feet, at the location of his 7th soul ring, an extraordinary soul ring materialized. It was a golden soul ring. Not purely gold, but imbued with a subtle pink hue, resembling rose gold. My soul power has reached level 74. Chu Qin remarked with a smirk. Although the Azure Beast soul ring was merely 8,000 years old, its enhancement effect rivaled that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the Azure Beast soul ring bestowed upon him 2 new soul skills. With a mere thought, a resounding dragon's roar echoed forth. Behind Chu Qin, a magnificent Azure Dragon emerged. This Azure Dragon bore the unmistakable resemblance of the auspicious beast, yet it was distinguished by the absence of the auspicious clouds beneath its feet. This was none other than Chu Qin's second martial soul, the Azure Dragon. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring your second martial soul. At that moment, Daji smiled alluringly. Thank you, Daji. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Without you, I could not have effortlessly obtained this auspicious soul ring. So, Daji, is there any reward? Daji responded with a playful smile. Originally, Chu Qin believed that Su Daji would express sentiments such as, it is my duty to serve my master, I am honored to do so. However, he was taken aback when Su Daji made a rather unexpected request. What reward do you desire? Chu Qin inquired, perplexed, as he struggled to conceive of anything worthy to offer the extraordinary Douluo, Su Daji. I wish for a kiss from my master, Su Daji declared, her fox ears perking up with a hint of shyness. Ah, Chu Qin stammered, momentarily taken aback. Is my master unwilling? Su Daji's ears drooped slightly, a touch of displeasure creeping into her voice. Of course not, Chu Qin replied, but before he could elaborate, Su Daji had already leaned in to press her lips against his. The intoxicating scent of her unique fragrance and the sweetness of her lips enveloped him, causing his pupils to dilate in surprise. Overcome by a rush of hormones, he instinctively embraced Su Daji, surrendering to the moment. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Thank you, my master, Su Daji said, her expression devoid of reproach as she flashed him a charming smile. In the future, Daji shall serve her master even better. By midday, Chu Qin returned to Shrek Academy, his spirits buoyant. Not only had he broken through to the Soul Sage rank and acquired the soul ring and soul bone of the auspicious beast, as well as his second martial spirit, but he had also shared a tender moment with Su Daji. To his surprise, at this hour, the Shrek Square was unusually quiet. Typically, Xiaowu would be conducting grueling training sessions with Tang San and the others. Yet today, the academy was eerily still. Not only were Xiaowu and Tang San absent, but even the usually lively Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Ming were nowhere to be found. How strange. Where could they have gone? Chu Qin pondered aloud. At that moment, a melodious voice, tinged with allure, broke the silence. Chu Qin. He turned to see Zhu Qing, her figure striking in a fitted leather outfit, standing before him. Zhu Qing. Chu Qin exclaimed, waving excitedly in her direction. Where have you been? Zhu Qing asked, gracefully taking his hand. I went out for a bit. Chu Qin replied with a smile. What about Xiaowu and Rongrong? They have all gone to the Dragon King's Tower in Soto City, Zhu Qing informed him. Dragon King's Tower? This was the first time Chu Qin had heard of such a place, and he expressed his surprise. What? Chu Qin. You haven't been to the Dragon King's Tower? Zhu Qing remarked, slightly astonished. Chu Qin shook his head, expressing his unfamiliarity with the place. What is this location? I have never heard of it before. Rongrong Tower has only recently made its appearance, replied Yu Xiaogang. However, upon its emergence, its reputation has already echoed throughout the entirety of Suatua City. Oh, is that so? Pray, do tell. According to their accounts, the proprietor of Rongrong Tower is a stunning beauty. Zhu Zhuqin continued. She has set up a challenge at the front of Rongrong Tower, declaring that anyone possessing a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat her shall earn her hand in marriage. A contest for marriage, exclaimed Chu Qin. His interest in the enigmatic owner of Rongrong Tower peaked. It was not merely because of her beauty, but also due to the fact that he had recently acquired a dragon-type martial soul. Indeed, to date, many individuals with dragon-type martial souls have challenged her, yet she has triumphed over each and every one. It turned out she was a soul emperor. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's enthusiasm waned. In the Douluo continent, those above the rank of soul emperor, aside from his future wife Bibi, were predominantly elderly women in their 60s or 70s, like the Snake Lady. How appealing could such a person be? So, have Xiaowu and Zhao Wujing gone as well? Chu Qin inquired. He was not overly concerned for Xiaowu's safety, knowing that the Blue-Eyed Dragon King was there to protect them. Indeed, that aligns with your nature. Zhu Zhuqin nodded. I thought you would join them. What nature? Chu Qin replied somewhat exasperatedly, yet with an affectionate smile. Qin, be a bit clearer. I apologize, Chu Qin. I misspoke. Zhu Zhuqin quickly retorted. No, Chu Qin, you were correct. I am indeed the person you envision, Chu Qin said with a faint smile as he lifted Zhu Zhuqin off her feet, cradling her in his arms. Zhu Zhuqin's face flushed crimson as she gazed at Chu Qin. What are you planning to do, Chu Qin? Given that no one is around at Shrek Academy, what do you think I intend to do? He chuckled cheekily. With Ming Yiran captured and Ziyuan making her entrance, Zhu Zhuqin immediately grasped Chu Qin's implication. Her feet instinctively drawing closer together, her eyes betraying both fear and anticipation. With that, Chu Qin carried Zhu Zhuqin towards the dormitory. Just moments ago, Daji's kiss had already sent his hormones into overdrive, and now, facing the breathtaking beauty of Zhu Zhuqin, he could hardly remain passive. Upon reaching the dormitory, Chu Qin gently placed Zhu Zhuqin at the head of the bed, then secured the doors and windows before pouncing onto her. Qin, this should be our first time. Should it not? Chu Qin said, his heart racing. Yes, Zhu Zhuqin replied, her voice tinged with shyness. I recall you mentioning your fear of such encounters. Are you still afraid now? Chu Qin asked. Zhu Zhuqin shook her head. It is you, so I am not afraid. Chu Qin revealed a faint smile, followed by a sharp sound of tearing leather. Zhu Zhuqin remained silent, yet her nails nearly embedded themselves into Chu Qin's flesh. An hour later, Chu Qin led Zhu Zhuqin out of the dormitory, both feeling refreshed. How was it? Not as terrifying as you imagined, right? Chu Qin remarked with a gentle smile. Yes, indeed, and yet it feels somewhat insufficient. Zhu Zhuqin replied, a hint of shyness in her tone. Chu Qin paused for a moment, taken aback. I was just teasing you. Zhu Zhuqin chuckled, covering her mouth. It was quite pleasant, though a tad painful. That's all right. It will pass in a little while. Chu Qin reassured her with a smile. Zhu Zhuqin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside Shrek Academy. Chu Qin, something's wrong. It was Xiaowu. Upon observing the distressed expressions of Chu Qin and Zhu Zhuqin, they spotted Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong hastily approaching them. What troubles you, Xiaowu and Rongrong? Chu Qin swiftly approached and inquired, where is Sister Yiran? Xiaowu replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she has vanished. Though panic surged within him, Chu Qin gently reassured, do not fret, speak slowly and tell me what transpired. We, along with Sister Yiran and Rongrong, went to the Dragon King's tower to witness the martial arts competition for marriage. The moment we turned around, Sister Yiran disappeared. Xiaowu exclaimed anxiously. We, along with Teacher Zhao and the others, have scoured the entirety of Suodo City, yet there is no trace of her. Come, let us continue our search. As Chu Qin spoke, he immediately raced towards Sodo City. At that moment, in a dim alley of Sodo City, 3 unsightly figures emerged. These men, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, bore a countenance that could only be described as repulsive. With darkened skin and an unsettling demeanor that rivaled the protagonists of certain films, one of them was carrying a beautiful figure on his shoulder. If Chu Qin had been present, he would have recognized her as Ming Yiran. Enough of the pleasantries, Tianya. Let us settle this here, one of them said, tossing Ming Yiran into a corner with a lewd grin. Old goose, this girl is a real catch. Where did you find her? A smirk crept across the lips of Bulu, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Let us not ask too many questions. With such a pretty girl. Who wants to go first? Tianya inquired. Let me. I can hardly contain myself. Bulu replied with a lascivious chuckle, rubbing his hands together as he approached Ming Yiran. Just then, Ming Yiran regained consciousness and, upon seeing the 3 lecherous middle-aged men, gasped in alarm. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? Bulu grinned wickedly. Stay back. Ming Yiran shouted, her surprise quickly giving way to resolve as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated beneath her feet. And her snake-headed staff materialized in her grasp. Oh, a soul master, is it? Bulu chuckled darkly. As he did, for soul rings 2 white, 1 yellow, and one purple, flared to life beneath him, revealing him to be a soul sect. Meng Yuran, taken aback, swung her staff, unleashing a flurry of snake shadows towards Douluo. Humph! He scoffed, producing 2 pink barriers with a mere flick of his wrist. One barrier intercepted her snake shadows while the other enveloped Meng Yuran, compressing around her rapidly. Fear washed over Meng Yuran as she desperately summoned her soul power to resist. Yet, she was no Chu Qin. An ordinary soul master could not hope to contend with a soul sect. Under the relentless pressure of the pink barrier, her expression twisted in pain as her martial soul disintegrated before her very eyes. In that instant, Tianya, an old goose, lunged forward, pinning Meng Yuran's shoulders and forcing her to kneel on the ground. Now you can't resist, can you? Douluo sneered, his grin widening. Best not touch me, or you'll regret it, Meng Yuran warned coldly. Oh, I'm so afraid. Douluo mocked, reaching towards her chest to remove her armor. Stop, Meng Yuran cried out. Just then, an enchanting voice echoed through the alley. The trio turned, stunned by the sight before them. A breathtaking beauty stood there, her purple hair cascading and violet eyes shimmering. She wore bold makeup that accentuated her stunning features, making her appear extraordinarily alluring. Most striking was her figure, clad in a flowing purple qipao that left little to the imagination, particularly the way it accentuated her impressive bosom. She wore dazzling purple high heels, and her skin glowed like jade, further enhancing her beauty and elegance. Douluo and his companions were momentarily entranced, their eyes gleaming with desire. She was exquisite, radiating a mature allure that left them utterly defenseless. Where did this courtesan come from? Douluo stammered, visibly shaken. Tianya and Old Goose exchanged lewd smiles, their imaginations running wild as they momentarily lost interest in Meng Yuran. I am the owner of the Dragon King Tower, Ziyuan, the woman declared, arms crossed, her lips curling into a captivating smirk. Oh, Douluo chuckled lewdly, but his expression froze mid-sentence. The owner of the Dragon King Tower, Ziyuan, the one who set up the martial arts competition for marriage proposals. In other words, the person before them was a soul emperor. Why are you here, Miss Ziyuan? Douluo stammered, suppressing his lascivious thoughts. I detest 2 types of people, Ziyuan replied with a chilling smile. Those who are treacherous and those who are lecherous. When I encounter them, I will eliminate them without hesitation. Suddenly, the 3 men's expressions hardened. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and they were simultaneously kicked against the wall with tremendous force. The impact left them bloodied, and Meng Yuran, witnessing the scene, recoiled in shock, unable to utter a word. Ziyuan sauntered over to Douluo, who pleaded, Miss Ziyuan, please spare me. But the next moment, she lifted her foot and stomped down on the most vulnerable point of the 3 men, ensuring they would never procreate again. Indeed, their lives were over. Ziyuan then conjured a ball of purple flame and hurled it at Douluo and his companions, igniting their bodies in a blazing inferno. Meng Yuran, taken aback by Ziyuan's ruthless methods, shrank into the corner, trembling with fear. At that moment, Ziyuan turned her gaze toward Meng Yuran, her expression softening. Are you all right? Hearing this, Meng Yuran's fear began to dissipate. Thank you, Miss Ziyuan, for saving me. I am fine. As a woman, you must learn to protect yourself, especially one as beautiful as you. I saved you this time, but next time, you may not be so fortunate, Ziyuan advised. I will remember your words, Miss Ziyuan. Meng Yuran promised. Yuran, a voice echoed from the alley entrance. Chu Qin. Meng Yuran's heart soared with joy as she spotted Chu Qin's figure appearing at the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards him, throwing herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. What happened, Yuran? Chu Qin gently caressed her head, filled with concern. Are you all right? I thought I would never see you again. Meng Yuran sobbed, clinging tightly to Chu Qin. I almost lost myself. What happened? Upon hearing these words, Chu Qin felt a surge of anger and directed his gaze towards the alley. His eyes lingered for a moment on Ziyuan. At that instant, Ziyuan's gaze fortuitously met Chu Qin's, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. How could this man evoke such a stirring within me? Ziyuan was taken aback by her own thoughts. Impossible. How could I possibly feel such emotions for a mere human? Chu Qin was taken aback. Ziyuan's beauty and figure were truly exceptional. Particularly striking was her maturity, which stood in stark contrast to the youthful innocence of Meng Yuran and her companions. However, Chu Qin's gaze soon shifted toward the 3 burning figures. They were the very individuals who had harbored ill intentions toward me. Meng Yuran gestured toward the scorched bodies and turned to Ziyuan, expressing her gratitude. Fortunately, Sister Ziyuan saved me. Thank you, Miss Ziyuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately clasped his hands in salute, stating, I am Chu Qin, and I shall remember this kindness. I vow to repay it in the future. There is no need for that. Ziyuan replied coolly, however, with such a beautiful woman by your side, do exercise caution in the future. Upon hearing her words, Chu Qin felt a slight tremor in his heart. He pondered to himself that this Ziyuan was not only ruthless in her actions, but also possessed an air of aloofness in her speech, leaving him curious about her origins. Nevertheless, Chu Qin accepted Ziyuan's admonishment and, with a hint of remorse, replied that he had indeed been negligent this time and would take better care of her in the future. Chu Qin, still my sister. At that moment, several female voices resonated simultaneously. Upon hearing the voices, Chu Qin and Ming Yiran turned to see Xiaowu, Ning, Rongrong, and Yu Xiaogang hurrying towards them. Noticing the throng of women surrounding Chu Qin, Ziyuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of disdain towards him. Sister Yiran, are you all right? The trio inquired simultaneously. I nearly didn't get to see you all, Ming Yiran replied, a tremor of fear in her voice. Fortunately, Sister Ziyuan came to my rescue. As she spoke, Ming Yiran cast her gaze towards the direction of Ziyuan, only to find her inexplicably absent. How strange. Where has Sister Ziyuan gone? Ming Yiran pondered aloud. Sister Ziyuan? Xiaowu echoed in confusion. Ah, you mean the owner of the Dragon King Tower? The owner of the Dragon King Tower, Chu Qin exclaimed in astonishment, recalling the Soul Emperor who had set the stage for the martial competition. Yes, indeed, Ming Yiran affirmed with a nod. Chu Qin originally presumed that the master of the Dragon King Tower would be a cantankerous old woman, yet unexpectedly, upon hearing a sudden thought, Chu Qin furrowed his brows. However, as the memory of Ming Yiran's lingering nightmare surfaced, he promptly dismissed the notion and replied, let us return to Shrek Academy. Now that Yiran is safe. The following morning, as dawn broke, a prompt resonated in Chu Qin's ears. Goddess system activated. Task, defeat the Dragon King Tower's master, Ziyuan. Reward, 100 affection from Goddess Ziyuan, and acquire the divine art, Dragon God Transformation. Awakened by these words, Chu Qin was secretly elated, pondering, Ziyuan has a goddess task as well. Yet, why have I never heard this name before? Shaking off his curiosity, he cast a glance at the slumbering Ming Yiran and her 3 companions, then quietly exited Shrek Academy. The day was splendid, with the sun shining brightly in a cloudless sky. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the master of the Dragon King Tower. Chu Qin stretched languidly, feeling exhilarated. It must be said, Ziyuan indeed captivated Chu Qin's heart, a straightforward woman of both charm and beauty. Such individuals as Chu Qin are utterly unresilient. Soto City, Dragon King Tower. This is a brand new 3-story tower built in traditional Chinese style. In front of the Dragon King Tower lies an expansive plaza, at the center of which stands a grand granite arena. At this moment, the arena is surrounded by a throng of spectators, most of whom are not here to partake in the duel. Their gazes are fixated on the woman seated upon the stage. She is clad in a stunning purple qipao, her face partially veiled, revealing none other than Ziyuan. Today's martial contest for marriage continues. A woman holding a loudspeaker exclaims that any challenger possessing a dragon-type martial soul who can defeat Miss Ziyuan shall be rewarded with 2 million gold soul coins. One might wonder why such a beautiful woman as Ziyuan would seek a contest for marriage. Is she truly troubled by the prospect of finding a spouse? Nonsense. In recent days, numerous noble suitors from the Ballot Kingdom have come to seek her hand, only to be dismissed by her. Ziyuan has declared that only those with a dragon-type martial soul who can best her may become her ideal partner. Dragon-type martial souls are exceedingly rare, and those who possess a Soul Emperor level or higher are even scarcer. Could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will intervene? They would hardly deign to look upon the impoverished folk of Soto City. You are mistaken. Just days ago, someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan did indeed arrive. A level 68 Soul Emperor came, but he was bested by Ziyuan in just 3 moves. 3 moves. How astonishingly powerful Ziyuan is. One would require a soul sage to stand a chance against her. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Below the arena, the atmosphere is bustling, while above, an unusual silence prevails. For individuals with dragon-type martial souls are exceedingly rare. At that moment, an elderly man and woman arrived. Old man, I've heard that anyone with a dragon-type martial soul who defeats the Soul Emperor Ziyuan at Dragon King Tower can marry her. Your martial soul is the dragon staff. It counts as a type of dragon martial soul, isn't it worth a try? The old woman inquired of her companion. These two were none other than Dragon Lord Mingshu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. My dear, you jest, Mingshu retorted. Not to mention that my dragon staff is worlds apart from a true dragon martial soul. Even if I possessed one, I would not stoop to such childish antics. Besides, having you as my wife is fulfillment enough for me in this lifetime. Chao Tianxiang smiled in satisfaction at his response. At least you have some conscience. Let us hurry to Shrek Academy. I wonder how that girl is faring. As Mingshu and Chao Tianxiang were about to depart, she suddenly pointed to a young man in the crowd and exclaimed, Old man, that masked youth bears a striking resemblance to Chu Qin. You're right, he does indeed. In the next moment, the young man leaped gracefully onto the arena. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, exuding a gallant demeanor while adorned with a golden mask. A challenger has emerged, someone exclaimed. But he looks rather young. Is he seeking trouble? Ziyuan observed the youth's youthful appearance and coldly remarked, Young man, do not waste my time. Miss Ziyuan, how can you know unless you try? The young man replied with a slight smile. I do not take my opponents lightly. Ziyuan retorted indifferently, adding, If I leave you injured, I shall bear no responsibility. I believe you lack the ability. The young man replied with a smile. Oh. Ziyuan chuckled softly, then reveal your martial soul. Upon her words, the young man summoned a green light that materialized behind him. It was a magnificent beast martial soul. The entire form was a striking blue, displaying the features of a dragon. Its head, claws, tail, and eyes resembling that of a dragon. It was none other than the Azure Dragon. possessing the Azure Dragon martial soul. There was no doubt that this young man was Chu Qin. The moment the Azure Dragon martial soul manifested, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, causing a tremor among the spectators, particularly those with beast martial souls, as if they had encountered a bloodline suppression. What an exceptional dragon martial soul! My martial soul trembles! Xiao Tianxiang exclaimed. I cannot shake the feeling that this dragon martial soul seems even more formidable than that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's inherited martial soul. It is no illusion, Ming Shu asserted. The potency of this beast martial soul is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Their astonishment was echoed by Ziyuan, who was equally taken aback. Her heart raced with excitement as she thought, the first-generation Dragon King's Azure Dragon martial soul. It appears this is the one Master Detian has been seeking. Indeed, Ziyuan is one of the rulers of the Star Do Forest, a manifestation of the hellish demon Dragon King, ZG, transformed through secret techniques. Her mission was to seek the traces of the first-generation Dragon King in Sodo City. However, having just arrived in the human world, ZG lacked any connections and did not know where to begin. Thus, she utilized her alluring beauty as bait to draw in the first-generation Dragon King. Simultaneously, she sold treasures acquired from soul beasts to finance the construction of the Dragon King Tower. Yet, as a soul beast, ZG was ultimately too naive. She failed to attract the Dragon King of Sodo City, instead challenging Dragon-type soul masters from the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and even across the entire Douluo continent. After months of effort, ZG finally succeeded in enticing Chu Qin. So, Mr. Yuan, do I meet the qualifications? Chu Qin smiled. Unbeknownst to him, he merely wished to defeat Ziyuan and bring home not only a stunning beauty, but one with a 39F figure. Indeed, you possess a dragon-type martial soul. Ziyuan responded, but do you believe that this alone will suffice to defeat me? No sooner had Ziyuan finished speaking than 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, sparkled beneath her feet. And she gazed at Chu Qin with a mysterious look. Now, reveal your soul rings. No. Chu Qin shook his head. I shall surpass you without the use of soul rings. The crowd below erupted in astonishment at his declaration. To claim victory over a soul emperor without utilizing soul rings or soul skills. How formidable is Chu Qin? Or is he merely posturing? Could it be that he lacks a soul ring? ZG mused inwardly, contemplating whether he had only recently been reborn and had yet to obtain a soul ring. Regardless, she resolved that he must not triumph over her. The one I hold dear is Lord Detian. Very well, young man, prepare yourself. As ZG's words fell, a black dragon king materialized behind her. This black dragon, reminiscent of the lizard dragons of Western mythology, was indeed the hellish Dragon King, a manifestation derived from ZG's true form. In the next moment, a circle of soul rings illuminated beneath her feet, and her eyes radiated 2 beams of black-red light directed at Chu Qin. A soul emperor should not require my second martial soul to achieve victory. Chu Qin thought to himself. Azure Dragon Suppression. With a low roar from Chu Qin, a green luminescence erupted from his spine. In the blink of an eye, a pair of azure wings sprouted from his sides. Soaring into the air, Chu Qin thrust his fists downward, and an ethereal azure dragon descended upon ZG from above. With a thunderous crash, the azure dragon collided fiercely with ZG. In that instant, ZG felt a tremendous shock within her chest, as though she might not withstand it. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, the azure dragon sent ZG hurtling away. Ah, how can he unleash skills without a soul ring? Gasped a bystander. Indeed, old man, what is the explanation for this? Snake Matriarch inquired. It is a soul bone technique. Ming Shu discerned the truth. Certain high-quality soul bones could produce abilities rivaling those of soul techniques. Possessing such a soul bone, this individual is certainly no ordinary person. Moreover, I am unable to accurately sense his soul power level. Indeed, he is undoubtedly a first-generation Dragon King. ZG thought to herself. Oh, realizing that such prowess at such a young age was astonishing. It seemed she could no longer conceal her true strength, otherwise, she would not prevail against him. As her thoughts concluded, a seal upon her body silently shattered, causing her aura to surge dramatically in an instant. In the next moment, ZG's palm transformed into a dragon claw, her figure shifting as she surged toward Chu Qin like a true wandering dragon. ZG's speed was astonishingly swift. Before Chu Qin could react, she had already clawed at his cheek, causing his mask to shatter instantly. Chu Qin's long black hair cascaded down, revealing a face that could enchant countless young maidens. Indeed, it is Chu Qin, Ming Shu exclaimed, his pupils narrowing. So, Chu Qin possesses twin martial souls. Xiao Tianxiang remarked in astonishment. The continent's youngest soul emperor, endowed with 2 extraordinary martial souls. How many secrets does Chu Qin truly conceal? Ming Shu marveled. It is you. ZG gasped in surprise. Yesterday, in that fleeting moment, she had developed a fondness for Chu Qin. However, upon witnessing his 4 women, her affection dissipated entirely. For in Chu Qin, she perceived the shadow of Detian. She was deeply enamored with Detian, who had far more than merely 4 women. Now, seeing Chu Qin, who had come to participate in the martial arts contest while carrying the burden of 4 women, she felt a tinge of aversion toward him. Indeed, dragons are inherently lustful. You already have 4 women, yet you still think of me. ZG said with a faint smile directed at Chu Qin. You are mistaken. Desire is a natural inclination. Chu Qin replied with a composed smile. Miss Ziyuan, I believe your rules do not prohibit those with girlfriends from participating, do they? Humph. ZG retorted coldly. You are far from winning against me. Let us see, shall we? Chu Qin responded with a serene smile as 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, began to illuminate beneath his feet. Indeed, Chu Qin's Azure Dragon Soul Ring not only granted him the essence of his martial soul but also bestowed upon him a soul ring simulation skill. At that moment, the god-slaying spear materialized in Chu Qin's grasp. A soul sage. My goodness, twin martial souls. Both CG and the onlookers gasped in unison. Wait. Chu Qin has become a soul sage. But why have his soul rings changed color? Xiao Tianxiang exclaimed in surprise. It must be some form of simulation skill. Mingshu replied. 100,000-year soul ring garners too much attention. Chu Qin is intentionally concealing it. Humph. Do you think being a soul sage will allow you to surpass me? ZG said with a mysterious smile. Hell Dragon King, true form. As ZG roared, her body began to swell dramatically, ultimately transforming into a complete Hell Dragon King. Master, the individual before you is not human. Su Daji's voice echoed. She is a soul beast. A soul beast. Chu Qin exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Master. She has concealed her true nature remarkably well. Unless one attains the same unparalleled Douluo realm as I, it would be nearly impossible to discern. ZG. The Hell Dragon King. Chu Qin suddenly realized. But why did ZG disguise herself as Ziyuan? Never mind. I shall directly inquire once I defeat her. God-slaying spear, true form. Chu Qin thought to himself, as his 7th soul ring simultaneously illuminated. Behind him, a phantom bearing a spear, identical to him, emerged. At the same time, a golden radiance blossomed in Chu Qin's left hand. As time began to slow, the world around him decelerated. ZG felt a surge of surprise within her heart. This technique was the very one Chu Qin had employed to vanquish Long Gong Mingshu, and now it was being wielded against ZG. After reaching the Soul Saint rank, the effects of time dilation for Chu Qin underwent a transformation, extending from an initial 2 seconds to a remarkable 3 seconds. Although this increment may seem trivial at first glance, that single second could potentially alter the course of battle dramatically. With the invocation of the illusory spear, the very next moment saw Chu Qin, upon the dissolution of the spear's effect, wielding the enlarged god-slaying spear with unparalleled swiftness, thrusting it towards the ever-shifting Hell Dragon King of ZG. Caught off guard, ZG hastily attempted to gather her soul power to form a protective barrier before her. However, the rate of soul power accumulation was agonizingly sluggish, leaving her with no time to spare. Must I resort to breaking my secret techniques to defeat him? ZG pondered grimly. Her secret arts demanded an immense amount of soul power to sustain, and thus, the full force she could muster. Being a ferocious beast of 200,000 years was barely a fraction of her potential, at most, comparable to a low-ranking soul Douluo among humans. This was precisely why she found it impossible to counteract Chu Qin's time dilation. No, if I break my secret techniques, not only might I fail to escape the human realm, but I would also undoubtedly alert Chu Qin, the primordial Dragon King, leading to my ultimate failure. After a fierce internal struggle, ZG ultimately refrained from shattering her secret arts. At that moment, accompanied by a deafening explosion, Chu Qin's spear finally pierced her defenses, causing her martial soul's spirit rings to shatter in that instant. Miss Ziyuan is defeated. Witnessing this scene, countless men felt their hearts shatter. This signified that Ziyuan was destined to wed the very Chu Qin before them. Who is this individual, possessing dual martial souls? Why does he, despite being a soul saint, appear as a youthful lad of merely 20? A wave of indignation swept through the onlookers. They could hardly fathom that Chu Qin was, in fact, under 20 years of age, mistakenly assuming he was merely born with a youthful visage. Ding. The system detects that the host has defeated Ziyuan, achieving 100% favorability from the goddess Ziyuan. Profound art, dragon god transformation. Miss Ziyuan, you have lost. Chu Qin retracted his martial soul's spirit rings and, with a calm smile directed towards ZG on the arena, inquired, according to our agreement, does this not make you my fiancée? At that moment, ZG was taken aback. Why is it that I, who detest frivolous individuals, feel an overwhelming desire to acquiesce to Chu Qin? Ultimately, under the enchanting influence of the system, she nodded in agreement. Very well, then follow me. Chu Qin smiled enigmatically, taking ZG's hand as they proceeded toward the Dragon King Pavilion. Alas, Miss Ziyuan is no more. My dear Ziyuan. Humph, this Chu Qin. It has only been a few months. Xiao Tianxiang exclaimed in fury. How could he betray Iran and seek a new affection so swiftly? Ha ha ha, my dear wife. Meng Shu laughed heartily. You are not truly angered, are you? For we have long known that Chu Qin is a flirtatious soul. Xiao Tianxiang nodded in acknowledgement. With dual martial souls, a 17-year-old soul saint, and an unparalleled Douluo entourage, such a grandson-in-law is unmatched on the Douluo continent. Yet, where has Iran gone? Xiao Tianxiang frowned. Grandfather, grandmother. At that moment, the voice of Ming Iran echoed. The Dragon King and the Snake Matriarch turned to see Ming Iran, Xiaowu. Ning Rongrong, and Chu Qin standing there. My precious granddaughter. Meanwhile, within the Dragon King Pavilion, Chu Qin gently grasped Ziji's hand as they entered her boudoir. What are you planning to do? Ziji inquired, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation evident in her voice as Chu Qin firmly shut the door behind them. You are my fiancé, now. Surely, I am entitled to my desires, Chu Qin replied with a soft smile. Indeed, dragons are known for their lustful nature. Then proceed, Ziji said, pausing momentarily before biting her crimson lip. Upon witnessing Ziji's enchanting and graceful demeanor, Chu Qin found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Yet, he steeled himself and boldly questioned, Ziyuan. You are the Hell Dragon King of the Starry Forest, Ziji, are you not? Ziji's pupils dilated in shock as she responded, How do you know? It seems you truly are the reincarnation of the first Dragon King. The first Dragon King? Chu Qin furrowed his brow. Ziji then realized she had inadvertently revealed too much and fell silent. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qin persisted in his interrogation, the Hell Dragon King. The sovereign of the Starry Forest dares to disguise himself as a human in the mortal realm. Pray tell, what is your true purpose here? What has become of the first Dragon King? Ziji's delicate brows furrowed, indicating her reluctance to divulge the truth. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Qin directly pressed Ziji onto the bed. Gazing into her enchanting purple eyes, he smiled softly and said, Speak, or I cannot guarantee what I may do to you. Ziji's heart raced at once. Her mission was a secret she could not disclose. However, under the overwhelming affection and Chu Qin's coercive allure, she reluctantly replied, Very well, I shall speak. Subsequently, Ziji recounted in detail the unusual occurrences from several months ago in the Starry Forest, along with her mission and thoughts, relaying everything to Chu Qin. So, that is how it is. Chu Qin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I was puzzled why Guyu Na and Di Tian awakened prematurely. It turns out the blood essence of the Azure Dragon King piqued their interest. Ah, Chu Qin, how do you know about Lord Di Tian and the Master? Ziji inquired, astonished. That is not for you to question. Chu Qin replied coolly. Thus, you set the stage for a martial competition at the Dragon King Tower to lure the original Dragon King. Indeed, Ziji replied, lightly biting her lip and nodding. Have you located the original Dragon King? Chu Qin asked. Upon hearing this, Ziji pointed at Chu Qin himself. Me? Chu Qin responded, astonished. Yes. Ziji affirmed with a nod. For all these days, you alone possess the Azure Dragon martial spirit of the original Dragon King. With a serene smile, Chu Qin inquired. Do you think I am the first Dragon King, Ziji? Somewhat similar, yet not entirely. Ziji candidly replied. I can reveal to you that I am indeed the first Dragon King. Chu Qin declared playfully. Really? Ziji exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed. Chu Qin smirked. Now that you know I am the first Dragon King, will you rush to the Star Doe Forest to inform Guyuna? So that they may consume my blood essence? Absolutely not. Ziji immediately countered upon hearing this. Regardless of whether you are the first Dragon King, I will not allow you to be in danger. Noticing Ziji's anxious demeanor, Chu Qin responded with a smile. You truly are my fiancée. At least you possess some sense of loyalty. Upon hearing Chu Qin refer to her as his fiancée, Ziji froze momentarily. What's the matter? You were the one who proposed this contest of martial prowess. Now that I have emerged victorious, do you not wish to acknowledge it? Chu Qin remarked with a teasing smile. Ziji hesitated slightly. Although she admitted to her affection for Chu Qin, she also harbored feelings for Emperor Tian. Seeing the flicker of uncertainty in Ziji's eyes, Chu Qin asked pointedly, Ziji, do you have someone you favor? Not at all. Ziji shook her head. Then that's settled. Chu Qin declared with overwhelming authority. From this day forth, you are mine. You are forbidden from liking anyone else. Understood. Ziji nodded earnestly. That's more like it. Chu Qin said with a triumphant grin, leaning in to kiss Ziji's soft lips, his hand reaching towards her. An hour later, Chu Qin and Ziji emerged side by side from the Dragon King Tower. At that moment, Ziji appeared somewhat transformed. Ziji, I trust you will not disclose my identity to Guyuna, Chu Qin stated. However, what will you do if she presses for answers? Rest assured, Chu Qin. Ziji paused before responding. I have decided that I will not return to the Star Doe Forest for a while. After all, the Master and Emperor Tian will not come to the human realm. You have sacrificed much. Chu Qin replied with a hint of sympathy. Ziji seemed to speak lightly. Yet she bore a significant cost. She could not return home, having betrayed her soul beast kin. Since you are now my woman, Chu Qin continued. You shall accompany me from now on. Absolutely. Ziji affirmed without hesitation. Wherever you go, I will follow. I am heading back to Shrek Academy, Chu Qin announced. Will you come with me? Yes. Ziji smiled and nodded. Let us go. I will introduce you to your other sisters. As Chu Qin spoke, he led Ziji towards the direction of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Meng Shushipa, Meng Yiran, Xiaowu, and others were engaging in light-hearted conversation at the Shrek Square. Where could Chu Qin have gone? Grandfather Long is here, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Xiaowu expressed her confusion. Xiaowu, Chu Qin would not leave us without reason. There must be something significant at hand. Zhu Shiqing promptly replied. Very well. Xiaowu nodded, glancing at Grandfather Long and Snakepa. You two wait a moment. Chu Qin will surely return. Indeed, No need to rush. Grandfather Long Mingshu chuckled heartily. He then turned to Snake Pra, asking, My dear, are you reassured now? With such a group of cultured and graceful women surrounding Chu Qin, how could he possibly treat Iran poorly? Yes, indeed. Snake Pa nodded, conceding that aside from his slight flirtations, Chu Qin had no other faults to speak of. Lowering her voice, she continued, Old man, do you think we should inform Iran about Chu Qin winning the martial arts contest for marriage? No. Meng Shu shook his head. I suspect Chu Qin and that Ziyuan are currently in high spirits. If we inform Iran, and she goes to meddle, Chu Qin might become displeased. At that moment, a voice rang out at the entrance of Shrek Academy. I'm back. Upon hearing Chu Qin's voice, Xiaowu and the others, along with Grandfather Long and Snake Pa, hurried to greet him. Their gaze immediately fell upon Ziji. Miss Ziyuan, Ning Rongrong, along with her companions Ma Hongjun and Oscar, exclaimed in surprise. Chu Qin, is it you who just won the martial arts contest for marriage? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin and Ziji, their hands intertwined, with a hint of astonishment. No way, could it be you, Mentor Chu Qin? Ma Hongjun gasped in disbelief. If not me, then who else could it be? Chu Qin smirked. No way. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but curse. Ah, Mentor Chu Qin, I remember you possessed the god-slaying spear martial soul. How could you participate in the contest? Oscar frowned, puzzled. What if I told you I have a twin martial soul? Chu Qin replied calmly. Unfair. Ma Hongjun lamented, feeling despondent. 17 years old, a soul emperor with twin martial souls, and surrounded by so many beautiful women. I might as well dig a hole and bury myself. Hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter. Rongrong, Xiaowu, Iran, Zhu Qing, allow me to formally introduce you. Chu Qin gestured towards Ziji. From now on, she will be your elder sister. Address her as Sister Ziji. Sister Ziji, Meng, Iran, and the others chorused. Xiaowu furrowed her brow. What's wrong, Xiaowu? Ziji asked in surprise. It's nothing, Xiaowu replied. I once had an elder sister named Ziji. Upon hearing this, Ziji regarded Xiaowu with curiosity before casting a surprised glance at Chu Qin. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Qin couldn't help but smile inwardly, as he was certain that the enchanting Ziji, whom Xiaowu referred to as her elder sister, was indeed the very same person standing before him. However, Chu Qin chose not to disclose this information to Xiaowu just yet. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, another month had elapsed. On this particular day, as was customary, Chu Qin led the 5 remarkable women, Ziji, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Meng Iran, in training at the Shrek Plaza. Ziji, having transformed from a formidable beast of 200,000 years, though only capable of exerting a fraction of her power, was more than capable of besting any instructor at Shrek Academy. Consequently, much like Chu Qin, she effortlessly assumed the role of a mentor at Shrek. Ziji took charge of training the 4 girls, while Chu Qin observed their graceful forms with admiration. Initially, Chu Qin was reluctant to have Xiaowu and the others engage in training. However, Xiaowu was driven by a deep-seated desire for vengeance against Bibi, while Zhu Qing yearned to surpass her elder sister, Zhu Yun, in the prestigious Elite Soul Master Tournament. As for Meng Iran, the haunting memories left by the unyielding Lele a month prior served as her greatest motivation for progress. Thus, they dedicated themselves with exceptional seriousness. Ning Rongrong, the little enchantress, was also influenced by their fervor, joining them in their rigorous training. Chu Qin pondered whether there might be a way to expedite their advancement. His own rate of improvement was remarkably swift, yet both the secret manuals and soul power elixirs were restricted for his personal use alone, as dictated by the system. Originally, Chu Qin had planned to ascend to the divine realm one day and bestow godhood upon these women all at once. However, witnessing their diligent training, he began to ponder how he could utilize his own strength to assist them. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. How could he have forgotten about the Eye of Ice and Fire? He realized that by visiting the Eye of Ice and Fire to obtain some celestial herbs and gifting them to Zhu Qing and the others, their soul power enhancement would surely accelerate. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated. Ding. Goddess mission issued. Task: assist Lanba Academy in winning the invitation tournament. Become a mentor at Lanba Academy and achieve a 100 favorability rating with Goddess Lu Erlong. Reward: 1 level 4 soul power inner core. And the secret technique, Glazed Diamond Body, can be passed on. A new goddess mission involving Lu Erlong had arrived. Chu Qin felt a surge of excitement. Winning the tournament and becoming a mentor at Lanba Academy? He was well acquainted with Lanba Academy, which was established by Lu Erlong and located in the imperial capital of the Heavendo Empire. In the original narrative, Lu Erlong entrusted the academy to Tang San and his companions, transforming it into the new Shrek Academy. It seemed that his time at Shrek Academy was nearing its conclusion. A change of scenery was in order. Moreover, he had intended to visit the Sunset Forest adjacent to the imperial capital. With a smirk, Chu Qin declared, "It seems I am destined to travel to the Heavendo imperial capital. Aside from the Sunset Forest and the Eye of Ice and Fire, the imperial capital was home to Qian Renchue, Tang Yuehua, Du Guyan, and Lu Erlong." The thought alone sent a thrill through Chu Qin. clearing his throat. He addressed the 5 women. Ziji, please pause for a moment. I have an announcement to make. Upon hearing that Chu Qin intended to go to the Heaven Do imperial capital, the 5 girls, including Xiaowu, displayed expressions of delight. Indeed, Chu Qin affirmed with a nod. Fantastic, fantastic. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands, exclaiming, my home is near the Heaven Do imperial capital. Once we arrive, I'll invite everyone to visit the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. All right, Rongrong. I have heard so many delightful stories about the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. This time, I must visit your home, Xiaowu replied, brimming with excitement. With a subtle smile, Chu Qin turned to the other 3 women and asked, what about you? I will go wherever you go. Zhu Zhuqing declared first. My thoughts align with Sister Zhuqing's. Meng Yiran and Ziji chimed in unison, displaying perfect harmony. Very well. Since everyone is on board, let us proceed to the Heaven Do imperial city. What? Chu Qin, are you all leaving? In the dean's office. Flinder was taken aback by the news of their departure. Chu Qin, you are really leaving? Zhao Wujia voiced his reluctance. Yes, Chu Qin replied. I apologize, Dean. But Chu Qin wishes to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and it seems Shrek Academy does not qualify. In truth, this was merely a pretext. Chu Qin genuinely aspired to elevate Shrek Academy. Once he showcased his prowess, the Academy would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of premier Soul Master institutions. However, the system compelled him to venture to the Heaven Do imperial city. Sighing deeply, Flinder acknowledged, I had anticipated that you would leave. After all, how can Shrek Academy accommodate someone of your stature? He firmly believed that it would not be long before Chu Qin crafted a legendary saga within the Soul Master realm. All right, Chu Qin, I respect your decision, Flinder continued. I have no other demands. I simply hope you remember this place. Indeed, Dean, I shall, Chu Qin assured him. May I inquire where you are headed? Zhao Wujia asked. Heaven Do Imperial City, Lamba Academy. Chu Qin answered candidly. Lamba Academy. Flinder's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Chu Qin, how do you know of this place? Zhu Qing provided the information. Chu Qin fabricated a response. She is my partner, and I could not possibly leave her behind. Ah, I see. Flinder nodded, then continued. Perhaps this is fate. The headmaster of Lamba Academy is a dear friend of mine. Allow me to write you a letter of recommendation. This way, you should be able to gain admission without examination. Excellent. Chu Qin did not decline. Flinder shared a deep bond with Lu Erlong, and in the original narrative, Lu Erlong had even ceded Lamba Academy to Flinder. With Flinder's letter, securing a position as a mentor at Lamba Academy would undoubtedly be much simpler. Thus, amid the reluctant gazes of Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others, Chu Qin led the 5 women onto a carriage, embarking on their journey to the Heaven Do Imperial City. As the most prosperous metropolis on the continent, Heaven Do City boasted towering granite city walls reaching heights of over 100 meters, patrolled by countless armored sentinels. The streets bustled with throngs of people. Shops lined the thoroughfares, and the sounds of merchants filled the air. By now, night had fallen. Yet, within Heaven Do City, the illuminating soul-guiding devices shone abundantly like neon lights, casting a brightness akin to midday. This is the Heaven Do Imperial City. Xiaowu marveled at the vibrant and opulent scene before her. Chu Qin felt a slight tremor in his heart. He finally understood Ning Rongrong's sentiments. In the face of the imperial capital of Tiando, the cities of Ning and Sodo could truly be regarded as remote and impoverished locales. Particularly, the fact that they resided in Shrek Academy accentuated this stark contrast. Indeed, it was clear that the imperial capital of Tiando was far more suited to this young lady. Ning Rongrong appeared exceedingly delighted. Truly, the imperial capital of Tiando is not much different from that of Xinghua. Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I recall visiting the imperial capital of Tiando once, during the invitational tournament between our exotic beast academy and the Tiando Royal Academy. Meng Yiran's eyes brightened as she spoke. Ziji, want to you share your thoughts? Seeing the women around him expressing their emotions, Chu Qin turned to Ziji. Chu Qin, I have no sentiments to express. Ziji replied with a glare at him, somewhat exasperated. With a somewhat awkward smile, Chu Qin remarked, it is getting late. Let us find a place to rest for the night. By the way, where shall we stay tonight, Chu Qin? Xiaowu inquired. Before Chu Qin could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected. Let us go to my family's hotel. I recall it is not far from here. Excellent. Following Ning Rongrong's lead, the group made their way to the Tiando Lioli Grand Hotel. The name itself suggested that it was a hotel exclusively owned by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, during the peak season, the hotel was bustling with business. As soon as Chu Qin and his 6 companions appeared, they captivated countless gazes. Their beauty was akin to that of a celestial ensemble. Xiaowu, the lowly, Ning Rongrong, the youthful beauty, Zhu Zhuqing, with her childlike visage yet voluptuous form, Ziji, the epitome of mature allure, and Meng Yiran, the femme fatale. Particularly, the men could not help but express their envy and jealousy as they observed Chu Qin strolling amidst these 5 enchanting ladies, sharing laughter and lively conversation. Manager Wang, do you still remember me? Ning Rongrong approached a middle-aged man with a smile. Miss. The hotel manager was momentarily taken aback, then filled with astonishment. Miss. How have you returned? He inquired, astonished. Do not ask so many questions. Prepare us 5 luxurious suites. Ning Rongrong replied, following manager Wang's lead. They ascended to the 6th floor of the hotel. Rongrong, there are 6 of us. Why are we only booking 5 rooms? Xiaowu asked, surprised. Because I intend to share a room with Chu Qin tonight, Ning Rongrong unabashedly declared. Upon hearing this, manager Wang was momentarily stunned. What? Has the miss already found a partner? However, his shock only deepened with what followed. Rongrong, how could you do this? Xiaowu pouted. I want to sleep with Chu Qin too. I want as well. Zhu Qin echoed. Chu Qin, as was his custom, chose to remain silent. I will not be joining. I have something else to attend to today, Meng Yiran added, slightly shy. ZG, what about you? Ning Rongrong turned to ZG. Rongrong, it was you who slept with Chu Qin last night. ZG replied with a triumphant smile. Let us adhere to the rules. Today, it is my turn. Very well. Upon ZG's declaration, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qin reluctantly acquiesced. After all, ZG was not only their elder sister, but also their mentor. The words of a mentor carried significant weight. Manager Wang, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat. The implication was clear. These women were all connected to Chu Qin. The young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was actually sharing a partner? Manager Wang's mind struggled to comprehend this. Subsequently, ZG accompanied Chu Qin into the central suite. Manager Wang, you may leave. Call for you if needed, Ning Rongrong instructed. Understood. Once Manager Wang departed, he hastily sent word to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Meanwhile, Chu Qin and ZG entered the opulent suite. Chu Qin, would you like to take a shower first? ZG inquired. Why don't you go ahead? I have some matters to attend to, Chu Qin replied. Very well then. With a hint of disappointment, ZG entered the bathroom. After ZG left, Chu Qin settled onto the sofa, whispering to himself, Dragon God Transformation. This transformation was unlocked through ZG's Divine Mission. Unlike other Divine Mission rewards, which typically offered 2, 3, or even 4 gifts, this particular task provided only 1. However, when Chu Qin practiced the Dragon God Transformation, he discovered its uniqueness. When cultivated to its peak, it could synergize with Chu Qin's Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, allowing his entire being to undergo a draconic transformation and enhance his attributes. This enhancement was astonishing. By transforming just 1 body part, he could elevate his attributes by 100% within a short period. 2 parts would yield a 200% increase, and so forth. The Dragon God Transformation could encompass 6 body parts, both hands, both feet, head, and torso, culminating in an astounding 600% attribute enhancement. Though this boost was temporary, given Chu Qin's current strength, achieving full dragon transformation would render him capable of challenging title de law. Thus, he consistently regarded the Dragon God Transformation as his trump card for cultivation. Yet, recently he had encountered a bottleneck. Ever since his hands transformed, he had been unable to proceed with the transformation of the remaining 4 parts, despite numerous attempts yielding no results. Could it be related to my soul power level? Chu Qin pondered, gazing at his draconic arms with a sigh. Ah, Chu Qin, are you practicing the Dragon Clan's secret technique? At that moment, ZG emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. Dragon Clan's secret technique? Chu Qin inquired, puzzled. Is it not? ZG responded in surprise. Your draconic appearance resembles the Dragon Clan's secret technique, the 9 transformations of the true dragon. The mention of the 9 transformations of the true dragon intrigued Chu Qin. What is the 9 transformations of the true dragon? He pressed. It is a secret art passed down from the dragon god lineage. ZG explained. It stimulates the dragon bloodline, enabling rapid enhancement and achieving draconic transformation in a short time. How similar? Chu Qin exclaimed with delight. ZG, I have been encountering a bottleneck. After transforming my hands, I am unable to progress further. That is impossible. As long as your blood is sufficiently potent, theoretically, you should be able to achieve full dragon transformation. You are the 1st generation Dragon King. This should not be an issue. Only those with impure bloodlines would face such a bottleneck. ZG replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin experienced a moment of enlightenment. It became clear that the awakening of such power relied upon one's bloodline. The only reason he had acquired a fragment of dragon blood was due to the previous sacrifice made by the Azure Dragon. No wonder. Indeed, it was true. Well, ZG, I must confess that I have deceived you. Chu Qin replied. I am not the reincarnation of the 1st generation Dragon King. Rather, I obtained the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit solely because a Dragon King had once made a sacrifice to me. Ah, ZG gasped in surprise, knitting her brows in contemplation. You do not hold this against me, do you? Chu Qin quipped with a playful smile. ZG shook her head. In truth, I had already suspected it. Initially, I believed you were the 1st generation Dragon King, but then I realized you were quite distant from the true dragon lineage. I had been puzzled as to why you possessed the blood of the dragon race, yet were not a dragon yourself. It turns out that it was due to the sacrifice made by the Dragon King. Chu Qin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. So, Ziji, do you know how to enhance the Dragon King bloodline within me? He inquired. There are 3 methods for a human to obtain the Dragon King bloodline, Ziji replied. The first is a sacrifice from the Dragon Clan. The second involves absorbing dragon blood essence. Dragon blood essence? Chu Qin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Ziji nodded. Dragon blood essence harbors the greatest secrets of the Dragon Clan, as well as the purest dragon blood. By absorbing it, one can elevate their Dragon King bloodline. However, once the essence is consumed, the dragon from which it came will cease to exist. That sounds rather untrustworthy, Chu Qin pouted. What about the third method? The third method, Ziji said with a shadowy smile, slowly approaching Chu Qin and pushing him onto the bed behind him, is to unite with the Dragon King in a carnal embrace, which can also purify the Dragon King bloodline. At that moment, Ziji had just finished bathing. Her body exuded a unique fragrance, complemented by the scent of roses. Moreover, she was still glistening with moisture, igniting Chu Qin's hormones. Who knew it could be done this way? If you had mentioned it earlier. It seems I shall take the opportunity tonight to enhance my bloodline, Chu Qin said with a playful smile, removing Ziji's bathrobe and giving a playful slap to her curvaceous form. The following morning, Chu Qin gently tucked the quilt around the slumbering Ziji. As Chu Qin approached the doorways of the remaining 4 rooms, he observed that these indolent souls had yet to rise from their slumber. Very well. He resolved to venture forth alone to explore the Blue Brawler Academy. After acquiring Lure Long, he would return to fetch them. With this determination in mind, Chu Qin descended the staircase and arrived at the garden square in front of the hotel. At that moment, a subtle change flickered across Chu Qin's visage, prompting him to halt his steps. The atmosphere was unnaturally serene. An eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound of footsteps, which struck him as highly unusual. Indeed, the next instant, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air beside him, compelling him to leap into action. Simultaneously, a colossal broadsword descended upon the very spot where he had been standing. With a thunderous crash, the massive blade plunged into the ground, generating a violent wave of energy that forced Chu Qin back several paces, pressing him against the earth. Upon witnessing the enormous sword, his heart raced, and a frown creased his brow. The 7-kill sword. In the Douluo continent, the sole possessor capable of wielding the 7-kill sword with such formidable energy could only be one individual, the sword Douluo Xin, the elder guardian of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Before Chu Qin could finish his words, a rush of wind echoed, and a towering figure landed before him. This individual, with cascading silver hair and eyes as clear as crystal, bore no hint of distraction, none other than the sword Douluo. Sword Douluo. Chu Qin immediately greeted with a smile. However, the sword Douluo did not reciprocate with playful banter. Instead, he responded coldly, Chu Qin, you are quite impressive. With Rongrong by your side and so many women, you dare to have the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school share his affections with one man. The sword Douluo's probing words lingered, as he encountered Ning Fengji once more. His expression shifted slightly, yet he responded with a calm demeanor, Sword Douluo. You never stated that I could not have multiple women. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo smiled faintly, then with a flick of his finger, the 7-killing sword, embedded in the ground, soared into the air, hurtling towards. Feeling the overwhelming aura of murder approaching, had no time for contemplation. Underfoot, the vibrant hues of yellow, purple, black, and red intertwined as the 7 rings surged, promptly piercing towards the 7-killing sword. 7-ringed soul saint. What an extraordinary soul ring. Sword Douluo's pupils constricted slightly as he beheld the 7th soul ring beneath. Simultaneously, the destruction god's spear and the 7-killing sword clashed in midair. To his astonishment, the 7-killing sword, which should have effortlessly overwhelmed the destruction god's spear, was now locked in a stalemate. Ah, Sword Douluo is holding back his strength. Thought. Momentarily taken aback. He does not wish to kill me. It seems he is merely testing my abilities. With this realization, secretly let out a sigh of relief. In an instant, his arms transformed, and with the emergence of the dragon god transformation, experienced a remarkable enhancement in his attributes. The destruction god spear gradually began to push the 7-killing sword back towards Sword Douluo. This lad, Sword Douluo was slightly taken aback, realizing that even the power of a soul Douluo could not match his opponent. It was evident that Sword Douluo was merely probing his capabilities, utilizing only a fraction of his soul Douluo strength. To his surprise, he found himself outmatched by, with a slight smirk, Sword Douluo increased his soul power output to approximately level 85. At last, the destruction god spear, initially directed towards Sword Douluo, was reversed, now pressing back towards. As Sword Douluo amplified his soul power, felt a sudden jolt in his chest. However, in the next moment, azure dragon scales began to sprout from his torso. Indeed, last night's bloodline purification had proven remarkably effective. At last, the third aspect of Chu Qin has undergone its transformation into a dragon. With 100% enhancement of attributes, Sword Douluo found himself at a disadvantage once more, as the 7-killing sword was once again suppressed by the god-slaying spear. What a remarkable lad. Sword Douluo exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. The fact that a soul saint could surpass the pressure exerted by an 85-level soul Douluo was truly unprecedented for him. All right, Uncle Jian, cease your actions. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated. If this continues, my Liuli hotel will surely be reduced to rubble. Upon hearing this, both Sword Douluo and Chu Qin simultaneously withdrew their soul power. They turned to the source of the voice and beheld a middle-aged gentleman, elegant and refined, leaning on a jade staff, slowly approaching. It was none other than Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, Chu Qin called out, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, for he was unsure whether Ning Fengji acknowledged his possession of a harem. Chu Qin, it has only been a year since we last met, and yet you have already ascended to the rank of soul saint. You truly humble me, Ning Fengji remarked. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he approached Chu Qin. Not just a soul saint. Before Chu Qin could respond, Sword Douluo, shedding his previous solemnity, interjected with a smile, in fact, you surpass a soul Douluo. You. Chu Qin gasped in surprise. Do not be alarmed, Chu Qin. Sword Douluo chuckled. In truth, I had no intention of attacking you. I was merely testing your abilities. I wasn't alarmed at all. Chu Qin thought to himself, pondering whether Su Daji would remain indifferent if Sword Douluo truly intended to harm him. Nevertheless, his brow furrowed as he remarked, then, Sword Douluo, you previously stated that I should not possess multiple women. Indeed, Ning Fengji sighed at this juncture. Chu Qin, when I first heard from my informant that you dared to have 4 women simultaneously, both Uncle Gu and Sword Uncle were quite incensed. For that reason, the 3 of us even made a special trip to Shrek Academy. You went to Shrek Academy? Chu Qin inquired, astonished. Indeed, Sword Douluo confirmed. However, we only met with Rongrong and did not see you. Chu Qin, do you know what Rongrong has done? Ning Fengji questioned. Chu Qin shook his head. Most likely, he had urgent matters to attend to during that time. Otherwise, Su Daji should have been able to sense the presence of the sword bone Douluo. Rongrong, threatening with her life. Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly as he spoke. If you compel her to leave you, she will perish before our eyes. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin felt a slight daze. He had not anticipated that Rongrong had sacrificed so much for him. Chu Qin, there is no need for you to be anxious, Ning Fengji remarked, a relaxed smile gracing his face. This is merely a matter of the past. In time, we learned that Rongrong has been quite happy, and you have treated her well. Thus, we no longer pursue this matter. The nature of Rongrong is rather proud, the Sword Douluo interjected. The fact that she can accept your relationships with multiple women indicates that you genuinely care for her. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded earnestly, stating, Uncle Ning, Sword Douluo, rest assured that I will always cherish and treat Rongrong well. I believe you, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. In truth, having multiple women is not such a significant issue. My women are no less than yours. Chu Qin responded with a smile. However, Sword Douluo continued, yesterday, we overheard the steward of the Liuli Hotel mention that Rongrong intends to share a bed with you and your other women in plain sight of everyone. This is indeed a matter of considerable consequence for the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and we must exercise greater caution in the future. As you cannot yet provide Rongrong with a title, it would be wise to temper your actions. Indeed, I will. Chu Qin nodded in agreement. Well then, Uncle Jian, the unpleasant matters have been addressed. Ning Fengji interjected with a light-hearted tone. Chu Qin, it has been far too long since we last gathered. I have arranged a banquet in the Heaven Great Hall. Please invite Rongrong and your other companions to join us for a modest meal. Dad, Grandpa Jian. As Chu Qin was about to respond, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed through the air. True to expectation, the 5 daughters of Ning descended the staircase, with Ning Rongrong directly leaping into the arms of Ning Fengji. Just as he intended to embrace his beloved daughter, she swiftly pivoted and instead darted toward Chu Qin. Rongrong. You. Ning Fengji's brow furrowed, yet his tone was laced with affection. Father, Rongrong has already chosen Chu Qin. I shall not embrace any other man henceforth. Ning Rongrong declared proudly while holding onto Chu Qin. Not even your father? Ning Fengji asked, momentarily taken aback. Absolutely not, Ning Rongrong asserted, shaking her head resolutely. Apart from Chu Qin, I shall not embrace any other man. Sighing, Ning Fengji remarked with a tinge of helplessness and bittersweetness. Ah, my daughter has truly grown up. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gently stroked Ning Rongrong's head. Rongrong, since I cannot embrace you, why not introduce your sisters to your father? Ning Fengji looked at Ning Rongrong and said, Sure, this is Xiaowu, the one who dances. Following this, Ning Rongrong introduced Xiaowu, Ziji, Zhuxing, and Ming ran one by one to Ning Fengji. Upon hearing about the talents of the 4 young women, especially the fact that Ziji, who appeared to be no older than 27 or 28, was actually a soul emperor, both Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo were taken aback. Subsequently, Chu Qin led the ladies in a joyous drinking session with Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo. After indulging in food and drink, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo invited Chu Qin and his companions for a stroll in the garden. Chu Qin, your women are truly breathtaking, each one a paragon of beauty, Ning Fengji exclaimed, admiring Chu Qin's 5 companions. Oh, not at all. Uncle Ning is too kind. The ladies chimed in unison. No, not at all. Ning Fengji countered. Having traveled across the continent for many years, I can count on one hand those who can rival your beauty, Rongrong excluded. Dad, why am I excluded? Ning Rongrong pouted playfully. Is it just because I didn't hug you? You're so stingy. Sighing with a smile, Ning Fengji shook his head. He then turned to Chu Qin and asked, Chu Qin, I recall that you have always stayed at Shrek Academy. What prompted this sudden visit to the Heaven Do Empire? Uncle Ning, the reason is quite simple. Chu Qin replied, Shrek Academy is too remote. Staying for a while is fine, but living there long-term is not ideal, especially for Rongrong, who has never quite adjusted to life there. Indeed, it's you. Ning Fengji shot Ning Rongrong a knowing glance before continuing. So, Chu Qin, have you decided where to stay in the Heaven Do Empire? You won't be cooped up in a hotel the whole time, will you? Of course not. Chu Qin replied. Chu Qin still needs to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. How about this? Ning Fengji proposed, Chu Qin. Why not bring them to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I have an affiliated academy that qualifies for the Soul Master Elite competition. Thank you for your kind offer. Uncle Ning. Chu Qin declined. However, I already have a place. Where? Ning Fengji asked, slightly disappointed. At the Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? That name sounds familiar. Ning Fengji remarked, glancing at Jian Douluo with curiosity. Fengji, have you forgotten? Jian Douluo smiled. The Blue Tyrant Academy is an institution under the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and its headmaster is none other than Lu Erlong, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. You even gave a speech when the academy was established. Oh, Ning Fengji exclaimed, realization dawning on him. Lu Erlong, the Golden Iron Triangle. Ah, I remember now. Flander, the head of Shrek Academy, is also one of the Golden Iron Triangle, isn't he? It seems, Chu Qin, that Flander has already made arrangements with you. Ning Fengji said, turning his gaze back to Chu Qin. Chu Qin nodded in agreement. Very well. Ning Fengji continued, the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect are both among the top 3 sects, and we have always maintained a strong bond. Indeed, Chu Qin affirmed with a nod. After leisurely wandering for the morning, Ning Fengji stretched and remarked, Chu Qin, it is getting late. I must return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning uncle, allow me to escort you. Chu Qin replied. No need. No need. Ning Fengji shook his head, then retrieved a golden card from his soul guiding device. Chu Qin, this card contains 5 million gold soul coins. I am deeply grateful for your care of Rongrong during these days. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Absolutely not. Ning uncle, I cannot accept this card. Chu Qin declined. Take it. We are not strangers. There is no need for such formality. Ning Fengji insisted. Yes, Chu Qin, please accept it. Rongrong chimed in. Very well then. Chu Qin finally accepted the gold soul coins. He then took out a crystal ball from his soul guiding device. Ning uncle. This is a soul guiding artifact that possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. I would like to gift it to you. This soul guiding artifact was indeed the 7th level one he had previously obtained. He had almost forgotten about it in the soul guiding device. With Ning Fengji gifting him 5 million gold soul coins, he felt compelled to reciprocate, which led him to remember it. It was named the Sphere of Radiance. According to the system's description, it was a 7th level soul guiding artifact. Rongrong and the others had too low soul power for it to be effective, while Ziji, possessing the strength of a soul Douluo, found it somewhat lacking in utility. Gifting it to Ning Fengji was just perfect. Both Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo were taken aback. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded, holding the Sphere of Radiance to demonstrate. When you wish to defend, simply convey your intent for defense and infuse your soul power into it. It will create a golden shield. If you wish to attack, just input your attack intent, and it will generate a beam. With your strength, Ning uncle, you could unleash an attack on par with that of a soul Douluo. Really? Ning Fengji said, slightly excited. Although he was renowned as the world's foremost support soul master, he lacked any offensive capabilities. Before Chu Qin lay a soul guide device that proved to be immensely beneficial. Uncle Ning, do give it a try. Chu Qin nodded as he handed the luminous sphere to Ning Fengji, simultaneously summoning a soul sage from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After conducting the test, Ning Fengji was in high spirits. With the soul guide device, he was no longer merely an auxiliary soul master. This thrilled him beyond measure. Chu Qin, are you truly gifting this to me? Ning Fengji inquired, gazing at Chu Qin. Indeed, Chu Qin affirmed, consider it a return gift for the 5 million gold soul coins you provided. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was as wealthy as a nation. While 5 million gold soul coins would be a fortune for an ordinary person, it was of little significance to Ning Fengji. If this luminous sphere were to be auctioned, let alone 5 million, even 20 million gold soul coins would be within Ning Fengji's grasp. It dawned on Ning Fengji just how crucial a good son-in-law could be. Such a great favor requires no thanks. Ning Fengji replied, Chu Qin, should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance or that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I shall offer my utmost support. Uncle Ning, you needn't speak so formally. Chu Qin responded, Rongrong is my beloved, we are family. Indeed, I was being overly formal. Family should not speak as though they were strangers. Ning Fengji smiled in return. After parting ways with Ning Fengji, it was already nearing the afternoon. Naturally, Chu Qin could not go to the Blue Tyrant Academy, and he discovered that the invitational tournament was scheduled for the following day. The next day at noon. Blue Tyrant Academy. As an affiliate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Blue Tyrant Academy occupied a forest as its foundation in the precious land of the Heaven Do Empire's capital. At this moment, the plaza of Blue Tyrant Academy was bustling with excitement. Today marked the day of the invitational tournament between Blue Tyrant Academy and the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. During the previous high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament's preliminaries, the team from Blue Tyrant Academy had eliminated one of the Royal Academy's teams, making this event highly anticipated as the next Elite Tournament was less than a year away. In addition to the two Academy heads and the Education Committee, many high-ranking officials from neighboring academies and elite disciples had gathered to watch. Who do you think will win this time? It should be the Royal Academy, right? Blue Tyrant Academy only has Soul Masters below level 35, while the Royal Academy boasts a level 36 Soul Master. The outcome seems quite predictable. I wouldn't be so sure. The Blue Tyrant Academy's Yu Xiaogang is a level 34 Soul Master, and he possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. His strength should not be underestimated. It will undoubtedly be Blue Tyrant Academy's victory. The Academy head, Lu Erlong, has promised that if they lose, she will run a lap around Heaven Do City in a lace outfit. Is that really true? You didn't hear? Recently, students from the Royal Academy and Blue Tyrant Academy engaged in a brawl, causing quite the stir. Prince Xuexing of the Heaven Do royal family and the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were both alerted, and ultimately, the Emperor himself intervened. Goodness, the Royal Academy must win then. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the strengths of both sides, on the podium, a striking figure sat elegantly, her leg crossed and chin resting on her hand, exuding an air of aloofness. This individual, with cascading black hair and piercing eyes, was clad in black armor that accentuated her flawless and alluring figure, captivating the gaze of numerous admirers. She was none other than Lu Erlong, the head of Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, Lu Erlong's poised posture showcased her exquisite form, drawing the attention of many men. The thought of Lu Erlong running in a revealing outfit, perspiring profusely, caused a stir of excitement among them. Director Erlong. At this time, the stout figure of Bibi, the instructor from the Royal Academy, turned to Lu Erlong with a smile. It's nearly time. Shall we prepare to begin? As Bibi observed Lu Erlong's captivating silhouette, he secretly chuckled to himself. In this invitational tournament, your defeat is certain. Let us commence. Lu Erlong nodded slightly, her demeanor cool and composed. Both teams ascended the stage. With the referee's voice echoing, 14 live figures took to the arena. This match was a defense tournament. The referee declared, the victorious team shall remain and face the next opponent. The last team standing shall emerge victorious in this grand event. Now, Blue Tyrant's Zero team shall face the Royal Academy's third team. Upon hearing that the Zero team was stepping up, the audience erupted in discussion. It seemed that Blue Tyrant Academy was indeed determined to secure victory by fielding their seed team. Brothers, the director made a promise before the Emperor. We cannot bring her shame, declared Yu Xiaogang, the captain of the Zero team. Let us go. Let us go. Similarly, the captain of the Royal Academy's third team rallied. Brothers, let us give it our all. If we win, we'll see Director Lu in that lace outfit running around our academy. And thus, the arena erupted in a fervent clash as all martial souls and rings were unleashed for an exhilarating battle. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Blue Tyrant's Zero team emerged victorious. After all, this was the seed team of Blue Tyrant Academy. In the first match, Blue Tyrant Academy claimed victory. Next up, the Royal Academy's fourth team took the stage. The fourth team was, without a doubt, the weakest among the Royal Academy's competitors, with all members being level 31 Soul Masters, leading to another victory for Blue Tyrant's Zero team. Blue Tyrant Academy doesn't seem as weak as anticipated, having defeated two teams from the Royal Academy. Not necessarily. These were merely the weakest two teams. The first and second teams have yet to take their turn. Besides, the Royal Academy also has a Zero team. Just as expected, the referee's voice rang out, astonishing the entire crowd. For the third match, the Royal Academy's Zero team, the Emperor's Battle team, shall take the stage. Indeed. The Zero team? The Emperor's Battle team. It appeared the Royal Academy was serious about this. Gasps of surprise rippled through the audience. The Zero team was undoubtedly the core team of the Royal Academy, rumored to be capable of clinching the championship in the high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament. Captain Yu Tianhing and Vice Captain Du Guyan were both level 39 and 38 Soul Masters, respectively. Notably, it was customary for participating academies not to field their true seed teams in invitational tournaments, as these were their trump cards, reserved for the actual high-level Soul Master Elite Tournament. This time, Blue Tyrant Academy had no choice but to present their seed team due to Lu Erlong's promise. And now, the Royal Academy's seed team had also made an appearance. Upon hearing the name Emperor's Battle team, the members of Blue Tyrant's first team, led by Yu Tianchao, exchanged glances. their expressions growing serious. They sensed an overwhelming aura approaching. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Emperor's battle team slowly ascended the stage. At the forefront stood two burly men with square jaws and imposing physiques, the signature shield bearers of the Emperor's battle team, Shimo and Shimo. Following them were Yufeng and Aosu Luo. However, to everyone's surprise, the final three members were not Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling. Instead, three masked men took their place. It seems the strongest trio of the Emperor's battle team, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling, are absent. Lu Erlong. Be My Woman, a grand chapter of 5,000 words. It appears that the Heaven Do Royal Academy has yet to reveal its trump card. What a surprise. Yu Tianheng is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. How could he possibly contend against the Blue Tyrant Academy? Moreover, both Du Guyan and Yi Lingling accompanied Yu Tianheng and did not show up. So that is how it is. It seems the Blue Tyrant Academy still has a chance of victory. You are mistaken. Even if Yu Tianheng and the other two did not arrive. The Shimo brothers, both genuine soul emperors of level 38, are formidable opponents. What can the Blue Tyrant Academy do against them? Thus, it seems the Blue Tyrant Academy is destined to lose. Bang! As expected, with a resounding crash, all 7 members of the Blue Tyrant team were utterly defeated. The loss was devastating. They failed to even breach the Shimo brothers' shields before being completely eliminated. Alas, the Heaven Do Royal Academy shows no mercy. With the defeat of the Blue Tyrant Academy seed teams, the Royal Academy is likely assured of victory. The Blue Tyrant Team 2, the Tyrant Dragon Team, has fallen. The Blue Tyrant Team 3, the Yuan Dragon Team, has fallen. The Blue Tyrant Team 4, the Xian Dragon Team, has fallen. Following this, the Blue Tyrant Academy experienced a disastrous defeat. Their losses were staggering. The Shimo brothers stood there, allowing the Blue Tyrant Academy to attack. Yet they could not penetrate the opponent's defenses. The outcome of the battle was already glaringly clear. The Blue Tyrant Academy was left with but a pitiful Team 5. It appears the Blue Tyrant Academy is doomed to defeat. It seems that Goddess Lu Erlong is destined to don a lace outfit for a lap. Director Erlong. At this moment, Bai Baoshan smiled faintly at Lu Erlong, reminding her of the promise she made in front of the Emperor. Although Bai Baoshan had no interest in feminine charms, witnessing the proud Lu Erlong face adversity thrilled him. Humph. Lu Erlong glared at Bai Baoshan and huffed softly. Yet, she felt powerless. She had not anticipated that the Heaven Do Royal Academy would deploy their Zero team in order to triumph over her. The Blue Tyrant Academy had a total of 5 teams, 4 of which had already been defeated. The remaining team, at best, consists of a great soul master. If they were to be brought forth, it would surely lead to disgrace. Director Erlong, someone has entrusted me to deliver a letter to you. At this moment, a mentor from the Blue Tyrant Academy handed a note to Lu Erlong. Upon reading the contents, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she whispered something in the mentor's ear. Subsequently, the referee announced, in the 7th match, the Blue Tyrant Academy Team 5, the Qinglong team, will take the stage. This Qinglong team seemed destined merely to make an appearance. Alas, the Blue Tyrant Academy is beyond salvation. However, in the next moment, the crowd was left dumbfounded. The 5 figures of Team 5 from the Blue Tyrant Academy strode confidently towards the arena. 4 women and 1 man, all donned masks. Yet their bearing and physique were extraordinarily captivating. Their first impression was one of sheer elegance and grace. Goodness. Is the 5th team of the Blue Tyrant Academy truly so distinguished? They seem remarkably different. A male deity accompanied by 4 goddesses. What a pity. What use is beauty when they are merely decorative? Furthermore, it is laughable that the 5th team cannot even muster 7 members. Nevertheless, some mentors and students from the Blue Tyrant Academy were bewildered, as they had never seen these 5 individuals before. However, they refrained from commenting, as the director had not yet spoken. At this moment, the 4 women and 1 man ascended the arena, and the male, looking at the royal fight team, calmly smiled and said, I am Chu Qin, the captain of the Blue Tyrant Academy Team 5, the Qinglong team. Please offer your guidance. Indeed. These 5 individuals were not even members of the Blue Tyrant Academy. They were none other than Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Iran. The temporary captain of the Heaven Do Zero team, Shimo, replied with a hint of disdain in his tone. In their eyes, the Blue Tyrant Academy's Team 5 was wholly unworthy of competing against their Zero team. Activate your martial souls and soul rings. Chu Qin said with a serene smile to Xiaowu and the others. Upon hearing this, the soul rings of Chu Qin's group manifested. Meng Iran and Xiaowu each bore 2 yellow and 1 purple rings, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing each showcased 200-year soul rings. Isn't it said that the strongest member of Team 5 is a great soul master? Yet, they even have a soul emperor among them. Not only that, they even have disciples from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. But what does that matter? The defeat of the Blue Tyrant Academy is inevitable. The audience below mocked in amusement, as they believed the Blue Tyrant Academy was doomed. At this moment, Shimo glanced at Chu Qin and his companions, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, How about this? To avoid any accusations of bullying from our royal fight team, If you can endure for the duration of an eighth of an incense stick on stage, I shall consider you victorious. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong could not help but stifle a laugh. This fellow is even more arrogant than Zhao Wujin, Flinder, and Meng Shu. What are you laughing at? Shimo glared at the four women, his expression darkening. They are laughing at you. Chu Qin interjected. Laughing at me? Shimo asked, bewildered. All right, enough idle chatter. Chu Qin declared sharply, soul rings, activate. With a commanding voice, for soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, flared to life beneath his feet. Clearly, Chu Qin was keeping a low profile. After all, there were too many people here. Being overly famous in the Dog continent could bring Chu Qin plenty of trouble, such as attracting the attention of various forces. Although Chu Qin was not afraid, the multitude of women around him posed a genuine concern. The troubles they might bring were what truly unsettled him. If any unscrupulous forces were to use his women as leverage, it was a scenario he fervently wished to avoid. Soul Master. Yet despite this, upon witnessing Chu Qin's soul ring, both the royal battle team and the audience present were struck with astonishment. A soul master at such a young age was indeed a rare phenomenon, destined to stand out in the prestigious elite competition for high-ranking soul masters. Even Yu Tianheng had only reached the 39th level at this juncture. Lu Erlong observed Chu Qin with keen interest, secretly amused, thinking, Brother Fu treats me quite well. As seasoned warriors, Sure Mo and his companions quickly regained their composure. Come on, what of a soul master? Breaching the defenses of our brother duo will not be an easy feat. Activate the black tortoise shell. Upon Sure Mo's command, he and Sure Mo activated their black tortoise martial soul, retreating into the shells that appeared on their bodies, standing like 2 shields before the royal battle team. So it is merely a turtle. Chu Qin smiled indifferently, thrusting the god-slaying spear forward. With a resounding boom, a fierce wind surged forth, lifting the shells of Sure Mo and sending them to the edge of the arena. Fortunately, they managed to stabilize themselves in time, avoiding an immediate fall. What? The audience gasped in unison at this spectacle. Just moments ago, the Blue Tyrant teams had exerted tremendous effort without budging those shells. Yet Chu Qin had effortlessly pushed them aside. Not only the spectators, but even Sure Mo and Sure Mo were taken aback, their pupils constricting as they regarded Chu Qin with astonishment. Let us defeat him first. Sure Mo gritted his teeth and called out to his teammates behind him. Sisters, it's our turn. The 7 treasures are famous. Strength is paramount. It was a foregone conclusion, not only a soul sovereign team, but even a soul saint team would find no advantage against Chu Qin. The rarity lay in Chu Qin pretending not to find it overly easy. Ultimately, the royal battle team was indeed expelled from the arena by Chu Qin. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd. The royal battle team had lost. To the Blue Tyrant 5th team? Could it be that this Blue Tyrant 5th team, this Chu Qin, was the true trump card of Lu Erlong and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect? Some realized with enlightenment. Alas, it seemed Lu Erlong's alluring attire would not be seen again. The defeat of the Tiando Royal Academy was now inevitable. This was a significant blow to the prestige of the Tiando Royal Academy. The invitation tournament had yielded a 0-point team that had also succumbed. This time, there were no twists. The subsequent Tiando 1st and 2nd teams fell easily from the arena at Chu Qin's hands. The Blue Tyrant Academy emerged victorious in the invitation tournament. The Tiando Royal Academy and Bibi left in disgrace. Half an hour later, within a secluded wooden cabin of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong led Chu Qin into the cabin. Thank you, Chu Qin. Lu Erlong broke the silence, expressing gratitude for helping the Blue Tyrant Academy win the invitation tournament, thus delivering a significant humiliation to the Tiando Royal Academy. Are you truly a student of Old Man Flander? Lu Erlong glanced at the note in her hand. It read, Blue Tyrant Academy 5th Team, Qinglong Team, dispatched by Shrek Academy's Flander, victorious in the invitation tournament. In fact, I am not a student of Shrek Academy. I am an instructor. Chu Qin replied calmly, handing Lu Erlong Flander's handwritten letter. Take a look. Lu Erlong was taken aback, opening the letter, which began, Dear Sister Erlong. Greetings. How have you been? I hope you. Chu Qin's golden goose. I have reluctantly passed on to you. Lu Erlong eagerly read through the entire letter, nodding in acknowledgement. This handwriting indeed belongs to Old Man Flander. What does it say? Chu Qin inquired. Lu Erlong responded. The letter states you possess great talent, and that I should grant you the position of Vice President of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Hearing this, Chu Qin felt elated. Flander was indeed quite righteous. This made becoming an instructor at the Blue Tyrant Academy significantly easier. However, Lu Erlong then gazed into Chu Qin's eyes and added, Yet, there is one condition. What is it? Chu Qin asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Old Man Flanders said I must duel you. Only if you win can you stay. Lu Erlong's brows furrowed, taken aback by the notion that Chu Qin could possibly defeat her. However, Chu Qin merely smiled lightly. That is not difficult. Lu Erlong's brows arched in surprise. How can a soul master possibly win against me? Who set the rule that a soul master cannot triumph over a soul saint? Chu Qin chuckled softly. A soul master could never defeat a soul saint. Lu Erlong declared with pride. Then let us wager. Should I win, in addition to your vice presidency at the Blue Tyrant Academy, you must grant me one condition. Chu Qin proposed. Agreed. Lu Erlong replied. However, should you lose, you may still assume the role of instructor at the Blue Tyrant Academy, as per Old Man Flanders' instructions. And you must also agree to one of my conditions. Lu Erlong tossed her hair back confidently. It is a deal. Chu Qin extended his fist. Observing this, Lu Erlong mirrored the gesture, their fists colliding in agreement. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Chu Qin said with a faint smile. Ask away. With a slight smirk, Chu Qin leaned closer to Lu Erlong's ear and lowered his voice. Have you been with a man? Upon hearing Chu Qin's words, Lu Erlong's face flushed with a rosy hue, only to be followed by a surge of fury as she retorted. Chu Qin, are you seeking death? How dare you take advantage of me? If I do not vanquish you today, I shall no longer be called Lu Erlong. Calm your wrath. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Are you not available? It makes sense. With your beauty, it is only natural. Otherwise, one could not possibly agree to don such a lacy, revealing outfit for a jog. Humph. I have lived for decades with a pristine reputation. Lu Erlong exclaimed angrily. How dare you tarnish my name? Hearing this, Chu Qin felt a rush of excitement, indicating that Lu Erlong remained untainted. At that moment, Lu Erlong was engulfed in flames, launching a powerful punch towards Chu Qin. Such personality, I like it. Chu Qin thought to himself with amusement. He swiftly raised his right palm, meeting Lu Erlong's fiery fist head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The soul powers of Chu Qin and Lu Erlong collided in an instant, unleashing a tremendous force that utterly demolished Lu Erlong's wooden dwelling. My house. Lu Erlong fumed in wrath. You were the one who struck first. Chu Qin replied calmly. Fire dragon, manifest. In her furious state, Lu Erlong summoned the vibrant hues of yellow, purple, and black, her 7 rings shimmering. A colossal fire dragon emerged behind her alluring figure. Azure dragon, manifest. Chu Qin smiled lightly, invoking the Azure Dragon martial spirit. The moment the Azure Dragon appeared, Lu Erlong was overwhelmed by an almost suffocating pressure, an unmistakable aura of a superior being. What kind of martial spirit is that? Lu Erlong exclaimed in shock. Her fire dragon, a variant of the world's strongest beast martial spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, was now completely suppressed by Chu Qin. Wait, isn't your martial spirit a spear? Lu Erlong questioned in astonishment. And how did you catch my punch just now? Are you truly just a soul master? You have too many questions. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. If you strike me, I'll reveal everything. Lu Erlong gradually regained her composure, reflecting on Flinder's words. How could Flinder have sent her to battle a soul master without reason? Could this lad be feigning weakness to conceal his true strength? Even so, I am no pushover. Dragon transformation. With a low roar, Lu Erlong's hands, feet, head, and bosom sprouted dragon scales and spikes, as if clad in a suit of dragon scale armor. Lu Erlong's transformation was somewhat akin to Chu Qin's dragon god transformation, yet Chu Qin was unfazed. Lu Erlong's transformation was merely a result of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus uniqueness, incomparable to his own enhanced dragon god attributes. Nonetheless, after transforming, Lu Erlong became extraordinarily formidable, leaping into the air with her fiery dragon fist aimed directly at Chu Qin. However, despite Lu Erlong's might, she was ultimately merely a soul sage, whereas Chu Qin was no ordinary opponent. Dragon God Transformation. In the next moment, Chu Qin invoked his Dragon God Transformation, empowering his arms with dragon-like strength, and met Lu Erlong's fiery fist head-on. Lu Erlong's punch was indeed terrifying. Chu Qin felt that even a typical soul fighter might struggle to unleash such power. Yet, how could Lu Erlong possibly contend with Chu Qin after his Dragon God Transformation? With a resounding crash, Lu Erlong was sent hurtling backward from a single punch. Fortunately, she managed to regain her footing just in time to avoid falling. You cannot be a soul master. Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could not accept that a mere soul master could withstand her fiery blow. Very well, I shall no longer pretend. I will lay my cards on the table. Chu Qin smiled softly, retracting the Azure Dragon and summoning the Annihilation Spear to his hand, while his feet glowed with the vibrant colors of yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold, with 7 rings swirling around him. Dual martial spirits, soul sage. Lu Erlong gazed in astonishment at the 7 soul rings beneath Chu Qin, particularly the red and rose gold rings, her expression reaching the pinnacle of astonishment. Flinder's letter mentioned you are only 17? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Erlong finally asked. Indeed. Chu Qin nodded calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong pondered for a moment and then sighed. I concede. Chu Qin had yet to summon her soul rings, yet she had already undergone a complete transformation into a dragon. What remained was merely the true essence of her martial spirit. Despite being a soul sage herself, she possessed a keen awareness of her limitations and recognized that she could not possibly contend with Chu Qin. I concede. Chu Qin remarked with a composed smile as she retracted her martial spirit soul rings. Ding. The system notification chimed, indicating that the host's divine mission had been accomplished. She had gained 100% favorability from Lu Erlong, received a level 4 soul power inner pill, and acquired the Liuli King Kong body, which could be transmitted externally. As the system's alert resonated, Lu Erlong felt a sudden haze envelop her mind. She gazed at Chu Qin in bewilderment, murmuring to herself, "Why does this man before me evoke such a stirring in my heart?" Lu Erlong. At that moment, Chu Qin called out to her. "What is it?" Lu Erlong responded promptly. Her tone noticeably softened compared to before. Upon hearing that familiar intonation, Chu Qin understood that Lu Erlong had been captivated, and with a smile, she replied, "Do not forget the terms you just agreed to." "Fair is fair," Lu Erlong retorted. "What are your conditions?" "Quite simple," Chu Qin declared. "I want you to become my 6th woman." Chu Qin spoke candidly. As for Douluo Dalu and the Sunset Forest, he would pursue what he cherished. As for emotions, they could be nurtured gradually. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a surge of emotion, yet another figure swiftly emerged in her mind. She turned to Chu Qin and replied, "I, Lu Erlong, always keep my promises. However, Chu Qin, allow me a moment to contemplate this matter." Chu Qin felt a sense of surprise. Logically speaking, Lu Erlong should have readily agreed. "System, what is going on?" Chu Qin pondered internally. "Host, in the heart of the goddess Lu Erlong, besides you, there exists another man for whom she harbors 100% fondness. This has led to the program's inability to make a definitive judgment, hence the goddess Lu Erlong's hesitation." The system replied, "However, rest assured, as time progresses, the heart of the goddess Lu Erlong will gradually lean towards you. For the affection granted by the system is eternally unchanging. Of course, the host may also employ certain means to diminish the goddess's fondness for the other man." "Another man?" Yu Xiaogang. Chu Qin internally exclaimed in shock. Naturally, if the host were to force the goddess into intimacy at this moment, she would not refuse. Moreover, the more the goddess loves the host, the more she will detest that other man. Ultimately, they will become sworn enemies. This man is doomed for daring to interfere with the system. So that is how it is. Wait, system, what do you mean? Am I pursuing a woman just for this purpose? Chu Qin thought bitterly. I would never force her. However, my woman, Chu Qin, can only love me. Chu Qin mused, taking it slow. If I can't even handle Yu Xiaogang, how will I pursue other women in the future? I'm sorry, Chu Qin. I cannot agree to this condition for now, Lu Erlong said after a long internal struggle, her tone tinged with regret. It's all right. Chu Qin approached Lu Erlong, smiling gently. There is plenty of time ahead. I will make you accept me. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's heart raced, and she eventually nodded in agreement. A month later, at Blue Tyrant Academy, in the forest square, a purple flame shot from Ziji towards Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Xiaowu, and Meng Iran. The next moment, a faint golden glow enveloped Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Xiaowu, and Meng Iran, while Ziji's flame struck Zhu Qing and the others, causing them no harm whatsoever. Rongrong. Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, your skills are incredibly powerful. Ziji exclaimed in astonishment. I just used Soul Master level strength. Yet you didn't use any soul power and still suffered no injury. Hehe, Sister Ziji. Ning Rongrong smiled slyly, of course. This is the life-saving technique taught to us by Chu Qin. Yes, Chu Qin mentioned that with our great Soul Master strength, we can withstand at least the power of a 38th level Soul Master. Zhu Qing added, and with Xiaowu and Iran's Soul Master capabilities, ordinary soul sects cannot harm them. However, it has a flaw. It can only be used once every 3 days, Xiaowu explained. That biased man didn't teach me, Ziji said, crossing her arms, her expression somewhat resentful. Sister Ziji, don't be upset, Xiaowu replied. Perhaps Chu Qin thinks you are strong enough not to need it. I don't care. I'm going to find that biased man. Ziji huffed. Ziji, here I come. At that moment, Chu Qin walked alongside a graceful woman, who was none other than Lu Erlong. Chu Qin, Dean Erlong, Xiaowu and the others exclaimed in unison. Biased man, where have you been? Ziji looked at Chu Qin, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Sister Ziji, today, didn't we agree to take Zhu Qing and Rongrong to the Sunset Forest to obtain the 3rd spirit ring? Before Chu Qin could speak, Lu Erlong interjected. Chu Qin and I were attending to some matters regarding the academy. Indeed. Chu Qin nodded. Ziji, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Why was the glazed body only taught to 4 women and not to me? Ziji asked, her expression slightly resentful. So that's it. Chu Qin smiled nonchalantly. Ziji, do you know what the prerequisite for learning the glazed body is? What? Ziji furrowed her brows. The glazed body belongs to the pure yang ultimate skill. To learn it, one must not. Chu Qin gestured with his thumbs in front of him. Ziji's face flushed with understanding of Chu Qin's implication. Ziji, if you can manage that, I will teach you. Chu Qin replied. Then forget it. Ziji shook her head. I can always learn it when I leave you. Wait, Ziji said, turning to Ning Rongrong and the others. Have you all not been with Chu Qin for a month? Yes. Ning Rongrong and the others nodded meaningfully. Ziji was slightly bewildered. How is this possible? Dragons are inherently lustful, with an overwhelming yang energy. It's something Ziji cannot achieve. However, as she thought further, Ziji became somewhat excited, smiling seductively. Perfect. Chu Qin, starting today, you shall sleep with me every night. Lu Erlong initially appeared bewildered, but soon grasped Ziji's meaning, causing her ears to flush. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Lu Erlong found herself harboring certain thoughts. Ahem. Chu Qin realized the conversation had strayed. So he cleared his throat and continued, since we are all prepared, let us head to the Sunset Forest. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, two carriages made their way toward the Sunset Forest. Inside the first carriage sat a young man and woman, both in their early 20s. The man wore blue armor, his short hair styled neatly. He was not particularly handsome, but was rather presentable. The woman had deep purple hair and green eyes, her beauty striking. Clad in a form-fitting blue armor complemented by deep blue high-heeled boots, exuding a visual allure with every movement. The only flaw was her nails, which were a shade of dark green. These two were the outstanding talents of the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan. Today marked Du Guyan's recent breakthrough to level 40, and they were about to venture into the Sunset Forest to acquire their fourth spirit ring. The Sunset Forest, like the Stardow Forest, was a gathering place for spirit beasts, although it lacked the terrifying atmosphere of the Stardow Forest, where ancient trees soared over 20 meters high. The trees of the Sunset Forest generally stood below 10 meters, which was considered normal. Even so, the forest was lush and dense, with only a few patches of sunlight breaking through the canopy. Chu Qin led Ziji and the 6 maidens to this place. Chu Qin, where do you suppose we might find a soul ring of 1700 years? Ning Rongrong inquired eagerly. 1700 years? Chu Qin responded with a slight smile. Indeed, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she nodded. Isn't the limit for the third soul ring 1700 years? If that is the case, doesn't that render your lily diamond body useless? Chu Qin chuckled lightly as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Not only her, but Xiaowu also expressed her astonishment. Chu Qin, are you suggesting that the Lioli diamond body can actually extend the lifespan of our soul rings? Certainly. The lifespan of a soul ring is determined by one's physical constitution. The higher the soul power and physical quality, the greater the lifespan of the soul ring one can endure. Furthermore, the Lioli diamond body not only serves as a defensive skill, but also enhances and strengthens your physique. Chu Qin affirmed. Wow! Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Then Chu Qin, what is the current enduring lifespan for our third soul ring? At least 5,000 years for the third soul ring, and at least 10,000 years for the fourth. Chu Qin stated emphatically, remember, that is the minimum. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu and the others were filled with delight. This implied that their third soul ring could reach the maximum limit of the fourth, and the fourth could even accommodate a 10,000-year soul ring. Chu Qin, your Lioli diamond body is truly extraordinary. Lu Erlong remarked with furrowed brows. Erlong, would you like to learn it? Chu Qin asked with a gentle smile. Is that possible? Lu Erlong replied with a smile of her own. Of course it is. Just promise me that condition. Chu Qin responded. Then I shall consider it. Lu Erlong said with a playful arch of her brow. As you wish. Chu Qin waved his hand and continued. Rongrong, Chu Qin, I have already selected soul beasts for both of you. As he spoke, Chu Qin handed them 2 illustrated volumes of soul beasts. Starlight Firefly Beast, Ghost Leopard. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison. Exactly. The Starlight Firefly Beast is a spiritual type soul beast, and its beauty is perfectly suited for you, Rongrong. The Ghost Leopard, being exceptionally agile, can provide you, Zhu Qing, with a remarkable soul skill. Chu Qin nodded in approval. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, both thoroughly satisfied. Observing the harmonious camaraderie between Chu Qin and the 5 maidens, Lu Erlong felt a surge of envy within her heart. What kind of charm does he possess? Lu Erlong halted her steps, her brows slightly furrowed, contemplating whether she should agree to become his woman. Yet, she had once vowed that she would marry no one but Yu Xiaogang. Lu Erlong was not one to break her promises. Alas, why was she creating such troubles for herself? Erlong, what are you thinking? Come on. Chu Qin called back. Coming. Lu Erlong smiled and nodded, hurriedly catching up. In the vast expanse of the Sunset Forest, Chu Qin and his companions ventured forth in search of the elusive Ghost Leopard and the Starlight Firefly Beast. Yet their efforts proved fruitless. This Sunset Forest is exceedingly vast. Chu Qin sighed softly. If we continue this way, we may not find what we seek before nightfall. Perhaps it would be wiser to split our party. Erlong, Yuran, and Xiaowu, you shall guide Zhuqing in pursuit of the Ghost Leopard, while Ziji and I will accompany Rongrong in search of the Starlight Firefly Beast. The arrangement made by Chu and Qin is indeed sensible. With the dual protection of Lu Erlong and the Azure-Eyed Dragon King, Xiaowu and her companions can be assured of their absolute safety. Excellent. The women unanimously nodded in agreement. Having spoken, the group dispersed. The Starlight Firefly Beast typically congregates in densely wooded areas, while the Ghost Leopard prefers to roam in open spaces. 2 hours later, Chu Qin and his companions were the first to discover a 5,000-year-old Starlight Firefly Beast. After Chu Qin severely wounded the creature, Ning Rongrong delivered the final blow with her small dagger. Subsequently, She sat cross-legged to absorb the spirit ring, while Chu Qin and Ziji remained by her side to protect her. Ziji, you are also a spirit beast, Chu Qin remarked with a smile. Doesn't it pain you to see your kind suffer? Chu Qin found it peculiar that every time he hunted soul beasts, Xiaowu would retreat, while Ziji appeared unfazed. You mean Xiaowu? Ziji replied with a smile. She is a herbivorous soul beast, so naturally, she is not fond of killing. As for me, the Hell Demon Dragon King, for 200,000 years, I cannot count the number of soul beasts I have devoured. One cannot perceive such brutality in you? Chu Qin furrowed his brow, intentionally remarking. If a dragon is not fierce, how can it claim the title of king? Ziji responded calmly. However, in your presence, I am but a docile little dragon. Upon hearing those words, Chu Qin's body trembled slightly. It must be said that his resistance to a mature woman like Ziji was astonishingly feeble. Subsequently, Ziji traced a circle on Chu Qin's chest and nestled into his embrace. From Chu Qin's perspective, Ziji's figure was exceedingly alluring, particularly the contrast of her fair skin and the alluring curves, prompting him to involuntarily reach out. On another front, with a resounding crash, Lu Erlong forcefully slammed a ghostly leopard to the ground, nearly extinguishing its life. Lu Erlong clapped her hands together, cursing furiously. How dare you harm my sister? Moments earlier, the ghostly leopard had launched a surprise attack, injuring Ming Yiran while Lu Erlong was caught off guard. Yiran, are you all right? Lu Erlong swiftly turned and approached Ming Yiran, gazing softly at her bandaged shoulder. I'm fine, Dean Erlong. Just a minor injury. Ming Yiran replied with a gentle smile. Shaking her head, Lu Erlong let out a heavy sigh. Chu Qin entrusted Ming Yiran and her companions to his care, but unexpectedly, they were injured. Lu Erlong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Zhu Qin, this ghost leopard has been alive for nearly 5,000 years. At that moment, Lu Erlong turned to Zhu Qin with a smile and said, You should absorb it now. I will protect you. All right, Sister Erlong. Zhu Qin nodded. You call me sister? Lu Erlong asked, slightly astonished. What's wrong? Zhu Qin replied, somewhat taken aback. Your sweet tongue. Zhu Qin smiled gently and then approached the gravely injured ghost leopard, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, at that instant, 6 figures suddenly emerged from the forest, landing before Zhu Qin. These 6 individuals were all clad in the Royal Academy uniforms of Tiando. Among them, for were familiar to Zhu Qin, they were Osro, Yufeng, Shimo, and Shimo, who had invited her to the competition a month prior. The remaining 2 were Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin. What do you want? Zhu Qin immediately summoned her martial spirit soul rings and became alert, while Meng Yiran and Xiaowu also moved closer to her side. Apologies, but this ghost leopard has caught my Yin Yan's eye. Yu Tianheng said coldly and disdainfully to the 3 girls. You should find another soul beast. Who are you to steal soul rings from our Blue Tyrant Academy? Xiaowu exclaimed angrily. Sorry, little sister, but I am indeed taking your Blue Tyrant Academies. Yu Tianheng replied with a sly smile. Yu Tianheng, do you have the audacity to snatch soul rings in front of me? Lu Erlong stepped forward, arms crossed defiantly. How bold of you, Blue Tyrant Academy's principal Lu Erlong. Yu Tianheng appeared unfazed by Lu Erlong's presence. How disrespectful, Lu Erlong remarked coldly. Given that you are my nephew's acquaintance, I shall spare you this time. Lu Erlong, who do you think you are to be my aunt? Yu Tianheng retorted icily. You have long been expelled from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Moreover, you are merely the offspring of a woman of ill repute, and if it weren't for you, Uncle Xiaojiang would not have been ousted from the sect. Lu Erlong's anger grew with each word, her 7 soul rings glowing ominously beneath her feet. Then, with a fierce grin, she struck at Yu Tianheng with a powerful punch enveloped in soul power and flames. However, in the next moment, a flash of lightning appeared before Lu Erlong, revealing a towering figure. Lu Erlong's punch landed on the figure's abdominal muscles, but caused no harm whatsoever. Both Lu Erlong and the 3 girls were taken aback. Undoubtedly, as the designated successor of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Tianheng was accompanied by formidable protectors. The imposing elder before them was none other than the leader of the Shadow Hall, Sol Douluo Yu Luozhong, dispatched to protect Yu Tianheng. Lu Erlong, what a grand display of power you have. Yu Luozhong sneered. How dare someone expelled from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect attack the sect's heir? If this were to get out, even the second family head wouldn't be able to save you. Yu Luozhong, are your eyes blind? Lu Erlong retorted with a chilling smile. It was Yu Tianheng who attempted to seize my Blue Tyrant Academy's soul ring and insulted me first. Yu Luozhong chuckled coldly, ignoring Lu Erlong's words. Lu Erlong, considering you still have the bloodline of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and the family head's connection, I shall refrain from attacking you today. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls were furious. Humph, today I shall see how you intend to be rude. Lu Erlong shouted in rage. As she spoke, a colossal dragon, engulfed in flames, emerged from behind her. 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame. As this technique was unleashed, countless flames materialized around her, cascading like a fiery sea towards Yu Tianheng and Yu Luozhong. Yu Luozhong snorted coldly, his 8 soul rings glowing as he conjured a bolt of lightning to counter Lu Erlong's firestorm. With a thunderous crash, Lu Erlong's fiery wave was shattered by Yu Luozhong's lightning, sending Lu Erlong tumbling to the ground. Lu Erlong, this was initiated by you. Yu Luozheng said with a cold smile. Even if the second family head were here today, you would still be at fault. To be honest, Lu Erlong, your very existence is a disgrace to the Blue Electric Tyrant family. Moreover, your illicit relationship with your cousin Xiaojiang led to his expulsion, bringing shame to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. If it weren't for your remarkable talent and the reputation of the Golden Iron Triangle, you would have long since vanished from this world. Hearing Yu Luozheng's words, Du Guyin and the three girls were filled with indignation. They wondered why a man would go to such lengths to torment a woman. However, Yu Tianhing's gaze remained resolute. From a young age, he had undergone rigorous training, with only his uncle, Yu Xiaogang, to confide in. Yet, all of this had changed due to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's eyes reddened, her fury reaching its zenith. Tears streamed down her face, and she felt as though Yu Luozheng's words were piercing her heart. At this moment, she wished nothing more than to obliterate Yu Luozheng. 7th Soul Skill, Fire Dragon Transformation. With a heart-wrenching cry, Lu Erlong transformed into a fire dragon, several meters long. 7th Soul Skill, Blue Electric Tyrant True Form. Yu Luozheng, not to be outdone, transformed into a blue dragon crackling with electricity. Roaring, the two dragons clashed in the air above the forest. However, it was evident that Yu Luozheng's blue dragon held the advantage. Not only was he a soul Douluo, but he also possessed an astounding soul power level of 85. In contrast, Lu Erlong, despite her strength, was only at 75. In this fierce contest of martial spirits, her chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Xiaowu and the others watched anxiously, feeling utterly helpless. Their thoughts immediately turned to Chu Qin. If only he were here. He would undoubtedly teach Yu Luozheng a lesson he would never forget. Damn Chu Qin, why isn't he here now? Xiaowu lamented. Mistress, have you forgotten about me? A melodious voice resonated in Xiaowu's mind. Are you the Azure Dragon King? Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. Oh right, how could I forget you? Azure Dragon King, arise. Yes. The necklace transformed from the Azure Dragon King replied. Xiaowu could no longer bear it. Just as the Azure Dragon King was about to act, a 10-meter-long black spear sliced through the air, aimed at Yu Luozheng. Sensing the impending threat, Yu Luozheng quickly forced back Lu Erlong's fire dragon and raised his claws to strike at the black gold spear. The spear, adorned with ancient patterns, exuded an overwhelming presence. Godslayer Spear. Chu Qin. The three girls exclaimed in delight. With a resounding boom, the scene unfolded. The clash between the God-slaying spear and the jade clock lasted a full 3 seconds, ultimately resulting in the jade clock succumbing and crashing to the ground, relinquishing its martial soul manifestation. At that very moment, witnessing the God-slaying spear, the exhausted Lu Erlong also descended weakly to the ground as her martial soul form disintegrated. How dare you bully the women I care for? You, the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, possess an audacious spirit. A voice resounding with authority echoed through the air. The jade clock and Yu Tianheng turned their astonished gazes towards the dense forest behind Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, where 3 figures soared in like the wind. 2 women and 1 man. The man skillfully caught Lu Erlong midair, preventing her from falling. These 3 were none other than Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, and Ziji. Do not fear, young master. The jade clock reassured as she shielded Yu Tianheng behind her. In the Heaven Do Empire, no one dares to lay a hand on the members of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Despite her words, Yu Tianheng and the others remained visibly shaken. The only one whose expression differed was perhaps Du Guyin. She looked at Chu Qin with a mixture of fear and anxiety. Chu Qin, you have finally arrived. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in delight. Chu Qin, they have stolen Zhu Qing's soul rings and injured sister Erlong. Ming Yiran pointed accusingly at the group led by the jade clock. Ziji, take good care of Erlong. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chu Qin handed over the lifeless Lu Erlong to Ziji. Suddenly, the divine task was activated to relieve the poison from both Du Gubo and Du Guyin, thereby achieving a perfect rapport of 100% with Du Guyin and a loyalty of 100% from Du Gubo additionally. A one-time experience card for the 10,000-year soul beast, the dark golden claw bear, and the Xiantian Bao Lu would be granted. Subsequently, Chu Qin strode purposefully towards Yu Tianheng and Yu Luozheng. Halt! Yu Luozheng interjected, extending his hand to block Chu Qin's path. However, as he did so, his palm was seized by a delicate jade hand. Astounded, Yu Luozheng turned to behold the owner of that hand, adorned in a flowing, ancient purple robe and a traditional hairpiece, the enchanting Su Daji. I strongly advise you not to move, Su Daji remarked with an ethereal smile. Her voice both hauntingly alluring and imbued with an undeniable authority. Initially startled, Yu Luozheng attempted to harness his soul power to break free from Su Daji's grasp. Yet, no matter how he struggled, his hand remained firmly ensnared. Then, with a gentle squeeze, Su Daji's grip made Yu Luozheng feel as though his arm were on the verge of snapping, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. Ah! The anguished cries of Yu Luozheng sent shivers down the spines of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyin, prompting them to instinctively retreat. What do you intend to do? Yu Tianheng finally stammered towards Chu Qin, a tremor in his voice. I must inform you that I am a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. As he spoke, the ground beneath him shimmered with hues of yellow and purple, and 4 soul rings illuminated around him. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Chu Qin's lips curled slightly, and he immediately delivered a powerful punch to Yu Tianheng's abdomen. The speed of Chu Qin was astonishingly swift. Yu Tianheng was caught off guard and was already sent flying by Chu Qin, his body colliding sideways against a massive tree, blood gushing forth in an instant. Chu Qin had no intention of letting Yu Tianheng off the hook. A fleeting shadow appeared before Yu Tianheng, relentlessly striking down upon his relatively well-proportioned face with a flurry of punches. Each of Chu Qin's strikes was drenched in blood, painting a scene of unspeakable horror. Please, spare me. Yu Tianheng, his face a canvas of crimson, gazed at Chu Qin with terror, gasping for breath as he stammered. Douluo and her companions trembled, not daring to utter a single word. Even Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong felt a pang of fear. Was this truly the same Chu Qin they had known, who often wore a playful grin? It dawned on them just how gentle he had been towards them in their ordinary interactions. Release the young master. Yu Xiaogang cried out desperately. After all, Yu Tianheng was the designated heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and if anything were to happen to him, Yu Yuanjin would never forgive him. However, scarcely had Yu Xiaogang's words left his lips when Su Daji pressed her palm down, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Then, mimicking Chu Qin's movements, she unleashed a flurry of punches upon Yu Xiaogang's face. It is time to send you on your way, Chu Qin declared, his expression devoid of emotion as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Chu Qin, no? At that moment, a frail yet enchanting female voice emerged from behind him. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback, for the voice belonged to Lu Erlong. He swiftly turned to look, and indeed, ZG was assisting Lu Erlong as they approached him. Erlong, what did you say? Chu Qin gently inquired. Chu Qin, do not harm them. Lu Erlong replied weakly. After all, they are members of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, connected to my bloodline. Moreover, it was my fault initially. Their retaliation was justified. Furthermore, Yu Tianheng is the heir of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. If you were to kill them, not only would you be in danger, but the entire Blue Tyrant Academy would be pursued. Truth be told, Lu Erlong had harbored a deep-seated hatred for these two moments ago, yet now, seeing them suffer under Chu Qin's merciless reprimand, she felt a surge of compassion. Most importantly, she was unaware of Chu Qin's strength and feared it might implicate him. Upon hearing her plea, Chu Qin ultimately refrained from striking down his foes, solely due to Lu Erlong's intercession. In truth, he held no fear of Yu Yuanjin or the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. For Erlong's sake, I shall spare you. Chu Qin coldly addressed Yu Tianheng, kneel before her, and apologize. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Tianheng repeatedly begged, blood spilling from his lips as he spoke. Both he and Yu Xiaogang immediately knelt before Lu Erlong, bowing 3 times, pleading, and Erlong, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. Lu Erlong regarded the bloody duo with cold fury before turning her head away, commanding, scram. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, the two hastily directed their gaze towards Chu Qin. Get out of here already. Chu Qin replied with equal indifference. Yes. Yu Tianheng and Yu Xiaogang quickly rose and prepared to flee, while the other members of the Imperial fighting team appeared equally relieved, eager to depart. Wait. Chu Qin suddenly called out. The crowd turned in alarm. She stays. Chu Qin pointed at Douluo. Earlier, he had been in a fit of rage, yet he faintly perceived the system prompt sound. Douluo's goddess quest had arrived. My lord. Yu Tianheng responded, glancing at Douluo. My lord, her grandfather is the poisoned Douluo, renowned on the Douluo continent. Yu Tianheng sought to intimidate Chu Qin with the name of Douluo. After all, Douluo had ventured out with him, and if she did not return, the poisoned Douluo would surely not let him off easily. I am aware. Chu Qin replied coldly, less chatter, or none of you will leave. Yes, yes. Yu Tianheng sighed, offering no further hesitation as he hastily departed with Yu Xiaogang and the others. Yu Tianheng Yu. Douluo stood frozen in place. Yu Tianheng, the very boyfriend she had believed in, the one who had professed his everlasting love, the man who claimed he would face all dangers before her, yet, when calamity struck, he fled. Daji, look at her. Chu Qin pointed at Douluo, addressing Su Daji. He temporarily needed to set Douluo aside. Yes. Su Daji nodded and instantly appeared behind Douluo. Douluo trembled, yet she sensed that Su Daji bore no ill intentions towards her. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, filled with remorse, approached Chu Qin, saying, Chu Qin, blame me. I forgot about the necklace, which led to Sister Erlong's injury. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gently caressed the silky hair of Xiaowu, softly admonishing her, do not forget next time. Xiaowu nodded vigorously in response. Subsequently, Chu Qin approached Lu Erlong, inquiring, Erlong, are you all right? How do you feel? Lu Erlong shook her head, smiling as she replied, I am uninjured. It seems I merely overexerted my soul power. Thank you, Chu Qin. I'm glad to hear that. Chu Qin responded with a smile, then retrieved several pills from a soul guide container. Take these. They should aid in the recovery of your soul power. Lu Erlong gazed at Chu Qin with admiration, her heart warmed by the unprecedented sense of security he had provided. In the past, she had been fearless, but from this moment onward, her perception had shifted, and she now possessed a newfound sense of safety, one that was unattainable from Yu Xiaogang. Perhaps, Chu Qin was the only one capable of instilling this feeling within her. At that moment, the unwavering affection she held for Yu Xiaogang began to crumble within her heart. Perhaps I should consider acquiescing to his proposal, Lu Erlong mused internally. Erlong, what are you thinking? Take it. Chu Qin waved the pills in his hand. Ah, thank you. Lu Erlong snapped back to reality and accepted the pills from Chu Qin, intentionally brushing against his palm in the process. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuqin commenced the absorption of the ghost leopard soul ring, while Chu Qin and the others stood guard, engaging in casual conversation and roasting food. At this moment, Douluo Yin was enveloped in profound confusion. What does Chu Qin truly desire from her? Is it wealth or desire? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that she had left home early without having eaten, and the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air was nearly irresistible. However, Douluo Yin dared not act, for Su Daji could easily overpower anyone with a mere flick of her hand. Furthermore, Douluo Yin had just overheard that Chu Qin was aware of her grandfather, Douluo, yet the latter seemed utterly unperturbed. At that moment, Chu Qin approached Douluo Yin and offered her a chicken leg. Douluo Yin, take it. But Douluo Yin coldly refused, stating, I want to eat. You may do with me as you wish. Despite Chu Qin's handsome appearance, the anger he had displayed earlier had genuinely frightened her. Who said I would kill you? Just eat a little. Otherwise, when you see your grandfather, he will think I mistreated you. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. Douluo Yin's eyes lit up at these words. You know my grandfather? Indeed. He should be somewhere in this sunset forest. Chu Qin nodded. Are you a friend of my grandfather's? Douluo Yin asked, her surprise mingled with delight. Sort of, Chu Qin smiled back. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Douluo Yin questioned, tinged with astonishment and excitement. If you had, we would never have attempted to take your friend's spirit ring. Haha, Chu Qin chuckled. If it were truly that simple, how would you recognize a scoundrel? If I am not mistaken, that scoundrel is your boyfriend, correct? That is true. Douluo Yin frowned slightly. That scoundrel, Yu Tianhing, actually abandoned me at a critical moment. What is your name? Douluo Yin paused before asking. Chu Qin, he replied with a nod. Chu Qin? Are you truly a friend of my grandfather's? Douluo Yin asked again, seeking reassurance. Whether I am or not, you will know when you meet your grandfather. Chu Qin replied with calm assurance. Rest easy, Sister Douluo Yin. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached, smiling at Douluo Yin. Chu Qin is not a bad person. Hey, Rongrong. What brings you here? Chu Qin asked, slightly surprised. Sister Douluo Yin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Rongrong, the submaster of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And Chu Qin is my boyfriend. Ning Rongrong continued without acknowledging Chu Qin. You are the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master? Douluo Yin exclaimed, suddenly realizing the implications. He's your boyfriend? Douluo Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her. If the submaster of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was involved with Chu Qin, then what malice could he possibly harbor towards her? Yes, indeed, Ning Rongrong affirmed. Sister Douluo Yin, don't worry. If you agree to be Chu Qin's girlfriend, you will certainly be very happy. What? This time, both Douluo Yin and Chu Qin were taken aback. How could Ning Rongrong speak so freely about such matters? Rest assured, Ning Rongrong continued with a smile. Not only me, but also Xiaowu, Chu Qin, Yidian, and Ziji are all Chu Qin's women. We want to mind you joining us. At that moment, Chu Qin felt that something was amiss and interrupted Ning Rongrong's words. Now, Ning Rongrong, that is a bit premature. I haven't yet earned Douluo Yin's complete trust. In truth, Ning Rongrong had indeed misunderstood, but it was not entirely her fault, as every woman she encountered, especially the beautiful ones, had become her closest friends. Seeing Chu Qin and Douluo Yin whispering, she had assumed the same was true for them. Douluo Yin, slightly dazed, glanced at Xiaowu, Ziji, Zhu Qing, and Meng Yidian before turning back to Chu Qin. Her astonishment mingled with apprehension. Are you implying that you want me to stay for your own desires? Douluo Yin, where are your thoughts leading you? Chu Qin replied lightly. Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and the others are indeed my women. But I never suggested you should become one as well. He shot a disapproving glance at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong then realized her error, her mouth agape. I'm sorry, Douluo Yin, I may have misunderstood. Is that so? Douluo Yin breathed a sigh of relief, nodding. While she acknowledged that Chu Qin was indeed handsome, she was still technically in a relationship with Yu Tianheng. How could she possibly develop feelings for another man so quickly? That would make her a complete scoundrel. Douluo Yin, as the day wanes, let us rest in the forest tonight. We shall assist you in acquiring your spirit ring tomorrow before seeking out your grandfather. After saying this, due to Ning Rongrong's interruption, Chu Qin refrained from further conversation with Douluo Yin and returned to sit beside Xiaowu and the others. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing had successfully absorbed the spirit ring of the ghost leopard. Chu Qin, the glazed gold body is truly remarkable. I have successfully absorbed the 5,000-year ghost leopard spirit ring, and my soul power has reached level 35. Zhu Qing exclaimed in excitement. Zhu Qing, you're just like me. Ning Rongrong smiled back. I too have reached level 35. Alas, it seems that Xiaowu and I absorbed our spirit rings too early. Meng Yidian sighed softly. Our rings are only 1,700 years old. Now, we have one at 35 and another at 36. That's all right, Yidian. Ning Rongrong replied. With your 4th spirit ring, you will be able to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Indeed, Meng Yidian beamed with pride. Upon hearing this, Douluo Yin was taken aback. How could one possibly absorb a 10,000-year 4th spirit ring? Yet, she had indeed witnessed Chu Qin successfully absorb the 5,000-year ghost leopard spirit ring moments ago. Rongrong is right. Chu Qin interjected. With less than a year until the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, I will ensure that all of you reach the Soul Sect before the tournament begins. Especially you, Chu Qin. You mentioned wanting to defeat your sister in the competition. Chu Qin is filled with confidence that he will accomplish the goddess task of Douluo Yin tomorrow, thereby securing Douluo Bo and, in the process, obtaining the celestial herbs. After all, rather than allowing these precious herbs to languish in the wilderness, it is far more beneficial to utilize them to enhance the soul powers of Xiaowu and her companions. Chu Qin firmly believed that with the acquisition of these celestial herbs and the Lioli diamond body, Xiaowu and the others would undoubtedly experience a transformative leap. Thank you, Chu Qin. Chu Qin remarked with a gentle smile, aware that she had aligned herself with the right person. Her casual mention had captured Chu Qin's earnest attention. That night, Chu Qin and the 5 women camped in the wilderness. With Douluo Yin nearby, it was naturally impossible for any extraordinary events to occur, and everyone peacefully drifted into slumber. At the stroke of midnight, Lu Erlong suddenly awoke from her dreams and quietly departed from the campsite. Chu Qin was closest to Lu Erlong's location. Upon opening his eyes and not seeing Lu Erlong, he was immediately filled with alarm. Master. At that moment, Su Daji quietly spoke to Chu Qin, gesturing towards the eastern direction. With a gentle smile, Chu Qin nodded and then addressed Su Daji. I have a task for you. Subsequently, he whispered a few words into her ear. At such a late hour, you want me to seek the soul ring? Su Daji furrowed her brows, responding with a hint of sorrow. Unless, my master, you grant me a kiss, she declared with a triumphant smile. Shall we wait until your return? Chu Qin replied with a smile. Su Daji beamed, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Thereafter, Chu Qin made his way towards the eastern edge of the woods. To the east lay a precipice. At this moment, beneath the bright moon, a captivating figure stood at the cliff's edge, gazing up at the moon. It was Lu Erlong. Under the moonlight, Lu Erlong possessed not only breathtaking beauty but also an exquisite physique. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, her alluring figure was accentuated to perfection, radiating a subtle sheen, particularly her perfectly rounded hips, which captivated all who beheld her. Chu Qin momentarily disregarded these thoughts, his gaze fixed upon the profile of Lu Erlong. Upon that exquisite visage, Chu Qin seemed to catch a glimpse of a tear glistening. Erlong, what occupies your mind? Chu Qin's voice shattered the tranquility. Lu Erlong, initially taken aback, swiftly wiped away her tears and turned to Chu Qin, feigning a smile as she replied, Oh, Chu Qin, why are you still awake at this late hour? Chu Qin did not smile in response to Lu Erlong, but instead spoke sincerely. The esteemed president of the Blue Tyrant Academy, the formidable golden iron triangle of slaughter, is secretly shedding tears here. Upon hearing Chu Qin's commendation, Lu Erlong felt a flicker of joy in her heart, yet her expression soon darkened. She gazed at Chu Qin and sighed. Chu Qin, do you truly believe I am a calamity? Why do you say that? Chu Qin inquired, furrowing his brow. What that Yuluozong said is not without merit. My mother is a woman of the world, tarnishing the reputation of the Blue Electric Overlord sect. Lu Erlong lamented, moreover, my affection for my cousin ultimately led to his expulsion from the sect. With a serene smile, Chu Qin approached Lu Erlong, stating that no one has the power to determine their own birth. The circumstances of one's origin are decreed by fate. However, one's destiny is within one's own grasp. We possess the ability to alter our fates. Your lineage is not your fault. Moreover, the cousin you mentioned, is he not Yu Xiaogang? Lu Erlong nodded slightly. This Yu Xiaogang, due to a mutation in his martial soul, has perpetually been deemed a failure. Do you believe that Yu Yuanjin, a formidable and arrogant figure, would tolerate the presence of a worthless son by his side? In other words, was Yu Xiaogang truly expelled from the sect solely due to his love for you? Chu Qin inquired. Furthermore, consider the immense power wielded by Yu Yuanjin. He may have been aware of your relationship with Yu Xiaogang long before. It is likely that he merely utilized you as a pretext to expel both you and Yu Xiaogang from the sect, a truly cunning strategy, if I may say. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Lu Erlong stood there, momentarily stunned, as tears streamed down her face once more. The expulsion of Yu Xiaogang was not due to her actions. Rather, she was the true victim. Instantly, her spirits lifted. She had been tormented by the accusations of Yu Luozhong, but with Chu Qin's guidance, it became evident that her birth was not her fault, nor was Yu Xiaogang's expulsion. Moreover, Erlong, to my knowledge, Yu Xiaogang once had a first love, seemingly the disciple of a leader from a vast power. That leader disapproved of his disciple's relationship with Yu Xiaogang and forcibly claimed her. And what of Yu Xiaogang? This timid and inept individual chose to abandon her at such a critical moment. Subsequently, he turned to you, only to discover that you are his cousin, and in a cruel twist, he cast you aside while still clinging to feelings for that other person. Such a man, if not a scoundrel, would render the term meaningless. Does he truly deserve your affection? Lu Erlong fell into deep contemplation. For so many years, she had been under the impression that she was the one entangled with Yu Xiaogang. Now, through Chu Qin's enlightenment, she recognized a painful truth. Yu Xiaogang was a cowardly and incompetent individual who had forsaken her from the start. How could she have ever held feelings for such a person? In contrast, the present Chu Qin treated her with kindness, though he may be somewhat of a flirt. His loyalty and depth of emotion far surpassed the hypocritical Yu Xiaogang. In truth, Chu Qin, there is another matter that troubles me. With this thought, Lu Erlong continued. Chu Qin inquired. During the day, I believe I heard you say that I am your woman. Lu Erlong took a moment to gather her courage, her pearly teeth nibbling slightly as she shyly asked, is that statement truly genuine? Chu Qin smiled gently, using her thumb to softly wipe away the tears from Lu Erlong's eyes, affirming, of course it is true. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Chu Qin's embrace. Chu Qin smiled gently, reaching out to caress Lu Erlong's delicate hair. The following morning, Du Guyan inquired, how did you sleep last night? Holding Lu Erlong's hand, Chu Qin inquired of Du Guyan. It's quite good. Du Guyan responded with a smile, completely shedding the frosty demeanor she had shown towards Chu Qin the previous day. Last night, she had a restful sleep. Having overheard the conversation between Chu Qin and the 5 women, which revealed his true nature as a considerate, gentle, and emotionally profound man. Perhaps, indeed, it was Yu Tianhing who had provoked his ire, igniting genuine fury within him. Reflecting on this, she thought a man who could fiercely defend his beloved was undoubtedly a good man. Du Guyan, what are you thinking? With so many women, how could he possibly choose you? She mused internally. Chu Qin, is it true that you said you would take me to find the 4th soul ring? Du Guyan asked with hopeful anticipation. Would I speak falsely? Chu Qin nodded, reassuring her that the soul ring would soon be in their grasp. Soon? Ning Rongrong looked at Chu Qin, Lu Erlong, and Du Guyan, turning to Ziji. It seems Lu Erlong has also been won over by Chu Qin. Do you think Du Guyan will become one of our sisters? Isn't that evident? Ziji replied nonchalantly. Have you ever seen Chu Qin show interest in anyone outside our circle? In Ziji's heart, it mattered little. After all, Chu Qin would rely on his own efforts to refine the Dragon King's bloodline, no matter how many women he had. Her place was secure. I agree, but Ziji, why was Chu Qin somewhat reluctant when I tried to match him with Du Guyan yesterday? Ning Rongrong questioned. Rongrong, Du Guyan has just gone through a breakup. Ziji replied. Do you not understand Chu Qin's character? He is not the type to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Oh, just then, a massive black serpent, bound in colorful ropes, was thrown before them by Su Daji. The serpent radiated a dark light, and on its forehead, there was a prominent black horn. The ancient beast, the black horn python king, exclaimed Xiaowu and Du Guyan in astonishment. Sister Daji, where did you find this? Xiaowu asked. My master instructed me to search for it overnight. Su Daji smiled. Du Guyan, this black horn python king is yours. Hurry and absorb the soul ring. We must meet your grandfather shortly. Chu Qin directed his gaze towards Du Guyan. For me? Du Guyan was taken aback. Among the finest serpent-type soul beasts were the sky blue bull python, the titan giant python, and the black horn python king before her. Her grandfather had mentioned that within the core of the Sunset Forest, a few black horn python kings resided. However, the largest among them boasted an age of 8,000 years and a cultivation of 80,000 years, a place her grandfather dared not approach lightly. And now, the black horn python king was bound right before her? It was impossible to suppress her excitement. All right. Chu Qin calmly nodded. Quickly absorb it. Thank you. Du Guyan sincerely expressed her gratitude to Chu Qin and moved beside the black horn python king to begin absorbing the soul ring. Half an hour later, Du Guyan successfully absorbed the soul ring of the black horn python king, elevating her level to 44. Are you done? Chu Qin smiled. Yes. At that moment, Du Guyan was filled with elation. To leap 4 levels in one go was beyond her wildest dreams. Let us go meet Poison Douluo. Chu Qin nodded. No need for that. I was just looking for you. At that moment, an aged voice resonated. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing nearby trees to wither significantly. As the voice faded, 3 figures appeared before Chu Qin. Besides Yu Tianhing and Yu Luozhong from the previous day, there was an elderly man with green hair, green eyes, and dressed in green. This elder, though appearing venerable with sunken cheeks, radiated a robust spirit, and his green eyes sparkled with brilliance. This man was none other than Poison Douluo Dalu grandfather. Du Guyan exclaimed in delight. Yin Yin, I'm here. You need not fear. They won't dare to harm you. Du Gubo reassured Du Guyan, beckoning her to his side. Ah, grandfather, isn't Chu Qin your friend? Du Guyan gazed at Chu Qin, slightly taken aback. What friend? I have no such acquaintance. Du Gubo scrutinized Chu Qin, his gaze turning icy. Chu Qin smiled faintly, offering no reply. Dong Guyan looked on in surprise, however. She recognized that Chu Qin had indeed treated her well, which is why she did not immediately heed Dong Gubo's words. Yin Yin. Do not be deceived by this fellow named Chu Qin. Yu Tianhing interjected. He is not a friend of your grandfather. Come here at once. Humph. Yu Tianhing. Upon hearing this, Dong Guyan resolutely halted her steps and coldly retorted. Do you think I will come just because you say so? Yin, Yu Tianhing frowned. The reason I left you yesterday was because of what? Were you afraid of dying? Dong Guyan replied icily. So you chose to abandon me and watch me perish? Perhaps I should not have expected you to stay, for you bear no obligation to protect me. However, I must apologize, young master Yu. I am unworthy of you. Dong Gubo glared at Yu Tianhing with a hint of anger. Yin, I have returned. Haven Ti? Let us discuss this matter when we go back, shall we? Just come here. Enough, Yu Tianhing. Dong Guyan's pupils narrowed as she declared. From this day forth, we shall sever all ties. What? Yu Tianhing felt his heart shatter. Yin, what nonsense are you speaking? Dong Gubo exclaimed, astonished. Yu Tianhing is the successor of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Grandfather. Dong Guyan retorted. Yesterday, he left me here all alone. I knew then that we were no longer meant to be. Dong Guyan, are you serious? Yu Tianhing asked, his anger barely contained. Indeed, Dong Guyan affirmed. From now on, our relationship is irrevocably severed. You shall follow your own path, while I tread mine. Yu Tianhing was seething with rage. Yin. You must be speaking falsely. I refuse to believe it. I have treated you so well. Unless you confess to having affections for someone else, it is impossible for us to part ways. Indeed, I have someone I cherish. Dong Guyan replied, the person I like is none other than Chu Qin. With that, Dong Guyan boldly leaned in and planted a kiss on Chu Qin's cheek. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback, standing still in place, but soon felt a surge of joy. However, Ning, Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, Lu Erlong, and Ziji appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated this development. Dugubo looked at Chu Qin with a mix of astonishment and fury. Yu Tianheng, the heir to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, whom he had deemed as his son-in-law, was so easily thwarted by Chu Qin. Dugubo felt a murderous intent brewing within him. At that moment, Chu Qin quickly regained his composure and wrapped his arm around Duguyan's shoulders. After all, Duguyan was already destined to be his wife. This time, however, it was Duguyan who trembled slightly. Yet, she did not resist, as she believed this would dissuade Yu Tianheng. Moreover, her heart began to flutter unexpectedly, stirring a feeling of affection within her. In this context, Duguyan revealed a smile. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tianheng's eyes turned red with rage. How could Duguyan, whom he had treated so well, be so heartless? Most importantly, Dugubo had previously warned him that Duguyan harbored poison within her, and that she could not engage in intimate relations until she was 30. Yu Tianheng had never experienced such a moment. He was nearly driven to madness. In the next instant, for soul rings illuminated beneath his feet, he dashed towards Duguyan with lightning crackling in his palms, intent on ending her life. Dugubo's pupils constricted, revealing a fierce glint. Meanwhile, in his frenzied state, Yu Tianheng seemed to have forgotten Chu Qin's presence. The latter merely made a slight movement, placing his hand, transformed into a dragon's claw, against Yu Tianheng's neck. Yesterday, I spared your life. If you do not value it, do not blame me. Chu Qin remarked with a chilling smile. Stop, Yu Luozhong exclaimed in alarm. He wished to intervene but caught a glance at Su Daji beside him and turned to Dugubo, saying, Lord Digu, should you Gongzi perish, the sect master will undoubtedly be enraged. Please, take action. I ought to intervene, Dugubo replied with a cryptic smile, turning to Yu Luozhong, but merely against you. What? Yu Luozhong was utterly shocked. Upon hearing this, Duguyan gasped, while Chu Qin smiled in amusement. Anyone who dares to act against Yin in my presence has already met their demise, Dugubo said coldly. He was not blind. He had witnessed Yu Tianheng nearly strike Duguyan down. Upon encountering Dugubo's sharp gaze, Yu Luozhong trembled and hurriedly summoned his martial soul's soul rings. However, before his soul rings could manifest, a perfectly manicured jade hand rested upon his shoulder. Best not to move. Su Daji had appeared behind Yu Luozhong without his notice. At this moment, not only did Yu Luozhong pale in fear, but Dugubo's expression also shifted to one of terror. He had not paid much attention to the young woman standing beside Chu Qin, but now he realized he could not detect any fluctuation of soul power from her. Dugubo was a titled Douluo. Just how powerful was this woman? At that instant, Chu Qin pressed his palm down, and Yu Tianheng's knee sank into the ground. A horrifying scream echoing through the air. Chu Qin, you cannot kill me. Yu Tianheng pleaded desperately, awakening to the reality of death. However, after humiliating Lu Erlong and attempting to kill Duguyan, how could Chu Qin let him go? In the next moment, as Chu Qin concentrated his soul power, the crisp sound of bones shattering rang out, and Yu Tianheng met a tragic end on the spot. Upon witnessing this, both Duguyan and Lu Erlong shut their eyes. You dare to kill the young master? The sect master will not spare you, Yu Luozhong shouted. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Daji's soul power enveloped his body. After a scream, Yu Luozhong was reduced to ashes, leaving only a fragment of soul bone behind. Now, Dugubo felt a sense of panic. The might of Su Daji was terrifying. She had crushed a soul Douluo with her bare hands. Chu Qin paid no heed to the surrounding commotion as he approached Duguyan, softly inquiring, Are you all right? Duguyan fervently shook her head, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Chu Qin. You saved my life. It's good to see you are unharmed, Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. I'm sorry for my earlier behavior, Chu Qin, Duguyan said apologetically. Is a mere apology enough? Is my kiss of such little value? Chu Qin's brows furrowed slightly, yet he chose to disregard her, shifting his gaze to Douluo instead. Chu Qin, I must apologize to you. Douluo began, a hint of regret in his tone. I misjudged you earlier. He had initially thought that Douluo had been brainwashed by Chu Qin, but witnessing Chu Qin's defense of her, he realized the latter could not possibly wish her harm. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he hadn't acted against Chu Qin, for otherwise he might have met the same fate as those who perished at Su Daji's hands. It's no trouble at all, Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. However, Douluo, I do need to discuss something with you. What is it? Douluo asked, puzzled. An hour later, within the cave of the ice and fire duality eye. Douluo looked at Douluo in astonishment. Grandfather, have you truly been poisoned by the backlash of your martial soul? Chu Qin had just revealed Douluo's symptoms before her, and Douluo, yes, it has come to this. I can no longer keep it hidden, Douluo admitted. Then why didn't you tell me? Douluo furrowed her brows. If it weren't for Chu Qin, how long would you have kept this from me? As long as possible. You're still so young. Do you want to carry this burden in your heart? Douluo replied. However, I have confided in you, Tianheng. Hasn't he been involved with you in that way, has he? Indeed, Douluo nodded, her emotions complex. That has settled then. Douluo sighed, his hands clasped behind his back. For years, I have sought a remedy for the poison, yet have found none. Grandfather, Yu Tianheng is dead. He came to the Sunset Forest with me, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will soon learn of this. Douluo exclaimed, they won't let me off easily. Yen, you worry too much. Douluo reassured her. If Yu Tianheng wished to harm you, he would be opposing me, Douluo. Not even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could contend with me. If they dare to act against you, I could annihilate the entire sect without a second thought. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. They won't suspect you or Chu Qin. Grandfather, do you truly believe Chu Qin can cure us? Douluo sighed in relief. Continuing her inquiry. Chu Qin appears to speak with sincerity, Douluo replied. How did you come to know him? I had never seen him before. He claimed to be your friend. Douluo recounted her experiences with Chu Qin. What? The Black Serpent Emperor's spirit ring? Douluo exclaimed in surprise. Yes. It is the 4th spirit ring I possess now, Douluo confirmed. It seems this Chu Qin has taken an interest in you, Douluo said with a subtle smile. Ah? Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Child, are you foolish? If he weren't interested in you, would he have specifically sought out the Black Serpent Emperor's spirit ring for you? No wonder he promised to assist us with the poison. I see it clearly now. Douluo chuckled, stroking his beard. Douluo fell silent, her head bowed slightly. Yin, tell me honestly, do you also have feelings for him? Douluo inquired. Otherwise, you wouldn't have kissed him in front of Yu Tianheng. Perhaps a little, Douluo admitted. Just a little? Douluo chuckled. Do not forget. You are my biological granddaughter. You may deceive others, but not me. However, grandfather, Douluo interjected, he is surrounded by many women. Those 5 seem to belong to him. I have already noticed that, Douluo replied. Yet, there is nothing inherently wrong with it. Yin, if you like him, pursue him boldly. I have traversed the continent for decades and can read people well. I assure you, following him will not lead to misfortune. Not to mention, just the presence of Su Daji beside Chu Qin assures me that my granddaughter will not come to harm. Then, I shall ponder it further, Douluo replied, still looking down. Meanwhile, Chu Qin entered the cave, carrying a vial of blood. Douluo, you must consume the blood in this vial and channel the poison from your martial souls into your spirit bones. Chu Qin explained with a smile as he handed the vial to Douluo. Is it truly that simple? Douluo asked, astonished. He had spent a lifetime seeking a remedy without success, yet here it was, presented so effortlessly by Chu Qin. Only one way to find out. Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. Very well. Douluo nodded in agreement, trusting that Chu Qin would not wish him harm. Otherwise, he could have simply let Su Daji kill him. Ding. The system detected the host successfully detoxifying Douluo and Douluo, congratulating the host on gaining 100 favorability from Douluo and 100 loyalty from Douluo, along with the Xiantian treasure record. 3 days later, in the Heaven Do Empire. At the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, an elderly man donned with a blue and gold crown sat in a grand chair, exuding an air of authority. This was the sect leader, Yu Xiaogang, who appeared extremely enraged. He had just received news that Yu Tianheng's corpse had been discovered in the Sunset Forest. Who could possibly be responsible for this? Yu Xiaogang seethed. Yu Tianheng was his chosen successor, and now he had been killed without explanation. Leader, we have conducted an investigation. An elder reported. Before the incident, Yu Tianheng accompanied Douluo to the Sunset Forest in search of spirit rings. Recently, Douluo announced her severance from Yu Tianheng and the Royal Academy, joining the Blue Tyrant Academy instead. Yu Tianheng had the protection of Yu Xiaogang. In the entire Heaven Do Empire, few could challenge him. It is most likely Douluo, that old scoundrel. It was evident that Douluo, known for his ruthless nature, had harbored murderous intent after Yu Tianheng distanced himself from Douluo. Douluo? Hearing this, Yu Xiaogan's brows knitted in concern. In a one-on-one confrontation, he had no fear of Douluo. However, Douluo's true strength lay in his snake venom. It was said he possessed the means to decimate entire cities in an instant. which was why even the spirit hall dared not provoke him. Whoever it is, they will pay the price for killing the heir of my blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Yu Xiaogang declared resolutely after a moment of contemplation. No need to search further. Just then, a sultry voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Startled, Yu Xiaogang and the elders turned to find a masked figure, exuding an alluring charm, materializing before them. It was none other than Su Daji. Who are you? One of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect members asked in surprise. I am the one you seek. Su Daji replied with a calm smile. Yu Tianheng was killed by my master. Your master? Yu Xiaogan's deep voice resonated. Indeed. Yu Tianheng offended my master and was killed by him. Su Daji stated calmly, adding, furthermore, I personally crushed Yu Luozhong with my bare hands. If you seek vengeance, he would not hesitate to annihilate the entire blue electric tyrant sect. Such audacity. The elders of the blue electric tyrant sect, filled with indignation, simultaneously summoned their martial souls and surged towards Su Daji from all directions. Yet, before they could even brush against the hem of Su Daji's attire, they found themselves intercepted by her formidable soul power. Witnessing this spectacle, all the elders were taken aback. They were, after all, veritable soul Douluo powerhouses. Yu Xiaogan's pupils constricted. And in the next moment, beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 faint red soul rings gleamed, an impressive configuration of 9 rings. With a resounding dragon's roar, Yu Xiaogang charged at Su Daji. Su Daji smiled serenely, her own 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 4 black, and 3 red, radiating beneath her feet. Under the overwhelming pressure of Su Daji, the peerless Douluo, Yu Xiaogang found himself utterly immobilized. Do not waste your efforts. Su Daji remarked lightly, not only you, but the entire blue electric tyrant sect combined may not be my match. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaogang and the elders were struck with profound shock. I have made my point. Su Daji continued with a smile. If you persist in your inquiries, my master has indeed vowed to obliterate the entire blue electric tyrant sect. This is no idle threat. With that, Su Daji gracefully departed, leaving Yu Xiaogang and the elders in a state of lingering astonishment. Who, indeed, is this person? One elder whimpered, even the sect master could not breach her defenses. A peerless Douluo. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he gazed toward the door. What? A peerless Douluo? The elders echoed in unison. They could not fathom how they had offended such a formidable being. Moreover, the peerless Douluo had boldly claimed that her master had killed Yu Tianheng. Could it be that the peerless Douluo is not the strongest? What transgressions had Yu Tianheng committed? Yu Xiaogang sank heavily into the grand chair. Realizing this was undoubtedly the most humiliating day of his life. Dispatch orders to seal off the news of Yu Tianheng's death. Yu Xiaogang commanded. Recall all members of the blue electric tyrant sect. During this period, no one is to venture outside without my command. Yes. Yu Xiaogang was gripped by fear. Su Daji was truly terrifying. 3 months later, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, within the office of the dean, Lu Erlong and Chu Qin sat in chairs. Chu Qin. I have decided to rename the Blue Tyrant Academy to Azure Dragon Academy, Lu Erlong proclaimed, breaking the tranquility of the room. Furthermore, I propose that you take the position of dean while I serve as vice dean. Why? Chu Qin replied with a smile. You are a man. It is more fitting for you to be the dean, Lu Erlong said with a smile. Is that so? Chu Qin responded calmly. Erlong, have you not always been a proponent of feminism? This does not seem like your style. Lu Erlong grinned, rising to stand beside Chu Qin, and with a charming smile. She said, because I wish to be your little woman. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. What has gotten into Lu Erlong today? She seemed different from her usual self. Typically, such matters would be handled by ZG, wouldn't they? Erlong, what is wrong with you today? With a smile tinged with confusion, Chu Qin asked. To be honest, did ZG teach you this? Just as Lu Erlong was about to speak, Chu Qin narrowed her eyes and said, all right, she did teach me. Lu Erlong bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, and replied, Chu Qin, do you not love me? Why do you ask that? Chu Qin responded in surprise. I heard from ZG that you occasionally seek her help to purify the Dragon King bloodline. Lu Erlong continued. Since we confirmed our relationship, you haven't been with me even once. Is it because of my age? Do you find me unappealing? What nonsense! How could I ever disdain my own woman? Chu Qin chuckled softly, pushing Lu Erlong to the ground. You never said anything, so I thought you weren't interested. What woman would refuse her man? Lu Erlong blushed. I understand now. Chu Qin smiled lightly, as Lu Erlong's form-fitting attire gradually slipped away. Being in the dean's office, Lu Erlong kept her mouth covered, remaining silent. An hour later, after their passionate encounter, they sat side by side on the sofa. At that moment, Lu Erlong appeared even more delicate and affectionate. Chu Qin, have you considered what I said earlier? Lu Erlong asked contentedly. I cannot agree. Chu Qin replied. I have no objections to renaming Lanba Academy to Qing Long Academy. However, I plan to form a battle team to give Xu Qing a chance to participate in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition. It wouldn't be appropriate for the dean to participate, so you should remain in that role. All right then. Lu Erlong nodded. Chu Qin, Chu Qin. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from outside. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong hurriedly tidied up the room. It's Yin Yin. With a creak, The door opened to reveal two women outside. Besides Digu Yin, there was a purple-haired woman around 20 years of age, tall and slender, her figure commendable. Most notably, her legs were clad in blue stockings, evoking endless imagination. Additionally, her beauty was striking, rivaling that of Digu Yin. Who is she? Chu Qin inquired, slightly puzzled. Humph. I knew you would ask that first. Digu Yin huffed playfully. But Chu Qin, you must not have any designs on her. Yin Yin, I haven't said anything yet. Chu Qin feigned innocence. All right. She is my good sister from Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Lingling. Digu Yin introduced, since you were looking for someone to form a battle team. Lingling followed me to Lanba Academy. Lingling, allow me to introduce you. Digu Yin turned to Yi Lingling. This is the Vice Dean of Lanba Academy, the captain of our Qinglong battle team, and my new boyfriend, Chu Qin. Double goddess mission. Dragon Blood Begonia Yi Lingling 6200. I've heard Yin Yin rave about how handsome her boyfriend is. Yi Lingling said shyly, seeing you today indeed. Indeed what? Chu Qin asked with interest. Much more handsome than Yu Tianheng. No, far more appealing than those so-called handsome men from Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Lingling smiled. Ha. Chu Qin laughed heartily. If his memory served him right, Yi Lingling was also part of the goddess system, but without a system, he had no intention of overstepping boundaries. In the past, he was confident in his ability to charm without relying on the system, but with 6 women now, things were different. After all, the goddesses within the system were exceptional, often possessing haughty personalities. Winning them over with mere looks and talent was challenging. Chu Qin, Sister Erlong, you may not know. Digu Yin continued. Lingling's martial spirit is one of the rarest in Douluo continent. What is it? Chu Qin and Lu Erlong asked in unison. In truth, Chu Qin was aware that Yi Lingling's martial spirit was quite special. It is the 9-heart begonia. Digu Yin explained. This martial spirit not only possesses unique soul skills, but, for reasons unknown, there are only 2 individuals in the entire continent who possess it. A new 9-heart begonia will only emerge when one of them passes away. That's incredible! Lu Erlong exclaimed. Lingling, let me see. Yi Lingling nodded, and then cradled her hands before her chest, the stunning 9-heart begonia blooming gently in her grasp. The 9-heart begonia was incredibly magnificent, casting a soft white hue that affected the surrounding environment. Seeing the 9-heart begonia, both Lu Erlong and Chu Qin were left in awe, especially the latter, who felt that Yi Lingling appeared even more beautiful in its presence. Wow, what a beautiful martial spirit! At that moment, Zhu Xing, Meng ran, and Ziji walked in together. Women naturally adored beauty, and they were immediately captivated by the 9-heart begonia in Yi Lingling's hands. Ziji, Iran. You're just in time. Chu Qin smiled. Let me introduce our new member of the Qinglong battle team, the 9-heart begonia soul master, Yi Lingling. Hello, Sister Lingling. Zhu Zhiqing and Ming Yiran greeted simultaneously. Hello. Yi Lingling smiled back, putting away the 9-heart begonia. Oh. Ziji giggled. It seems I've gained another sister for no reason. Hearing Ziji's words, Chu Qin felt inexplicable joy but replied, Ziji, don't say that. Yi Lingling is Yin Yin's close friend. I understand. Ziji replied with a knowing smile, but it seems none of these beautiful women, from Sister Erlong to Sister Yin Yin, have escaped your grasp. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling looked momentarily stunned and glanced at Digu Yin. Lingling, don't be scared. Digu Yin reassured. With me around, Chu Qin wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Yi Lingling nodded. Indeed, Ziji, you need a lesson. Chu Qin lightly chided, smiling gently. Come at me. Unexpectedly, Ziji traced her finger across her chest, smiling seductively. Anytime. Seeing Ziji in such a tempting state, Chu Qin, who had just emerged from their passionate encounter, felt a rush of hormones again. To avoid losing composure in front of others, he immediately changed the subject. By the way, where are Chu Qin, Xiaowu, and Rongrong? Chu Qin, they said they wanted to stay at 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for a day and will return tomorrow. Zhu Qin replied. I was just about to tell you. Those 2, Chu Qin remarked with annoyance. I suspect Rongrong isn't just staying a few days. She is probably going back to flaunt her 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower to her father. You figured that out. Zhu Qin chuckled. I know her too well. Chu Qin turned to Yi Lingling and said, Yi Lingling exclaimed softly. With a serene smile, Chu Qin extracted a violet celestial herb from the soul-guiding vessel and handed it to Yi Lingling. Lingling, please accept this. What is this? Yi Lingling inquired, astonished. Lingling, this is the celestial herb I mentioned to you. Chu Qin had yet to speak when Digu Yin, with a gentle smile, interjected, consume it, and you shall elevate your soul rank. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Yi Lingling shook her head in refusal. Lingling, since you wish to join the Azure Dragon battle team, you must take it. Chu Qin insisted. This herb is known as the Dragon Saliva Rainflower. It is immensely beneficial for healing-type martial souls. While I cannot guarantee it will cause a mutation in your martial soul, possessing it will undoubtedly strengthen our team. Very well. Thank you, Captain Chu Qin. Yi Lingling finally accepted the celestial herb, resolute in her commitment to strive diligently. Indeed, the following day, at dawn, Chu Qin was roused by a sudden system notification, announcing the initiation of a dual goddess mission. The task: to elevate the Azure Dragon Battle Team to the prestigious Golden Soul Team of the Great Soul Arena, while achieving a perfect affinity of 100% with Shui Binger and acquiring the Ice Affinity External Spirit Bone. Additionally, the challenge entailed training a purely goddess team to secure victory in the Elite Soul Master Championship and to gain a mysterious goddess from another realm. Chu Qin expressed mild astonishment, realizing that it was time to visit the Great Soul Arena once more. As Chu Qin was deep in thought, an arm suddenly swung towards his neck, belonging to the slumbering Ziji who was leaning beside him. What a lazy creature. Chu Qin could not resist giving a gentle pat to Ziji's alluring figure, prompting her to stifle a secret smile. Now that you're awake, there's no need to sleep any longer, he said affectionately, casting a warm smile in her direction. Upon hearing this, Ziji opened her eyes and gazed at Chu Qin with a demeanor as docile as a ragdoll cat. By the way, Ziji, have there been any updates from Guyuna? Chu Qin inquired. How do you know the name of our master? Ziji responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. You told me? Have you forgotten? Chu Qin replied with a nonchalant smile. Perhaps I truly have forgotten. Ziji's expression shifted slightly. Master and Emperor Tian have been urging me. Not long ago, they contacted me through secret arts, but I managed to deceive them. Chu Qin, I've been quite puzzled. Ziji continued, if the first Dragon King is not you, then who could it possibly be? I have no idea. Chu Qin feigned ignorance, shaking his head deliberately. He wasn't foolish. It was prudent that Ziji remained unaware of the matters concerning the Azure-eyed Dragon King. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards Ziji, but rather a fear that Guyuna might overhear. After all, his future wife, Guyuna, was an entity beyond human comprehension. Moreover, Chu Qin added, if you were to disclose the whereabouts of the Dragon King to Guyuna, wouldn't that mean you'd have to return to the Stardew Forest? We would be unable to meet. That is also true. Ziji nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation from outside. Not good, not good. It was Dugu Yin. And both Chu Qin and Ziji quickly donned their clothes and stood up. What happened? Yin Yin? Chu Qin asked, astonished. Something has occurred. Ling Ling is in trouble. Dugu Yan's face was filled with shock. What transpired? Chu Qin's heart raced slightly. Ling Ling consumed the celestial herb you provided, and now Dugu Yan's eyes are reddened. Yin Yin, don't panic. Chu Qin reassured her. Take me to see. Chu Qin, what is happening? At that moment, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, happened to walk through the academy gates. Uncle Ning, you're just in time. Please come with me. With a resolute tone, Chu Qin uttered a single word. Good. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Jian Douluo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, and promptly followed suit. The group arrived at the quarters of Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, only to find Yi Lingling curled up on the bed, her body radiating a faint crimson glow and trembling incessantly. Lingling, Chu Qin has arrived. Dugu Yin called out to Yi Lingling. How are you feeling? Chu Qin inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. It's so hot. I feel so overheated. Yi Lingling replied, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. That shouldn't be the case. Chu Qin thought to himself, troubled. The Xiantian treasure record did not mention any side effects from the dragon saliva rainflower. Chu Qin, may I take a look? Ning Fengji interjected at this moment of uncertainty. Of course. Chu Qin nodded in acquiescence. Ning Fengji approached Yi Lingling's side, channeling his soul power as he gently swept his palm over her form. How is she, father? Ning Rongrong eagerly asked. It's strange. Her meridians are unobstructed, and there seems to be no issue. Ning Fengji noted, his brow furrowing deeper. Why then is she experiencing heat symptoms? He then activated the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in his palm, directing healing soul power towards Yi Lingling. Yet, despite Ning Fengji's efforts, her symptoms showed no signs of abating. How peculiar. Ning Fengji remarked, his expression tense. Chu Qin, has she consumed anything unusual? A celestial herb, the dragon saliva rainflower. Chu Qin replied, a celestial herb? Ning Fengji echoed, astonished. Is it the same as what Rongrong consumed? Not quite. Chu Qin shook his head. Rongrong had the Chihuahua tulip. Alas. Ning Fengji sighed softly. Perhaps there is some factor within her that conflicts with the dragon saliva rainflower. Here is what we shall do, Jian Shu. Please go to the palace and summon the finest imperial physician. There is no need for that trouble. At that moment, Ziji entered from outside. What did you say, Ziji? Chu Qin asked, intrigued. Do you know what ails Lingling? I only recalled it last night. Ziji replied. The dragon saliva rainflower is reputed to be a celestial herb nurtured by dragon blood, but it is inherently unsuitable for female beings. This is because female beings are yin, while the dragon saliva rainflower is a yang entity. What should we do? Chu Qin pressed further. It requires a stronger yang blood to suppress its medicinal properties. Ziji smiled calmly, retrieving a dagger from her soul guide container and slicing her fingertip. She then let her blood drip onto Yi Lingling's lips. Ziji, being the Hell Dragon King, possesses the purest dragon blood. No other blood could be more yang than hers. Under the influence of Ziji's blood, Yi Lingling's trembling form gradually returned to normal. Lingling, how do you feel? Chu Qin immediately inquired. Much better. Yi Lingling replied feebly. Splendid. Chu Qin sighed in relief. Turning to Ziji. Thank you. Ziji, don't mention it. Ziji responded with a smile. Ziji, how is it that you possess young blood being female? Ning Fengji asked, slightly astonished. That's due to my martial soul being the Hell Dragon King. Ziji answered calmly. It's akin to a half-step dragon blood. Oh, I see. Ning Fengji nodded. Since Lingling is all right now, Chu Qin declared, Yin Yin, please stay behind to care for her. The rest of us shall step outside. Understood. With that, the group exited Yi Lingling's room. Chu Qin, it seems you have acquired several more women. Ning Fengji remarked with a playful smile directed at Chu Qin. Uncle Ning. Chu Qin felt a bit embarrassed. You need not explain. I have long been prepared for this and have even inquired with Rongrong. Ning Fengji replied with a grin. However, I do have one question. You wish to inquire about the Chilua tulip, correct? Chu Qin deduced. Yes. Ning Fengji nodded enthusiastically. You are aware that our 7 treasures glazed sect has limitations, capping at level 79. The Chilua tulip has enabled Rongrong's martial soul to transform into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. This is truly astounding. Do you have any left? I am willing to offer 20 million gold soul coins. I'm sorry, Uncle Ning. Chu Qin shook his head. If I had any left, I would certainly give it to you. But, alas, I have none. Ah, well then. Ning Fengji sighed, his expression one of disappointment. It seems this is my fate. Uncle, you are already the strongest support-type soul master in the entire continent. Xiaowu chimed in. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji finally broke into a smile. Xiaowu, you are indeed correct. One should be content, especially since Rongrong will surely reach the title Douluo level and elevate the 7 treasures glazed sect. Father, Ning Rongrong interjected. I have no desire to elevate the 7 treasures glazed sect. I just wish to remain by Chu Qin's side, alongside Xiaowu, Shiqing, Ziji, and my sister Yin Yin. Alas, it seems a daughter grows up too quickly. Ning Fengji lamented. Chu Qin, we shall take our leave now. Ning Fengji continued. Rongrong, I entrust you with her care. Understood. Chu Qin nodded in agreement. No sooner had Ning Fengji departed than Dugu Yin brought Yi Lingling to the garden. Yin Yin, why have you brought Lingling here? Chu Qin asked, urgency in his voice as he approached the group of women. Chu Qin, I did not bring her here. It was Lingling who insisted on coming, Dugu Yin explained. Master Chu, it was I who wanted to come. Yi Lingling added. I wish to express my gratitude to you and Sister Ziji. It's no trouble. You need not stand on ceremony. Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. No, I am truly thankful for your help, as well as Sister Ziji's for curing my overheating. Yi Lingling said, offering a smile to both Chu Qin and Ziji. Additionally, Master Chu, thanks to your celestial herb, I have reached level 40. Most importantly, as Yi Lingling spoke, she brought her palms together, summoning the 9-heart sea peony. To everyone's astonishment, the 9-heart sea peony had transformed dramatically, no longer the pure white it once was. Among the white, delicate petals, crimson patterns now adorned it. The patterns were peculiar, resembling a spiraling blood dragon. Your martial soul has mutated. Chu Qin and the others exclaimed in unison. Indeed. Yi Lingling nodded. It has transformed from the 9-heart sea peony to the dragon blood sea peony. Dragon blood sea peony? Chu Qin marveled. What sort of martial soul is that? Our 9-heart sea peony is already exceedingly rare. Yi Lingling explained. The dragon blood sea peony has only been recorded in martial soul history once. Belonging to the progenitor of 9-heart sea peony, the dragon blood peerless Douluo. Upon hearing this, while the others were unfamiliar with the dragon blood Douluo, they understood that attaining the title of peerless Douluo was no small feat. Lingling, does your dragon blood sea peony possess any unique abilities post-mutation? Dugu Yin inquired. It does. Yi Lingling replied. I will not only gain enhanced healing capabilities, but I can also provide comprehensive enhancements to those with beast martial souls, particularly those with dragon-type martial souls. Of course, the extent of enhancement remains uncertain and will require experimentation. However, my ancestor, the dragon blood Douluo, alongside a dragon god Douluo, traversed the entire continent without encountering a worthy opponent. Dragon-type martial soul spirit masters. Sister Long, Sister Ziji, both possess dragon-type martial souls. By the way, so does Xiaowu. He wields the twin blue dragon martial soul, and our battle team is named after his martial soul. Xiaowu exclaimed. All right, Lingling, let us engage in a test. Chu Qin said with a gentle smile. Very well. Upon saying this, Chu Qin stepped onto an expansive plaza and summoned his blue dragon martial soul. Dragon blood descends. Dragon blood begonia, dragon enhancement. Following this, 3 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and yellow illuminated beneath Yi Lingling's feet. In the next instant, a crimson radiance erupted from the dragon blood begonia, surging into Chu Qin's blue dragon martial soul. Subsequently, under the enhancement of the dragon blood, Chu Qin's blue dragon underwent a qualitative transformation. Its mane turned crimson, and its pupils filled with blood vessels. Not only that, a fierce aura permeated from within the blue dragon martial soul. Roar. The violent aura swiftly enveloped the entire plaza. Concurrently, Chu Qin felt an immense surge in his own strength. What an incredible amplification! Ning Rongrong remarked, slightly astonished. Her 9-treasure glaze tile amplification could only be described as terrifying, But the enhancement from the dragon blood begonia to Chu Qin's blue dragon martial soul was unparalleled. Yi Lingling stood rooted in place, initially believing Chu Qin to be merely a spirit ancestor. Yet the power he now unleashed surpassed even the 3 esteemed professors of the Tiando Royal Academy. Just how formidable is Chu Qin? This power? Chu Qin was equally astounded. The dragon blood enhancement was simply overwhelming. He felt as if he could contend with the title Douluo. It is important to note that at this moment, Chu Qin was merely a 78th level soul sage. At that moment, a green figure descended before Chu Qin. It was Douluo Bo. Chu Qin? Douluo Bo exclaimed, his pupils contracting. He sensed a soul power fluctuation emanating from Chu Qin, rivaling his own. Grandfather, what brings you here? Douluo Yin inquired, surprised. I detected a powerful soul power fluctuation. Douluo Bo replied, initially thinking a formidable enemy had arrived, only to discover it was Chu Qin. Since you are here, let us engage in a duel. Chu Qin said confidently, eager to test whether he could prevail against the title Douluo. This might not be wise. Douluo Bo responded. What if I injure you by using too much force? How would we know unless we try? Come on, let us exchange a single move. Chu Qin replied with a smile. Very well, I shall spar with you for a few rounds. Douluo Bo, fully loyal to Chu Qin, readily complied. The next moment, 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and black illuminated beneath Douluo Bo's feet. Simultaneously, the emerald scale serpent king emerged behind him, exuding an aura of intimidation. At this juncture, Chu Qin turned to Yi Lingling and asked, Lingling, can you endure? Title Douluo. Yi Lingling replied, her confidence wavering. She was utterly shocked. Could it be that Chu Qin intended to confront a title Douluo single-handedly? Be a bit more confident. Chu Qin smiled at Yi Lingling's astonished expression, though still doubting herself. She nodded. Chu Qin, you may strike first. Just one move. Douluo Bo urged. All right. Chu Qin nodded, invoking the soul bone technique, blue dragon vanquishing demon. One could see that the blue dragon shadow Chu Qin unleashed transformed into a crimson hue under the amplification of Yi Lingling's dragon blood begonia. First soul skill, emerald scale serpent king swallow. Douluo Bo's spirit rings glimmered, and the emerald scale serpent king behind him opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of green venom. With a resounding crash, Chu Qin's crimson dragon shadow collided with Douluo Bo's emerald scale serpent king in midair, contending for a full 10 seconds. Everyone stood in astonishment. To withstand a title Douluo without any spirit rings, what unfathomable terror was this? However, ultimately, Yi Lingling could not sustain the strain, resulting in Chu Qin's blood dragon reverting to blue, ultimately succumbing to Douluo Bo's emerald scale serpent king. Lingling, are you alright? Chu Qin immediately turned to Yi Lingling. Concern etched on his face. Yi Lingling shook her head, apologizing. I'm sorry, Chu Qin, I held you back. No, you were already quite strong. Chu Qin replied, shaking his head. In the past, his blue dragon would have been swiftly defeated before Douluo Bo, as the blue dragon martial soul lacked spirit rings. Yet with Yi Lingling's support, Chu Qin managed to contend against the title Douluo for 10 seconds. Had it been a spirit Douluo, Chu Qin could have easily defeated or even obliterated them. It is essential to note that Chu Qin still had numerous hidden cards, such as the Dragon God transformation, yet to be revealed. Most importantly, Yi Lingling was only at level 40. If her level were to increase, Chu Qin believed that she would undoubtedly become a significant asset to him. Chu Qin had made up his mind. He must keep Yi Lingling by his side. Subsequently, Yi Lingling tested the enhancement effects of Zhu Zhuqing's spectral spirit cat and Xiaowu's soft bone charm rabbit. Yet the results paled in comparison to the extraordinary augmentation provided by Chu Qin's dragon blood. The amplification of the dragon blood in Chu Qin is preliminarily estimated at 200%, while Zhu Zhuqing and her companion's amplification is only around 20%. It is essential to note that Chu Qin is a soul sage, while Zhu Zhuqing and her companion are merely soul ancestors. The following day, Chu Qin led Yi Lingling and others to the Sunset Forest to acquire the 4th soul ring. Yi Lingling successfully advanced to level 42. Thus, Chu Qin's battle team was fully formed, ready to embark on their mission in the Grand Soul Arena. On this day, Chu Qin gathered the 6 women at the Blue Tyrant Academy Square. The 6 ladies were adorned in form-fitting latex outfits, each more enchanting than the last. As Chu Qin beheld their graceful figures and alluring postures, a wave of euphoria washed over him. This was the day he had long awaited. Captain Chu Qin, Yi Lingling inquired, with your remarkable prowess, I believe you could single-handedly triumph in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. You are mistaken, Lingling. Chu Qin replied, I shall not participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. The dual goddess task assigned by the system required him to train a goddess battle team for the tournament. Hence his absence was necessary. He resolved to first conquer the Grand Soul Arena and recruit Shui Binger into the goddess team. Subsequently, he had other matters to attend to. Let us not forget, even though Xiaowu and the others are soul ancestors, defeating those with martial soul fusion techniques like Hulaina and Xie would be beyond their capabilities. Indeed, Ning Rongrong chimed in. Chu Qin aims to empower us sisters. If he were to participate, we would have no chance to shine. Additionally, we must strive to improve, lest we fall too far behind. Rongrong speaks wisely. Xiaowu nodded. We must endeavor to grow stronger, so we are not left in his wake. Yes, yes. Both Dugu Yin and Meng Yiran nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Lingling unconsciously nodded as well. They brimmed with confidence, believing that a full team of soul ancestors could rival even the Imperial battle team. What shall we do next? Zhu Shiqing inquired. Naturally, we shall train at the Grand Soul Arena, Chu Qin declared with a confident smile before participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. I will ensure that within a month, you attain the Golden Soul Battle Team. But Chu Qin, if you refrain from participating, our team will lack a member. Dugu Yin remarked. Yin, fear not. I have plans in place. Chu Qin reassured her with a smile. Before that, I will fill this vacancy. However, I shall only intervene at critical moments. Yes, yes. The 6 women chorused. This was precisely what they wished to see, if Chu Qin were to always take the lead. They would never have the opportunity to improve. Let us proceed to the Grand Soul Arena. Just as Chu Qin was about to lead the 6 women out of the Blue Tyrant Academy, a powerful voice imbued with soul energy rang out at the entrance. Lu Erlong, come out here. This soul energy was exceptionally robust. Chu Qin estimated it to be at least at the Soul Douluo level, prompting him to lead the 6 women toward the Academy's entrance. At that moment, 3 elders and a carriage stood at the Academy's gate. These 3, of varying heights, were clad in specially made golden-red robes from the Spirit Hall. They were none other than the 3 prominent committee members of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Meng Xinji, Bai Bashan, and Ji Lin. Who dares to make such a ruckus at my door so early in the morning? Lu Erlong strode out of the Blue Tyrant Academy, casting a reproachful glance at Meng Xinji. Lu Erlong, I thought you lacked the courage to emerge. Bai Bashan retorted angrily, pointing at Lu Erlong. Why would I fear coming out? Lu Erlong crossed her arms defiantly. Humph, Lu Erlong, your Blue Tyrant Academy has gone too far. Bai Bashan exclaimed furiously. With the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament approaching, you have poached Dugu Yin and Yu Lingling from our Imperial battle team, and now Yu Tianheng is also missing. The disappearance of Yu Tianheng was indeed suspicious, but the Blue Lightning Overlord sect had made no moves. Naturally, Meng Xinji had no way to investigate. However, Dugu Yin and Yu Lingling, who were at odds with their Blue Tyrant Academy, could not be tolerated. What does it matter to me? Lu Erlong responded nonchalantly. Those legs belong to them. If your Heavenly Do Royal Academy does not provide adequate treatment, they will naturally seek better opportunities elsewhere. With Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yin, and Yi Lingling gone, our Imperial battle team, which was guaranteed a spot in the finals, has been thrown into disarray, preventing us from reporting back to His Majesty. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, we shall not show you any mercy. Meng Xinji's fury was palpable. As soon as Meng Xinji's words were spoken, the 3 of them summoned their soul rings. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. Humph, do you think I fear you? Lu Erlong summoned her soul rings as well. However, even after consuming the divine herbs provided by Chu Qin, Lu Erlong was only at level 77, and facing 3 high-level Soul Douluo was indeed overwhelming. How dare you act recklessly at the Blue Dragon Academy? Do you have any idea of the consequences? An elderly voice echoed, followed by a green figure landing before Lu Erlong. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings shimmering beneath his feet, it was none other than Dugubo. Under the imposing aura of Dugubo, Meng Xinji and the others were immediately pushed back. Who are you? Upon seeing Dugubo, Meng Xinji and his companions gasped in astonishment. I am Dugu, with the single name Bo. Dugubo's eyes narrowed as he stroked his beard and smiled. Poison Douluo. Dugubo? Meng Xinji's trio's pupils dilated in shock. Since you know my name, why do you not leave at once? Dugubo's expression turned serious. Dugubo, why are you here? Meng Xinji and his companions were utterly perplexed as to why Dugubo would appear at the Blue Tyrant Academy. What? Am I not allowed to be here as an advisor to the Blue Tyrant Academy? Dugubo replied with a calm smile, just as the 3 were hesitating. A clear and melodious voice rang out from within the carriage. I never expected that the esteemed prince of the Heavenly Do Empire, a title Douluo, would deign to visit this humble Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon hearing this voice, both Dugubo and Lu Erlong turned their gazes toward the carriage, the former's brow furrowed. Recognizing the voice, at that moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a young man dressed in luxurious garments, with flowing golden hair. He was of average appearance, with delicate features that rendered him more refined than most men, though not exceptionally handsome. Greetings, Your Highness. Meng Xinji and his companions immediately retracted their soul rings and bowed respectfully to the young man. This individual was none other than the crown prince of the Heavenly Do Empire, Shui Qinghe. Of course, his true identity was that of Qianren Xue, the granddaughter of the Great Offering of the Spirit Hall, Jin Daolu, and the Holy Maiden of the Elder Hall. Welcome, Your Highness. The guards of the Blue Tyrant Academy bowed with utmost respect. Only Dugubo and Lu Erlong remained standing, their expressions far from pleasant. After all, this prince had come along with Meng Xinji and his companions, which boded ill. Nevertheless, Dugubo and Lu Erlong had already resolved in their hearts that they would never allow Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling to return to the Royal Academy. This was all due to Chu Qin's invitation. Your Highness, I did not expect you to arrive as well. Dugubo smiled gently at Shui Qinghe. It has been a while since we last met. Indeed, it has been long since we last met, and you seem to have regained some youth. Shui Qinghe returned the smile. Not at all, not at all. Dugabo feigned modesty. May I inquire about the purpose of your highness's visit to the Blue Tyrant Academy? Lu Erlong, unlike Dugabo, who often indulged in flattery, straightforwardly inquired, is it for Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling? Indeed. Shueqing nodded, stating, I shall not beat around the bush. Under Dugu Mian, Lu Erlong, you are correct. The choice of which academy to attend is entirely theirs. However, you must understand that the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition is jointly organized by the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Star Luo Empire. It is not merely a contest but a clash between nations. What do you wish to convey? Lu Erlong replied with a calm demeanor. Both the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Star Luo royal family possess reserved spots. Moreover, the Royal Do team is directly submitted by the Emperor himself. If the Royal Do team were to disband at this juncture, the team that Tiando Empire sends would undoubtedly be inferior, which would tarnish the honor of the Tiando nation. I trust you do not wish for Tiando Empire to lose face before the Star Luo Empire and Spirit Hall, Shueqing articulated clearly. Dugabo and Lu Erlong fell into silence. Shueqing's words had escalated to a national level, leaving no room for their rebuttal. Mingxinji and the others secretly chuckled. Your Highness, is it true that the only capable team in Tiando Empire is the Royal Do team? At that moment, a robust yet youthful voice resonated. Shueqing. Mingxinji and the others turned towards the sound, and there stood Chu Qin, accompanied by 6 young women. Upon seeing Chu Qin, Shueqing's pupils slightly contracted. And she inwardly thought, this person is quite handsome. However, Shueqing quickly composed herself, directing her gaze at Chu Qin and asking, who are you? Your Highness. He is the vice president of our Lamba Academy, Chu Qin. Lu Erlong promptly replied. A vice president so young. Shueqing expressed mild surprise before turning to Chu Qin. Vice President Chu, what did you just say? I just heard you, Your Highness. Expressing a desire to reclaim Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling for the honor of the Tiando Empire. But why must the reserved spots be allocated exclusively to the Royal Do team? Chu Qin responded. Mengxinji scoffed. Who doesn't know that the Tiando Royal Academy is the foremost academy in Tiando? Can you name a second academy that boasts a full Soul Sect team besides our Tiando Royal Academy? Kiki. Chu Qin chuckled softly. Does this esteemed committee member believe that the Soul Sect represents the pinnacle of elite Soul Masters? The Soul Sect is indeed not the limit. However, participants in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition must be under the age of 25. Are you able to find a Soul King younger than 25? Mengxinji retorted coldly. What if I could find one? Chu Qin smirked. Impossible, Bai Baoshan replied. If you can find a Soul King under 25. Just as Bai Baoshan was about to make a promise, Shueqing interjected. All right, by committee member, do not act impulsively. Reserved spots for the finals. Tianxue Academy, 6,300. Though she herself was a 25-year-old Soul Emperor, and the Spirit Hall also had Soul Kings, Shueqing had genuinely doubted that the Tiando Empire could produce a Soul King. After all, her resources were exceptional, possessing innate soul power at level 20, with a divine 6-winged angel martial soul. The talents of the Spirit Hall had been endowed with countless high-quality resources. The entire Tiando royal family could scarcely afford such luxuries. However, at that moment, Shueqing suddenly had an idea. Vice President Chu. She continued, how about this? If you can present a team that possesses a Soul King, I will inform His Majesty that the reserved spot for the Royal Do team may be granted to them. I have been waiting for this very statement. Chu Qin silently chuckled to himself. He then turned to the young women behind him and smiled slightly. Xiaowu instantly understood Chu Qin's intention, commanding, sisters, activate your soul rings. As Xiaowu's voice fell, for dazzling soul rings illuminated beneath their alluring figures, and except for Yi Lingling. All 4th soul rings were of 10,000-year quality. What? Shueqing and Mingxinji exclaimed in unison. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong. And Zhu Zhuqing appeared remarkably youthful yet had all reached the Soul Sect level. Xiaowu, please introduce yourselves to His Highness. Xiaowu began. I am Xiaowu. A level 44 soft bone, charming rabbit soul sect. Ning Rongrong, level 44 9 treasure, glazed tile, auxiliary soul sect. Zhu Zhuqing, level 44 ghostly spirit cat soul sect. Yi Lingling, level 42 dragon blood begonia auxiliary soul sect. Dugu Yin, level 46 azure scale serpent soul sect. Meng Yiran, level 45 snake staff soul sect. Mengxinji and the others stood in stunned silence. The level configuration surpassed even that of the Royal Do team. It is worth noting that there is still time before the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and their levels could still rise further. Especially considering that all their soul rings were of 10,000-year quality. Yi Lingling, has your martial soul undergone a mutation? Jilin asked in astonishment. Yes, Teacher Jilin. The honest Yi Lingling replied. It is the result of consuming a celestial herb. Celestial herb. Shueqing and Mengxinji gasped simultaneously. Your Highness, what do you think? Is this team sufficient to replace the Royal Do team and secure a reserve spot for the finals? Chu Qin inquired. Not possible. Mengxinji asserted resolutely. Although they are all of the Soul Sect, they lack a Soul King. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chu Qin stood amidst the swirling hues of yellow, purple, and black at his feet, as 5 soul rings illuminated sequentially after his simulated trials. And now, Chu Qin, the level 54 demigod spear Soul King. Level 54. The expressions of Ming Shenji and his companions froze, and even Xue Qinghe appeared somewhat astonished. Though none paid heed to the wicked smile that crept onto her face. An hour later, at the Tiando Great Soul Arena, to our surprise, we have been directly advanced to the finals. Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Xiaowu, this is merely a promise made by the Crown Prince. Whether we will be granted this privilege remains uncertain. Zhu Zhuqin replied. Hee. Ning Rongrong chimed in with a laugh. But upon reflecting on Xue Qinghe's reaction upon discovering Chu Qin's status as a Soul King, her face was so drawn that I could laugh for an entire day. The crux of the matter is that Chu Qin concealed his true strength. Meng Yiran added, if Xue Qinghe were to learn that Chu Qin is a soul sage, I wonder if he would faint on the spot. Haha. The six ladies erupted into laughter. Even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqin could not contain herself. All right, enough laughter. Chu Qin interjected. Chu Qin was aware that the Blue Dragon team was likely to be directly promoted. This was all part of his grand scheme. Even if Xue Qinghe did not come to assist, Chu Qin would find a way to ensure that Xiaowu and her companions reached the finals. Now, with Xue Qinghe's help, he had been spared much trouble. Truly, she was destined to be his future wife. Xiaowu and Rongrong remained composed. From today onward, we shall commence our training for the Grand Soul Arena. Chu Qin spoke gently. Yes, indeed. The girls replied confidently. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Palace, the Emperor of the Scarlet Gold Robe, Shui Yi, was engaged in a game of chess with Ning Fingji. Your Majesty, your chess skills are remarkable. I have lost again. Ning Fingji sighed. Haha. Don't think I'm unaware, Ning Zongju. You deliberately let me win every time. Shui Yi smiled. Not at all. It is merely that my chess skills pale in comparison to yours Majesty's. Ning Fingji replied with a smile. Humph. Sword Douluo, Prince Xuexing. Do you not agree that Ning Zongju is letting me win? Shui Yi glanced at Sword Douluo and Prince Xuexing. Your Majesty's skills are indeed unparalleled. Ning Zongju cannot be compared. Xuexing responded. Indeed, Ning Zongju has been yielding to your Majesty. Sword Douluo smiled at Ning Fingji. Xuexing furrowed his brow slightly. Haha. Come. Ning Zongju, let us play a proper game. Just then, Xue Qinghe approached. Uncle, teacher, Sword Douluo, I did not expect to find you three here. He remarked with a smile toward Ning Fingji and the others. Qinghe, how goes the matter I entrusted to you? Shui Yu inquired. Have you managed to bring back Du Guyin and Yu Lingling to the Royal Academy? Xue Qinghe shook his head. Hearing this, Shui Yu's expression shifted dramatically. What did you say? Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo exchanged concerned glances. Father, please do not be angry. Xue Qinghe quickly responded. Although I did not manage to bring back Du Guyin and Yu Lingling, I have good news. What good news? Shui Yu asked. I have found a team capable of winning the championship in the finals. Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Oh. Shui Yu raised an eyebrow. Xue Qinghe then recounted the events at the Blue Dragon Academy in detail. A Soul King? Shui Yu said, slightly excited. Qinghe, is it true that there is a Soul King under the age of 25 at Blue Dragon Academy? Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo exchanged knowing smiles. Realizing that the person in question must undoubtedly be Chu Qin, Xue Qinghe nodded. Indeed. Moreover, father, aside from Chu Qin being a Soul King, what surprised me the most is that all members of the Blue Dragon team, except for Yu Lingling, possess 10,000-year soul rings. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu's expression grew complex, marked by both excitement and unease. Not long ago, I heard that Blue Dragon Academy triumphed over Tiando Royal Academy in the invitational contest. After a pause, Shui Yu added with a hint of joy, it seems that Blue Dragon Academy truly has hidden depths. Father, I have already promised to have the Blue Dragon team promoted directly to the finals. Seeing Shui Yu's delighted expression, Xue Qinghe seized the moment to speak. What? Shui Yu's anger flared again. Qinghe, are you foolish? No matter how strong Blue Dragon Academy is, Tiando Royal Academy represents the imperial dignity. If you promote Blue Dragon Academy's team to the finals, where will the royal face be? Please forgive me, father. Xue Qinghe immediately knelt. Qinghe, your actions are somewhat excessive. Prince Xuexing added, to unilaterally decide to promote Blue Dragon Academy to the finals. Do you have ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji interjected, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I believe that the Crown Prince's decision is not without merit. With Yu Tianhing, Du Guyin, and Yu Lingling successively leaving Tiando Royal Academy, it indicates a lack of proper governance. Should the royal fighting team be promoted in such circumstances, a defeat on the arena would be utterly disgraceful, undermining the prestige of our Tiando Empire. Xuexing's brow furrowed upon hearing this. After all, he was the one in charge of Tiando Royal Academy's affairs. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Shui Yu's anger slightly eased. Ning Zongju, what is your opinion? To speak frankly, Your Majesty, Ning Fengji replied. I am quite familiar with Blue Dragon Academy. My daughter Rongrong is indeed a member of the Blue Dragon team. What? Zongju's beloved daughter is in the Blue Dragon team? Shui Yu said, slightly astonished. Indeed. Ning Fengji continued. Moreover, the captain of the Blue Dragon team, Chu Qin, shares a close relationship with me. Shui Yu felt a wave of relief. Chu Qin's close ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School indicated he would undoubtedly support the Tiando Empire. He even speculated that Chu Qin might join the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, which was considered a faction of the royal family. Ning Zhongzhu, please continue, Shuiyu urged. This Chu Qin possesses exceptional talent. Ning Fingji asserted, I believe that the champion of this elite advanced soul master competition will undoubtedly be the Blue Dragon team. When they claim victory, it will not only showcase the prestige of the Tiando Empire but also demonstrate that Your Majesty's generosity in promoting them is based on merit rather than personal biases. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Xu Weixing quickly interjected. The Blue Dragon team is, after all, from Blue Dragon Academy. Shuiyi pondered for a moment and then declared, very well. Let us rename Blue Dragon Academy to Royal Blue Dragon Academy and grant the Blue Dragon team a promotion. Your Majesty is wise. Both Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe exclaimed simultaneously. Shuiyi's decision was nothing short of brilliant. It would lead outsiders to believe that the Blue Dragon team was part of the Royal Academy while significantly enhancing their chances of winning the championship. Only Prince Xu Weixing revealed a glimmer of malice. Shortly thereafter, at the Tiando Royal Palace, in the Crown Prince's quarters, an elder inquired of Xue Qinghe, Your Highness, how could you agree to promote the Blue Dragon team to the finals? Why is there such a young soul king in the Tiando Empire? We at the Spirit Hall are completely unaware. Xue Qinghe shook her head, appearing somewhat distracted, as her thoughts lingered on Chu Qin's face, leaving her feeling unsettled. Should we inform the Spirit Hall about this? The elder continued, otherwise, I fear that unforeseen events may arise during the Elite Advanced Soul Master competition. Let them arise. I have long suspected that Chu Qin is extraordinary. Xue Qinghe smirked. This time, the representative team from the Spirit Hall is that woman's disciple. If she loses in the Elite Advanced Soul Master competition, she will undoubtedly lose face. Is that not precisely what I wish to see? Spirit Douluo. There is no need to inform the Spirit Hall about Chu Qin. However, you must investigate his background thoroughly. Understood. The subordinate replied. At the Tiando Imperial capital, the Grand Soul Arena stood grandly. It was a unique coliseum of Douluo continent, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. However, here, the battles were between humans rather than beasts. At this moment, within the Grand Soul Arena, on one of the stages, the circular spectator stands could accommodate 2,000 spectators, all of whom were seated, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. Various shouts and cheers resonated like thunder. Next to take the stage were the Fire Team and the Blue Dragon Team. The Fire Team was an all-soul respect team, having achieved 6 consecutive victories this month, while the Blue Dragon Team was a newly formed squad. Would the legendary Fire Team continue its winning streak, or would the Blue Dragon Team rise as the dark horse? Let us await the thrilling showdown. The audience's enthusiasm surged even higher under the announcer's amplified voice. Moreover, the fervor for the Fire Brigade appears to be exceptionally high. Exuberant cheers echo, proclaiming phrases such as fiery flames, blazing passion, and when the fire emerges, nothing can survive. Amidst the clamor, a group of youth with flamboyant hairstyles strides confidently onto the stage. In stark contrast, the attention towards Chu Qin's side is woefully scant, as their faces are concealed by full masks, rendering their striking appearances hidden from view. Humph. A bunch of soul-rank teams have stolen our thunder, Xiaowu exclaimed indignantly. Indeed. Ning Rongrong pouted. What a bunch of ignorant fools. Xiaowu, Rongrong, we have only just arrived, Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Soon, we shall show these individuals what it means to make an entrance at the peak. Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the two teams ascended the stage. Oh, where did this bunch of little brothers and sisters come from? Before the match even commenced, the captain of the Fire Brigade, Huolai, could not contain his derision. To him, the outcome of this battle seemed utterly predetermined. In the eyes of the strong, there are no weaklings. You're the small one. Your whole family is small. Ning Rongrong retorted immediately upon hearing this. For some reason, she couldn't tolerate being called small. TSK, this little sister has quite the audacity. Huolai smirked mockingly, though your chest is a tad lacking. Say that again. Ning Rongrong fumed. Oh, please don't be angry, little sister. Huolai laughed. At your age, having a small chest is inconsequential. After all, no one desires you anyway. Ning Rongrong was instantly furious, but was restrained by Ming Yuran. Xiaowu's gaze turned icy, fixed on Huolai, filled with fury. After all, Ning Rongrong was her dearest sister. Chu Qin remained silent for the moment, for mere words cannot instill lasting wisdom. At that juncture, the reckless Huolai turned towards Yu Xiaogang, commenting on her ample bosom. This elicited suppressed laughter from the 6 members of the Shamate team nearby, as Huolai's nature was undeniably that of a scoundrel. Ahem. The elegant female commentator, unable to endure any longer, cleared her throat and announced, the match begins. As her voice faded, a pink figure darted forward from the Qinglong team, leaping 3 zhang with grace. With her long, exquisite legs, she delivered a straight kick towards Huolai's neck. It was none other than Xiaowu. Humph, little sister, what difference does it make if you land a few hits? Huolai chuckled darkly, remaining rooted in place. However, in the next moment, the oblivious Huolai would learn the true meaning of peril. Xiaowu's kick collided with his neck, unleashing a force akin to 1,000 pounds. The towering Huolai was sent flying, his neck contorted, crashing down at the edge of the platform. In that instant, the other members of the fire team and the audience fell into stunned silence, mouths agape. What had just transpired? With a single kick, Xiaowu had sent Hualai soaring. Not only that, she chose to pursue her advantage. Resembling a bolt of pink lightning as she approached Hualai, lifting his legs and spinning him at high speed. Boss. The members of the fire team finally reacted, rushing towards Xiaowu. Yet, as they moved, Chu Qin had already positioned himself before them. In the next instant, his palm struck like a tempest, sending all 6 of them hurtling off the platform. Chu Qin could no longer contain himself. The flame battle team dared to tease his woman right before his eyes. However, he paid little heed to this affront. This Soul Master team, aside from Ning Rongrong, could hardly present a challenge to any of his women, who could easily overpower 7 opponents. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had spun the fiery orb in her hand nearly 100 times before casting it from the arena. It landed heavily on the ground, blood and white foam spilling from its mouth. The speed of Chu Qin and Xiaowu was astonishing. And it seemed to the audience as if the moment the host declared the match to commence, the blazing fire team had already been utterly defeated. By the time they comprehended the situation, thunderous applause erupted in the arena. The blazing fire team had been obliterated. And by just 2 members of the Azure Dragon team? Goodness, what kind of powerhouse is the Azure Dragon team? Xiaowu, thank you. Ning Rongrong approached Xiaowu and said, who are we to each other? Xiaowu replied with a smile, so, you're not angry anymore, right? MHM. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. At that moment, the host finally grasped the situation and shouted, congratulations to the Azure Dragon team for their victory. It appears that this team competition at the Great Soul Arena is far easier than I had anticipated. Let us keep up the good work, Chu Qin said, smiling at the women. In the following month, Chu Qin brought the Azure Dragon team to the Great Soul Arena for a match every day. A month flew by, and they were just 1 match away from securing the Gold Soul qualification. Meanwhile, in a secluded room within the Great Soul Arena, a middle-aged man lamented to his superior. Sir, the Azure Dragon team has achieved 30 consecutive victories. The wealthy patrons have placed heavy bets on them, and at this rate, our Great Soul Arena may go bankrupt. Damn it. The elderly man exclaimed in fury, have you investigated the background of the Azure Dragon team? We couldn't find anything. The middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. Their movements are too secretive. Have the teams we invited arrived? The elderly man paused, furrowing his brow. They have arrived. They're the Gold Soul team from the Heavenly Water Great Soul Arena, the Ice Phoenix team from Heavenly Water Academy. The middle-aged man responded. Heavenly Water Academy. The one that consists entirely of women? The elderly man's expression grew serious. Indeed, the middle-aged man confirmed. There is no other academy in the entire Tiando Empire that excels among commoners like Heavenly Water Academy does. Other academies are not lacking in funds. We managed to invite them with great difficulty. But don't worry, sir, although it is a women's team. They have not lost a single match since entering the Great Soul Arena. The middle-aged man lowered his voice as he spoke to the elderly man. All right. They're the ones. Place a bid of 5 million gold soul coins on them. I want to win back all my losses in one go. Yes. At this moment, the main venue of the Great Soul Arena was bustling with excitement. Set to appear were the biggest dark horses in the history of the Great Soul Arena. The Azure Dragon team, and their opponents, renowned as the strongest women's team in the arena's history, the Ice Phoenix team. Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. Upon hearing the name of the Azure Dragon team, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Compared to a month ago, the Azure Dragon team had gained tremendous fame. Over the past month, they had been unstoppable, delivering countless shocks and miracles. They entered the arena at their peak. On the other hand, the Ice Phoenix team had come from Heavenly Water City and was not well known in Tiando City. Moreover, up to this point, other than Yu Lingling and Zhu Shuqing revealing their martial soul rings, the other 5 members had yet to display theirs. It was no wonder. The Great Soul Arena was a place where lives were at stake, and it was unlikely that soul masters above the Soul King rank would come here. Thus, it was challenging for Chu Qin and the others to reveal their full strength. Upon hearing the name Ice Phoenix team, Chu Qin's pupils constricted slightly as he gazed toward the opposite platform. Oh, they are all women too, Ming Yiran exclaimed in surprise. Before them stood 7 striking figures. Tall and graceful, exuding an indescribable aura. Even with masks covering their faces, their extraordinary beauty was apparent. Yet, the 7 women paled in comparison to Ning Rongrong and her companions. Perhaps only the woman standing in the center could be compared to Chu Qin's 6 companions. This woman, though not exceptionally tall, possessed an extraordinary presence and a flawless figure, with a defined bust and hips and a slender waist. She wore a light blue gown that showcased her long, delicate legs, unblemished and accentuated by her stockings, which added an alluring touch to her appearance. Particularly striking were her eyes, a soft blue reminiscent of sparkling sapphires. Hello. The central woman approached and smiled politely at Chu Qin, introducing herself as the captain of the Ice Phoenix team, Bing Shui. Bing Shui, indeed. Chu Qin thought to himself, smiling at her. Captain of the Azure Dragon team, Yumian Qinglong. MHM. Bing Shui nodded gently, returning to her team, while Chu Qin also moved to the center of the Azure Dragon team. Sisters. Bing Shui addressed her teammates. This battle is a must-win. We will win. The other members of the Heavenly Water team nodded in agreement, and their soul rings lit up beneath their feet. a complete arrangement of yellow and purple soul rings belonging to soul masters. Notably, unlike the elite soul master competition, there were no age restrictions at the Great Soul Arena. Thus, this Heavenly Water team was distinct from the team participating in the elite competition, aside from Bing Shui, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu. The other 4 members were graduates from the previous generation of Heavenly Water Academy. This battle is the most exciting one of the month, Chu Qin said with a smile. Ling, Rongrong, step back with me. Yin, Shiqing, Xiaowu, you remain as the primary attackers. Over the past month, they had faced only minor opponents, and thus the improvement in coordination for Xiaowu and the others was minimal. Therefore, Chu Qin would not let this opportunity pass. Yes, the women arranged themselves according to a 3-1-3 formation. Activate soul rings. Chu Qin grinned slightly. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu and the others simultaneously unleashed their martial soul rings. Aside from Yi Lingling, who displayed 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, the others showcased a uniform configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. What? The audience and the Heavenly Water team were astonished upon witnessing the soul ring configuration of the Azure Dragon team for the first time, especially the 4th 10,000-year soul ring, which they had never seen before, and now so many 10,000-year rings appearing simultaneously left everyone dumbfounded. It seems our opponents are formidable, but we cannot afford to lose. Bing Shui furrowed her brows, yet calmly stated, let us take the initiative. Shrek Academy has arrived. First soul skill. Ice Seal. At the moment Bing Shui's melodious voice fell, the front-line members of the Azure Dragon team, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning ran, were simultaneously encased in a layer of ice crystals, instantly frozen by Bing Shui. Simultaneously, the second soul ring beneath Bing Shui lit up, and all members of the Ice Phoenix team were covered in a layer of blue armor. So powerful! Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling exclaimed in astonishment. Bing Shui can both immobilize her opponents and enhance her teammates' attributes? Then, Shui Yuer, along with the other 2 agility-type members, Yu Xiaogang and Yu Ling, darted towards Xiaowu and the others like a bolt of blue lightning, aiming for a swift strike. However, they overlooked the presence of Douluo Dalu. Suddenly, Douluo Dalu's 3rd soul ring lit up, and purple toxins rapidly enveloped Shui Yuer and her companions. Be careful! A slight gasp escaped Shui Yuer as she swiftly evaded Douluo Dalu's assault. Concurrently, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ning harnessed their soul power to break free from the frost cast by Shui Binger. 9 treasures, manifest the glazed tower, called out Ning Rongrong. Quickly, and again. Amplify soul power. Dragon blood enhancement. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling unleashed the augmentations of the 9 treasure glazed tower and the dragon blood enhancement. Under their enhancements, the speed of Xiaowu and her companions surged to unprecedented heights, transforming their defense into a fierce offense aimed at Shui Yuer and her allies. The Water God manifests, first soul skill, Water Goddess blessing. The Ice God manifests, first soul skill, Ice Goddess blessing. At that very moment, from behind Shui Binger, 2 members of the Ice Phoenix team wielded their azure staffs, which erupted with light, sending 6 beams of blue radiance into the bodies of Shui Yuer and her 2 companions. The Water God Staff and Ice God Staff were evidently 2 types of auxiliary soul weapons. Although their augmentations could not match the potency of Ning Rongrong and Yu Lingling's enhancements, the 2 auxiliary soul masters from the Ice Phoenix team were seasoned veterans, boasting a soul power of level 46, 2 levels above Xiaowu and 4 levels above Yi Lingling. Thus, under their simultaneous amplifications, Shui Yuer and her companions matched the speed of Xiaowu and her team. Douluo Dalu and Shui Binger were evenly matched, although Shui Binger's soul power was somewhat inferior. The Ice Phoenix, being a top-tier beast martial soul, far surpassed Douluo Dalu's blue-scaled serpent, which had yet to evolve into the blue-scaled serpent king. Consequently, both teams found themselves in a stalemate. 10 exquisite women clashed fiercely upon the stage, igniting the fervor of the spectators below, their blood boiling with excitement. The announcer, increasingly animated, struggled to catch his breath, exclaiming, "Sisters, it appears we must engage our true prowess." Xiaowu, embodying the spirit of a true captain, smiled lightly. All right. Zhu Qing and Ming nodded in unison. 4th soul skill, Invincible Body. 4th soul skill, Netherworld 100 Prison Slash. 4th soul skill, Spirit Serpent Seeking Holes. In perfect synchrony, the 4th soul rings beneath Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ming shimmered to life. In an instant, 3 dazzling black beams illuminated the entire arena. As the 3 women surged forward like serpents, rabbits, and cats, respectively, towards Shui Yuer and her companions. The distinct advantage of Xiaowu and her team lay in their Millennium Soul Rings, which provided an unparalleled edge. With the enhancement of their Millennium Soul Rings, their attack and speed increased manifold. This is bad, Shui Yuer exclaimed, aware that this assault was insurmountable. Yuer, retreat. Shui Binger furrowed her brow, then turned to Shuiwu behind her. Shuiwu, prepare. At her command, Shuiwu nodded and began to dance in place. Simultaneously, Shui Binger activated her 3rd soul ring, invoking her 3rd soul skill, Resist Ice Ring. At that moment, the 2 auxiliary soul masters from the Ice Phoenix team redirected their attribute enhancements toward Shui Binger. Under this amplification, a massive ice ring enveloped Shui Binger, momentarily deflecting the attacks from Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Ming The Ice Phoenix team is remarkably agile, one observer remarked. Indeed, how could 3 powerful Millennium Soul skills not immediately vanquish their opponents? Chu Qin nodded slightly. Indeed, compared to the well-trained team from Xiaowu Academy, Xiaowu and her companions exhibited a certain lack of synergy and cooperation. Moreover, as Chu Qin glanced at the dancing Xiaowu, he discerned that Shui Binger was still concealing a lethal move. However, Chu Qin could not intervene. This was merely the Xiaowu team, and Xiaowu's group needed to overcome this hurdle to secure victory in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, as anticipated after repelling Xiaowu and her companions. 4 soul rings simultaneously illuminated beneath Shui Binger's feet. With a graceful turn, she positioned herself back-to-back with Xiaowu. The martial soul fusion technique, ice and snow drifting, was unleashed. In an instant, the vast arena of the Great Soul Arena was enveloped in a frigid mist, and snowflakes began to swirl within the confines of the battlefield. Witnessing this spectacle, not only the onlookers but also Xiaowu and her 6 companions were taken aback. Everyone, gather together. Xiaowu commanded immediately. Concurrently, Douluo's 4th soul ring glowed, activating her 4th soul skill, Azure Scale Serpent's Protection. A colossal azure-scaled serpent coiled protectively around the 4 of them. At that moment, the seemingly gentle snowflakes abruptly emanated a sharp, chilling radiance, akin to blades, and began to descend upon the azure serpent. The air was filled with a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Douluo strained to maintain the azure serpent, as the descending snowflakes appeared extraordinarily formidable. Ning Rongrong promptly cast an attribute enhancement on Douluo, yet despite her efforts, the coiling azure serpent gradually became ethereal. At this juncture, seeing the Azure Dragon team in distress, Shui Binga softly spoke. I'm sorry, but I am compelled to do this. We have our reasons for needing to win. If you concede now, I promise not to harm you. Indeed, Shui Binga was a kind-hearted individual, Chu Qin thought to himself. But wait. Why did she mention having reasons for winning? The outcome is still uncertain. Xiaowu retorted, her indomitable spirit refusing to yield. Exactly, Ning Rongrong echoed. Her gaze fixed firmly on Chu Qin, infused with a pleading light. Her eyes were clear. Chu Qin, please save us. We do not wish to lose. Chu Qin merely responded with a smile. Observing Chu Qin's indifference, Ning Rongrong shot back an irritated glance. What to do? Shui Bingo thought to herself. Once the Ice Phoenix was unleashed, they would undoubtedly suffer. Yet, after a tumultuous internal struggle, a radiant Ice Phoenix emerged behind her. As her primal power began to infuse into the martial soul fusion technique, in the next moment, under the accumulation of Shui Binger's soul power, all the snowflakes coalesced at a visible speed, ultimately forming a colossal Ice Phoenix in the sky. Simultaneously, the temperature of the arena plummeted, and a layer of visible frost enveloped the hair of Xiaowu and the others. It is the Ice Phoenix. What kind of skill is this? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Qinglong battle team, I ask you once more, do you concede? Shui Binger inquired. Alas, it seemed that Xiaowu and her companions had reached their limits. Chu Qin finally sighed, and at that moment, a green radiance quietly blossomed from his fist. In the following instant, the Ice Phoenix above them shattered, transforming into countless shards of ice. Simultaneously, a brilliant light surged forth from Chu Qin. The brilliance was so dazzling that everyone instinctively shielded their eyes. When they regained their composure, the 7 members of the Ice Phoenix battle team found their martial soul rings disintegrated, half kneeling on the ground. What has transpired? How did the Ice Phoenix battle team lose? At this moment, the Ice Phoenix battle team was utterly astonished, feeling as though time had momentarily halted, when a green shadow flickered before them, causing all their martial soul rings to collapse. Only Shui Binger remained fixated on Chu Qin's direction. Known for her meticulous mind, she was the only one to notice the peculiar glow emanating from Chu Qin's palm before the Ice Phoenix battle team was defeated. Meanwhile, Chu Qin wore a smile as he gazed at Shui Binger. What just happened? The host was also stunned into silence, and once he regained his composure, he grasped the amplification soul device and exclaimed, Ice Phoenix battle team members, why have you suddenly fallen? Referee, we have lost. Shui Bingo stared at Chu Qin for several seconds before turning to the host, her voice tinged with both reluctance and resignation. To shatter her martial soul fusion technique in an instant, what formidable power must one possess? This jade-faced Qi-Long hides its strength so deeply. Upon hearing this, the other members of Xiaowu Academy felt their eyes welling with tears. Let us concede then, congratulations to the Qinglong battle team for their victory. Furthermore, due to the Qinglong battle team's continuous victories, they successfully advanced to the Golden Fighting Soul team. Qinglong! Qinglong! After a brief silence, the spectators erupted into cheers. Their applause thunderous. Detection confirms that the Qinglong battle team has advanced to the Golden Fighting Soul team. Gained 100 favorability from the goddess Shui Binger. External Ice Sword Soulbone. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed. Not long after, in the resting room of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong entered, excitedly cradling a golden trophy. Chu Qin, we have made it to the Golden Fighting Soul team. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with a smile. Does that mean we can skip training now? What do you think, Rongrong? Before Chu Qin could respond, Xiaowu, seated at the table, interjected. If it weren't for Chu Qin's intervention just now, we would have lost. One could clearly hear her words laced with reluctance. From this day forth, I will strive even harder. Zhu Shiqing pouted, unwilling to admit defeat. Xiaowu, Shiqing, we shouldn't say that. Chu Qin gently patted their heads with a warm smile. You both saw it. The Ice Phoenix battle team comprises many soul masters over 30 years of age. How old are you? Losing is quite normal. Moreover, you have worked hard this past month. Don't wear yourselves out. All right, Chu Qin, you make a valid point. Xiaowu finally smiled and nodded. Regardless, our training over this past month can be deemed complete. Dugu Yin chimed in. Shall we prepare for a celebration feast? Yes, yes. Barbecue, barbecue. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. Very well. Tonight we shall prepare a grand barbecue feast. Chu Qin nodded, embracing them. Please wait here for a moment. I have a matter to attend to. Okay. With that, Chu Qin stepped out of the resting room into a secluded corner where the figure of Dugu Bo appeared. Dugu Bo, have you found out why Shrek Academy has come to the Great Do Sol Arena? Chu Qin inquired. Just now, Shui Bingo mentioned she had compelling reasons to win. He thought, harboring great curiosity, prompting him to have Dugu Bo investigate discreetly. I have heard. Dugu Bo replied. It was Aoba, the manager of the Great Do Sol Arena, who paid handsomely to invite them. It seems Shrek Academy has encountered some upheaval. They are enrolling commoners, which has stirred hostility from some noble academies, hence they urgently require funds. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed that, regardless of the world, commoners would eternally be at a disadvantage against the nobility. Furthermore, it appeared that they had been ensnared by the Grand Sol Arena, having entered into some form of treaty that placed them in a precarious situation. What treaty? Chu Qin furrowed her brows and inquired further. This is something I cannot ascertain. Dugu Bo replied, shaking his head. Very well, I understand now. Upon hearing the words, Chu Qin immediately devised a plan in his heart. Had it not been for the overwhelming prowess of their Azure Dragon team, Shui Bingo would not have been invited here to concoct a plot. Moreover, Shui Bingo is his wife, and this matter is firmly under Chu Qin's control, in the luxurious suite of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. The elder known as Aoba furiously overturned the table before him. We lost 5 million gold spirit coins. He bellowed. Director, please calm your anger. A middle-aged man, trembling, knelt before him. Calm my anger? How dare you speak such nonsense? Aoba fumed. Li Sai, what did you tell me? You said that the Heavenly Water Academy possessed a martial soul fusion technique, that they would surely triumph. I cannot say, Director. At that critical moment, none of us knew what transpired on the stage. My subordinates were not at fault. Li Sai replied. If there is blame, it lies with the Heavenly Water Academy. By the way, Director Ao, the Heavenly Water Academy signed a contract with us. If they lose, they will remain here as your servants. A sly smile spread across Li Sai's face as a thought struck him. Humph, what use would I have for them? Aoba retorted angrily. The women from the Heavenly Water Academy are all remarkably beautiful. If we secretly sell them to the royal family and the influential nobles, just think of the wealth a spirit master-level beauty could fetch. Interesting. Aoba smirked, his desire stirred. Take me to see if this batch is worth 5 million gold spirit coins. Meanwhile, in a secluded room within the Great Spirit Arena. I'm so sorry, everyone. It's my fault that we're in this predicament. Shui Bingo expressed her deep remorse to the other members of the Heavenly Water team. Binger, this isn't your fault. Coming to the Great Spirit Arena was a decision we made together. Yu Ling replied. But are we truly going to sell ourselves to the Great Spirit Arena? These beasts have tampered with the contract. Shuewu exclaimed in fury. To sell ourselves to the Great Spirit Arena means we must remain here for life. Competing in their matches, Shui Yuer frowned. Yuer, you are too naive. Yu Shuang sighed. That Li Sai seems inherently unscrupulous. He will not easily let us go. Should we consider fleeing? Shui Bingo shook her head, sighing. The guards outside are 2 soul emperors. We cannot escape. Moreover, if Shui and Ro Ro are still in their hands, we must bide our time and find a way to contact the Soul Emperor Nan Fangong from the Royal Academy, who is an old acquaintance of our teacher. Director, they are all inside. At that moment, a lewd voice echoed from outside the door. Shortly after, Aoba and Li Sai entered the room. Upon seeing these two, Shui Binger and her companions immediately became alert. Upon witnessing the beauty of Shui Binger and the others, Aoba's eyes lit up, and his anger subsided. You must be the Ice Phoenix team? He inquired languidly. Yes, Shui Binger nodded. Humph, Aoba exclaimed. Do you realize that I wagered 5 million gold spirit coins on you? I never expected you to lose to the Azure Dragon team. How do you plan to compensate for this 5 million? Director Ao, Shui Bingo said coldly, the 5 million you wagered has nothing to do with us. We had agreed that if we won, we would receive 1 million gold spirit coins. If we lost, then you would sell yourselves, correct? Aoba's voice dripped with mockery. Then sell yourselves. You clearly stated that if we lost, we would receive nothing. Selling ourselves was your manipulation. Shui Wei cried angrily. You scoundrel. Once we escape, we will expose the dark dealings of the Great Spirit Arena. Don't make baseless accusations. Aoba retorted, brandishing the contract. It is written in black and white. Unable to bear it any longer, Shui Wei lunged forward to tear up the contract, but as she made her move, Aoba's hand grasped hers tightly. Seeing this, Shui Binger and the others were enraged and prepared to confront Aoba. However, in the next moment, Aoba displayed his 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. Lo and behold, I am a soul sage, Aoba declared. As the power of a soul sage surged forth, Shui Binger and her companions were forcefully repelled. Did you think you could open a great spirit arena in Heaven Do City without strength? Aoba sneered coldly, before me. You mere soul masters are nothing but a laughingstock. Hearing this, despair washed over Shui Binger and the others, and they withdrew their attacks. Their power was utterly insignificant against a soul sage. You must be their captain? Aoba observed with satisfaction as the women submitted. He turned to Shui Binger. Yes. Shui Binger nodded, her face pale. Very well, you have 2 choices. Aoba stated. First, sell yourselves. Second, endure torture, then sell yourselves. Shui Binger clenched her teeth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, unable to utter a word. Observing this, Aoba tightened his grip, and Shui Binger let out a piercing scream. Aoba chuckled ominously. Stop it. Shui Binger gritted her teeth, her eyes glistening with tears. We choose the first option. Excellent. Aoba grinned slyly, releasing Shui Binger. Then added with a perverse tone. Now, remove your clothes. What? At this command, Shui Binger and the others were incensed. Do you even understand what selling yourselves entails? Aoba sneered, seemingly unfazed by their outrage. It means everything about you now belongs to me. I must verify whether you have been defiled. Royal relatives do not desire women who have been sullied. Shui Binger and the others trembled, fully grasping the meaning of his words, their eyes reddening with humiliation. They were all talented individuals. How could they endure such disgrace? Quickly, do you want me to take action? Aoba coldly chuckled. I know your mentor is a soul emperor, but just a mere soul emperor is no concern of mine. Therefore, do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. This place will be your prison. You will never escape. Ah, a soul sage, how impressive. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from behind Aoba. Startled, Aoba and Li Datsai turned to see an old man and a young man who had appeared behind them, none other than Chu Qin and Duan Gubo. Shui Binger and her companions looked on in astonishment at Chu Qin and his companion, especially Shui Binger, whose gaze was filled with excitement. Aoba, glancing at the 2 soul emperors lying unconscious at the entrance, was filled with dread. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? However, Chu Qin paid him no mind, casting a slight glance. Duan Gubo instantly understood, conjuring a jade orb in his palm. Diamond Lion, manifest. In astonishment, Aoba quickly summoned his martial soul, but then he saw Duan Gubo's spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, glowing brightly. A title Douluo. Shui Binger and the others gasped, while Aoba gulped nervously, hastily pleading, Your Highness, I do not know how I have offended you. Please spare my life. Humph. Duan Gubo smirked, summoning forth the image of a green-scaled serpent. In an instant, the serpent's speed was astonishing, breaking through Aoba's protective spirit power and causing his immediate demise. Simultaneously, Li Datsai met the same fate. A soul sage stood no chance against the title Douluo. Upon witnessing this scene, Shui Binger and her companions were taken aback, their expressions a complex mixture of confusion as they looked at Chu Qin and Du Gubo. This man seems to possess a certain allure towards me, Shui Binger mused silently. Fear not, Chu Qin declared, taking the initiative to speak. We are here to rescue you. Rescue us? Xiaowu and the others gazed at Chu Qin with a glimmer of hope. Who are you? Struggling to suppress her inner turmoil, Shui Binger inquired of Chu Qin and Du Gubo. She was astounded that a title Douluo would intervene to save them. Just then, Xiao Rua Shui and Yu Hairo entered from outside. Rua Shui, Hairo, seeing her teammates unharmed, Shui Binger and the others felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. Xiao Rua Shui and Yu Hairo exchanged astonished glances at the fallen Aoba before turning to Shui Binger. Binger, are you all right? We're fine. Shui Binger shook her head. Rua Shui, Hairo, could it be that these 2 benefactors were sent by you? Xiao Rua Shui replied. We were also saved by young Master Chu and Sir Dugu. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger and her companions approached Chu Qin and Du Gubo with immense gratitude. Thank you, dear benefactors, for your timely rescue. They began to kneel in reverence. However, as their knees bent, Du Gubo's soul power swept over them, rendering them unable to kneel. No need for such formalities. Chu Qin interjected. It was merely a trifling effort. Nay, Xiaowu shook her head. Were it not for you and Sir Dugu, we would have. She shuddered at the thought, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. You should not linger here, Chu Qin said with a smile. Let us depart, and I shall explain everything in due course. With that, Chu Qin led them to a nearby tavern. After a profound discussion ensued, Chu Qin inquired, given that you are the talented students of the Heavenly Water Academy, what brings you to the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena? Young Master Chu, Shui Bing aside, the tale is lengthy. Our Heavenly Water Academy has always been open to the common folk, which has made us targets for oppression by those elite noble academies. Our original academy was schemed against and subsequently taken over. Our mentor led us in an effort to rebuild the academy, but such an endeavor demands substantial funding. Thus, we came to the Great Spirit Arena. Shui Bingo continued, coincidentally. Li Dakai of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena is offering a significant sum to recruit a battle team. claiming he wishes to defeat the Azure Dragon battle team. So, we came here, only to find ourselves in this predicament. Sighs of dismay echoed among the women. You are all quite foolish, Chu Qin remarked. For the sake of such funds, you nearly risked your very lives. Chu Qin's heart was filled with anguish. His own wife, nearly at the cost of his own well-being, was embroiled in such trivial matters. None could have anticipated the malevolence of Aoba. Shui Binger, overwhelmed by shame, lowered her head, unable to restrain the tears that flowed freely. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qin felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. He took out a handkerchief and offered it to Shui Binger. Thank you, young Master Chu. Shui Binger replied as she accepted the handkerchief and wiped away her tears. What are your plans moving forward? Chu Qin inquired further. We will continue to raise funds, Shui Binger declared with resolute determination. The Tianshui Academy must not be allowed to perish on our watch. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin retrieved a golden card from the soul guiding container, revealing its worth of 1 million gold soul coins. Take this for your needs, he offered. A gasp escaped the lips of Shui Yuer, and the others upon hearing his words. No, young Master Chu, we cannot accept this money. Shui Binger interjected after a brief pause, gently declining the offer. You have already saved our lives, and we are immensely grateful. Should we accept your money, it would weigh heavily on our hearts. We shall find another way to manage our finances. Indeed, the ladies echoed in unison. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's lips curled slightly. I understand your urgent need for funds. Otherwise, you would not be so hasty. Take it, consider it a recompense from me. Ah, recompense for us? Shui Binger exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. To speak candidly, I am the captain of the Azure Dragon team, Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. You were defeated by my hand, and I inadvertently severed your financial lifeline, thus implicating you in this predicament. Shui Binger and her companions were momentarily stunned. Then Shui Binger quickly responded, so you are the jade-faced Azure Dragon. No wonder you seem somewhat familiar. However, it is indeed true that our skills were lacking. How can we say you have caused us trouble? Indeed. Xiaowu and Shui Yue nodded in unison. Then let us proceed this way, Chu Qin said, seeing their steadfastness. This money shall be considered a loan to the Tianshui Academy. Once you have the means, you may repay me at your convenience. Shui Binger and the others fell into contemplation and hesitation. Eventually, Shui Binger nodded, saying, Then I shall write you an IOU. No need for an IOU. Chu Qin shook his head. Just remember it. Young Master Chu, your kindness is beyond words. Shui Binger said earnestly. However, I must inquire why you wish to assist us. The truth is, Chu Qin felt a twinge of guilt for having defeated the Tianshui team. Though that reasoning hardly held weight when faced with a sum of 1 million gold soul coins. Does one require a reason to do good? Chu Qin smiled nonchalantly. Now, hasten to secure the gold soul coins and rebuild your academy. Thank you, young Master Chu. The girls chorused. Dugobo. Please ensure Shui Binger and the others return safely to Tianshui Academy. Chu Qin instructed Dugobo. And thoroughly resolve the issues concerning Tianshui Academy upon your return. Eliminate those who deserve it. Understood. Dugobo nodded gently. Upon hearing these words, Shui Binger and her companions felt deeply moved. With Dugobo, the title Douluo by their side, the great grievance of Tianshui Academy would surely be avenged. With that, Chu Qin smiled faintly and prepared to take his leave. Young Master Chu, may I inquire about your identity? Shui Binger called out to him. Vice President of Lanba Academy, Chu Qin replied with a smile. Shui Binger. If you wish, you may come to Lanba Academy to find me. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's heart raced. At that moment, she desperately wished to agree to Chu Qin's invitation. However, she understood that her priority was to deliver the funds back to Tianshui Academy first. Chu Qin did not make a deliberate attempt to retain Shui Binger, for such an action would only lead little Wu and the others to suspect ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Chu Qin was certain that Shui Binger would seek him out. Observing Chu Qin's departing figure, Shui Binger and her companions were overwhelmed with gratitude, knowing they would never forget him in their lifetimes. 3 days later, at the entrance of Lanba Academy, under the scorching sun, a group of individuals walked side by side towards the academy. This group, numbering around 10, comprised the mentors of Shrek Academy, led by Flanders and Zhao Wujie, along with Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and a middle-aged man with a crew cut, none other than Yu Xiaogang. Tiando City is truly vast, Oscar exclaimed, marveling at the bustling metropolis he had never visited before. I wonder if the girls here are as beautiful as they say. After seeing so many long legs along the way, I can barely contain my excitement. Ma Hongjun chuckled mischievously. Flanders shot Ma Hongjun a disapproving glance, saying, Ma Hongjun, we are newcomers here. It would be wise for you to behave yourself. If you embarrass me in front of the Dean of Lanba Academy, I shall confiscate your means of relieving that excitement. Ma Hongjun immediately stiffened, obediently silencing himself. Tang San, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast, Flanders inquired. Noticing Tang San's demeanor. Dean, why are we coming to Lanba Academy? Tang San asked. Did you not say you wish to participate in the Senior Soul Master Elite Tournament? Flanders responded. Yet, why must we come to Lanba Academy? Tang San frowned. Indeed, Dean, perhaps we should consider my recommendation of Xingluo Royal Academy instead. I have connections there. Dai Mubai added. Both Tang San and Dai Mubai were aware that people they disliked, including Chu Qin, were present at Lamba Academy. Moreover, Flanders hesitated, glancing at Yu Xiaogang as if he wished to say something but held back. Tang San, Dai Mubai. Yu Xiaogang interjected. I understand that you harbor grievances towards Chu Qin. However, might this not stem from jealousy? Chu Qin possesses greater talent, better connections, and excels in every aspect compared to you. It is precisely for this reason that I support the Dean's choice of Lamba Academy. Your grievances towards Chu Qin can transform into a driving force for your advancement. Understood, Master. Tang San and Dai Mubai acquiesced, realizing Yu Xiaogang's wisdom in his words. Flanders, Yu Xiaogang continued. Throughout this journey, every time you mentioned the Dean of Lamba Academy, you hesitated. Pray tell, who is this mysterious Dean? Flanders appeared reluctant to respond. Yu Xiaogang, growing impatient, pressed on. Is it her? Upon hearing this, Flanders' smile faltered. And he sighed. Indeed, it is her. Just as I suspected. Yu Xiaogang's expression turned complex. Dean, who is it? Zhao Wujie could not contain his curiosity. Lu Erlong. Flanders finally revealed after a moment of silence. Lu Erlong? The group gasped in unison, while Yu Xiaogang appeared lost in thought. Dean, if I am not mistaken, Lu Erlong has a profound connection to you, does she not? Tang San inquired, furrowing his brow. Yes, Flanders nodded solemnly. Flanders, cease your words. Yu Xiaogang urged. No. I must speak. Flanders insisted. Only in this way can you confront her. You should be familiar with the Golden Iron Triangle, right? Besides myself and Xiaogang. The third member is Lu Erlong, who is also Xiaojiang's beloved. Flanders then narrated the intricate relationship among himself, Yu Xiaogang, and Lu Erlong, as well as her past tribulations. I never imagined Aunt Erlong to be so devoted. Oscar lamented. She would forsake her sect for the sake of love. Indeed, Master. Tang San nodded in agreement. You should not shy away. Aunt Erlong has devoted her entire life to you. To evade her is to act irresponsibly as a man. Tang San. Do you truly believe so? Yu Xiaogang pondered deeply before asking. Indeed, you are correct. Flanders chimed in. Xiaogang, you must not continue to evade. Erlong has always cared for you, and to persist in your avoidance is cowardly. Our purpose here, besides attending the Senior Soul Master Elite Tournament, is to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Erlong. Yes, Master, do not let me down, Zhao Wujie added. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaogang finally conceded. All right, Flanders. Tang San, I will confront and accept Erlong. Excellent. Flanders and the group smiled in response. Just then, a melodious voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. A striking woman clad in black armor emerged from Lamba Academy, none other than Lu Erlong herself. Erlong, my dear, it has been too long. Flanders exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Lu Erlong responded with a faint smile, but her expression quickly shifted to one of surprise as she noticed Yu Xiaojiang's presence. Yu Xiaogang stood frozen. Eyes locked onto Lu Erlong, and he called out with a slight tremor. Erlong, Tang San, Dai Mubai. And the others were equally astonished to behold the breathtaking beauty before them. This was Lu Erlong. As they compared ages, it was perplexing that while Yu Xiaogang and Flanders appeared to be aging, Lu Erlong seemed ageless. Upon seeing Lu Erlong's enchanting visage, Yu Xiaojiang's determination to embrace love reignited within him. With a smile, he approached Lu Erlong. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Erlong completely disregarded Yu Xiaogang, effortlessly moving to Flanders' side. Asking with a playful grin, Flanders, why are you here instead of at Shrek Academy? Flanders, taken aback, pointed at Yu Xiaogang and cheerfully replied, Erlong, look who I have brought for you. Lu Erlong did not even glance at Yu Xiaogang, instead pressing on, Flanders, stop keeping me in suspense. What brings you to Lamba Academy? Lu Erlong's indifference shattered Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Flanders finally smiled and explained, Erlong, the Senior Soul Master Elite Tournament is about to commence. Since my Shrek Academy does not qualify to participate, I wish to borrow the esteemed grounds of Lamba Academy. To his surprise, Lu Erlong responded with a smile, Flanders. I apologize, but the decision to allow you to join Qilong Academy is not mine to make. You must consult my man. What? Tang San, Flanders. And the others were taken aback by this revelation. As Yu Xiaojiang's pupils dilated, his body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, his heart shattered into countless fragments. Just moments ago, he had ignited a longing for Lu Erlong, and now despair consumed him. The most terrifying aspect of life is not despair itself, but the cruel cycle of hope followed by further despair. Yu Xiaojiang could not fathom this. He refused to believe that Lu Erlong had found someone new. Flanders exhaled deeply, glancing at Yu Xiaojiang with disbelief as he inquired, Erlong, do you have a man now? Indeed, Lu Erlong replied with a smile. Upon receiving her definitive answer, Flanders' expression shifted, and he questioned, Erlong, did you not say you were waiting for Xiaojiang? What is the meaning of this? Flanders. My relationship with Yu Xiaojiang has long since ended. Lu Erlong's tone lost its politeness as she declared, the choice is mine alone, is it not? With no retort available. Flanders softened his tone, saying, Erlong, I understand now. You are merely upset with Xiaojiang, are you not? He has come to terms with everything and will return to you. Please grant him another chance and refrain from provoking him further. Grant him a chance? Who will grant me one? Lu Erlong's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed. It was he who abandoned me, and now wishes to return. Am I to be seen as worthless? Or do you, Flander, perceive Yu Xiaogang as a brother while I, Lu Erlong, am merely a tool in your golden triangle? Flander flushed with shame upon hearing Lu Erlong's angry words. And you, Flander, Lu Erlong continued. I have heard that after abandoning me, Yu Xiaogang fell for another woman. Now that she has discarded him, he seeks to love me again? I must be blind to have ever liked him. Flander's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang had exhibited some less than noble traits. Erlong, Yu Xiaogang, seemingly overwhelmed by desperation, stepped before Lu Erlong and grasped her hand. I am sorry, I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance. At this moment, despair enveloped Yu Xiaogang's heart. A despair that drove him to seek hope, leading him to a state of emotional turmoil. Chu Qin fiercely struck Yu Xiaogang, just as Lu Erlong was about to intervene. Another hand had already seized Yu Xiaogangs arm. Who permitted you to touch my woman? The newcomer spoke with a chilling and resolute tone. This individual, possessing an extraordinarily handsome visage, could only be Chu Qin. Upon witnessing Chu Qin's arrival, Flander, Zhao Wudre, Tang San, and Dai Mubai were all taken aback. It turned out that Lu Erlong's partner was none other than Chu Qin. Yu Xiaogang gazed at Chu Qin, despair enveloping him as he howled in rage. Your woman? So it is you who has taken Erlong away. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gently turned his palm, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar from the lips of Yu Xiaogang. The expressions of Flander, Tang San, and others shifted dramatically. Yu Xiaogang, you truly have no shame. Chu Qin exclaimed in fury. Erlong has long ceased to be associated with you. Get lost. Yu Xiaogang found himself at a loss for words. The pain jolted him back to some semblance of clarity. Moreover, who permitted you to touch my woman? Chu Qin declared, delivering a left hook that struck Yu Xiaogang squarely on the jaw. Instantly, Yu Xiaogang's body was propelled upwards, ultimately crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Chu Qin, how dare you strike my teacher? Tang San and Dai Mubai cried out in furious indignation. Concurrently, Flander was consumed by rage. Although Yu Xiaogang was in the wrong, Chu Qin's brutality was unwarranted. Zhao Wujie remained motionless, harboring a sense of admiration for Chu Qin. Having just heard Lu Erlong's explanation, he recognized Yu Xiaogang as a complete scoundrel. It was merely Flander's loyalty to brotherhood that prevented him from acknowledging the truth. However, just as Flander and the others contemplated intervening, a green figure suddenly descended behind them. It was none other than Douluo. I advise you all to refrain from acting, for I cannot guarantee that you will leave this place alive. Douluo whispered ominously in the ears of Flander and the others. Upon seeing the 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black swirling beneath Douluo's feet, Flander and the others were paralyzed by terror, no longer daring to make a move. Lu Erlong, do you truly possess such a heart of stone? Yu Xiaogang questioned bitterly, his anger palpable. And what of it? Lu Erlong replied calmly, I have come to realize I was a fool. I waited for you for so long, only to discover you had turned your affections elsewhere. It is Chu Qin who has revealed to me the depths of your treachery. Humph. Yu Xiaogang clutched his chest, a faint smile gracing his lips as he retorted. Do you genuinely believe Chu Qin is without flaws? When you uncover his true nature, you will grasp how foolish your decision truly is. Oh. I am most eager to hear what my true nature is. Chu Qin's expression turned icy. Are you aware of the multitude of women in my life? Does Erlong know? Yu Xiaogangs words dripped with disdain. She does. Before Chu Qin could utter a word, Lu Erlong interjected. What? Yu Xiaogangs face paled in astonishment. He had assumed that upon learning of Chu Qin's infidelities, Lu Erlong would abandon him immediately. To his shock, Lu Erlong appeared utterly unconcerned. Yu Xiaogang, I am well acquainted with every one of Chu Qin's women, Lu Erlong declared. However, as long as I know he is sincere with me, that is sufficient. My happiness is paramount. As for you, Yu Xiaogang, a man who has caused me great pain, why should I still harbor thoughts of you? Yu Xiaogang was utterly shattered. At this moment, Tang San and Dai Mubai were also consumed by rage, with Chu Qin possessing both Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, and now Lu Erlong. Jealousy ignited their wrath. Just then, Yu Xiaogang rose once more, gazing at Lu Erlong with discontent. Erlong, do you truly not recall even a shred of our past affections? Have you forgotten the vows we exchanged, promising to love each other eternally? Upon hearing this, Flander was filled with despair. His initial support for brotherly bonds had morphed into revulsion. Lu Erlong had declared that Yu Xiaogang had shattered her heart. How could Yu Xiaogang's invocation of their cherished memories not deepen her wounds? In truth, it was Yu Xiaogang who had first betrayed their vows, falling for another. And now he dared to bring it up? As Chu Qin was poised to strike, a resounding thud echoed through the air. In the next moment, Lu Erlong delivered a powerful punch that sent Yu Xiaogang hurtling through the air. Yu Xiaogang crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood once more. Her temper, already volatile, was pushed to the brink. Had it not been for the remnants of their past affection, she would have long since retaliated against Yu Xiaogang. Yet now, his repeated injuries and torment had rendered her utterly intolerant. Yu Xiaogang, from this moment forth, our bond is irrevocably severed, Lu Erlong declared coldly. Her gaze fixed on Yu Xiaogang. The golden iron triangle is hereby disbanded. Fran's body trembled at her words, and Yu Xiaogang, overwhelmed by pain, promptly lost consciousness. Fran, take your people and leave my sight. Lu Erlong commanded icily, you shall never set foot in the Qinglong Academy again. Upon hearing this, Douluo glanced at Chu Qin. and upon receiving his silent approval, he released Frand and his companions. Remember this. Every time I lay eyes on Yu Xiaogang, I shall strike him anew. Furthermore, all who associate with Yu Xiaogang shall find our ties irrevocably broken. With that, Chu Qin embraced Lu Erlong, casting a derisive glance at the prostrate Yu Xiaogang. Chu Qin would not directly kill Yu Xiaogang. He intended to torment him slowly. Flander and the others dared not linger, hastily carrying Yu Xiaogang away. An hour later, in a hotel within the imperial capital of Tiando, Yu Xiaogang finally awoke from his slumber, and beside him stood Tang San. "Teacher, you have finally awakened," Tang San exclaimed, relief washing over him at Yu Xiaogangs safety. However, he noticed a flicker of something different in Yu Xiaogangs gaze, an undercurrent of resentment. "Teacher, you need not concern yourself with someone like Chu Qin. He embodies the typical arrogance and haughtiness of a self-important individual," Tang San advised. "Since that Lu Erlong has made a misguided choice in him, you should sever ties with her." "Thank you, Tang San." Yu Xiaogang forced a smile despite the pain, but his expression swiftly darkened. "However, I do not intend to give up. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to cultivating you, hoping that one day you will trample him underfoot." Tang San felt a slight shock at these words. In his heart, Yu Xiaogang had always been a figure of calm composure, and the loss of Lu Erlong to Chu Qin had struck him deeply. Simultaneously, Yu Xiaogang's hatred ignited Tang San's own animosity towards Chu Qin, who had humiliated him repeatedly and taken away Xiaowu, an enmity he would not forget. "All right, teacher. I will strive with all my might," Tang San declared earnestly. Meanwhile, at the Qinglong Academy, Ning Rongrong quietly inquired of Chu Qin as he exited Lu Erlong's chamber. "What happened to Sister Erlong? I heard she was crying." "She is fine," Chu Qin replied with a smile. "She simply fell asleep." Yet beneath his calm facade, anger simmered within him. Lu Erlong was ultimately a coward at heart. She had grievously injured Yu Xiaogang and likely felt immense guilt. "Lu Erlong, you weep in the end," Chu Qin mused with a chilling smile. He would methodically torment Yu Xiaogang, ensuring his suffering was profound. 2 days later, Chu Qin strolled through the square, hand in hand with Lu Erlong. "Erlong, how are you feeling?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" Lu Erlong feigned indignation. "Am I the type to be melancholic and sentimental? Isn't that so?" Chu Qin replied with a nonchalant smile. "Fine, I admit it," Lu Erlong conceded. "But Chu Qin, promise me not to speak of this matter again, nor mention that wretched person." "Understood." Chu Qin nodded, drawing Lu Erlong close. Just then, as the two shared light-hearted banter, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, Meng Yuran, Du Guyan, and Yu Lingling rushed over. "What is it, Xiaowu?" Chu Qin asked with affectionate amusement. "The Elite Soul Master competition begins in a month," Xiaowu responded. "But our team is still 1 member short." "Dean, Vice Dean, there is a woman outside claiming to be Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy who requests an audience." At that moment, a guard entered to report. "Here she comes," Chu Qin remarked, leading the group to the academy entrance. Standing there were Shui Binger, Shuewu, and Yu Er, the 3 of them exuding grace and beauty. "Young Master Chu," Shui Binger exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Chu Qin. Instantly, Xiaowu and the other 6 women understood everything. Undoubtedly, they had gained 2 more sisters. "Shui Binger, what brings you here?" Chu Qin inquired playfully. "Young Master Chu, you previously mentioned that if I wished, I could come to the Blue Tyrant Academy to find you," Shui Binger said, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Is that true? If you believed it to be false, would I be here?" Chu Qin replied with a smile. "Wonderful." Excitement surged through Shui Binger as she continued. "Young Master Chu, Shuewu, Yu Er, and I are inseparable sisters and wish to join Qinglong Academy. Is that permissible?" "We are all members of the Soul Sect." "Certainly, but you must agree to one condition." Chu Qin nodded. "Please, young Master Chu, state your request." Shui Binger replied eagerly. "You 3 must assist Qinglong Academy in participating in the Elite Soul Master competition," Chu Qin said with a gentle smile. "Of course." Shui Binger responded without hesitation. "Young Master Chu has shown us great kindness, saving us and rescuing Tianshui Academy. We have already agreed that whatever you ask of us, we shall not refuse." "Indeed." Shuewu and Shui Yu nodded in unison. "Rest assured, I shall not impose anything burdensome upon you. Moreover, you shall receive far better treatment here than at Tianshui Academy," Chu Qin replied, then turned to his companions, saying, "These 3 are the members of the Ice Phoenix team we encountered at the Grand Soul Arena. Among them, Shui Binger is their captain. A perfect blend of ice and water. Shui Binger, henceforth, you shall be the captain of our Azure Dragon team." It's no wonder that voice sounded familiar. Xiaowu smiled and said, "Sister Shui Binger, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xiaowu, dance in the name. I am Ning Rongrong." A week later, with merely 2 weeks remaining until the preliminaries of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition, in a secluded courtyard of the Azure Dragon Academy, Chu Qin, seated in meditation, opened his eyes, his expression remarkably refreshed. "At last, I have broken through to level 80. Chu Qin remarked with a slight smile, with just 1 more soul ring. "I will ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo. Master, would you like me to accompany you to the Star Do Forest to obtain your 8th soul ring?" Su Daji inquired while massaging Chu Qin's shoulders. Chu Qin shook his head, declaring that venturing into the Star Do Forest was perilous at this moment. "Have you not heard what ZG mentioned? Diana and Ditian have both awakened. Furthermore," he added, "typically, my soul rings are bestowed by the system. and there is no necessity for me to acquire them myself. Then, Master, do you require my assistance in eliminating anyone? Su Daji inquired further. No need. Chu Qin firmly declined. I have no desire to take a life at present. Just as Su Daji was about to speak, Chu Qin sensed an underlying issue. Daji, it appears you have something on your mind? Feeling somewhat neglected as her master devoted his attention solely to his beloved, Su Daji pouted slightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin rose and turned around, pinning Su Daji beneath him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Daji, I am quite curious. Do you possess the ability to bear children? Su Daji's heart raced at his words, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Could it be that her master wished for her to bear a little one? Indeed, I entertained such a thought, Chu Qin replied with a gentle nod. However, I regret to inform you, master, that I am unable to fulfill the duty of continuing your lineage. Su Daji responded, nonetheless, aside from that, I am capable of accomplishing anything that any woman can do. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin smiled faintly and extended his hand. 3 hours later, he spoke with a tinge of sorrow. I am sorry. Su Daji, drenched in fragrant sweat, weakly shook her head. My life is bestowed by my master. Even if my master were to take it, I would willingly accept. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin once again pressed his lips against Daji's. Chu Qin. We have returned. Soon after, the voice of Xiaowu resonated from outside the door. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qin immediately released Daji, and the two hurriedly donned their garments. After tidying up the scene, Chu Qin finally opened the door. What were you doing alone in the room? Xiaowu inquired curiously. Sleeping. Chu Qin replied without hesitation. Rongrong and Chu Qin haven't returned yet, have they? Xiaowu's tone hinted at a tinge of guilt. They haven't. Weren't you all supposed to go to the palace to verify your identities? Chu Qin questioned, puzzled. Great. Xiaowu's lips curled into a sly smile as she lowered her voice. Chu Qin, I have mastered the Liuli diamond body technique. I was thinking. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. Chu Qin, are you unwilling? Xiaowu gazed at him with her beautiful, large eyes, appearing somewhat pitiful. Wu, perhaps we should postpone it. Chu Qin forced a smile. Humph. Xiaowu immediately pouted slightly. I see. You no longer like me. Not at all. Chu Qin furrowed his brow, feeling a slight pain in his lower back. That's wonderful. Xiaowu beamed, then reached to remove her clothing. In the afternoon at the Qihua Grand Hotel in the capital of Tiando, as the name implies, this establishment is a property of the Qihua Academy in Tiando. With the Elite Soul Master Competition preliminaries approaching, academies from various regions have gradually arrived in the capital, and Qihua Academy had arrived a week prior. At this moment, on the training grounds of Qihua Grand Hotel, a young man and woman stood facing each other. The young man had an exceedingly ordinary appearance, sporting fiery red hair, with his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The young woman, clad in striking red armor, possessed an alluring figure and exceptional beauty. Her eyes burned with the intensity of flames, complementing her delicate oval face to perfection. Most striking was the pronounced pride displayed on her chest, surpassing that of her peers. These two were none other than the captain of the Qihua Academy battle team, Wu Shuang, and the vice-captain, Wu. Clearly, they were engaged in a sparring match. Ultimately, amidst a resounding explosion, Wu, leveraging the unique advantages of her fire shadow martial spirit, triumphed over Wu Shuang, who was possessed by the uniquely fiery Tyrannosaurus. Sister, it seems your combat prowess has increased once more. Wu Shuang sighed lightly. Though older, he was only at the 42nd rank of soul power. One rank lower than Wu. Brother, it was you who let me win. Wu replied with a smile, had you not held back. I doubt I would have had the chance to defeat you. No, truly. Wu Shuang forced a bitter smile. Having exhausted all his strength yet still unable to surpass his sister. Enough with the mutual humility. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached. This woman, in her 40s. Were no signs of aging upon her fair and unblemished visage, were it not for her exceptionally voluptuous figure. One might mistake her for the sister of Wu Shuang and Wu. Her name was Lingyu, the vice principal of Qihua Academy, and also the mother of Wu and Wu Shuang. Mother. Upon seeing Lingyu, both Wu and Wu Shuang greeted her respectfully. Wu Shuang. Your performances have been commendable. The Elite Soul Master competition is approaching, and you two are the only Soul Sect members of Qihua Academy. How far we advance depends on you. Lingyu stated. We shall exert our utmost to secure victory for Qihua Academy. Wu and her brother replied in unison. Principal Hua. At that moment, a hotel guard approached Lingyu, saying, there is a mysterious man wearing a mask outside who claims he wishes to join our Qihua Academy. Joining Qihua Academy? What purpose does he have in coming here? Lingyu raised an eyebrow. He stated that he wishes to join Qihua Academy solely for the Elite Soul Master competition. The guard responded. That makes it even less likely that we would accept him. Lingyu scoffed. If anyone could casually join the elite battle team, what would that say about Qihua Academy? Tell him that if he wants to join, he must go to the main campus for assessment. Principal. He claims that with him, Qihua Academy will surely secure a top 3 position in the Elite Soul Master competition. The guard hesitated. Ridiculous. Lingyu smirked. Mother. At this moment, Wu Shuang interjected, his claims are quite audacious. Perhaps he possesses some real skill. Very well, bring him here. Before long. The guard led a young man clad in a black robe and masked to the training ground. His features were obscured by the mask, yet his eyes shone with a captivating brilliance, exuding an aura of comfort and ease. Upon spotting Huo Wu, the young man felt a surge of delight. Indeed, this must be Huo Wu. Her figure surpassed even Chu Qin's. Indeed, this young man was Chu Qin. His mission was to ensure that Xiao Wu's team clinched the championship in the Elite Soul Master competition. However, with the presence of the Shrek Academy and the Golden Generation led by Hu Liena, Xiao Wu's hastily assembled team faced daunting odds in securing victory. Thus, Chu Qin's only option was to join another team under a different guise, eliminate the Shrek Academy and Wuhuan Temple teams, and then face Xiao Wu's team in the finals, thereby ensuring their triumph. After much contemplation, Chu Qin decided to join Qihu Academy. Firstly, Qihu Academy already possessed considerable strength to advance to the finals, thus sparing Chu Qin the need to compete in the preliminaries. Secondly, Huo Wu was there. Nurturing a relationship with her was one of his objectives, beneficial for future developments in their bond. Thus, Chu Qin disguised himself to enter Qihu Academy. Upon meeting his gaze, Huo Wu's eyes sparkled. She had never encountered eyes so comforting. Huo Lingyu was also taken aback, admiring Chu Qin's remarkable eyes, which endeared him to her. Are you the one said to guarantee our Qihu Academy a top 3 finish? Huo Lingyu asked with keen interest. Her tone was neither cold nor warm. While she found Chu Qin likable, she was skeptical of his ability to lead Qihu Academy to victory. Indeed, Chu Qin said confidently with a smile. Where are you from? Huo Lingyu asked, crossing her arms over her ample chest. Do you know that the Elite Soul Master competition gathers the best talents from across the continent? What makes you think that with you? Qihu Academy will surely reach the top 3? Because of strength. Chu Qin replied nonchalantly. Oh, you are quite self-assured. So, your strength must be formidable. What is your soul power level? Huo Lingyu queried. 41. Chu Qin answered. For the Elite Soul Master competition, participants are required to declare their soul power levels during registration. Should Chu Qin claim a level too high, it could lead to troubles for Qihu Academy. It was not uncommon for the Wuhuan Temple to resort to assassination in such cases, as depicted in the original tale. Nonetheless, Huo Lingyu was taken aback. With only 2 soul sect members in Qihu Academy, adding another would indeed increase their chances significantly. Dear sir, hearing this, Huo Wu chimed in with a gentle smile. Your soul power level is still below mine. How can you guarantee a top 3 finish? I can demonstrate my ability shortly. Calmly, Chu Qin replied. Let us do this. I will challenge your entire Blaze team alone. If I emerge victorious, you shall put my name forward. Should I lose, I will depart at once. Such arrogance. Huo Wu Shuang chuckled softly. You, a mere level 41 soul master, may not even prevail against me, let alone the entire Blaze team. How can one know without trying? Chu Qin responded with a smile. Very well, it is settled. Before Huo Lingyu and Huo Wu Shuang could voice their objections, Huo Wu interjected. Sister, do you genuinely believe he can defeat the entire Blaze team? Huo Wu Shuang inquired, her brow furrowed in skepticism. Brother, it is dreadfully dull otherwise. Let us engage in a duel. If we lose, we stand to lose nothing. Huo Wu replied. Then summon Huayan and Huiyu to join us. Huo Lingyu instructed a nearby guard. Before long, the entire Blaze team, comprising 7 members, had assembled. Captain, you summoned us to defeat him? Huiyan exclaimed, taken aback by Chu Qin's youthful appearance. Captain, are you jesting? Huiyu added, incredulous. I assure you, I am not joking, Huo Wu Shuang replied. This young man has proclaimed he will vanquish our entire Blaze team and lead us to a top 3 finish in the Elite Soul Master tournament. Hilarity ensued among Huiyu and the others. They found Chu Qin's assertion utterly ludicrous. Enough, Huo Wu declared. We cannot afford to underestimate him. I sense this individual is not ordinary. Sister Huo Wu, you are overthinking it. Huo Wu Shuang smiled lightly. Brother, overconfidence leads to downfall. Huo Wu frowned deeply. At that moment, Huo Lingyu glanced at Chu Qin, conveying a silent message. Chu Qin immediately understood and nodded. Let the match begin, Huo Lingyu announced in a referee's tone. Very well. We shall heed Sister Huo Wu's advice and indulge him in a duel, Huo Wu Shuang remarked, cracking his neck as he summoned his martial soul and spirit rings. Yet, before he could finish speaking, a green shadow flashed before him. In the next instant, Huo Wu Shuang was unceremoniously thrown off the stage. Standing before him, Chu Qin, adorned with 4 spirit rings in hues of yellow and purple, exuded a commanding presence. Captain, what? The Blaze team gasped in disbelief. Huo Wu Shuang had been defeated in an instant. Huo Lingyu's expression turned serious. As a Soul King, she had failed to catch a glimpse of Chu Qin's afterimage. Just how formidable was this mysterious young man? Be cautious. Chu Qin cast a glance at Huo Wu and the others, a faint smile gracing her lips. Huo Wu, Huiyu, and Huiyun froze in place. Their expressions now devoid of the earlier arrogance and disdain, replaced instead by astonishment and dread. They understood that they must exert every ounce of their strength. Yet, even so, how utterly insignificant they appeared before Chu Qin. Chu Qin moved like the swift wind and struck like lightning. Within a mere minute, all members of the Blazing Fire team, except for Huo Wu, had fallen from the arena. Are you truly just a soul master? Huo Wu asked in astonishment, gazing at Chu Qin. Of course. Chu Qin nodded. So, Huo Wu, do you wish to continue the fight? I concede. Huo Wu shook her head, overwhelmed by the fear instilled by Chu Qin's prowess. Excellent. Chu Qin smiled nonchalantly, then turned to Huolingyu. What say you, Dinhua? Huolingyu stood frozen for 3 seconds before finally responding, very well. Since the Blazing Fire team has been defeated, I shall honor your request. Huolingyu was equally astounded. Chu Qin was undoubtedly the strongest soul master he had ever encountered. Perhaps Chu Qin was not exaggerating. He truly could lead the Blazing Fire Academy to a top 3 finish. Then, as per our previous agreement, Chu Qin nodded. I will assist you in achieving a top 3 victory. Having said that, Chu Qin gracefully turned to leave. It was this elegant turn that caught Huo Wu's attention, stirring within her an inexplicable emotion. By the way, classmate, what is your name? Huo Wu shouted. Yu, Lu, Xiang. Chu Qin turned without a glance and spoke. Xiang. Huo Wu murmured, a faint smile gracing her lips. What a lovely name. After Chu Qin departed, Huo Wuxiang rose, astonished, and inquired, Sister, Mother, who exactly is this Xiang? Huo Wu and Huolingyu exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Huolingyu smiled and remarked, though I do not know who he is. He is surely destined to be among the top 3 at the Qihua Academy. Huolingyu continued, as for Xiang, do not disclose this matter to anyone. Understood, replied Huo Wu and Huo Wuxiang in unison. Chu Qin emerged from the fiery hotel, shedding his disguise. Not far from his exit, he encountered a young woman of remarkable beauty. She was adorned in a striking blue gown that revealed her neckline, with blue stockings on her left leg and a uniquely charming garter on her right. Her face was unforgettable, particularly her enchanting large eyes that could ensnare one's heart with a mere glance. Indeed, as she strolled down the street, she attracted the gaze of countless adult men. Shui Bingo? Chu Qin called out with a smile. Young Master Chu. Shui Bingo exclaimed with delight, jogging towards him. What brings you here? Chu Qin inquired. Our Tianshui Academy's residence is not far from here. Shui Bingo replied with a smile. Is your academy participating in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition? Chu Qin asked, slightly taken aback. Yes. Shui Bingo nodded. Although we are without you, Yuer, and Xiaowu, Tianshui Academy is still formidable. Do you think I look down upon Tianshui Academy? Shui Bingo teased. Not at all. I have faith in your academy's strength. Chu Qin shook his head. Are you heading back to Qinglong Academy now? How about accompanying me for a stroll? Shui Bingo suggested. Certainly, Chu Qin replied, and so they walked side by side through the streets of Tiando City, drawing countless admiring glances. However, Chu Qin paid little attention, as his focus was solely on those he cherished. Young Master Chu, Shui Bingo initiated the conversation. What is it? Chu Qin responded with a smile. May I ask you a question? Shui Bingo asked, her lips slightly pursed, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Go ahead. Chu Qin nodded encouragingly. I heard from Xiaowu and Rongrong that they are all your women, even teacher Ziji and Dean Erlong. Shui Bingo remarked. Indeed. Chu Qin admitted candidly. You don't think I am too fickle, do you? Shui Bingo shook her head vigorously. It is rare for a man to be faithful. Yet, many lack the ability to manage multiple women. But you, young Master Chu, not only can you manage them, but you also earn their genuine affection. I didn't expect you to have such an open mindset. Chu Qin chuckled. Hee hee. Shui Bingo smiled coyly, her dimples appearing. What do you think of me, young Master Chu? What do you mean? Chu Qin asked, slightly surprised. What I mean is, could I be your girlfriend? Shui Bingo blushed, her voice rising slightly. Of course, Chu Qin had longed to embrace Shui Bingo, and as soon as he finished speaking, he leaned in to kiss her lips. Shui Bingo trembled at first, taken aback by Chu Qin's boldness, but soon she closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment. Just then, a luxurious carriage adorned with gold and jade approached. As the carriage curtain lifted, a youthful face emerged. It was Xue Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue. At a glance, Qian Renxue spotted the couple kissing by the roadside. Chu Qin. She frowned, taken aback. Has he found a woman? Qian Renxue, a devoted admirer of beauty, had traversed the Tiando imperial city for over a decade, encountering countless noblemen, yet none had captured her heart as Chu Qin had. The visage of Chu Qin is so strikingly perfect that even last night, Qian Renxue dreamed of him. To her dismay, she now witnesses Chu Qin in an intimate embrace with Shui Bingo, born of noble lineage and possessing an exceedingly proud disposition. Qian Renxue feels an inexplicable surge of anger and resentment upon realizing that the man she yearns for has been claimed by another. Master Chu, unable to contain her emotions, Qian Renxue calls out to him. However, at this moment, Chu Qin is wholly absorbed in the tender affections of Shui Bingo, oblivious to her cries. Your Highness. Shall I go call him? Inquires a nearby guard. No need. Let us hasten to the Moon Pavilion. Qian Renxue replies, her brow furrowed, casting an angry glance in Chu Qin's direction before lowering the carriage curtain. As the carriage departs from the venue of the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, Chu Qin and Shui Bingo awaken from their reverie. Master Chu, I believe I heard someone calling for you just now. Shui Bingo remarks. Indeed, I heard it too. But let it be. Chu Qin responds with a smile. From this day forth, you are mine. At his words, Shui Bingo beams and nods vigorously in agreement. Time flies. And before long, the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition unfolds as scheduled. This grand event, the most significant in the entirety of Douluo continent, ranks just below the continent-wide Soul Master ranking tournament. In the central square of the Tiando Empire, illuminated by soul guiding devices, the atmosphere is both opulent and majestic. At this moment, the circular plaza, capable of accommodating 80,000 spectators, is filled to capacity, with the audience engaging in lively conversation, akin to the rumble of thunder. How lively it is! Exclaimed Xiaowu, her joy palpable at the bustling scene. Indeed, is this truly the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Ming Ran marvels in agreement. Ere long, Sister Ziji. Where's Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong inquires, glancing around at Ziji and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong shakes his head. I have no idea. I haven't seen him recently. That rascal is probably off charming another girl. Ziji laments with a hint of melancholy. Achoo. Nearby the Azure Dragon team. At the resting area of the Blazing Fire team, a figure clad in a black cloak and mask sneezes. This individual is none other than Chu Qin. Disguised as Yu Xiaogang. Young master Yu, are you unwell? Fireling Yu asked with concern. Not at all. Chu Qin shakes his head. Director Hua. Who shall we be facing soon? Fireling Yu smiles gently. We must wait for the draw to be decided at the main stage. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin cast his gaze towards the podium. There sat 3 men, in addition to the familiar figure of Ning Fingxi. The esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, there were 2 elderly gentlemen. One of them, adorned with a crown of shimmering gold and diamonds, did not possess an exceptional appearance nor exude any authority. Rather, he appeared somewhat aged. Nevertheless, despite his frail and bony frame, he stood there as if embodying the very essence of the square, radiating an aura of unparalleled dominance akin to that of the sun and moon. The other, wearing a 5-pointed purple gold crown, also bore a somewhat gaunt visage, his eyes reflecting a murky disposition. Chu Qin had already surmised their identities, the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui, and the Pope of the Heaven Do Spirit Hall, Salus. Chu Qin remains oblivious to the burdens of high office. The so-called emperor is, in fact, wearied by the incessant affairs of state, with the only advantage being the liberty to indulge his whims in the possession of a harem of 3,000. Yet, Chu Qin possesses all of this and enjoys a freedom surpassing that of any emperor. Moreover, the image of the Snow Knight Emperor clearly reveals signs of typical vitality depletion. It is perplexing why Qianren Shui is so fixated on the throne. Esteemed guests, please take your seats as we prepare for the exhilarating, highly anticipated Elite Soul Master competition, held once every 5 years. Now, let us welcome the Emperor of Tiando to deliver his address. At this moment, a female host, adorned with wings and possessing a bird-like martial spirit, exuberantly proclaims. Following this, both the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fingxi offer their speeches, leading to the drawing of lots by Salus. I hereby announce the results of the draw. In the first round, Songhui Academy faces Zixing Academy. Oakland Academy takes on the Radiant Flame Academy. The first team from Tiando Royal Academy battles against the Blazing Fire Academy. The second team from Tiando Royal Academy competes against the Divine Wind Academy. Upon hearing the draw results, murmurs of discussion arose among the crowd. Isn't the first team from Tiando Royal Academy supposed to be guaranteed a spot in the finals? One questioned. Your information is outdated. This year, it is not Tiando Royal Academy, but rather the Royal Qilong Academy that has secured a direct entry. Another replied. Royal Qilong Academy? What kind of establishment is that? It seems to be a rebranded version of Lamba Academy. Is Lamba Academy truly that formidable? Meanwhile, in the lounge of Tiando Royal Academy, familiar faces abound. Apart from the original members of the Royal Fighting Team, Shimo, Osro, and Yufeng, the remaining members are none other than Tang San, Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Indeed, the course of history has shifted dramatically due to Chu Qin's emergence. After departing from Lamba Academy, Flanders and the others encountered Qin Ming. And without the interference of Dugabo, Tang San and his companions successfully became members of Tiando Royal Academy. It is no wonder that Tiando Royal Academy did not secure a direct entry to the finals. It appears that Chu Qin and his mentors have intercepted that opportunity. Ma Hongjun remarked with mild disappointment. Could it be that mentor Chu Qin is also participating in the elite competition? Do we still stand a chance? Oscar sighed. Do not be disheartened, Oscar. Yu Xiaogang reassured him. I have investigated, and Chu Qin is not on the roster for the Qinglong team. Furthermore, even if he were, we must focus on our own performance. Should we retreat merely because our opponents are formidable? What you say is true, Tang San added. Even if we encounter Chu Qin, victory is still within our reach. Chu Qin, should we cross paths, I shall ensure you experience the prowess of Tang Sek's hidden weapons. Tang San thought resolutely. His confidence surged. For since joining Tiando Royal Academy, they have been bestowed with exceptional resources, leading to swift advancements in their soul power. All, except for Ma Hongjun, had ascended to the rank of Soul Ancestor. Our first battle against Blazing Fire Academy should not pose much difficulty. Daimubai, as the team captain, asserted. Let us strive to resolve the battle swiftly. On the other hand, in the lounge of the Blazing Fire team, Fire Rain lamented, what unfortunate luck. We faced the first team from Tiando Royal Academy in our opening match. I hear they are all Soul Ancestors. What is there to fear? Fireling Yu chuckled lightly. Let us not forget, we have young Master Yu on our side. Indeed, with Brother Yu here, we are in good hands. Fire Dance chimed in. casting a charming glance at Chu Qin. Fear not, soon you shall not need to lift a finger. I shall single-handedly pierce through their ranks. Chu Qin had already discerned that Dai Mubai and Tang San were part of Tiando Royal Academy's first team. The world is truly small, since it is fate's arrangement. He shall comply with destiny and impart a lesson to them. Brother Yu, how imposing. Fire Wushuang could not help but give a thumbs up. Yes, indeed. Fire Dance smiled at Chu Qin, her gaze fixated on him, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. 10 minutes later, on the arena. In a fateful encounter on the arena, the Blazing Fire team led by Chu Qin faced off against the royal team of the Heaven Do Academy, commanded by Dai Mubai. What a stroke of misfortune for the Blazing Fire Academy to confront the elite of the Heaven Do Academy in their very first match. Comprised entirely of Soul Ancestor-level Soul Masters. Alas, someone had to face this daunting challenge, and it was the Blazing Fire Academy that drew the short straw. The royal team, brimming with confidence, unveiled their trump cards: Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the original members of the royal fighting team. However, Ma Hongjun, lacking the enhancement of the celestial herb, had yet to surpass the threshold of level 40 and thus remained benched for the time being. Nevertheless, a self-assured smile adorned Dai Mubai's face. He believed that the outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. Little San, let us execute the plan and finish this fight in 3 minutes, Dai Mubai remarked with a confident grin directed at Tang San. Upon hearing his words, the royal team took their positions with unwavering resolve. The brothers Shimo and Shimo anchored the front line, followed by Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Yu Feng, all formidable offensive soul masters. Lastly, Tang San, the control-type soul master, and Oscar, the support-type soul master, took their places. However, just as the royal fighting team was finalizing their strategy, an unexpected sight unfolded before them. The captain of the Blazing Fire Academy, Hua Wushuang, and vice-captain Hua Wu, along with 4 other members, retreated, leaving only Chu Qin standing alone. The audience gasped in astonishment. Their initial reaction was that the Blazing Fire Academy had faltered upon facing the Heaven Do Royal Academy. What kind of tactic was this from the Blazing Fire Academy? Shimo and Shimo exchanged puzzled glances. Regardless of their strategy, Dai Mubai declared confidently, if they wish to defeat our royal fighting team, they must first contend with my Tiger Claw. At that moment, the voice of the female host resonated through the Soul Guide loudspeaker. The match begins. Tang San, positioned at the rear of the royal team, was the first to strike. First soul skill, bind. In an instant, countless blue vines surged forth from Tang San, ensnaring Chu Qin and the other members of the Blazing Fire Academy. The speed of Tang San's binding technique was astonishing, reaching the vicinity of Chu Qin and his team in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Oscar conjured 3 mushroom sausages in his hands, exclaiming, "Third soul skill, I have mushroom sausages." He hurled the sausages to Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Yu Feng, following their consumption of the sausages. Dai Mubai and his companions summoned their martial soul rings and charged towards the Blazing Fire Academy. Their strategy was crystal clear: to launch a powerful assault the moment Tang San's blue silver grass ensnared their opponents and eliminate the Blazing Fire Academy swiftly. Indeed, the 4 of them were all soul ancestors, and with Oscar's mushroom sausages granting flight, even Hua Wu would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. However, they were faced with Chu Qin. As the trio and the blue silver grass approached, Chu Qin stood resolutely in place, just as their attack was about to land. For soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple blazed to life beneath Chu Qin's feet, and a formidable ice greatsword materialized in his grasp. The frost blade, wielded by Chu Qin, is none other than the external soul bone obtained by Shui Binger during her task. However, at this moment, it appears as though Chu Qin's martial soul is the frost blade itself. In the next instant, with a single swing of his sword, all of Tang San's blue silver grass is severed. Tang San is instantaneously rebuffed, his body unable to withstand the force, sending him hurtling backward. Following that, a resounding crash reverberates as Chu Qin's frost blade collides with the attacks of Dai Mubai and his companions. After a brief standoff, Chu Qin ultimately sends all 3 of them flying. Subsequently, with another slash, he shatters both Shimo and his Xuanwu shield. In an instant, Chu Qin achieves a 7-kill. The arena, filled with 80,000 spectators, falls silent for a moment, their eyes wide with astonishment. 1 against 7, all defeated in less than a minute. Most crucially, these are 7 soul masters. This is soon followed by a thunderous round of applause. Is this Rain Brother even human? Fire Wushuang is left stupefied. Is he truly a soul master? Fire Dance gasps in disbelief. They are close enough to fully appreciate Chu Qin's might. Not only them, but even those on the podium are equally astonished. Lord Ning, what on earth is this Blaze Academy? How can they possess such a formidable contender? The Night Emperor turns to Ning Fingji and inquires, "Your Majesty, I am unsure." Ning Fingji remains in shock, still unable to regain his composure. His mind immediately drifts to Chu Qin, yet Chu Qin's martial soul is clearly the destruction spear, and this Rain Liuxiang wields the frost blade. Bishop Salas gazes at Chu Qin with a malevolent glint in his eyes, pondering his own schemes. How can Blaze Academy harbor such powerful individuals? Rain Liuxiang is truly formidable. Xiaowu exclaims in awe. Xiaowu, who do you think is stronger, Rain Liuxiang or Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong inquires with surprise. It must surely be Chu Qin. Chu Qin responds with confident amusement. Yet, if Chu Qin is not allied with us, can we truly overcome such a formidable adversary? Gu Yin furrows her brow in concern. At this moment, Tang San gazes at Rain Liuxiang, his eyes filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. Tang San still has hidden cards to play. He possesses the Haotian hammer and Tang Sek's hidden weapons, but those are reserved for dealing with Chu Qin. So, shall we continue fighting? Chu Qin calmly addresses Tang San and Daimubai. Fight. Daimubai, ever the competitive spirit, would never concede defeat. With a roar, he activates his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With his entire being transformed into that of a tiger, Daimubai charges at Chu Qin. Simultaneously, Tang San, Oscar, and the others unleash their techniques, all rushing towards Chu Qin. Frost Shadow. Daimubai's struggle aligns perfectly with Chu Qin's intentions as the frost giant sword in his hand radiates an icy brilliance. In the next moment, countless identical afterimages of himself materialize around him. In the blink of an eye, Daimubai and the others are once again overwhelmed, their bodies marked with numerous sword wounds. If others had not witnessed Chu Qin's battle moments ago, they now see it vividly. 1 man against 7, decisively vanquishing his foes. The first round of the preliminary matches concludes with Blaze Academy's victory. At that moment, the host exclaims with fervor. To resolve the battle in merely a minute. What an extraordinary feat. No, this is not merely a team. It is a singular individual. As the competition continues, the arena is left devoid of the awe that Chu Qin has inspired. That night, at the Azure Dragon Academy, Chu Qin shed his disguise and returned to the Azure Dragon Academy. Where have you been, Chu Qin? Upon seeing him, Xiaowu and the others rushed over, brimming with excitement. What is going on? Chu Qin responded with a smile. You won't believe it. At the Senior Soul Master Elite competition today, an exceptionally formidable individual from the Blazing Fire Academy emerged. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. This person single-handedly defeated 7 Soul Masters. It was utterly impressive. How impressive? Am I not as impressive? Chu Qin replied with a slight smile. Not at all. Ning Rongrong shook her head. It's a good thing I've been kind to you. At least you have a semblance of conscience. Chu Qin embraced Ning Rongrong and said, however, that person is indeed formidable. Lu Erlong remarked if they were to encounter him, Xiaowu and the others might not stand a chance. Why not participate yourself? Ha ha ha. No need for that. Chu Qin replied with a smile. I firmly believe that Xiaowu and the others will secure the championship. Chu Qin, why are you so certain? Zhu Shuqing asked, puzzled. Yes, we ourselves lack confidence. Ming Yuran added. We must believe in young Master Chu. If he says we can win the championship, then we certainly can. Shui Bingo smiled. Ah, Bingo understands me well. Tonight, it will just be you and me. With that, Chu Qin swept Shui Binger into a princess carry. Ah, Shui Bingo gasped in surprise. What is the meaning of this? ZG furrowed her brows. Chu Qin paid no heed to the other women, cradling Shui Bingo as he made his way to his chamber. Upon entering, he firmly closed the door and gently laid Shui Bingo upon the bed. Today, she, like the others, adorned a form-fitting leather uniform that accentuated her already alluring physique, presenting an enchanting silhouette. Witnessing Shui Bingo's voluptuous figure and her bashful countenance, reminiscent of a delicate bud poised to bloom, Chu Qin displayed a smile that reflected his masculine essence. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Chu, Shui Binger replied. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze. Why do you call me young Master Chu? Chu Qin inquired with a slight smile. You have bestowed great kindness upon me, young Master Chu, Shui Binger responded. Even though we have established our romantic relationship, I shall continue to address you as young Master Chu. She had resolved to honor him with mutual respect throughout their lives, maintaining a relationship characterized by reverence. What a commendable sentiment of mutual respect. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin playfully pushed Shui Binger onto the bed. Binger, do you know what I intend to do next? Shui Binger, heart racing and cheeks aflame, nodded in affirmation. Have you ever done this before? Chu Qin asked. Shui Bingo shook her head and, in a hushed voice, replied. This is my first time. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin smirked lewdly and slowly removed Shui Binger's leather attire. Simultaneously, within the Heaven Do Empire, at the Spirit Hall, High Priest Salus sat upon his throne, eyes closed as if in a state of serene contemplation. High Priest. At that moment, a knight of the Spirit Hall entered, respectfully kneeling beside Salus. How goes the investigation? Salus inquired. This Yu Xiaogang has only recently joined the Blazing Fire Academy, the knight replied. But we know nothing of his origins. Nothing at all? Salus chuckled darkly. In this vast Spirit Hall, we are unaware of such a prodigy emerging from the Heaven Do Empire? Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry. Salus abruptly rose, his fury palpable. Yes. The knight trembled in response. Meanwhile, Salus returned to the inner sanctum to pen a confidential letter to Bibi Dong, far away at the Spirit Hall. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed. The preliminary rounds of the Elite Soul Master competition were drawing to a close, the matches intensifying, showcasing a series of exhilarating battles for the spectators. The only disappointment was that the enigmatic Yu Xiaogang had only appeared once, never to be seen again. For Chu Qin knew that aside from Tang San and his companions, the Blazing Fire Academy faced little competition. One day, Chu Qin was awakened by a system notification. Ding. Goddess mission activated. Task: defeat the Shinkong Academy within 3 rounds. Reward: 100 favorability with the goddess Wu and the sword god Douluo as a companion. The goddess mission has arrived, Chu Qin exclaimed with excitement. It seems, Feng Xiaotian, your chance has slipped away. Meanwhile, as customary, the Blazing Fire Academy triumphed in the competition. Today's matches were commendable, Lingyu remarked to the team in the lounge. Everyone was elated, though Wu appeared somewhat listless, feeling as if something was amiss. Mother. Who is our next opponent? Wu Shuang inquired. It is us. Before Lingyu could respond, a tall figure entered the lounge. The man was clad in a green outfit. With short silver hair, his face obscured by a black mask, none other than Feng Xiaotian, captain of the Shinkong team. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Feng Xiaotian, Wu Shuang smiled. Could it be that our third match is against your Shinkong Academy? Indeed. Feng Xiaotian smiled faintly, turning to Wu. Wu, after many years. We meet once more on the arena. Wu smiled lightly. Feng Xiaotian, are you perhaps interested in courting me? At this, the members of the Blazing Fire Academy were taken aback, and Feng Xiaotian appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet he replied, Yes, Wu. I am aware that you have many admirers. And if I do not acknowledge it now, the opportunity may elude me. Do you wish to pursue me as well? Feng Xiaotian's eyes brightened. Very well. Wu smiled slightly. Feng Xiaotian, if you can defeat Yu Xiaogang tomorrow, I shall agree to date you. Where is brother Yu? Feng Xiaotian looked around, but did not spot Chu Qin. Do not search. He is not here, Wu replied. Then how can I defeat him? Feng Xiaotian asked, puzzled. If you agree, I shall certainly find a way to draw him out. This was Wu's plan, using the promise to lure Chu Qin forth. Indeed. After a long absence from Chu Qin, she felt an inexplicable void within her heart. Brother Yu is indeed formidable, Feng Xiaotian acknowledged. It is possible that I may not be his match. Nevertheless, for you, Wu, I shall muster all my strength for tomorrow's battle. All right, I accept the challenge. Just then, a gentle voice floated in from outside, and Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Xiaogang, entered the room. Brother Yu. Both the Blazing Fire Academy and Feng Xiaotian were taken aback, particularly Wu, who seemed especially delighted. What did you just say? Feng Xiaotian asked. How about this? Feng Xiaotian, if you can endure 3 rounds against me, regardless of the outcome, then according to the rules, Wu may date you. Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Really? Brother Yu, you are too kind. Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, overjoyed. He was a top talent of the Shinkong Academy. Even in the Heaven Do Empire, surely Yu Xiaogang could not defeat him in 3 rounds. It seemed to him that Yu Xiaogang was facilitating his relationship with Wu. Wu, however, furrowed her brows. Did this Yu Xiaogang intend to hand her over to Feng Xiaotian? Yet, as Feng Xiaotian basked in his triumph, Chu Qin continued. Feng Xiaotian, I have not finished. If you lose within 3 rounds, you shall never again pursue Wu, and she will be mine. The members of the Blazing Fire Academy and Feng Xiaotian gasped. Wu, on the other hand, bore a smile. So, do you dare to wager? Chu Qin inquired. Very well, I accept your challenge. Feng Xiaotian paused before responding. With Wu present, if he declined, it would seem he lacked courage. However, he was uncertain of Wu's stance on the matter. What say you, Wu? He asked. I agree. Wu smiled. Coming from a noble lineage and possessing a strong will, her only criterion for a partner was strength surpassing her own. Though Chu Qin had only struck twice, he had left an indelible impression upon her heart. Particularly, his air of mystery captivated her beyond measure. As Chu Qin's lips curled into a subtle smile, he replied, Very well, I shall see you tomorrow. The following day, at the Grand Soul Arena, the elite competition for advanced soul masters was nearing its conclusion. Yet the fervor of the audience remained unabated, indeed intensifying. In the 20th round of the preliminaries, the Shinkong Academy faced off against the Qihua Academy, while the royal team of Tiando squared off against the Thunder Academy. At that moment, the illustrious Yu Xiaogang of Qihua Academy made her entrance. The crowd erupted with excitement upon spotting Chu Qin, cloaked in black, amidst the ranks of Qihua Academy. To date, Chu Qin had only revealed his prowess once, several months prior, yet he held the esteemed title of the most popular contestant in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. In a mere minute, he vanquished his opponent from the Soul Sect, a monumental achievement indeed. Oh my, the most enigmatic and formidable competitor thus far in the elite competition, Yu Xiaogang has arrived. The female host exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Today, will we witness the legendary Shinkong Academy triumph over Yu Xiaogang, or shall we behold the continuation of her remarkable saga? Let us await the outcome in eager anticipation. With the host's words still resonating, the 6 members of Qihua Academy retreated, leaving Chu Qin alone at the forefront. Here we go, the familiar 1v7. Wait, is Yu Xiaogang really going to take on 7 opponents from Shinkong Academy? The arena buzzed with disbelief. The once confident Shinkong team felt their morale wane upon realizing they were up against a single opponent. After all, should they emerge victorious, this battle would fade from memory. At this juncture, Feng Xiaotian stepped forward, addressing Chu Qin. Brother Yu, might I ask for a favor? What favor? Chu Qin responded with a calm smile. Would you consider conceding this match to me? Feng Xiaotian proposed. If you lose, I swear by my life that I will do anything you ask. provided that Wu agrees to date me. Not a chance. Chu Qin replied with a slight shake of his head. Why not? Feng Xiaodian furrowed his brow in confusion. Let me pose a question to you, Chu Qin countered. As an outstanding member of the younger generation, surely you have admirers? To be honest, brother Yu. Many women wish to join the Feng family. Feng Xiaodian grinned. Yet, my heart belongs solely to Wu. He gestured affectionately towards her, but she appeared oblivious. Her attention entirely fixated on Chu Qin. Very well, Feng Xiaodian, Chu Qin said with a faint smile. Brother Yu, have you agreed to concede to me? Feng Xiaodian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. No, I aim to impart a lesson, Chu Qin replied. What is it? A dog that licks ends up with nothing. Brother Yu. While I admit I am indeed a sycophant, you need not be so blunt. Feng Xiaodian retorted. Though I may not match your strength, I am confident I can withstand you for 3 rounds. With that, Feng Xiaodian summoned 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, alongside his unique mutated martial soul. The Gale Two-Headed Wolf. Brothers, our captain has declared. The vice-captain of the Xinfeng team rallied the group. As long as we endure 3 rounds against Yu Xiaogang, we will agree to date him. For our captain, we shall achieve victory. Victory is ours. They echoed in unison, and with that, the Xinfeng team activated their martial souls and soul rings. With a light laugh, Chu Qin shook his head, though he harbored a deep sympathy for Feng Xiaodian. It was utterly inconceivable for anyone to wrest away any of his women from him. As soon as the words left his lips, the colossal sword of cold ice was summoned from the soul-guiding vessel by Chu Qin. At that very moment, a pair of wings sprouted from the backs of every member of the Divine Wind team. Ascending into the sky, they each shouted in unison, victory for the Divine Wind. As they descended upon Chu Qin from their elevated position, the speed of the Divine Wind team was astonishing under the layered force of the winds. The audience could scarcely perceive anything but blurred afterimages. It was no wonder that the Divine Wind Academy was so formidable with just this maneuver. It was exceedingly difficult for any team not belonging to the All-Soul sect to withstand. However, Chu Qin, with his sword in his right hand, unleashed a radiant golden light from his left. In the next moment, the pace of the entire arena slowed dramatically, transforming the once lightning-fast speed of the Divine Wind team into a sluggish crawl. The speed of Chu Qin has diminished, yet it remains significantly swifter than that of the Xinfeng team. In an instant, Chu Qin unleashed a sword strike, sending the entire Xinfeng team flying. What just transpired? The audience gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the sudden decline in the Xinfeng team's velocity. It must be the soul bone, exclaimed Ning Fingxi from the VIP section, his pupils narrowing. Indeed, it appears to be a soul bone skill that induces a slowing effect. Prince Xuexing nodded in agreement. Who is this Yu Xiaogang? How could they possibly possess a soul bone? Furred Hu Yinjin, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect. Fingxi, I cannot shake the feeling that this Yu Xiaogang resembles someone more and more, whispered the sword Douluo to Ning Fingxi. I share that sentiment, and it is quite profound. I suspect that Yu Xiaogang is none other than Chu Qin. Ning Fingxi replied in a hushed tone. Why would Chu Qin assume a new identity and join the Blaze Academy? Pondered the sword Douluo. Ning Fingxi shook his head. Sword uncle. Let us discuss this after the match concludes. On the arena, while the Xinfeng Academy had not yet been entirely defeated, they teetered on the brink of collapse. This Yu Xiaogang possessed the ability to slow time, thereby shattering the speed advantage that the Xinfeng Academy prided itself on. Brothers, rally yourselves. He has only executed 1 move. Wen Xiaodian gritted his teeth. With just 2 more moves, victory will be ours. In the next moment, soul rings illuminated beneath Wen Xiaoyan's feet as he cried out. Swift Wind Demon Wolf, 36 strikes. Wen Xiaoyan's offensive was ferocious, akin to 36 swift wind demon wolves charging towards Chu Qin. An original soul skill. Chu Qin's pupils contracted slightly. Although he disapproved of Wen Xiaoyan's sycophantic behavior, he could not deny the latter's considerable talent. Simultaneously, Chu Qin pondered whether he could devise his own soul skill. However, he did not dwell on it for long as he swung his ice sword once more. Cleaving through the air, Wen Xiaoyan's onslaught was formidable, engulfing the entire arena, yet upon colliding with Chu Qin's blade, he felt a jolt resonate through his chest. In an instant, Wen Xiaoyan was sent flying by Chu Qin's sword, while the other 6 members of the Xinfeng team were also hurled off the stage. At a critical moment, Wen Xiaoyan grasped a support pillar, preventing an immediate fall. Brother Yu, grant me an opportunity. Wen Xiaoyan shouted desperately while clinging to the pillar. I already warned you, Chu Qin replied with a smile, being a sycophant has its consequences. He then flicked his finger gently, and Wen Xiaoyan plummeted from the arena. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd before resounding applause erupted like thunder. Yu Xiaogang, without even employing a soul ring, had single-handedly defeated the so-called strongest Xinfeng team of the Tiando competition using merely a soul bone skill. Observing this scene, the sword Douluo confidently turned to Ning Fingxi. Fingxi, I wager that this Yu Xiaogang is undoubtedly Chu Qin. It is now an established fact. Ning Fingxi responded. The Xinfeng team is highly trained. Defeating them without the strength of a soul emperor is nearly impossible. Among those under 25, I cannot conceive of a second soul emperor aside from him. Nearby, Salas listened intently to the conversation between Ning Fingxi and the sword Douluo. His brow furrowed as he regarded Chu Qin. A few months ago, I wrote to His Holiness the Pope, who deemed him inconsequential. It appears this individual may indeed be a soul emperor. If that is the case, our Spirit Hall team may not stand a chance against him. We must eliminate him before the finals. Ding. Notification. The host has defeated the Confronting Academy within 3 moves, earning 100% favorability with Wu. The sword god Douluo's sword maiden. Descending from the arena, Chu Qin did not head to the resting area but instead made his way towards Tendo City. Just as he reached an alley, he halted and called out behind him, "Come out." As expected, a fiery red figure appeared behind Chu Qin. It was Wu. "Why are you following me?" Chu Qin asked with curious amusement as he turned around. Wu hesitated for a moment before a spark of inspiration struck her. "Young master, you mentioned wanting to court me. Was that sincere?" "Sword maiden, do you wish it to be true?" Chu Qin countered with a smile. I'm unsure." Wu shook her head. "You have defeated the Confronting Academy within 3 moves, according to our agreement. I am allowed to pursue a relationship with young master Yu." As Chu Qin was about to speak, the young lady questioned why she should be moved by a man on the brink of death. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated above Fire Dance and Chu Qin. They looked up to see an elderly figure clad in a long robe, floating in midair, while the surroundings dissolved into a vast expanse of emptiness. "Are you not the leading mentor of Tang Hao Academy?" Fire Dance exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the old man. "Indeed, I am the mentor of Tang Hao Academy, Shrek," he replied with a ghostly smile directed at Chu Qin and Fire Dance. "What do you intend to do?" Fire Dance inquired, her brows furrowing. "Isn't it evident? He wishes to kill us." Chu Qin responded with calm assurance. "Correct, Yu Xiaogang." Shrek sneered at Chu Qin. "You have only yourself to blame for being too exceptional. If I eliminate you, the chances for Tang Hao Academy to advance to the next round will significantly increase." Fire Dance's expression turned grave, fear etched upon her face. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Chu Qin replied, his demeanor unruffled. In the next instant, he shifted his stance, positioning himself protectively in front of Fire Dance. "What?" Shernyan's pupils contracted in disbelief at Chu Qin's astonishing speed. "Come, let me see what you have to slay me." Chu Qin smirked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Shernyan's eyes widened as he summoned his powers, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black spirit rings flared to life beneath his feet. In the next moment, an eerie light enveloped Chu Qin. "Summon the God-slaying spear." Chu Qin calmly summoned his martial soul's spirit rings. "You're also a soul sage." Shinian gazed in astonishment at the 7 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold, undulating beneath Chu Qin, especially the one from 100,000 years, which caused his pupils to constrict to their utmost. "No wonder he is so formidable," Wu exclaimed in surprise. He finally comprehended the source of Chu Qin's immense power. 6th spirit skill, illusory spear, under the aegis of Chu Qin's 6th spirit skill, which immunizes him against all negative effects. Shernyan's lingering dream was instantly shattered. In the next moment, Chu Qin's illusory spear pierced through Shernyan's body. With Chu Qin's current strength, he stood a chance against the title Douluo in a one-on-one battle, let alone a soul sage of level 72. However, Chu Qin had underestimated Shernyan's illusionary prowess. Remarkably, after being struck by Chu Qin's annihilation spear, Shernyan did not succumb immediately. What pierced through was merely a projection of Chu Qin. "To my astonishment, you are a soul sage." Shernyan gazed at Chu Qin with a wistful smile and remarked, "I dare say that you are the only one under the age of 25 in the entire Douluo continent to achieve the rank of soul sage. But what does that matter? You have already fallen victim to my illusion of remnants. Not even a title Douluo could break free from this technique. It seems I have underestimated you." Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. "Indeed, you have not killed me, so you shall meet your demise." However, as soon as Shernyan's words fell, a fiery red liquid greatsword materialized at his neck. "What?" Shernyan exclaimed in terror, immediately raising his hands. His gaze turned sideways, and he beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman standing behind him. Clad in a striking red leather outfit, her attire was quite revealing, exposing ample snow-white skin and an alluring deep neckline. Her figure was a perfect curve, slender where it should be and voluptuous where it was meant to be. A model of perfection. Yet, what captivated the eye was not merely her physique, but her breathtaking visage. Her large crimson eyes sparkled like stars, and her full lips, adorned with an enticing shade of red, glimmered softly, evoking a longing in any man who beheld her. This woman was none other than Chu Qin's 3rd companion, the Sword Saint, a level 98 Douluo. Who are you?" Shernyan stammered in fright. "Did you not just claim that a title Douluo could not break your illusion?" The Sword Saint replied with a gentle smile. "Ah, you are a title Douluo." Shernyan's pupils dilated in shock. However, before he could utter another word, the Sword Saint's liquid greatsword descended mercilessly, obliterating him. In that fleeting moment of Shernyan's demise, the space surrounding Chu Qin and Wu vanished, and they found themselves back at the alleyway. "Young master Yu, who is she?" Wu initially froze, then, realizing, turned to the Sword Saint in astonishment. "Wu. No need to be anxious." The Sword Saint smiled. "I am the Sword Saint, a companion of Chu Qin." "Chu Qin?" Wu looked at Chu Qin in confusion. "Young master Yu, you are Chu Qin? How do you know me?" Chu Qin smiled. "Not long ago, the Heaven Do Royal Academy was defeated by the prodigy Chu Qin of the former Lanba Academy, now the Royal Azure Dragon Academy." Wu responded. "Could it be that you are Chu Qin?" "Indeed." Chu Qin smiled back. "I am Chu Qin." "Ah, Wu Wu exclaimed in surprise. Wu Wu. Chu Qin smiled lightly, removing his mask. Upon seeing Chu Qin's stunning features, Wu Wu was momentarily frozen in place. Before she could react, Chu Qin had already pressed his lips against hers. Witnessing this scene, the sword saint furrowed her brows slightly and quietly returned to Chu Qin's body. Wu Wu was taken aback at first, then instinctively extended her tongue to reciprocate. Young master, you? After their kiss, Wu Wu still felt a bit dazed and asked, what just happened? A gentleman's word is his bond. How could I be someone who does not honor his commitments? Chu Qin replied with a smile, however, Wu Wu. Do you love Yu Xiaogang, or do you love Chu Qin? I love them both. Wu Wu replied with a graceful smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin donned his mask once more and took Wu Wu's hand. They proceeded to a secluded hotel, dining and conversing. You Chu Qin. So you came to the Blaze Academy to pave the way for the Royal Azure Dragon Academy? Wu Wu exclaimed in surprise after hearing Chu Qin's explanation. Yes. Chu Qin replied, I have investigated, and there is an extraordinary team in the finals. I must personally intervene. Why not directly lead the Royal Azure Dragon Academy to battle? Wu Wu asked in confusion. If I did that, how could I meet you? Chu Qin smiled. Upon hearing this, Wu Wu's face flushed crimson, and a shy smile emerged. So, you came to the Blaze Academy for me? And if not? Chu Qin laughed. But Wu Wu, you must not tell anyone else. Not even Wu Shuang or Hu Lingyu, or I will be disqualified from the competition. Wu Wu vigorously shook her head. No, I won't. Rest assured. If I speak of it, let me be struck by lightning. You need not swear an oath. Chu Qin smiled gently. Heading to Spirit City. Can you escape this trial? Tang San? In the blink of an eye, the final match of the elite competition for advanced soul masters concluded. I never expected that Tang San from the Heaven Do Royal Academy is a disciple of the Haotian sect. Indeed, does that not mean he possesses twin martial souls? I heard he is only 14, achieving the rank of soul master at 14, and with twin martial souls. Say, if he uses the Haotian hammer and Yu Xiaogang, which would be more formidable? Surely, Yu Xiaogang, as she can take on 7 opponents, and I believe he must also have twin martial souls. The last match was a battle between the Shinfeng Academy and the Heaven Do Royal Academy team, and in this battle, Tang San was compelled to wield the Haotian hammer. Thus, Tang San became the center of attention. In the hall of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a woman of unparalleled beauty sat upon a high-backed throne. Adorned with a 9-curved purple gold crown and draped in a purple gold gown, her captivating visage, coupled with her exquisite figure, could enthrall countless young men with a mere smile. Her eyes resembled a pool of autumn water, or perhaps the vast starry sea, a sight to behold. Most striking was her figure. With skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, a golden ratio silhouette, complemented by a semi-transparent purple gold lace gown and thigh-high stiletto boots, perfectly showcasing her alluring curves. Particularly attention-grabbing were the subtle hints of her cleavage, igniting a myriad of fantasies. This illustrious figure held innumerable titles. Being the first and only female pope in the history of the Spirit Hall, the youngest and most outstanding pope, Bibi Dong. After reading the confidential letter delivered by Sarath, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly, her alluring words laced with a hint of anger as she exclaimed, What? Your Holiness, what is the matter? Inquired a bishop nearby. In the Heaven Do region, the heir of the Haotian sect has appeared. Bibi Dong replied, and furthermore, the Bishop Sarath from the Heaven Do Holy Hall mentioned in the letter that a Soul Emperor-level contestant has possibly emerged. This cannot be. The bishop gasped in shock. How could anyone under 25 reach the level of Soul Emperor? Do you think Sarath would dare to jest with me? Bibi Dong shot the bishop a cold glare. The bishop trembled and immediately fell silent. Summon the ghost Douluo to the hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong ordered, if there truly is a Soul Emperor-level contestant. The finals may encounter unforeseen circumstances. I must prevent such anomalies from occurring. Most crucially, we must not allow the heir of the Haotian sect to arrive in Spirit City. As Bibi Dong concluded her statement, her tone was imbued with a chilling resolve, devoid of mercy or hesitation, reminiscent of a true sovereign. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Heaven Do City, a total of 15 luxurious carriages, escorted by the Heaven Do Knights, slowly departed from the southern part of Heaven Do City. Among them was a carriage belonging to the Azure Dragon Academy. Why has the carriage left? Where's Chu Qin? Xiaowu inquired anxiously. Indeed, where's Chu Qin? Ning Rongrong, too, expressed her confusion. Xiaowu, Rongrong. The voice belonged to Douluo, who informed them that Chu Qin had departed for the Spirit Hall ahead of them. Allow me to ensure your safety, so you need not worry. That Chu Qin is likely off chasing after some girl again. Lu Erlong remarked, her brows furrowing in discontent. When I see him again, I shall not hesitate to confront him. Xiaowu declared vehemently. Xiaowu, I fear you may not be able to bear it. Duguian replied with a playful smile. Indeed, I cannot bear it. Xiaowu sighed as she took a bite of the carrot in her hand. Not far from them. Within the carriage of the Blaze Academy, Wu Wu reclined comfortably against Chu Qin, who had transformed himself into Yu Xiaogang. Young Master Chu Yu, Wu Wu whispered. Why are you not riding in the carriage of the Azure Dragon Academy? Aren't all your other women there? Wu Wu, how do you know I have other women? Chu Qin inquired. Well, I am the daughter of both the president and vice president of the Academy of Blazing Flames. I do possess some information. Wu Wu responded. Does that not bother you? Chu Qin asked knowingly, aware that his system would not allow his harem to ignite in flames. Wu Wu shook her head. expressing. For some reason, as long as I can be with you, it matters not how many women you have. I feel indifferent. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin gently stroked Wu Wu's head. In truth, I have not informed them about my enrollment in the Blaze Academy. Ah, why not? Wu Wu inquired. They are all very strong-willed women. Chu Qin responded, if I were to disclose that I joined the Blaze Academy to assist them in overcoming the Spirit Hall team, it would undoubtedly undermine their confidence. So that is the reason. Chu Qin, you are truly kind-hearted. Wu Wu cooed, as she clung to Chu Qin like an octopus. I shall return in a few days. Chu Qin continued. They will be anxious if they cannot see me. There is nothing to worry about on my end. Wu Wu nodded in agreement. Every movement of Chu Qin and Wu Wu was observed with utmost clarity by Feng Xiaoyan, who sat inside the carriage. Ah! I wish to perish. I wish to perish. Feng Xiaoyan cried out, desperately clutching his hair. Feng Long, Feng Hu, do not restrain me. Captain, it is not worth it. Truly not worth it. Feng Long protested. Indeed, Captain, look over there. Feng Hu chimed in. Tianshui Academy, there are so many exquisite ladies. No, I desire Wu Wu. Feng Xiaoyan shouted. The carriage progressed slowly along the road. The distance from Tiando City to the Spirit Hall in Wuhuan City was remarkably vast. And with the carriage stopping frequently, the journey spanned a full 20 days. On this day, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The convoy entered a narrow gorge. Falling rocks, falling rocks. All troops, be on alert. Upon hearing this, the students and faculty from various academies inside the carriage immediately rushed out, witnessing a torrent of falling rocks descending upon them. Inside the carriage of Qinlong Academy, Meng Yuran exclaimed in surprise, what happened? Just as Dugubo was about to take action, a pink figure appeared before them. It was Su Daji. Ladies, there is no need to panic, Su Daji declared. The master has instructed that in such situations, you need only remain in the carriage. I shall ensure your safety. Upon seeing Su Daji, Dugubo and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, inside the carriage of Chiwa Academy, Chu Qin reassured everyone. There is no need to be alarmed. Stay in the carriage. I will protect your safety. With that, Chu Qin stepped out of the carriage with ease. At that moment, in addition to the falling rocks, countless dark figures rushed down from the mountain, their dazzling soul rings illuminating the entire gorge. Chu Qin understood that these were assassins from the Spirit Hall. The moment Tang San revealed the Haotian hammer, Chu Qin knew that the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly initiate an assassination attempt. And indeed, the assassination action has commenced. Whether Tang San can evade this calamity depends on his fortune, Chu Qin remarked with a calm smile. In the original narrative, Tang San and his companions managed to escape the pursuit of the chrysanthemum Douluo by relying on the divine herb, as well as the poison Douluo, the sword Douluo, and Ning Fingxi. However, now that Tang San has lost the divine herb, the poison Douluo has also perished, and the sword Douluo and Ning Fingxi are unlikely to intervene. Especially since Rongrong is no longer aligned with Tang San and his group. Chu Qin is not a benevolent figure. He and Tang San are fundamentally adversaries. It would already be an act of great mercy not to take action against him. Chu and Qin are even less likely to assist him. Whether he lives or perishes rests solely upon fate. The sole duty of Chu Qin lies in safeguarding the 3 carriages of the Blaze Academy, the Azure Dragon Academy, and the Heavenly Water Academy. Beyond this, he remains indifferent. Tang San possesses great authority, fortunate that the Spirit Hall only targets those they wish to eliminate, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Although this group of spirit masters appears fiercely aggressive, their strategy primarily revolves around defensive maneuvers. Consequently, their most concentrated assault is directed towards the Tiando Royal Academy, where Tang San resides. At that moment, several indiscreet spirit masters from the Spirit Hall launched an attack against him, those being first and second ring spirit masters. The outcome was evident. They were swiftly defeated by Chu Qin. As Chu Qin gazed in the direction of Tang San, the latter produced the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, sweeping across the surroundings with the ferocity of a machine gun. Under his onslaught, numerous low-ranking soul masters from the Spirit Hall were instantly wounded. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujin and Flandre intervened, thwarting the assassination attempts of soul saints targeting Tang San. Moreover, in the original narrative, the formidable gold eagle soul Douluo, Nordyara, who had contended against Long Gong Mingshu, was also intercepted by the soul Douluo Jilin from the Royal Academy, who had come to escort Tang San and his companions. At that moment, Tang San noticed Chu Qin's presence. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention elsewhere. Just as Tang San wreaked havoc upon his foes, a haunting voice echoed, Nordyara, you seem to be regressing with each passing day. Such a simple scenario eludes your grasp. As the words lingered in the air, an overwhelming aura descended from the mountains. The figure clad in pale yellow armor bore a visage reminiscent of a woman. Yet the prominence of his Adam's apple unmistakably revealed him to be a man. Chu Qin swiftly deduced the identity of the visitor, Bibi Dong. Seated beside one of the 2 esteemed title Douluos, Douluo, Yu Guan. Yu Guan was indeed a genuine title Douluo of the 95th rank. As his aura emanated, all the soul masters engaged in battle felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered them nearly breathless. Chu Qin's heart slightly tightened, but that was all. Tang San, if you can survive this tribulation, it will be quite impressive. Chu Qin remarked with a nonchalant smile, as if he were merely an observer of the unfolding events. Sensing the formidable presence of Yueguan, Jiling, Flandre, and Xiaowu instinctively shielded Tang San and the others behind them. Who are you? Jiling coldly inquired. Casting a discerning look at Yueguan. Who are we? Isn't it quite obvious? Flandre interjected. Who else but the Spirit Hall could dispatch so many soul masters? Ah, without evidence. One should refrain from making wild assumptions. The enigmatic Ju Douluo Yueguan replied with a mysterious smile. Jiling, hand over the heir of the Haotian sect. And I may spare your lives. Humph. Jiling retorted with a chilling smile. Regardless of your identity, it is a pipe dream to see someone from our royal academy. As soon as Jiling's words fell, 2 additional figures materialized at his side, each emanating the aura of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black rings, 8 in total. These 3 were none other than the other 2 members of the Royal Academy's faculty, Bai Baoshan and Meng Xinji. No wonder you are so confident. It appears all 3 of the old geezers from the Royal Academy are present. Yueguan remarked, maintaining his smile in the face of Meng Xinji and the others. Come on. Your Highness, let's see if you can surpass us 3 old fellows. Meng Xinji replied with a frosty expression. Upon hearing this, Yueguan summoned his own martial spirit. The wondrous Qirongtong Tianju. So it's you, Ju Douluo Yueguan from the Spirit Hall. Meng Xinji exclaimed, his pupils narrowing. Ah, a bit of insight. To be frank, I would relish the opportunity to spar with you 3 old geezers a bit longer, Yueguan responded. However, time is of the essence. Ghost, make your move. Oh no. The Ju Douluo and the Ghost Douluo have always been inseparable. Meng Xinji exclaimed in alarm. As expected, the moment Meng Xinji's words left his lips, a sharp voice echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see a shadowy figure with an eerie presence materialize behind Tang San. This individual moved with an almost ghostly grace, their head adorned with a multitude of dark patterns, creating a truly terrifying visage. In an instant, the Ghost Douluo had traversed over 100 meters, appearing directly behind Tang San. However, just as the Ghost Douluo prepared to strike, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder. With a resounding boom, a voice boomed, a chrysanthemum and a little ghost dared to flaunt their prowess here? Begone! As this proclamation resounded, the vast canyon began to tremble violently. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you. Chu Qin remarked with a slight smile. Tang San. It seems you have quite the fortune. Well, there is plenty of time ahead. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was Tang Hao. He had been following Tang San. And how could he not be present when Tang San approached the Spirit Hall? In the original narrative, Douluo and Jian Douluo had intervened, which is why Tang Hao did not reveal himself until the very end of the Soul Master competition. Now, faced with a crisis, Tang Hao sprang into action. As anticipated, in the next moment, a colossal Haotian hammer descended from the sky, spiraling rapidly towards the Ghost Douluo. With a thunderous crash, the Haotian hammer struck the ground, sending shockwaves that severely injured the nearby soul saints from the Spirit Hall, with the Ghost Douluo being thrown back, spitting blood. What? Both Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the familiar Haotian hammer on the ground. Soon after, a robust figure cloaked in a black cape plummeted from the clouds, landing beside Tang San. Who are you? The Ghost Douluo stammered, trembling as he gazed at the imposing man before him. Dad, Tang San shouted, overwhelmed with excitement. Greetings, Your Highness Hao Yin. Flandre and Zhao Wujie respectfully addressed him. Tang Hao had previously visited the Tiando Royal Academy, thus the 2 recognized him. Salutations, Your Highness Hao Yin. Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, Jiling, and the surrounding soul masters all bowed in respect. The Haotian Douluo, renowned as the youngest titled Douluo in history, Tang Hao, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo regarded the man before them with a fear akin to encountering the king of hell himself. Old Ghost, our plan has failed. We must retreat. Ju Douluo hastily instructed Ghost Douluo. Retreat. Tang Hao's massive hand clenched slightly, and the Haotian hammer soared back into his grasp. In the next moment, he dashed towards Ju Douluo, hammer raised high. True form of Qirongtong Tianju. Ju Douluo, taken aback, summoned his life-saving soul skill. Instantly, countless petals of the Qirongtong Tianju formed a protective barrier in front of him. However, even so, Ju Douluo was sent flying by Tang Hao's strike. Simultaneously, the Ghost Douluo, having summoned his martial spirit, was also pushed back by the residual force of the Haotian hammer. This demonstrated just how formidable the Haotian Douluo truly was. Tang Hao, you dare to kill us? Ju Douluo exclaimed in fear. The Spirit Hall will not let you off the hook. Humph. When have I ever feared the Spirit Hall? You little chrysanthemum ghost, you have audacity to threaten my son? Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. Do not even think about unleashing your 2-pole stillness domain. Even if the Pope were to arrive today, you would meet your demise. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were gripped by sheer terror. At that moment, Tang San's heart soared with excitement. He had not anticipated that his seemingly drunken blacksmith father was so powerful. His thoughts instantly turned to another figure, Chu Qin. He wondered, if his father were to seek vengeance for him, could Chu Qin withstand it? Unbeknownst to Tang San, Chu Qin was merely an observer, enjoying the spectacle. Jian save Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. After all, they are subordinates of Bibi Dong. Chu Qin remarked, observing the Haotian hammer raised by Tang Hao. Understood, Jian replied, quietly departing from Chu Qin's side. With a thunderous crash, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer collided with Jianji's fiery liquid greatsword. This sword, known as the Fire God Sword, possessed divine attributes, clearly ranking among the top martial spirits, at least on par with the Haotian hammer. Given that Jianji was at the 98th level of soul power while Tang Hao was merely at the 96th, it became evident that upon their clash, Tang Hao was unexpectedly pushed back. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in astonishment. The stunning woman before them was surprisingly stronger than Tang Hao. Could it be that the Pope had arranged for additional reinforcements? Ghost Douluo pondered anxiously. You too, if you do not leave now. Do you intend to wait here for death? Jianji called back without turning her head. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Ghost Douluo quickly responded, shouting to the surrounding soul masters. Simultaneously, Tang Hao ceased his engagement, transforming into a swift shadow as he took Tang San and departed the canyon. Jianji also vanished into thin air. The four-titled Douluo had arrived as swiftly as they departed, leaving the onlookers in profound shock. Master, why did you not allow me to eliminate that person? Jianji inquired. Killing him would be rather dull. Let them linger and play with them slowly. Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. Understood. Jianji nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu Qin discreetly shed his disguise and returned to the carriage of the Azure Dragon Academy. Brother Chu, are you all right? As Chu Qin stepped into the carriage, everyone rushed to greet him. Among them were not only his women but also Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, with the first to speak being Qian Renxue. Disguised as Shui Qinghe. Chu Qin, are you all right? The women inquired in unison. What could possibly be the matter? Chu Qin replied with a gentle smile. Uncle Ning. Sword Douluo, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are all here as well. Indeed, Shui Qinghe responded. This band of robbers is unlike any we have encountered before. Your Azure Dragon Academy represents the hope of our entire Tiando Empire. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin felt a slight pang of disappointment. He had thought that at this moment, Qian Renxue had already developed feelings for him. To his surprise, it was merely for this reason. Nevertheless, Chu Qin was not infallible in his judgments at this moment. Qian Renxue had indeed come for him. Dad, who exactly were those robbers just now? Ning Rongrong inquired. Noting the fierce commotion outside that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. 3-titled Douluo have arrived, Chu Qin nodded. 3-titled Douluo? Ning Fengji. Jian Douluo Dugubo, and the others exclaimed in unison. They had already deduced the identities of the intruders, aside from the Spirit Hall. Who else could dispatch 2-titled Douluo for assassination? Using titled Douluo as assassins? 2 at once? Lu Erlong remarked in astonishment. Ning Fengji's brow furrowed deeply. It seems Uncle Ning has already grasped their identities. Chu Qin intentionally directed his words towards Ning Fengji. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, they are from the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji responded. Chu Qin, those 2-titled Douluo were likely targeting the inheritor of the Haotian sect with the twin martial spirits, right? Yes. Chu Qin nodded. The others were taken aback. Their destination was Spirit City. Was this not akin to walking into a tiger's den? That is certainly the case. The Haotian sect and Spirit Hall harbor a deep-seated enmity. The Spirit Hall would never permit his growth. Ning Fengji's gaze sharpened. However, it is fortunate that everyone is safe. He continued, reassuringly. Rest assured, the Spirit Hall would not engage in wanton assassinations. We are secure. Upon hearing this, everyone except Chu Qin breathed a sigh of relief. In the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong received an unexpected visitor, Yu Xiaogang. Without shame, Yu Xiaogang approached Bibi Dong to inquire about the secrets of cultivating twin martial spirits. Why should I assist you in nurturing an inheritor of the Haotian sect to oppose me? Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. Rest assured, Tang San is my disciple. If you divulge the method to me, I can vow that Tang San will never stand against the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang replied. At this moment, his deepest desire was to cultivate Tang San to confront Chu Qin. You were too late. Just now, the 2-titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall have already set out. Targeting your disciple, Tang San, Bibi Dong remarked with a chilling smile. Bibi Dong, you. Yu Xiaojiang's anger surged. Yu Xiaojiang, even you have moments of desperation. Bibi Dong scoffed. In the past, you refused to accept me because of your sister. Now that she has cast you aside, you come here seeking my aid? I shall ensure your suffering. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was reminded of the heartless words Lu Erlong had spoken to him. Bibi Dong, does Lu Erlong's anger also resonate with you? Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically. Yu Xiaojiang should never have mentioned Lu Erlong in her presence. Oh, indeed, Lu Erlong has forsaken you, and now you come to beg me. Bibi Dong's demeanor turned vicious as she chuckled darkly. Her hand slightly clenched, and immediately, a pain akin to parasitic agony surged through Yu Xiaojiang's body. A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the hall. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaojiang, in great pain, exited the hall. He turned and said to Bibi Dong, let me give you a piece of advice. Beware of someone named Chu Qin. He may very well threaten your position as Pope. Yu Xiaojiang was astute. Had he directly told Bibi Dong that Chu Qin was already a soul sage at such a young age, she might not have believed him. However, by mentioning it now, given Bibi Dong's suspicious nature, she would undoubtedly take action against Chu Qin. The vast hall was now empty, leaving only Bibi Dong alone. Ultimately, she found herself unable to directly kill Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, why have you returned to torment me? Bibi Dong's eyes were hollow. tears streaming down her face as she shouted in fury. In the past, she had deeply loved Yu Xiaogang, yet had never gained the approval of her teacher, Qin Xuanji. That beastly teacher had forcefully claimed her in a secret chamber. This act had transformed her from an innocent girl into the evil, deranged, cold-blooded, iron-blooded pope. At this moment, Bibi Dong's heart was shattered. Why was fate so unjust to her, bestowing upon her unparalleled beauty and supreme status, yet condemning her to live a life filled with hatred and resentment? Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, all of this was merely a part of a grand conspiracy. The true truth was far from what she perceived. Your Holiness, 2 elders have returned with news. The assassination attempt on Tang San has failed. At this moment, the voice of the guardians outside echoed, announcing the arrival of Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, who had come to rescue his son, Tang San. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's delicate frame trembled slightly. She wiped away her tears, and her gaze transformed back into one of coldness and malice. 2 days later, 15 luxurious carriages from the Tiando Empire entered Spirit City in succession. Spirit City, built around the not-so-looming Spirit Mountain, presented a hexagonal shape. Although its scale paled in comparison to the Tiando imperial capital, it possessed a unique charm of its own, primarily due to the presence of the Douluo Hall. The highest sanctuary, it had instantly become the epicenter of the Soul Master community in the Douluo continent, a holy ground for all Soul Masters. Moreover, Spirit City housed nearly half of the Soul Masters on the continent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could quite possibly hit a Soul Master with a brick thrown here. More than 200 individuals from the Tiando Empire disembarked from the carriages and were accommodated in a luxurious hotel located on the western side of the hexagonal Spirit City. As night fell, in preparation for the next day's events, all participants gradually succumbed to slumber. In order to ensure that Ning, Rongrong, and the others maintain a better state of mind, Chu Qin chose to share a bed with Lu Erlong tonight. Just as the two were on the verge of slumber, a chime echoed. The goddess task was issued. The mission was to guide the goddess team in defeating the Xingluo Royal Academy, unmasking Davis' true nature, and rescuing Zhu Zhuyun, thereby achieving 100% favorability with the goddess Zhu Zhuyun. The revelation of Davis' true identity and the rescue of Zhu Zhuyun startled Chu Qin. The original work provided little insight into Zhu Zhuyun and Davis, leading Chu Qin, as a transmigrator, to wonder if Davis possessed a different facade. Did Zhu Zhuyun have undisclosed ties to Davis? What's wrong, Chu Qin? Lu Erlong emerged from the bathroom, having overheard his murmurs. Nothing. Chu Qin quickly replied with a smile, then began to scrutinize Lu Erlong. At that moment, she displayed remarkable boldness, donning a semi-transparent bathrobe. Her alluring figure revealed in all its glory. Erlong, you're becoming increasingly mischievous. Chu Qin chuckled softly, drawing Lu Erlong into his embrace. What's the matter? Lu Erlong furrowed her delicate brows. When did your attire become so daring? It has always been this way. Lu Erlong pouted. Ah. So it seems your previous declaration about wearing lace to run in the invitation competition was sincere? Chu Qin teased. Do you perhaps have a particular penchant for such things? Chu Qin. Lu Erlong recognized his playful provocation, yet she feigned anger, lightly punching his chest. If you keep this up, I can't hold back any longer, Chu Qin declared, pushing Lu Erlong onto the bed. However, just as he was about to take action, a melodious voice wafted from outside. Chu Qin, are you in there? It's Chu Qin. Startled, Chu Qin quickly scrambled off Lu Erlong. Hurry, put on your clothes. What does it matter? Let her join us. Lu Erlong replied with a teasing smile. Chu Qin disregarded her and approached the door, flinging it open. At that moment, he beheld Zhu Qing, clad in her nightwear, standing outside with a somewhat listless demeanor. Chu Qin promptly removed his outer garment and draped it over Zhu Qing, gently inquiring, Zhu Qing, what troubles you? Chu Qin, I cannot sleep. Zhu Qing replied, I wish to converse with you for a while. Very well. Please come in. With that, Chu Qin firmly closed the door. Lu Erlong donned her attire and poured a cup of hot tea for Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, you appear rather unwell, Lu Erlong remarked. Sister Erlong, I encountered the carriage of the Star Luo Royal Academy today. Zhu Qing responded. The Star Luo Royal Academy? Lu Erlong's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Chu Qin seemed to anticipate what Zhu Qing was about to reveal. Indeed, Sister Erlong, Chu Qin. There is something I have long kept to myself and have not shared with you. Zhu Qing affirmed, I hail from the noble Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. The Zhu family of Star Luo? The esteemed noble family that has intermarried with the Star Luo royal family for generations? Lu Erlong's brow arched slightly. Yes, and the one I was previously betrothed to from Shrek Academy, now known as the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Daimubai, originates from the Star Luo royal lineage. Zhu Qing nodded. Chu Qin, do you understand why I have always aspired to defeat my sister in the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition? Zhu Qing inquired. Chu Qin understood in his heart, yet he shook his head. The reason being, our Zhu family adheres to a peculiar and harsh tradition. Zhu Qing responded, explaining that to ensure the future scion of the family is exceptional, once the candidates are selected, the family treats these contenders as adversaries. The victor may ascend as the heir, while the vanquished faces a dire fate. I have also heard of this rule. People everywhere point fingers at it. For it is truly shocking that kin of the same bloodline are driven to mutual slaughter. Lu Erlong sighed, expressing disbelief that Chu Qing is among them. So, You mean to say, your sister is from the Xingluo Royal Academy, and you wish to defeat her in the Elite Soul Master Tournament? Lu Erlong continued. Yes. Zhu Qin replied sorrowfully, hence, Erlong, Chu Qin, I find myself in a dilemma. If I triumph over my sister, her fate would be tragic, yet if I am defeated, I too shall face the family's wrath. In our family, emotions hold no value. However, having left my family at a young age to be with you, I have experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships, and I am terrified of being the one to destroy my own sister. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qin embraced Zhu Qin tightly, assuring her, do not worry, my dear Qing, with me here, I shall ensure that no harm befalls you. Yes, Chu Qin. I trust you. Zhu Qin replied earnestly, nodding her head. However, could you please save my sister? She too is a victim. Leave it to me. Chu Qin, from the very beginning, would have embraced Zhu Zhuyan. Now, with Zhu Qing's earnest plea, he naturally acquiesced. Zhu Qing, should you encounter your sister, confront her with unwavering resolve. I shall take care of the rest. Chu Qin responded. With your assurance, I find solace. Zhu Qing nodded, affirming, rest assured, I shall not be outmatched. Yet, a shadow of concern crossed her mind. I fear for her safety. Indeed. Chu Qin gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Zhu Qing's eyes and smiled warmly. I promise you, both you and your sister shall emerge unscathed. Thank you, Chu Qin. Zhu Qing finally blossomed into a smile. In that moment, she profoundly realized how astute her choice was to follow this man. Why the formality with me? Elder sister Erlong, Chu Qin, were you just about to? Zhu Qing cleverly interjected. Chu Qin and Lu Erlong exchanged a knowing smile and nodded at each other. Then, take me along. Consider it my gratitude to you, Chu Qin. Zhu Qing said, her fair face slightly flushed. The next day, at Luo Royal Academy, in the early morning, Chu Qin led a group of women toward the central square of Wuhuan City. Before them stood an arena crafted from a vast expanse of granite, meticulously treated and equipped with specialized shock-absorbing soul-guiding devices to prevent any damage during the competition. Such a grand endeavor could only be orchestrated by the Wuhuan Palace, leaving the spectators in awe. The finals adopted an elimination format, where the losing team would depart the arena, and with 33 teams in total, some would inevitably receive a bye. The rules for byes were intricate, yet simply put, in the first round, the Qinglong team, one of the 3 teams given direct entry, did not compete. Similarly, in the second round, the Qiyu Academy, the top contender from the Tiando region, also remained off the field. Consequently, during the initial 2 rounds, Chu Qin and his Qinglong team did not participate, and by now, only 10 teams remained in the finals. In the third round, the Qinglong team faced the Xingluo Royal Longkuei Academy. The Wuhuan Palace Academy was set to battle the Tiando Royal team. At last, Zhu Qing encountered her sister. The allure of beautiful women often captivates the audience, and the entirety of the Qinglong team comprised stunning ladies, igniting excitement throughout the arena. The renowned Qinglong Academy was entirely female, filled with first-rate beauties. It was rumored that the women of the Royal Academy were all soul-zone. Who could say that women were inferior to men? As cheers erupted, the Qinglong Academy and Longkuei Academy approached the arena from either side. The members of the Qinglong team included Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Dugu Yin, Meng Yiran, Zhu Qing, Shui Binger, and Shuiwu. Concerned about Zhu Zhuyun and Davis's fusion skills, Chu Qin chose not to let Yu Lingling compete in the first round, opting instead for Shuiwu, who shared a fusion with Shui Binger. At the forefront of the Longkuei Academy was a tall pair, a strikingly handsome young man with flowing golden hair and a stunning woman clad in tight leather attire, accentuating her every curve. Her long, slender legs and alluring figure would undoubtedly make her the goddess of every young man's dreams. Moreover, her skin, as flawless as jade, glowed softly under the sunlight. This woman bore resemblance to Zhu Qing. She was her elder sister, Zhu Zhuyun. The golden-haired young man was none other than Davis, the elder brother of the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Mubai. It was evident that Zhu Zhuyun and Davis shared a deep affection, their arms intertwined even in such a solemn setting. Chu Qin noted this with a hint of concern. What a peculiar display in the grand atmosphere of the Elite Soul Master Tournament. Yu Qing, I've heard all about it from Chu Qin, Xiaowu said, grasping Zhu Qing's hand. Rest assured, this is our first battle as the Qinglong team, and we will not lose to your sister. Indeed. Meng Yiran, Shui Binger, and Shuiwu echoed in unison. Thank you, everyone. Zhu Qing replied, deeply touched. Yu Qing, isn't that your sister, Dai Mubai's fiancée? Davis remarked with a hint of mockery. Indeed. Zhu Zhuyan smiled sweetly. Sister, didn't you go to the Tiando Empire to find Dai Mubai? What happened? Did he reject you? No worries, come back to the family. I will take care of you. Zhu Qing, is this woman really your sister? Before Zhu Qing could respond, Meng Yiran teased. Isn't your sister a bit too old? Right. She has quite aged. Ning Rongrong chimed in with her sharp tongue. What is she doing competing? Surely she is not here to earn some milk money? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuyun's expression shifted, her brows furrowing slightly. Her mature appearance had become a target for ridicule. Is there truly no one left in the Tiando Empire? Davis sneered. To allow a group of inexperienced girls into the finals. I suppose you all must have engaged in some unspeakable dealings with the Tiando Emperor. Chu Qin could not help but smirk at Davis' audacity to insult his women. However, his focus remained on uncovering the true nature of Davis. Very well, Zhu Qing. Let your sister teach you a lesson, Zhu Zhuyan coldly declared. Open your soul rings. With a commanding shout from Davis, the Xingluo Royal Academy simultaneously activated their soul rings. 6 Soul Zone and 139th level Soul Master. I thought the Xingluo Empire was formidable. Xiaowu smirked. What, do you have participants below Soul Zone? What do you mean by that? Davis and Zhu Zhuyan's expressions shifted dramatically. Xiaowu's insinuation suggested they had no participants below Soul Zone. How could that be? After all, Zhu Qing was only 14. Yet, in the next moment, they were left stupefied. The members of the Qinlong team showcased their soul rings. Aside from Shui Binger and Wu, who had 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, the other 5 women possessed 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black ring. The 4th ring, a 10,000-year soul ring. Not only Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, but the audience erupted in astonishment. Heavens! How can the Qinlong team's 4th soul ring be of 10,000 years? It's impossible. Isn't the limit for a 4th ring 5,000 years? Davis and Zhu Zhuyan's expressions grew grave. Zhu Zhuyan gasped. This cannot be. Zhu Qing, when you left the family, you were merely a grandmaster. It's only been 3 years. No, it's impossible. Didn't someone just look down on us? Xiaowu chuckled softly. Now, let us impart a lesson on who truly stands superior. Sisters, let us show them our speed. Ning Rongrong executed her unique technique, the 3 Souls Heart. A skill devised by Ning Fengji that could unleash 3 amplifications in an instant. Her enhancements surged into Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Meng Iran, significantly increasing their speed, propelling them like the wind toward Davis and his companions. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. Davis, renowned as the first genius of Xingluo, reacted swiftly, utilizing his 3rd soul skill to face Xiaowu and the others head-on. Zhu Qing. Facing Davis, Xiaowu exchanged a knowing smile with Zhu Qing, who immediately understood and veered away from Davis, charging towards Zhu Zhuyan. Brothers, lend me your strength. We have 3 more chapters to go today. Dual Woohoo Infusion Skill. The true face of Davis at the same moment, the 4 powerful assault-type soul masters from the Xingluo Royal Academy moved, but as soon as they took action, they were frozen in place, subsequently entangled by a mass of purple poison. Undoubtedly, the ones who struck were Shui Binger, Du Guyin, and Wu. These 3 formidable control-type soul masters instantly immobilized the positions of the 4 assault-type soul masters from Xingluo, granting Zhu Qing and Zhu Zhuyan the opportunity to engage in one-on-one combat. Zhu Zhuyan, although I do not know how you have broken through to the soul sect, I will make you aware that you will never catch up to my pace. Zhu Zhuyan gazed coldly at Zhu Qing and said, Sister, heed my advice and return to our family. No need. I have found a true home in the Heaven Do Empire. Zhu Qing replied with a smile. Upon witnessing Zhu Qing's sweet smile, Zhu Zhuyan's eyes momentarily lit up, only to be replaced by a look of fury. For some unknown reason, her offensive grew even more ferocious. However, Zhu Qing was not one to back down. Her hands transformed into claws as hard as steel, clashing continuously with Zhu Zhuyan's own claws. Both possessed the soul of the spectral spirit cat, and with their striking figures accentuated by skin-tight leather outfits, every movement elicited a breathtaking visual impact. On the sidelines, Chu Qin watched with great delight. He no longer cared about the outcome of the match, for he was certain that Zhu Qing and her companions would emerge victorious. And indeed, this was the case. Although Zhu Zhuyan's soul power was at level 46, 2 levels higher than Zhu Qing's, one must not forget that Zhu Qing was augmented by the 9 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda. Furthermore, due to her body's enhancement from the glazed body, her physical prowess surpassed that of Zhu Zhuyan. Thus, after a fierce contest, Zhu Zhuyan had already begun to fall behind. Simultaneously, Davis was also bested by Xiaowu, who, utilizing her extraordinary agility, forced him back. Zhu Zhuyan, fusion of martial souls. Davis coldly directed his gaze at Zhu Zhuyan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuyan's brows furrowed slightly, yet she nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the bodies of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan began to shimmer. And in an instant, they surged toward each other like 2 radiant orbs of light, ultimately merging into one. A thunderous roar erupted. Before them stood a towering white tiger with black stripes, a manifestation of the exclusive martial soul fusion technique of the Xingluo Royal Academy in the Zhu family. The spectral white tiger. Zhu Qing, though you are formidable, let us see how you shall counter our martial soul fusion technique. The voices of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan seemed to emanate simultaneously from the spectral white tiger. Is it truly a martial soul fusion technique? It appears that the Heaven Do Royal Azure Dragon Academy is destined to lose. The audience gasped in astonishment. However, in the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. Do you think you are the only ones with a martial soul fusion technique? Xiaowu remarked with a serene smile. Sister Yi, Sister Binger, Sister Wu, Sister Yin. The 4 beauties nodded in unison and called out, fusion of martial souls. With the utterance of their voices, the 16 soul rings beneath Shui Binger and Wu, along with Du Guyin and Ming Iran, began to whirl rapidly. Soon, a phoenix formed of ice and a 2-headed serpent emerged in the arena. Shui Binger and Wu possessed the martial soul fusion technique Ice and Snow Falling, while Du Guyin and Ming Iran, both of whom had snake-related martial souls, had comprehended their own fusion technique, the Azure Scales Twin Serpents, under the guidance of Long Gong Mengshu and Du Gubo. This was a revelation even Chu Qin was unaware of. Clearly, their training had borne fruit. and Chu Qin smiled with satisfaction from the sidelines. With the 9 treasures' renowned attributes of strength, speed, and soul power, and with Ning Rongrong augmenting the 4's martial soul fusion technique, the pupils of the spectral white tiger contracted slightly. The outcome was evidently clear. 2 martial soul fusion techniques versus 1 would lead to a decisive victory. Ultimately, the Douluo Royal Academy was entirely ousted from the arena. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. This applause undoubtedly belonged to the Azure Dragon Academy, a remarkable all-female team. What a terrifying prospect it was for a team to possess 2 martial soul fusion techniques. I never expected this year's Heavendo Empire to be so formidable. In the shadows of the arena, a captivating female voice echoed softly. Brother, do you think we can defeat them? They are indeed strong. However, even with 2 martial soul fusion techniques, how can they compare to our 2 Soul Kings fusion techniques? Do not worry, sister. The championship of the high-level Soul Master Elite competition belongs to our Spirit Hall. A robust male voice responded. In the resting area of the Douluo Royal Academy, Davis slammed his hand on the table in furious disbelief. We lost. We actually lost. Vase, it's all right. Losing is a part of the game. Yu Xiaogang consoled, placing her hand on Davis's shoulder. However, Davis brushed her hand away in anger. The toll of their recently executed martial soul fusion technique had left Yu Xiaogang exceedingly weak, causing her to collapse to the ground. Davis appeared indifferent to Yu Xiaogang as he coldly admonished, how many times must I say, call me the Crown Prince? Indeed. To outsiders, it seemed that Davis held deep affection for Yu Xiaogang, yet privately, he had no regard for her. In truth, Davis was an ambitious individual, intent on inheriting the throne, utterly indifferent to women. Were it not for his father's insistence on a marriage alliance with Yu Xiaogang, Davis would have long since discarded her. Yes, Crown Prince. Yu Xiaoyang's eyes glistened with tears as she bit her silver teeth and knelt before Davis. Yu Xiaogang, remember this. You are merely a tool for my ascension to the throne. Davis looked down at the pitiful Yu Xiaogang without a shred of compassion, adding today. It is because of your sister that I lost the high-level Soul Master Elite competition. My father will soon learn of this, and he will surely believe I lack the capability. Should this incident jeopardize my claim to the throne, neither you nor your sister, nor even the entire Zhu family, will escape my wrath. Yu Xiaogang lowered her head, tears streaming down her face, yet she remained silent, feeling utterly aggrieved. She had long harbored resentment toward her sister, not least because Zhu Zhuqing had someone who loved her, Dai Mubai. How she envied Zhu Zhuqing for being able to leave the family and pursue freedom in the Heavendo Empire while she remained by Davis's side, enduring his mockery and abuse. Are you listening? Davis shouted in fury at Yu Xiaogang, raising his hand to strike her. Just then, a sudden force intervened, halting Davis's hand midair. Both Davis and Yu Xiaogang looked up in astonishment to see a man clad in a black cloak and mask standing beside them. It was Chu Qin, disguised as Yu Xiaogang. Truly, it is said that not all kin can share the same door. You and your brother, Dai Mubai, are cut from the same cloth. Chu Qin remarked disdainfully at Davis, adding, to be honest, Dai Mubai is vastly superior to you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaogang stood frozen, while Davis angrily demanded, who are you, and how did you get in here? You are unworthy of knowing my identity. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. In the next instant, Chu Qin delivered a powerful slap, sending Davis hurtling through the air, where he collided violently against the wall. Chu Qin seemed to have not yet satisfied his anger, as he delivered a powerful punch that struck Davis squarely on the bridge of his nose, instantly flattening his once proud aquiline feature. Following this, Chu Qin gently grasped both of Davis's hands and with a forceful toss, an unmistakable sound of cracking bones resonated from within his body. After a brief, anguished wail, Davis collapsed into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Chu Qin directed his gaze towards Yu Xiaogang. Who are you? Yu Xiaogang stammered, her voice tinged with terror. Almost immediately, as if overcome by her own frailty, Yu Xiaogang succumbed to unconsciousness as well. Chu Qin, quick-witted and swift of hand, immediately clasped Yu Xiaogang around the waist, transforming into a whirlwind as they departed from the Douluo Royal Academy's lounge. Holding Yu Xiaogang in his embrace, Chu Qin, under the protection of Su Daji, arrived at a relatively secluded hotel in the Soul City. Master, is she all right? Su Daji inquired, glancing at the motionless Yu Xiaogang on the bed, her brows furrowing in concern. She should be fine. It's just that the use of the netherworld white tiger left her too weak, and my stimulation caused her to faint temporarily, Chu Qin replied, removing his disguise and shaking his head with a sigh. He had initially thought Yu Xiaoyang's situation was far better than Zhu Zhuqing's, but now he realized the harsh truth. The Douluo royal family was indeed filled with nefarious individuals. Sooner or later, he would eradicate them all. An hour later, accompanied by a faint cough, Yu Xiaogang awakened from her unconsciousness. Upon surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, she instinctively sat up on the bed, her vigilance heightened. The first person she noticed was Su Daji, prompting her to exclaim in surprise, "Who are you? Where am I?" "Yu Xiaogang, there is no need to be anxious," Su Daji replied. "It is my master who saved you." Her voice carried a unique allure, capable of entrancing anyone, regardless of gender, which alleviated some of Yu Xiaoyang's apprehension. "Your master?" Yu Xiaogang questioned, puzzled. "Yes, my master has gone to prepare some medicine for you," Su Daji smiled. Preparing medicine? Zhu Zhiyun echoed. Is your master the one who was wearing a mask just now? Indeed, Su Daji affirmed. If it weren't for him, you would have already fallen victim to someone named Davis. Davis, what has become of him? Zhu Zhiyun pressed on. He won't die, but he is likely incapacitated. Su Daji answered calmly. At this revelation, Zhu Zhiyun's expression shifted dramatically. No, I must go back to find Davis. Why? Su Daji raised an eyebrow. He treated you so poorly, she remarked. If Davis discovers that I've left, he will surely send someone to kill me. Zhu Zhiyun replied, her voice trembling, as if haunted by past shadows. You need not worry, Su Daji reassured her with a gentle smile. You are quite safe here. No. Zhu Zhiyun shook her head vehemently. You do not understand Davis's methods. He is the crown prince of the Xinglua Empire and the future heir to the throne. With that, Zhu Zhiyun rose, intent on leaving, but the moment she moved, Su Daji stood in her path, blocking her way. I'm sorry, but my master instructed me to take care of you. You cannot leave. Do you think Su Daji, a peerless Douluo, would fear a mere crown prince of the Xinglua Empire? Just then, Chu Qin entered, carrying a bowl of restorative medicine brewed from spiritual herbs. Upon seeing him, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes brightened. Chu Qin's striking appearance seemed to possess an irresistible charm for women. However, she quickly regained her composure. What did you just say? She asked, as she had seemingly heard the term peerless Douluo. You heard correctly, Chu Qin approached, casting a glance at Su Daji, a serene smile gracing his lips. The woman before you is indeed a peerless Douluo. Having overheard Zhu Zhiyun's conversation outside, he understood the fear she harbored towards Davis and deliberately revealed Su Daji's identity to put her at ease. After all, if Zhu Zhiyun could overcome her fear of Davis, it would be tantamount to rescuing her. How is that possible? Zhu Zhiyun exclaimed in disbelief. Having lived her entire life in the Xinglua Empire, she had never encountered a titled Douluo and found it hard to accept that Su Daji was a peerless Douluo. If you don't believe it, you can ask her, Chu Qin said, looking at Su Daji. What the master says is true. I am a peerless Douluo, Su Daji replied with a calm smile, revealing her soul rings. Upon witnessing Su Daji's soul rings, Zhu Zhiyun felt a mix of astonishment and fear. Who exactly are you? She asked, her voice laced with trepidation. Let me show you something, Chu Qin said with a placid smile, retrieving a jade pendant from his pocket, which bore the character Zhu. This is my sister's pendant. Zhu Zhiyun exclaimed as she took it. She then pulled out another pendant from her own pocket, and upon comparison, the two were identical. How did my sister's pendant end up in your possession? Zhu Zhiyun questioned in shock. Your sister gifted it to me, Chu Qin replied with a smile. That is impossible. The Zhu family's pendants are not easily given away, Zhu Zhiyun retorted, her brow furrowing. Unless Chu Qin has feelings for you. In truth, Zhu Zhiyun considered two possibilities. Either Chu Qin had taken Zhu Zhuqing's pendant, or he was someone Zhu Qin cared for. Yet, she found herself leaning toward the latter, swayed by Chu Qin's undeniable charm and memories of Zhu Zhuqing's smiles and words during the arena matches. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing is my woman, Chu Qin stated nonchalantly. Now, may I offer you the medicine? At his words, Zhu Zhiyun shivered slightly, then steadied herself, accepting the bowl of medicine and drinking it in one gulp. After Chu Qin infused the medicinal concoction with some spiritual herbs obtained from the eyes of ice and fire, Zhu Zhiyun felt a warm sensation spreading from her stomach the moment it entered her throat, revitalizing her weakened physique considerably. Thank you, Zhu Zhiyun said. Casting a glance at Chu Qin, her red lips pressed together. Did Chu Qin send you to rescue me? She inquired. At this moment, Hulaina made her entrance. Chu Qin shook her head and replied, she is unaware of your circumstances. Zhu Zhiyun furrowed her delicate brows and said, I simply cannot abide men who bully women. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhiyun was deeply moved. She was a pitiable soul, born into a family devoid of affection, and had lived under Davis's indifference for so long. Chu Qin's words brought warmth to her heart. Zhu Zhiyun, rest assured and stay here. Daji will safeguard you well. I shall return to see you in a couple of days. Chu Qin understood that Zhu Zhiyun could not possibly emerge from her shadow anytime soon. Zhu Zhiyun gently nodded, expressing her gratitude once more. By the way, what is your name? Chu Qin, he replied. Young Master Chu, Zhu Zhiyun said, her lips forming a delicate pout. Chu Qin responded with a hint of confusion. Could I ask you a favor? Please do not let Chu Qin know that I am here, Zhu Zhiyun said, her gaze filled with deep emotion. Like her sister Chu Qin, she possessed an arrogant and strong-willed nature, naturally disliking the thought of her sister witnessing her current predicament. Certainly, Chu Qin answered earnestly. Thank you, young Master Chu, Zhu Zhiyun said, bowing slightly. Clad in form-fitting leather attire, her movement was exceedingly alluring, particularly as her ample bosom revealed a considerable expanse of fair skin, causing Chu Qin's hormones to surge dramatically. Calming his emotions, Chu Qin turned to Su Daji and said, Daji, please step outside for a moment. Upon hearing this, Su Daji followed Chu Qin out of the room. Daji, Zhu Zhiyun may have been significantly affected, Chu Qin remarked. It would be beneficial for you to converse with her and offer some guidance. Indeed, Su Daji nodded, yet she preferred to remain in the company of her master. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin smiled lightly and then pressed his lips against Su Daji's red lips. How is this? Chu Qin inquired. Daji will certainly obey the master's command, Su Daji replied with a satisfied smile. Let us return to the finals. The voice of the female host resonated, announcing the upcoming battle between the Wuhuan Temple team and the Tiando Royal Academy team. The course of history remained unchanged. As the Wuhuan Temple team continued to face the Tiando Royal Academy, even though the original members, Dong Gui Yinyu, Tianheng, and Di Lingling, had been replaced by Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. With confident strides, Dai Mubai led the Tiando Royal Academy onto the stage. However, as the 7 of them stood proudly on the platform, their opponents consisted of only 3 figures. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was clad in fiery red armor, boasting a robust physique adorned with crimson markings etched upon his face, and even his hair blazed in a fiery hue, clearly related to flames. The second man, dressed in silver armor, was not particularly handsome but was rather decent looking, not falling into the realm of unattractiveness. The woman, however, was a vision of beauty. Her figure and features were nothing short of extraordinary. Clad in a pink form-fitting outfit, she exuded a striking visual impact that showcased her mature and flawless physique. Every desirable aspect of femininity was embodied in her, as she radiated maturity in all the right places. While her bosom may not have rivaled that of Zhu Qin or Ziji, it was undeniably lovely, perfectly shaped. Nevertheless, the most indelible impression she left was from her enchanting visage, exuding an aura of allure and charm. These 3 individuals were none other than the renowned golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple, Yin, Xiaowu, and Hu Laina. Chu Qin had disguised himself as Yu Xiaogang and quietly made his way to the audience, where he spotted Hu Laina. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, Hu Laina has made her entrance. When will the goddess task commence? Suddenly, Oscar furrowed his brow and exclaimed, wait, why does the Spirit Hall team only field 3 members? Boss, this is an utter disrespect from the Spirit Hall, sending merely 3 to confront our Imperial fighting team. Ma Hongjun scolded Mingbai with disdain. It's of no consequence. Soon, they shall witness our prowess. Mingbai replied, his expression turning stern. The match begins, announced the female host. As her words resonated, Mingbai and his 6 companions simultaneously revealed their spirit rings. Aside from Ma Hongjun, who bore a yellow-yellow-purple configurations, the others exhibited the optimal yellow-yellow-purple-purple arrangement of spirit rings. However, the next moment left them in stunned silence. Beneath Hu Laina and her 2 companions, 5 spirit rings glimmered in the yellow-yellow-purple-purple-black formation. Spirit Kings. 3 Spirit Kings, gasped the crowd in astonishment. This marked the first occasion they had encountered Spirit King contenders in the arena since the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, and to witness 3 at once was unprecedented. Of course, this was under the condition that Chu Qin had yet to reveal his spirit rings. Boss, what do we do about the 3 Spirit Kings? Ma Hongjun stammered, intimidated by the Spirit Hall's lineup. Fear not, as per our usual protocol, I shall charge in first, Mingbai declared. As soon as he voiced this, he activated his white tiger transformation, charging like a true ferocious tiger towards Hu Laina and her companions. However, just as Mingbai moved, they were suddenly enveloped by a thick red mist. The mist grew denser by the moment. What is happening? Where did this fog come from? This was the shared sentiment of Mingbai 7 and the onlookers below. Amidst the confusion, 10 spirit rings began to whirl beneath Hu Laina and Xiaowu. This is a spirit fusion technique. The audience, composed of soul masters, recognized the significance of the fusion skill. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Hu Laina and Xiaowu dove into the mist while executing their spirit fusion technique. Following this, the crowd could only hear the heart-wrenching roars of Mingbai and his companions echoing from within the fog, yet none could discern what transpired. Even Chu Qin could not discern the situation. The enigma surrounding Hu Laina and her companions was exceedingly perplexing. Only those who have reached the pinnacle of soul power could hope to see through it. Nevertheless, Chu Qin remained utterly undaunted. To say nothing of the Spirit Hall battle team, he could effortlessly challenge even a Soul Sage battle team at this moment. A minute later, Dai Mubai and the others were expelled from the mist, tumbling off the stage. Initially, with Tang San and the Emperor Fight team, they had more strategies at their disposal. However, with Tang San taken away by Tang Hao, it was nothing short of a delusion for Dai Mubai and his companions to think they could defeat Hu Laina and her 2 Soul Kings. The Spirit Hall battle team achieved a resounding victory. The atmosphere erupted with applause akin to a thunderclap. Chu Qin smiled gently and shook his head before departing from the scene. Chu Qin shed his disguise and returned to the lounge of the Azure Dragon Academy. As Chu Qin stepped into the academy, Zhu Qin, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong rushed towards him with palpable urgency. What brings you 3 here? Chu Qin inquired with a gentle smile. Chu Qin, Zhu Qin suddenly exclaimed, her expression betraying a profound sorrow. Yu Qin, what troubles you? Chu Qin asked, a hint of concern in his voice as he embraced her arms tenderly. My sister. Zhu Qin replied, her voice laced with anguish. And she handed a wanted poster to Chu Qin. The image depicted none other than Zhu Yun, with the accusation clearly stated, attacking the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, resulting in the maiming of his arms. Chu Qin, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Qin questioned anxiously. Why would my sister attack Davis? Is it because she lost in the Senior Soul Master Elite competition? Where is she now? Is she in danger? Her voice trembled with fear. Zhu Qin, you need not worry excessively, Chu Qin reassured her with a soft smile. In the Zhu family, emotions hold little value. Yet she is my only sister. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glistened with tears as she suddenly knelt before Chu Qin. I implore you, save her. You are her only hope. Chu Qin, please help Zhuqing's sister. Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong pleaded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin immediately assisted Zhu Zhuqing to her feet and sighed gently. Very well, Zhu Qing, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. In fact, it was not your sister who injured Davis, but I. Exclaimed Zhu Zhuqing and her companions in unison, taken aback. Indeed, Chu Qin continued, recounting the entire sequence of events to his three beloveds. This Davis is utterly despicable, Xiaowu declared through gritted teeth. A wretched creature with the face of a man but the heart of a beast. Ning Rongrong echoed with palpable disdain. Chu Qin, you ought to eliminate him, Xiaowu urged fervently. Xiaowu, Rongrong, while it may be easy to kill him, the repercussions on Zhuqing's family would be dire. Chu Qin replied. Unless, of course, we were to eradicate the entire Starluo Empire. The Starluo Empire would eventually be addressed by Chu Qin, but for now, he needed to resolve the matters at hand. Very well, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong responded. I never imagined Davis to be such a person. My sister has suffered even more than I over the years. Tears shimmered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she added, Chu Qin, may I see her? I'm afraid not, Chu Qing. Chu Qin replied. I have promised Zhu Zhuqing that you cannot meet her for the time being. You understand the reasons behind this. Rest assured. Daji is providing her with close protection. She is in absolute safety. All right, Zhu Zhuqing said, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qin immediately embraced Zhu Zhuqing, resting his chin atop her head, to which she clung tightly to him in return. Meanwhile, within the papal hall, Bibi Dong sat regally upon a high-backed throne, flanked by the two Douluo, Zhu, and Gui. Teacher, what summons us here? Three figures entered, revealing themselves to be Hulina, Xiaowu, and Yin, with Hulina speaking first. Your performance today was commendable. Bibi Dong smiled gently. Now, we approach the final showdown. How prepared are you? Your Holiness. It is merely the Blaze Academy. Xiaowu, and I can certainly handle it. Yin asserted confidently. Bibi Dong maintained a stoic expression, lightly gesturing with her hand, causing 3 sheets of rice paper resting on the table to fall into the hands of Hulina and the others. What? The Blaze Academy has a sole emperor? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, this information comes from the Pope of the Tiando Holy Hall, Salis. This Blaze Academy has a mysterious individual named Yu Xiaogang, who has only appeared twice, each time defeating the strongest teams in the Tiando competition single-handedly. Douluo elaborated. Moreover, he did so without employing soul rings. Impossible. The trio was left in utter shock. They had utilized martial soul fusion techniques to defeat the Tiando Royal Academy, and any one of them would have faced a devastating defeat against such an opponent. Zhu Douluo and I have already conferred. Upon the conclusion of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, we shall extend an invitation to Yu Xiaogang to join the Spirit Hall. Should he decline, there will only be an alternative path awaiting him. Bibi Dong continued. However, prior to that, you must defeat him and secure the championship. We shall exert every effort. Hulina and the others declared in unison. Remember, should you lose, I will send you to the most sinister place on Douluo continent for training. Gui Douluo added with a haunting smile. The trio shuddered at this remark. The following morning, the final round of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition commenced, featuring the 3 participating academies, Blaze Academy, Qinglong Academy, and the Spirit Hall Academy. The finals comprised individual and team matches. The individual match rules were straightforward. Each participant would defend their position, with the last one standing declared the victor. The team matches followed the format of prior contests. The venue for the finals was relocated from the Spirit Hall's central square to the front of the Papal Hall. Where's Chu Qin? Why is he absent from the finals? Xiaowu feigned sorrow. What could he possibly be busy with? Perhaps Chu Qin has his own matters to attend to. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a smile. Let us refrain from complaining about him. I am not complaining. Xiaowu smiled back. I am just a bit unhappy that he is not here for the finals. Xiaowu, if you're feeling down, focus on the competition, ZG advised. Take out your frustrations on your opponents. Yes, Sister ZG, you are right. Xiaowu nodded. Unbeknownst to her, disguised as Yu Xiaogang, Chu Qin stood not far from her, subtly shaking his head. Her Holiness the Pope has arrived. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out. Following this announcement, the grand doors of the Papal Hall, towering at 20 meters, creaked open, and 3 figures emerged with measured grace. Only those of title Douluo rank could step forth from these doors. Without a doubt, the 3 were none other than Pope Bibi Dong, Zhu, and Gui Douluo. This was Chu Qin's first encounter with Bibi Dong, and he silently mused. Indeed, she is even more exquisite than I had imagined. Bibi Dong's beauty radiated a mature perfection, reminiscent of ZG yet distinct, while ZG exuded a captivating allure and Lu Erlong embodied a wild ferocity. Bibi Dong possessed an intellectual grace and an air of noble grandeur. On this day, Bibi Dong was resplendently adorned, her gown embellished with hundreds of gemstones, and a golden crown adorned with countless pearls and precious metals sat atop her head. Her breathtaking beauty, paired with her regal demeanor, would leave anyone spellbound. No wonder Chu Qin found himself momentarily entranced. Salutations to Her Holiness the Pope. As the spiritual leader of the Soul Master realm, Bibi Dong was revered by all. In this moment, every Soul Master knelt in homage. However, it was evident that all the women from Qinglong Academy and the disguised Chu Qin, as Yu Xiaogang, remained standing. Chu Qin, without a doubt, would never kneel before anyone. He had previously conveyed to all his women that in this lifetime, they could only kneel to him. In contrast, upon encountering Bibi Dong, Xiaowu's eyes widened, her heart brimming with shock and fury. This was the very person who had taken her mother's life. Xiaowu, what is wrong? Ning Rongrong inquired, noticing the trembling figure of Xiaowu, unable to contain her concern. This is troublesome. Chu Qin, so close at hand, overheard Ning Rongrong's words and thought it ill-fated. Battle Spirit Hall Battle Team. Xiaowu's mistress. At that moment, the voice of the Azure Dragon King resonated in Xiaowu's mind, reminding her that the master had instructed her not to act hastily in the face of her enemy. The master would personally avenge her. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's emotions began to settle considerably. Indeed, if she were to act here, regardless of whether she could defeat Bibi Dong, it was likely that her dear friends would be caught in the crossfire. Wait, the Azure Dragon King? Does Chu Qin know I have an enemy? Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. The Azure Dragon King realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong swiftly diverted her gaze and proclaimed, "Everyone, please rise." At this moment, Bibi Dong had yet to attain the realm of a peerless Douluo, thus unable to perceive the concealed aura of the Azure Dragon King. Moreover, since Chu Qin had already bestowed the heartbroken red upon Xiaowu, under such dual protection, even a peerless Douluo would struggle to discern its presence without a meticulous examination. "Thank you, Your Holiness." The crowd echoed in unison. Chu Qin exhaled deeply, and soon after, Bibi Dong and Zhu Gui Douluo took their seats on the gilded benches before the Pope's palace. Today marked the grand finale of the Senior Soul Master Elite competition, where the victor would be awarded 3 ancient soul bones. Bibi Dong proclaimed with a voice both commanding and measured. Following her declaration, she waved her hand, unveiling a black cloth that concealed a transparent crystal box. Inside the box lay a brocade tray, upon which rested the 3 ancient soul bones, the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the fiery arm of explosive flames, and the wind-chasing leg of rapid progression. Legend has it that these 3 soul bones were left behind by an elder of the spirit hall upon their passing. Upon sighting these treasures, the eyes of all present widened in astonishment. Those who stood here were prominent figures within the Soul Master community, yet the more formidable they were, the more they understood the rarity of soul bones. Several among them felt a stirring desire within, yet none dared to advance, for this was the spirit hall, and any act of aggression here would result in dire consequences. Only Chu Qin remained composed. He neither coveted the ancient soul bones nor felt the slightest inclination, having already determined their rightful owner. Then, the competition commenced. Su Yutao, the host of the finals, announced with great fervor that the first round would be an individual match. The competing academies would draw lots to determine their opponents. The team whose members stood victorious on the stage would earn a direct entry into the championship contention, while the remaining 2 teams would vie for another spot in the group competition. Subsequently, Xiaowu, the captain of the Qinglong Academy, Hulaina from the Spirit Hall team, and Chu Qin from the Qihua Academy approached the arena. Is he the Soul Emperor, Yu Xiaogang? Hulaina thought, casting a lingering glance at Chu Qin, her emotions swirling in complexity. In turn, Chu Qin, upon seeing Hulaina, felt a surge of delight, for she was destined to be one of his future wives. However, due to his mask, his smile remained inscrutable. "Judge, our Spirit Hall team forfeits the individual match and will proceed directly to the group competition," Hulaina called out to the referee. This declaration stunned the audience. The formidable Spirit Hall team was relinquishing the individual match? The rationale was straightforward. The Spirit Hall had already discerned that Chu Qin was a Soul Emperor, and individual matches did not permit the use of martial soul fusion techniques. Thus, they deemed it more prudent to forfeit and to utilize their fusion abilities to decisively vanquish their rivals in the group matches. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin momentarily could not discern the reason behind it. Nevertheless, despite his ignorance of the intentions of the Spirit Hall, it aligned perfectly with his own desires. Thus, Chu Qin also shouted, "Referee, the Blaze Academy concedes the individual competition." The words of Chu Qin left the entire audience in utter astonishment. Logically speaking, with the Spirit Hall relinquishing the individual competition, the chances of the Blazing Fire Academy should have significantly increased. However, they were taken aback by Chu Qin's own withdrawal. Upon hearing the news of Chu Qin's decision, the members of the Blazing Fire Academy felt a tinge of disappointment, yet none dared to question his choice. It was solely through Chu Qin's efforts that the Academy had reached this point. The only one aware of the underlying reason, Wu, merely smiled faintly. Choosing not to expose Chu Qin's intentions, Chu Qin had long informed her that the former would only lead the Blaze Academy to secure a top 3 position, while the true champion was destined for the Azure Dragon Academy. Bibi Dong was utterly perplexed and directed her gaze towards Chu Qin, unable to fathom the rationale behind the Soul Emperor Yu Xiaoxiang's decision to concede. As a Soul Emperor, Yu Xiaoxiang was certainly capable of triumphing in the individual competition. Could it be that the intelligence provided by Salus was erroneous? Bibi Dong pondered. Moreover, had Chu Qin disclosed this information sooner, the Spirit Hall team would not have had to forfeit. Consequently, wouldn't the Resurrecting Academy advance directly? Little did Bibi Dong suspect that Chu Qin had never intended to win from the very beginning. Why have you chosen to forfeit the individual competition? Bibi Dong could not restrain herself from inquiring of Chu Qin. If the Spirit Hall can forfeit, why can't I? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Isn't this my prerogative? Upon hearing these words, all the Soul Masters cast incredulous glances at Chu Qin. After all, he was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the spiritual leader of the Soul Master realm, and this was the first time they had witnessed someone speak so boldly to Bibi Dong. Very well. Bibi Dong responded with a composed and steady demeanor. Yet, the aura of this enigmatic man seemed to pique her interest even further. The Spirit Hall team and the Blaze team have forfeited the individual competition, allowing the Azure Dragon team to advance to the championship showdown, the referee announced. The crowd took a moment to rest before the team competition between the Spirit Hall team and the Blaze team commenced. Next, the stage was set for the team battle between the Blaze team and the Spirit Hall team, both sides stepping confidently onto the arena. The unique attire of Chu Qin immediately aroused suspicion among both the audience and competitors alike. I was just about to inquire who this individual was, sensing an air of formidable power, and yet I had never encountered them before at the Blaze Academy. You don't know? That is Yu Xiaogang, renowned as the most enigmatic and powerful contender in the Heaven Do competition region. They single-handedly challenged the entire Spirit Hall team, vanquishing them in an instant. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, especially those from the Star Luo region, who were hearing the name Yu Xiaogang for the very first time. Yu Xiaogang. At that moment, Hu Laina on the stage approached Chu Qin, a smirk of disdain dancing on her lips. What else with all this mystery? Just how formidable are you? Stronger than you, came Chu Qin's calm reply. Upon hearing Hu Laina's condescending tone, Wu immediately stepped forward to defend Chu Qin. Haha, as Hu Laina's admirer, Yin could not hold back. Surely, there exists no one in this world capable of defeating a member of our Spirit Hall team. Instantly defeating the Spirit Hall team? Hua Wu chuckled softly, thinking to herself how Yin truly underestimated the situation, for Chu Qin was indeed a genuine soul sage. However, just as Hua Wu was about to retort, Chu Qin smiled nonchalantly and addressed Hu Laina. You are Hu Laina, correct? Oh, you know me. Hu Laina replied with a sultry smile. Indeed. Chu Qin responded, what if I were to defeat your Spirit Hall team? Hu Laina's brows furrowed slightly at this, as she merely intended to bolster the Spirit Hall's morale, yet her confidence felt somewhat lacking. After all, Yu Xiaogang was someone her mentor greatly esteemed. Hu Laina. Let us begin. Just then, Bibi Dong's cold voice resonated through the air. Hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Hu Laina shuddered slightly before commanding, activate martial soul. Initially, Chu Qin intended to take advantage of Hu Laina, but with Bibi Dong obstructing his path, that opportunity was thwarted. Nevertheless, Chu Qin remained unperturbed, convinced that Hu Laina would ultimately be his. As Hu Laina's voice echoed, all members of the Spirit Hall activated their spirit rings, 3 formidable spirit kings and 4 esteemed spirit sects. It is no exaggeration to declare that this was the most powerful assembly of spirit masters since the inception of the Elite Spirit Master competition. However, an astonishing turn of events unfolded before their eyes. Chu Qin exchanged a subtle glance with his comrades, prompting the members of the Blaze Academy to retreat. What? Could it be that Yu Xiaogang was about to take on 7 opponents alone? All gazes widened in disbelief. To face the Spirit Hall's team in such a manner, 1 against 7, was nothing short of monumental. Even Bibi Dong appeared unsettled, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chu Qin, a sense of inexplicable anxiety stirring within her. She harbored an unsettling premonition that the Spirit Hall team might falter. How dare he feign bravado before the Spirit Hall? Yan's volatile temper flared, and in an instant, the Flame Lord manifested. The next moment, engulfed in flames, Yan charged forth like a blazing meteor, delivering a devastating punch aimed squarely at Chu Qin. As Chu Qin beheld the unfolding scene, he calmly drew forth the Frost Blade Soulbone. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as Chu Qin's Frost Blade collided with Yan's fist, which resembled a fiery rock. A powerful shockwave surged forth in all directions. Yet, it was evident that Yan trembled, his face contorted with effort, clearly struggling against the onslaught. The radiant golden staff, a beacon of the Milky Way, the support-type soul master from the Spirit Hall exerted their powers, amplifying the attributes of all members within the Spirit Hall. Sister Nar, Yin cannot defeat him. We must join in, spoke Xiaowu, his words icy and resolute. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina immediately grasped Xiaowu's intent, the fusion technique of their spirits. Upon the merging of Xiaowu and Hu Laina's soul powers, their original forms dissipated, replaced by the combined entity known as Yao Mei. At that very moment, Yao Mei's unique eye sparkled, and pink particles began to spread across the arena, quickly multiplying and thickening until they enveloped the entire battleground. Just as I desired, Chu Qin remarked with a serene smile. In this situation, he found himself liberated to engage in battle. Subsequently, he plunged the Frost Blade into the ground, and a formidable surge of soul power emanated from it, crafting a realm of ice that completely isolated Hu Laina's enchantment within her mist. What? The 7 members of the Spirit Hall, encased in ice, exclaimed in unison. Sensing the dire situation, Yin immediately summoned flames in an attempt to melt Chu Qin's ice. However, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, Chu Qin's ice remained impervious to his efforts. It was crucial to understand that the frost blade in Chu Qin's grasp was no ordinary weapon. It was a genuine 200,000-year-old soulbone. Given Chu Qin's strength, even the flames of a soul king like Yin, or even a titled Douluo, would struggle to melt it. Meanwhile, Chu Qin stepped forward, effortlessly wielding his sword in battle, bringing down all the soul masters from the Spirit Hall, except for Yao Mei, who lay defeated on the ground. How is this possible? Echoed the voices of Xiaowu and Hu Laina from within Yao Mei. It is your turn now, Chu Qin said with a slight smirk. Full moon. Sensing the tide of battle, Yao Mei unleashed her most powerful soul skill, the self-created technique, Full Moon. As this move was executed, the 2 blood blades in Yao Mei's grasp fused into a complete red circular blade, which then hurtled toward Chu Qin. Yet, with a swift leap, Chu Qin evaded the attack of Full Moon and appeared before Yao Mei. In the next moment, he gently prodded the hilt of the frost blade, causing Hu Laina and Xiaoyu's Yao Mei to disband, leaving the 2 siblings to collapse motionless upon the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qin cast a fleeting glance of regret at Hu Laina, only to be taken aback when she suddenly opened her eyes and, summoning her final strength, delivered a strike to Chu Qin. In an unexpected turn of events, Chu Qin collapsed, unable to rise. Simultaneously, Hu Laina succumbed to unconsciousness. Amidst this chaos, both the icy barrier and the mist dissipated, revealing the 8 individuals lying within. What? The Spirit Hall team and Yu Xiaogang have both fallen? No. It should be said that Yu Xiaogang single-handedly triumphed over the Spirit Hall team. The audience erupted in exhilaration, particularly those affiliated with the Spirit Hall, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The Spirit Hall team has, in fact, been vanquished? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed in astonishment. With her spiritual power, she could have penetrated Hu Laina's mist. Yet the added layer of ice created by Chu Qin left her perplexed about the unfolding events. Gazing at the fallen Chu Qin, her emotions became exceedingly intricate. Young Master Yu. Hu Wu disregarded everything else. Upon seeing Chu Qin sprawled on the arena, she dashed forward without hesitation. Although both Chu Qin and the Spirit Hall team had collapsed, let us not forget that 6 members from the Blazing Fire Academy remained. Thus, the outcome of this battle was unequivocal. As the news of the Spirit Hall team's defeat settled in, confusion lingered in the minds of the onlookers. How could the once formidable Spirit Hall team, boasting 3 Soul Kings, be defeated by the Blazing Fire Academy? Moreover, it was not even in the finals. Shortly thereafter, within the resting quarters of the Blazing Fire Academy, Chu Qin reclined upon his bed, having been treated by the physician, who assured that he was not gravely injured. It appeared to be merely an overexertion of his spiritual energy. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to the members of the Flame Academy. To their astonishment, "Brother, you had single-handedly triumphed over the Spirit Hall battle team," Wu Shuang exclaimed in awe. "Indeed, when Brother you signaled us to retreat with just a glance, I was filled with doubt." Wu Yu concurred. "Alas, it is regrettable that with Brother you incapacitated, our chances of defeating the Azure Dragon team seem rather slim." Wu Yun lamented. "What does that matter?" Wu Wu cried out, her heart heavy with sorrow and anger. "Young Master Yu has been so gravely injured, and you are only concerned with victory. Leave me." Upon hearing her words, Wu Shuang and the others departed, burdened with guilt and regret. Wu Wu then firmly closed the door and approached Chu Qin's bedside, her heart aching as she implored, "Chu Qin, I wish for your swift recovery." As she spoke, Wu Wu could not resist pressing her lips against his. Initially intending to pull away after a brief kiss, she found herself lost in the sweetness of the moment, lingering longer than she had anticipated. "Chu Qin, I cannot help myself. Forgive me," Wu Wu murmured, her hands beginning to wander restlessly over Chu Qin's form. In a moment of impulsiveness, she removed her shoes and climbed atop him. "No, Chu Qin is in such a state." Wu Wu chastised herself quietly. Just as she intended to withdraw, Chu Qin pulled her back into his embrace. "Chu Qin?" Wu Wu and Chu Qin locked eyes, her body trembling in surprise. "I see, Wu Wu, you took advantage of my unconsciousness." Chu Qin chuckled softly. "Chu Qin, I'm so sorry." Wu Wu, believing him to be angry, hastily apologized. "I didn't mean to." Her nervousness rendered her almost incoherent. In that moment, Wu Wu appeared alluring, her sultry gaze fixed upon Chu Qin, her body pressed closely against his, her rounded form accentuating her curves. If it was not unintentional, then it must have been deliberate. Chu Qin smirked, his hand playfully landing on Wu Wu's shapely form, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Ah, Chu Qin, you are not angry?" Wu Wu shivered, yet a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. "Why would I be angry with you?" Chu Qin replied. "We are, after all, in a romantic relationship." "That is splendid." Wu Wu felt a surge of overwhelming relief. "As long as you are not angry. While I bear no anger, you have stirred my desires. Tell me, how shall we address this?" Chu Qin smiled enigmatically. "As you wish." Wu Wu replied, her cheeks tinged with shyness. "But Chu Qin, were you not injured? Those from the Spirit Hall could not possibly harm me." Chu Qin retorted, slightly irritated. "Is that so?" Wu Wu expressed her surprise. "Have you forgotten what I told you? I intend for the Azure Dragon team to claim victory. How could I possibly participate in the championship match?" Chu Qin inquired. In an instant, Wu understood. Chu Qin had feigned injury on purpose. Enough of idle chatter. I shall commence your punishment now, Chu Qin remarked. A playful smile gracing his lips as his hand ventured into Wu's open attire. With the Spirit Hall team eliminated and Chu Qin deliberately feigning injury, the capable Ma Xiaodao and her companions easily secured the championship title in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Ding! The system announced. Detecting that the Azure Dragon team had won the championship, granting the mysterious goddess Medusa. Medusa, upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Qin, sharing a pillow with Wu, immediately sat up in excitement. He was no stranger to Medusa. She was undoubtedly one of the goddesses of the anime realm in his previous life. To think that he could encounter Medusa in the world of Douluo. Host, would you like to summon Medusa? The system inquired. Chu Qin shook his head. For Wu was still by his side. However, he soon closed his eyes and entered a state of consciousness. Before him appeared a figure of unparalleled beauty, captivating enough to ensnare a kingdom. At that moment, Medusa was bound by chains to a stone pillar. Medusa, with her flowing locks of hair, adorned in fiery red armor, revealed her exquisite navel and slender waist, her skin radiant and smooth, as if it could shatter at a mere touch. Beneath the crimson armor, her voluptuous form resembled that of a ripe peach. Her legs, as flawless as jade, only enhanced her extraordinary allure. Beyond her physique, her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. Her vibrant red lips, crystal clear eyes, and delicately arched nose created a visage that one could gaze upon endlessly. Medusa, the queen of the serpent tribe from the Do realm, possessing the strength of a Do Wang. Currently, her balanced combat power has been converted to align with the combat style of the Douluo continent. P.S. The balanced combat power is determined solely by the system, independent of original strength. Medusa, a mythical beast, the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Her cultivation is comparable to that of a 30,000-year-old fierce beast, equivalent to a human-level 98 title Douluo, with potential for evolution. Unexpectedly, Medusa is not only a goddess, but also a 98 title Douluo. Chu Qin felt an exhilarating thrill within. With this, she becomes yet another trump card. Yet, why has the system bound Medusa here? Chu Qin pondered in confusion. The host has yet to summon Medusa. The system has just captured her from another dimension, and her wildest remains. The system prompted. As soon as the system's voice faded, Medusa's eyes suddenly opened wide. Fierce and menacing, startling Chu Qin out of his consciousness. Just then, Wu awoke. Nestling against Chu Qin's shoulder, she asked, Qin, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Chu Qin replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining composure. Wu, the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition has concluded. He smiled back. From now on, the character Yu Xiaogang should also vanish, and I will completely reclaim my identity as Chu Qin. Wu, if you wish to accompany me, how about joining the Qinglong Academy? Okay. Wu nodded without hesitation. Wherever you go, I will follow. However, my parents are the dean and vice dean of the Qihua Academy. I need to discuss this with them first. All right. Chu Qin nodded in agreement. At the Qinglong Academy base. I can't believe we won the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition so easily. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Now, Chu Qin, Dad, and Grandpa Jian. Grandpa Gu will all see me in a new light. Indeed, the Qihua Academy won far too effortlessly. Ming Yiran added. What a pity that their strongest competitor, Yu Xiaogang, didn't compete. Yiran, luck is also a part of strength. Dugu Yin replied with a smile. Yes, Sister Yin is right. Ning Rongrong smiled back. That guy Chu Qin didn't even show up for the finals. Let's hurry and find him. He probably doesn't know we already won. Xiaowu. What do you think? Ning Rongrong asked Xiaowu, who appeared less than cheerful. Xiaowu, what's the matter? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows. Oh, it's nothing. Xiaowu responded with a forced smile. I was just thinking how unfortunate it is that Chu Qin didn't witness our victory. In truth, Xiaowu's unhappiness stemmed from a simple reason. She saw Bibi Dong still alive. Right. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. Let us quickly tell him. Chu Qin. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and the others rushed into the base, eagerly seeking Chu Qin's presence to share their joy. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find him. Observing this, Ziji and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and nodded. Rongrong, you all need to look anymore. Ziji addressed the girls. Why? They asked in confusion. Chu Qin is not here. Lu Erlong replied with a smile. Then where is he? Ming Yiran inquired. Qihua Academy. Ziji responded calmly. What? The girls were taken aback. What could Chu Qin be doing at Qihua Academy? Shui Bingo questioned, then seemed to realize something. Could it be? It seemed that Bingo had already pieced it together. Lu Erlong nodded. Yu Xiaogang is Chu Qin. What? Yes. Ziji added. Don't you find it strange? Chu Qin is someone who cares deeply for us. How could he not be present during such a momentous occasion as our victory? Moreover, I've observed that every time Yu Xiaogang competes, his presence is nowhere to be found. Why would Chu Qin choose to participate in the finals under the guise of Yu Xiaogang? Ning Rongrong wondered. Of course, it's for us. Ming Yiran replied shrewdly. To help us eliminate all formidable opponents, especially the Spirit Hall team, ensuring our victory. Next, it's time to tease Bibi Dong and Guyuna. Let us go. Charge forward. They cheered. So, Yu Xiaoxiang's absence from the finals was entirely intentional on Chu Qin's part. Zhu Zhiqing realized. But why didn't he inform us? Du Guiyin questioned. It must be to spare us from hurt pride. Shui Binga remarked. Chu Qin surely knows the strength of the Spirit Hall team. 3 Soul Kings and a martial soul fusion technique mean we would stand no chance. So in the end, the championship was still a gift from Chu Qin to us. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Rongrong, don't be unhappy. ZG smiled gently. Chu Qin went through all this trouble just to make us happy. Upon hearing this, the girls felt it made sense. They suddenly held even more admiration for this man, including Yi Lingling, Xiaowu, and Shui Wei. Yes. Lu Erlong nodded. When he returns, we must not expose him. All right. The girls responded in unison. At the Chihuahua Academy base, Chu Qin and Huowu have just concluded another bout of sparring. At this moment, Huowu appears invigorated and realizes that she is utterly unable to part from the man before her. Young Master Yu, Huowu. Just then, a hurried voice belonging to Huowu Shuang resounds from outside the door. Chu Qin and Huowu were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly tidied up the aftermath. Rising from the bed and opening the door, outside stood Huowu Shuang, accompanied by a cadre of armored knights from the Spirit Hall, fully equipped. Distinctively, these knights donned golden helmets, exuding an air of nobility. Who are you? Chu Qin inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. We are the Pope's royal guards. One knight replied kindly, addressing Chu Qin. Young Master Yu, you have awakened. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded gently. What brings you here? It is as follows, the knight continued. His Holiness the Pope requests your presence, along with Miss Huowu, at the Pope's hall. It seemed that Bibi Dong intended to take action against him. Chu Qin mused inwardly. Naturally, taking action could imply various meanings, either an invitation or an assassination. Ding. A divine mission has been issued. Task. Defeat the chrysanthemum Douluo and forcefully kiss Bibi Dong. Reward. Bibi Dong's favor at 100%. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. System, your timing is impeccable. Chu Qin's heart soared with joy. To provide comprehensive and thoughtful service to the host is the mission of this system. The system replied gently. With a mission at hand, Chu Qin felt no further hesitation. After the task, Bibi Dong would become one of his wives. This night would undoubtedly be extraordinary, as he aimed to claim both Bibi Dong and Medusa, one a queen, the other an empress. Truly, it was a double blessing. Young Master Yu, noticing Chu Qin's dazed expression, Huowu called out softly, since it is the Pope's invitation. Let us proceed. Very well, Chu Qin said to the knight, lead the way. Certainly, young Master Yu. Miss Huowu, please follow me. Within the Spirit Hall, the enchanting Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, meticulously examining 2 documents in her hands. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and a seductive smile crept upon her lips. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiang was indeed he. Is everything all right, teacher? Hulaina inquired from beside her. Nothing of consequence, Bibi Dong replied with a hint of coldness. Hulaina furrowed her brows slightly. She thought she had heard the name Yu Xiaoxiang mentioned. However, as Bibi Dong remained silent, she dared not press further. Your Holiness. Yu Xiaoxiang and Huowu await outside. At that moment, a knight's voice echoed from beyond the hall. Let them enter, Bibi Dong calmly instructed, storing the documents in a soul-guiding container. Soon after, Chu Qin and Huowu entered the Pope's hall side by side. Upon seeing Chu Qin, both Xiaowu and Yin displayed expressions of anger and helplessness. It was this very individual who had tarnished their reputation, yet they found themselves unable to retaliate. Huowu pays her respects to your Holiness. Chu Qin stood still, while Huowu slightly bowed towards Bibi Dong. Both Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo furrowed their brows. Observing Chu Qin, it was indeed rather inappropriate not to pay respects in the hall of the Pope. There's no need for excessive formalities, Bibi Dong remarked calmly, seemingly unconcerned with the matter. Yu Xiaoxiang, Huowu, your Blaze battle team is formidable, especially you, Yu Xiaoxiang. It is astonishing that the entire Spirit Hall team cannot match your prowess. Bibi Dong continued with a hint of casual conversation. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin surmised that Bibi Dong was likely to employ a strategy of diplomacy before confrontation. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, as he had significant matters to attend to today. What pose should he adopt for the inevitable kiss? Huowu, not one to ponder excessively, straightforwardly inquired, might I ask? Your Holiness, why have you summoned me and young Master Yu? Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure, yet her demeanor remained as placid as ever. Very well. Since you have expressed your curiosity, I shall be direct. Yu Xiaoxiang, Huowu, you are exceptional. Have you considered joining the Spirit Hall? As Chu Qin was about to speak, Huowu interjected, thank you for your kind intentions, your Holiness the Pope. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is exceptionally powerful. However, we have already made our choice. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. Why did Huowu directly refuse on his behalf? Nevertheless, a rejection was merely a rejection. After all, Chu Qin had no pressing desire to join the Spirit Hall. Little did Chu Qin know that his earlier suggestion to have Huowu join the Azure Dragon Academy led to the latter outright rejecting the Spirit Hall's invitation. Oh, is that so? Bibi Dong's tone was somewhat frosty. Upon hearing her displeasure, Zhu Douluo interjected sharply, Huowu, Yu Xiaoxiang, how dare you show such ingratitude? His Holiness the Pope personally invited you, and yet you have the audacity to decline? The authoritative words of the title Douluo startled Xiaowu, filling her with trepidation. Observing her reaction, Chu Qin swiftly retorted coldly, "Then we shall refuse." "What of it?" Chu Qin, under no circumstances, would allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Douluo's words instilled fear in Xiaowu, leaving him somewhat displeased. Upon hearing this, both Bibi and Ghost Douluo's expressions turned frosty. "No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner, especially not a mere junior like you." Douluo retorted coldly, "Yu Xiaogang, Xiaowu. Since you fail to appreciate my offer, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As soon as the words left his lips, Douluo gathered his soul power and launched an attack towards Chu Qin and his companion. In that moment, neither Bibi nor Ghost Douluo intervened. This was the method employed by the Spirit Hall to recruit individuals, both coercive and enticing. Douluo was playing the role of the intimidator. Moreover, Chu Qin's disdain for the Spirit Hall had begun to irk them. However, in the next instant, everyone was left astounded. Chu Qin's palm shimmered with golden light. And in a heartbeat, Douluo's soul power was shattered effortlessly by him. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Bibi, was taken aback. Douluo was left bewildered. He had no intention of killing Yu Xiaogang. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, his attack possessed at least the power of a soul sage. Yet it was so easily dispelled by Chu Qin. "Douluo, cease this at once." Bibi spoke coldly towards Douluo. In truth, she had already contemplated two paths. One was to recruit Chu Qin into the Spirit Hall, and the other was to eliminate him. However, she leaned more towards the former. She then gazed at Chu Qin, acknowledging him as the strongest among the younger generation of the Douluo continent. "Yu Xiaogang, I offer you a chance. Should you join the Spirit Hall, I shall grant you any condition you desire. However, if you refuse, you may leave at once." Xiaowu, upon hearing this, looked at Chu Qin with a look of astonishment. It seemed this was Bibidong's final offer. Chu Qin thought to himself. He merely wished to provide Xiaowu with a sense of relief and naturally did not want to offend another for her sake. "Your Holiness, how about this? Since Douluo is so eager for me to join the Spirit Hall, let us engage in a wager," Chu Qin declared. "A wager for what?" Bibi asked. Perplexed. "If Douluo can defeat me, I shall join the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, I am free to go wherever I please." Chu Qin responded confidently. He was not one to be intimidated. After all, even without Su Daji by his side, he still possessed the Sword Princess, Medusa, and an array of ferocious beast experience cards. He could afford to offend the entire Spirit Hall. Similar to Bibi, Chu Qin has chosen two paths. Either he proposes conditions to defeat Douluo and then forcibly kisses Bibi, or he seeks an opportunity to vanquish Douluo later and fulfill the goddess task. Regardless, Chu Qin has meticulously devised his contingency plans, ensuring he will not suffer any loss. Upon hearing Chu Qin's words, Hulaina and the others were utterly astounded. Bibi and Gui Douluo furrowed their brows. They understood that while Chu Qin was formidable, he could not possibly be strong enough to defeat a title Douluo, could he? Douluo coldly retorted, "Impudent, Yu Xiaogang. Do you dare to belittle me? Whether I belittle you or not, won't we find out by testing it?" Chu Qin replied with a serene smile, "Or are you afraid? What I have to fear?" Douluo responded, "Your Holiness, allow me to teach this insolent lad a lesson." Bibi pondered for a moment before nodding. She too was eager to witness the extent of Chu Qin's strength. "Very well, since your Holiness has consented, young man, I shall demonstrate to you the might of a title Douluo." As Douluo's voice fell, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, lit up beneath his feet. Chu Qin smiled lightly, as beneath his feet, the hues of yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold shimmered, revealing 7 unembellished soul rings that illuminated the space. 100,000 years of soul rings. The pupils of Bibi and the others constricted in astonishment. "Elder Chu, be cautious." The diamond soul-crushing spear. With a sly grin, Chu Qin chose to take the initiative, wielding the god-slaying spear and decisively unleashing a 10,000-year soul skill aimed directly at the forehead of the flower Douluo. The third soul skill, Golden Blossoms in the Sky, was activated. Sensing the imminent threat, the flower Douluo transformed his soul power into countless petals that swirled around him, which then surged forth like blades towards Chu Qin. At this moment, Chu Qin had reached level 80. However, he found himself somewhat challenged against the flower Douluo, a formidable title Douluo at level 95. Fortunately, the flower Douluo had previously suffered severe injuries from Tang Hao, and his soul power was no longer at its peak. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to overpower the likes of Dugobo. Moreover, the strong attack-type martial soul, reminiscent of the sword Douluo's 7-killing sword, possessed a remarkable advantage over flower-type martial souls. Thus, the flower Douluo's seemingly simple soul skill failed to impede Chu Qin's 10,000-year soul skill. One could observe that Chu Qin's god-slaying spear surged forward, directly confronting the sea of petals unleashed by the flower Douluo, ultimately piercing through to the gigantic and extraordinary mushroom-like flower summoned by the latter. Despite this, Bibi and the ghost Douluo were utterly astonished. This indicated that Chu Qin truly possessed the capability to challenge a title Douluo, a fact that was undeniably terrifying. Helena and her companions finally comprehended the reason behind their inability to defeat Chu Qin. They were indeed contending with a title Douluo. They had not anticipated his overwhelming strength. The flower Douluo furrowed his brow as he regarded Chu Qin, but he resolved to end the confrontation there. As he spoke, the massive, extraordinary mushroom-like flower before him burst forth in radiant light, with petals resembling the wounds of a laser gun. In an instant, countless golden lasers, shaped like flower petals, shot towards Chu Qin. Simultaneously, the god-slaying spear, embedded deep within the center of the extraordinary mushroom-like flower, appeared to be devoured by an unseen force. This was the flower Douluo's fifth soul skill, golden light of the extraordinary mushroom. Seeing the situation, Chu Qin promptly released the god-slaying spear from his grasp, deftly maneuvering to evade the onslaught of Chrysanthemum Douluo's attack. Humph, without your martial soul, how do you expect to triumph over me? Chrysanthemum Douluo remarked with a calm smile, refusing to retract the colossal, extraordinary chrysanthemum. Instead, he ascended into the sky, unleashing another magnificent bloom. In an instant, countless petals cascaded down like a torrential downpour, rushing towards Chu Qin once more. Dragon God transformation. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Qin let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, with the exception of his head, his arms, legs, and torso were adorned with golden dragon scales. Indeed, after continuous bloodline purification with ZG, Chu Qin's dragon transformation had reached 5 distinct areas, which was precisely why he dared to challenge Zhu Douluo. This was the essence of dragon transformation. Almost simultaneously, both Bibi and Zhu Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. They found it incredible that dragon transformation was typically a privilege of dragon-type martial souls. This indicated that Chu Qin possessed a dual martial soul. They were curious about what his second martial soul might be. However, they had no opportunity to witness it, as the Azure Dragon martial soul had yet to acquire any soul rings, rendering its power inferior to the Destruction God Spear. In the next moment, a colossal ice sword materialized before Chu Qin. The massive blade circled around him, instantaneously forming a protective shield of ice. The petals of Zhu Douluo struck against the ice shield, producing only a series of cracking sounds, yet failing to shatter it entirely. Simultaneously, Chu Qin freed a hand to extract the Destruction God Spear from the Qirong Tong Tianju, unleashing his seventh soul skill, Destruction True Body. Accompanied by a low growl from Chu Qin, a gigantic phantom wielding the Destruction God Spear appeared behind him. In the next heartbeat, this phantom lunged forward, thrusting the spear towards Zhu Douluo. Seeing the impending attack, Zhu Douluo swiftly activated the true form of Qirong Tong Tianju, conjuring a chrysanthemum shadow approximately 2 meters in diameter before him. With a resounding crash, the true form of the Destruction God Spear collided with the true form of Qirong Tong Tianju. The two forces entered a brief stalemate, with the Destruction God Spear's most potent strike, augmented by a 500% enhancement from Dragon Transformation. Chu Qin was gradually overpowering the imposing aura of the title Douluo. Nevertheless, Zhu Douluo, being a level 95 title Douluo, managed to withstand Chu Qin's onslaught despite his injuries. At that moment, Chu Qin's eye soul bone found no rival, piercing towards Zhu Douluo like a frigid star. Observing this, Zhu Douluo promptly chose to evade, allowing the Destruction God's Spear to effortlessly breach the chrysanthemum shadow, ultimately impaling Zhu Douluo to the ground. Witnessing Zhu Douluo's defeat, Bibi and the others stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. How old is Chu Qin to have the ability to vanquish the title Douluo? Although it is possible that Zhu Douluo underestimated his opponent, the power that Chu Qin, a mere soul sage, unleashed was astonishing. What do you say, Zhu Douluo? Chu Qin, having reverted from his dragon transformation, calmly inquired as he gazed at the fallen Zhu Douluo before him. I have lost. Zhu Douluo admitted reluctantly, a sense of frustration lingering in his heart. Your Holiness, I have emerged victorious. According to the rules, does this mean I am exempt from joining the Spirit Hall? Chu Qin addressed Bibi, seeking clarification. Bibi furrowed her brows, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. However, in deference to the authority of the Pope, she merely nodded and replied coolly, You may leave. The Spirit Hall will not coerce you into joining. Yet, despite her words, Chu Qin was acutely aware that Bibi harbored intentions against him, even if she did not act directly against him. Her temperament indicated that Wu would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, he knew he must complete the goddess task before it was too late. If he could accomplish the goddess task and gain Bibi complete favor, all his troubles would be resolved. Therefore, Chu Qin spoke up, Your Holiness, I wish to discuss a matter privately with you. Since you are not joining the Spirit Hall, what is there left to discuss? Bibi raised an eyebrow, though a flicker of surprise danced in her heart. Perhaps conversing could sway my decision? Chu Qin smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong contemplated deeply and instructed the crowd, You all may leave. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter the palace. Upon hearing the words, Chu Qin's lips curled slightly in a smirk. With a creak, the grand doors of the Pope's palace closed, leaving only Bibi and Chu Qin within the expansive hall. Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss with me in private? Bibi inquired, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chu Qin, it seems that your Holiness has already discerned my identity, Chu Qin replied with a serene smile, removing the mask from his face. I am quite curious as to how the Pope came to know of me. Upon beholding Chu Qin's extraordinary countenance, Bibi calm and placid eyes momentarily sparkled. However, she quickly regained her composure. Chu Qin, vice president of the Azure Dragon Academy, former mentor at Shrek Academy, and a soul sage at the tender age of 17. It is indeed remarkable that you managed to remain obscure while hiding within the confines of a modest institution like Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, the Wuhuan Temple is not just any organization. Acquiring such information is a trivial matter for us. Bibi Dong responded with poise. I had been pondering why the Azure Dragon Academy so effortlessly clinched the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. It appears it was all orchestrated by you. Your Holiness is too kind, Chu Qin remarked with a nonchalant smile. I possess no such capability. Do you not? Bibi Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile, half amused. The championship of the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition has indeed been secured by your Azure Dragon Academy. Chu Qin, I have answered your inquiries. Now, it is your turn to respond. Aside from your time at Ning Academy and Shrek Academy, I am unaware of your origins. Where do you truly hail from? Bibi Dong pressed. I do not belong to the Douluo continent, Chu Qin retorted, offering the cliché excuse. My home lies in the distant seas, within a realm shrouded in mystery. A mysterious realm. Bibi Dong's mind immediately conjured the possibility that Chu Qin might originate from a divine legacy. For how else could he possess such formidable strength? Indeed, as for its precise location, I must ask you to refrain from further inquiries. For that knowledge is a celestial secret. Chu Qin continued to fabricate. Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt more assured in her suspicions, suppressing her inner curiosity. Very well. Let us cease this idle chatter. Speak of the matter at hand, Bibi Dong inquired, her tone growing slightly colder. There is indeed a matter of importance, however. Might I request that your holiness draw a little closer? Chu Qin asked earnestly. Impudent, Bibi Dong retorted sharply. Chu Qin had long anticipated Bibi Dong's reaction. He continued. It pertains to Yu Xiaogang. The utterance of this statement by Chu Qin yields two potential outcomes, one being that Bibi Dong obediently submits, and the other that Bibi Dong erupts in a fit of fury. This is a gamble for Chu Qin. However, as the saying goes, Chu Qin is fearless. As anticipated, Bibi Dong's expression changed dramatically, and she ultimately opted for the former. Bibi Dong descended from her throne and slowly approached Chu Qin, stating, I hope your words are not mere trifles. No sooner had Bibi Dong uttered these words than Chu Qin, in a swift and unexpected motion, kissed her crimson lips, which were merely inches away. Yet, Chu Qin underestimated Bibi Dong. In that fleeting moment, she evaded him, and, filled with fury, exclaimed, Are you seeking death? Bibi Dong cherishes her purity above all, for it is her Achilles heel. Now that Chu Qin has touched upon this sensitive point, regardless of his exceptional qualities, he has become intolerable in Bibi Dong's eyes. Chu Qin never anticipated his defeat. In the next moment, Bibi Dong's staff moved, striking directly at Chu Qin. It is worth noting that Bibi Dong far surpassed the strength of the chrysanthemum Douluo, and Chu Qin's dragon god transformation was still in cooldown. Overcoming Bibi Dong seemed nearly impossible. You dare to harm me? At this critical juncture, a melodious voice resonated through the air. A fiery crimson light erupted from Chu Qin, boldly confronting Bibi Dong. This red glow enveloped a voluptuous and exquisite woman, Medusa, with a thunderous roar. The Empress of the Douluo realm clashed with the Queen of the Dupo realm in a dazzling spectacle. At this moment, Bibi Dong was also at the pinnacle of a 98-level Douluo. However, due to the peculiar nature of her martial soul and the Rasha assessment, she was unable to unleash her full power, thus being temporarily suppressed by Medusa. Bibi Dong's expression darkened significantly as she beheld the equally stunning Medusa before her. Filled with utmost bewilderment, what was Chu Qin thinking? Kiss her, Medusa retorted with annoyance directed at Chu Qin. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows tightly, revealing a countenance brimming with extreme anger. Nevertheless, Medusa's soul power firmly restrained Bibi Dong, rendering her immobile. Without hesitation, Chu Qin approached Bibi Dong, his lips pressing against her vividly painted red ones. In that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with despair. As the exalted pope of the spirit hall, how could she be subjected to such an indignity within her own sanctum? Just then, a system notification resonated in Chu Qin's mind, announcing that he had successfully defeated the chrysanthemum Douluo and forcefully kissed Bibi Dong, garnering 100% approval from her. At the instant the system alert concluded, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes momentarily widened in shock, and she stared at Chu Qin, her gaze becoming dazed. Why was she not angry at all? Observing her bewilderment, Chu Qin realized that Bibi Dong had succumbed to his charms and sought to further conquer the enchanting Medusa. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong gently pushed Chu Qin away and vanished from sight. What just happened? Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback. Logically, Bibi Dong should have been entirely compliant at this juncture. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The system confirmed his suspicion. The host is correct. Yu Xiaogang holds a 100% approval rating in Bibi Dong's heart as well. That Yu Xiaogang. A flicker of anger flashed through Chu Qin's mind. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself that Bibi Dong would eventually be his. Your Holiness. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Upon witnessing this, Medusa promptly returned to Chu Qin's body. In the next moment, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, Hulaina, and numerous palace knights burst into the Pope's chamber. Upon seeing Chu Qin's unmasked appearance, Hulaina's eyes lit up with astonishment. She marveled at the sight of such an extraordinarily handsome man. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo was also taken aback, but quickly composed himself and coldly inquired, Where is your Holiness? Let him go. Before Chu Qin could respond, Bibi Dong's melodious voice resonated within the grand hall. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qin revealed a faint smile and strode purposefully towards the entrance of the Pope's hall. Before departing, he turned and addressed, "Your Holiness, I shall be at the Fierce Soul Grand Hotel. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, Chu Qin departed with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the spirit Douluo frowned, pondering how audacious Chu Qin was to expect Bibi Dong to visit him. Had it not been for Bibi Dong permitting Chu Qin to leave, they would have rushed forward to teach him a lesson. However, as they turned around, Bibi Dong had already reappeared before the throne, her gaze fixated intently on the direction in which Chu Qin had vanished. Why do I harbor such thoughts about him? This is inconceivable. Fierce Soul Hotel. As Chu Qin stepped out of the papal hall, he was soon approached by Xiaowu, who exclaimed, "Rain Prince, are you all right?" She had been particularly frightened by the sight of so many palace knights rushing into the hall. "I am fine," Chu Qin replied with a smile. "Moreover, there is no need to call me Rain Prince anymore. The Pope is already aware of my identity." "Ah," Xiaowu gasped in surprise. "What is the big deal?" Knowing it doesn't change the fact that she cannot revoke the championship of the Azure Dragon Academy, Chu Qin then inquired, "As for you, Xiaowu, will you return to the Blazing Fire Academy, or accompany me back to the Azure Dragon Academy's base?" "I shall return to the Blazing Fire Academy," Xiaowu replied with a smile. "Once I discuss it with my brother and mother, I will completely join you at the Azure Dragon Academy. Just don't think less of me then, all right?" "How could I?" Chu Qin responded. "Very well, I shall escort you back to the Blazing Fire Academy." With that, Chu Qin took Xiaowu back to her academy's residence, before returning alone to the Azure Dragon Academy's base. By now, it was late at night, and Xiaowu and the others had already fallen asleep, leaving Chu Qin to lie alone in bed. As he was undressing and settling down, a small white snake suddenly appeared on his abdomen. The little serpent was remarkably beautiful and adorable, resembling a tiny pet. "Where did the snake come from?" Chu Qin exclaimed, taken aback. "Humph, man," the little snake retorted, its voice light yet filled with authority, accompanied by a hint of playfulness. "Is that you, Medusa?" Chu Qin quickly realized the situation. "At last, my efforts were not in vain," Medusa replied. "Medusa, how have you come to look this way?" Chu Qin inquired with curiosity. "I was never human to begin with," Medusa responded with a smile. "Chu Qin, what form do you wish for me to take?" "Certainly, a human," Chu Qin answered without hesitation. As Chu Qin's words faded, the small serpent upon him transformed into a radiant orb of white light, which swiftly expanded until it ultimately materialized into the voluptuous and exquisite form of Medusa. At this moment, Medusa reclined upon Chu Qin, adopting an exceedingly tantalizing posture. Clad in scanty attire, she presented a breathtaking vista of alabaster and graceful curves for Chu Qin's gaze to behold. At that moment, Chu Qin felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. "Medusa, can you summon and coexist like Su Daji?" Chu Qin exhaled and inquired. Before Medusa could respond, the system elucidated, "As of now, Medusa can only exist externally for a brief period. It is only when the host accomplishes specific tasks that Medusa's strength may be enhanced, ultimately transforming her into the host's true beloved. So that is how it is." Chu Qin nodded slightly. "Medusa, may I touch you?" he then asked, turning his gaze towards her. Medusa replied with a smile, "Though I despise humanity and loathe men, I shall make an exception for you." Upon hearing this, Chu Qin became bolder with his hands. Ultimately, he removed Medusa's armor piece by piece. The following morning, Chu Qin was awakened by a sudden knock on the door. Medusa had long since returned to the depths of Chu Qin's being. He promptly opened the door to find Ziji standing outside. "Ziji?" Chu Qin greeted her with a gentle smile. "Did you sleep alone last night?" Ziji inquired, casting a glance around the empty room, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion. "What else could it be?" Chu Qin replied. "Impossible," Ziji exclaimed, her delicate brows knitting together as she shook her head. "With your disposition, how could you possibly sleep without a woman by your side?" Chu Qin cast a disapproving glance at Ziji, pinching her flawless face as he inquired. "What brings you to me?" "Oh, by the way, there are 2 individuals outside the courtyard who claim to be from the Spirit Hall and wish to see you." Ziji replied obediently, adding that they appeared to possess considerable strength. "The Spirit Hall?" Chu Qin's pupil shifted slightly before he responded, "Let us go and take a look." At that moment, 2 figures stood at the center of the courtyard, with the lead being the esteemed Zhuge Douluo. "Yu Guan, Gue Mei. What do you seek from me?" Chu Qin asked bluntly. Rather than being offended by Chu Qin's cold tone, Zhuge Douluo smiled broadly and said, "Chu Qin, we are here to convey a decree from His Holiness the Pope. May we have a moment of your time?" Chu Qin furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the unnecessary air of mystery surrounding the situation. There were no outsiders present. Both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo glanced at the numerous beautiful women nearby, including Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong. "Rest assured, they are all my women," Chu Qin replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, Xiaowu, Yuer, and Ling Ling are not outsiders either." Upon hearing this, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were taken aback. There were at least 10 women here. Wait a moment. Does that mean the entire Qinglong battle team consists of Chu Qin's women? Fortunately, Zhu Douluo had no interest in women, and Gue Douluo was a staunch heterosexual, thus lacking any inclination towards them as well. "All right, Since there are no outsiders, please speak freely, Chu Qin said calmly. Very well, Elder Chu, I shall speak. Elder Chu? Upon hearing this, Ziji, Ning Rongrong, and the others were momentarily stunned. Lu Erlong's brows knitted slightly in confusion. You Guan, when did I become an elder? Chu Qin queried. Equally perplexed, Douluo smiled faintly and retrieved a token from his soul guide container, presenting it to Chu Qin. This is the exclusive token of the elders of the Spirit Hall, the Tianqiu 6 royal token, bestowed upon you by His Holiness the Pope. The intrigue in Douluo's heart burgeoned. What had Chu Qin and Bibi Dong discussed yesterday that granted Chu Qin the title of elder in the Spirit Hall? Nonetheless, with Bibi Dong's silence and the fact that Douluo had been defeated by Chu Qin, they refrained from questioning or doubting. The Tianqiu 6 royal token, including Chu Qin, Ning Rongrong, Lu Erlong, and Shui Binger were all astonished. As members of the Spirit Master community, they were well aware of the significance of the Tianqiu 6 royal token. It represented the highest honor within the Spirit Master realm, awarded solely the title Douluo. For me? Chu Qin smiled gently. Indeed. Yu Guan nodded. From this day forth, Elder Chu shall be the third elder of the Pope's Hall. With this token, Elder Chu may freely enter and exit the Spirit Hall and the Pope's Hall. Upon hearing this, Ziji raised an eyebrow, as if she had comprehended everything. Chu Qin couldn't help but smile. Evidently, yesterday's kiss had made an impact. Elder Chu. Please accept the token, said Douluo with a smile. I shall accept the token, Chu Qin replied with a grin. However, you must inform the Pope that as a mere elder of the Spirit Hall, I am only a figurehead. If she has matters to discuss, she ought to come to me personally. I am willing to assist her with certain affairs. Shui Binger, Zhu Shiqing, and the others were momentarily taken aback. This was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the supreme leader of the Spirit Master realm. Ah, Douluo exclaimed in surprise as well. Go ahead and relay my words verbatim, Chu Qin replied calmly. All right, Douluo said, somewhat lacking in confidence. At that moment, Douluo pondered whether Chu Qin shared an extraordinary relationship with the Pope. Otherwise, how could he possibly dare speak to her in such a manner? As for the nature of their relationship, they could not yet fathom, but it was undoubtedly exceptional. Contemplating this, Douluo respectfully addressed Chu Qin, Elder Chu. Until we meet again. With that, Douluo departed hastily. Is this the 6 emblems of Tiando? The 6 emblems are only bestowed upon the elders of the Spirit Hall, the title Douluo. How could you possess such a token, Chu Qin? After Douluo left, Ning Rongrong seized the token from Chu Qin's hand, her expression one of astonishment. Chu Qin, what transpired? Why did the Pope suddenly grant you the Tiando 6 emblems? Lu Erlong also expressed her confusion. Although she no longer harbored feelings for Yu Xiaogang, she still stood in opposition to Bibi Dong, who had once been a rival. Can't you see it? Ziji chuckled softly. The Pope of the Spirit Hall will soon become one of our sisters. Ah, Sister Ziji, are you serious? All of Chu Qin's female companions were taken aback. Could there be any doubt? The Pope has already given Chu Qin a pass. Ziji replied with a confident smile. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Qin. Chu Qin smiled silently, and this was a fact. Chu Qin, when did you sneak away to flirt with the Pope? Meng Yiran inquired, utterly perplexed. What? Are you not pleased that I found you a papal sister? Chu Qin replied with a slight smirk, turning to Rongrong. What do you think? I have nothing to say. Ning Rongrong pouted in response. Anyway, we are all accustomed to it. Right, Xiaowu? It was then that Ning Rongrong realized that Xiaowu had vanished from her side. Xiaowu, where are you? Ning Rongrong questioned in confusion. The group searched high and low, yet they could not uncover Xiaowu's whereabouts. This is bad. Chu Qin furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that he had yet to explain his relationship with Bibi Dong to Xiaowu. After all, Bibi Dong was the very person responsible for Xiaowu's mother's death. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the courtyard, heading towards Xiaowu's room. At that moment, Xiaowu's door was slightly ajar. Chu Qin gently pushed the door open and was about to step inside when he overheard Xiaowu's solitary musings. Mom, what should I do? Xiaowu sat at the edge of her bed, her delicate voice carrying through the air. Chu Qin has joined the Spirit Hall. That Pope is the one who killed you. But I love Chu Qin so much, I don't want my hatred to influence his choices. I cannot bear to be apart from him. Mom, I am so conflicted. Xiaowu took a beautiful jade from the soul guide container, her voice trembling with emotion. I don't know what to do. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin let out a soft sigh at the door. Xiaowu immediately caught the sound of his breath and quickly tucked the jade away, forcing a smile. Chu Qin. Her voice pierced Chu Qin's heart. Xiaowu concealed her feelings well, transitioning her mood swiftly. Yet the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes remained unbidden. Without uttering a word, Chu Qin slowly approached Xiaowu, crouching down before her. Xiaowu, are you hiding something from me? He inquired. No, not at all. Xiaowu replied with a bright smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's lips twitched as he gently wiped away the tears from Xiaowu's eyes. When did you learn to lie? He inquired. Xiaowu, upon hearing his words, let her rabbit ears droop slightly, and her eyelids fell heavy. Yes, Chu Qin, there is something I have concealed from you. In truth, I have returned to human form to avenge my mother. Xiaowu replied. My mother was slain by a human woman, just a couple of days ago. I discovered that the woman in question is none other than the current Pope of the Wuhuan Hall. Chu Qin had long been aware of this matter. Yet hearing Xiaowu recounted in person still stirred a sense of compassion within him. Then why did you not confide in me? He inquired. The spirit hall's pope wields immense power. Xiaowu delicately pressed her crimson lips together and replied. I do not wish for you to be ensnared in danger because of me. Furthermore, you have already, and I have also joined the spirit hall, correct? Chu Qin responded. Indeed. Xiaowu nodded gently. Xiaowu, I must confess something to you. Chu Qin licked his lips. The pope of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, has essentially become my woman. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her rabbit ears drooping completely. Then she bit her lip and replied, Oh, I understand. All right. My dear Wu, do not be disheartened. Additionally, I have another piece of news to share. Chu Qin continued, I possess a method to revive your mother. What? Xiaowu thought she had misheard. I said I have a way to bring your mother back to life. Chu Qin smiled gently. Really? Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement. When have I ever deceived you? Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. Is it true? Is it truly possible? Xiaowu's rabbit ears perked up, and she wept tears of joy. Yes, just give me a little time, and it will surely happen. Chu Qin assured her. All right. Xiaowu, filled with exuberance, immediately pressed her lips against Chu Qin's. In that moment, she wished to offer him her very essence. Chu Qin, seizing the moment, tenderly kissed Xiaowu. After sharing a moment of intimacy, he gently laid Xiaowu down on the bed, softly closed the door behind him, and stepped out of the room. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, revealing that the host had deceived the goddess Xiaowu. How have I deceived her? Chu Qin replied with uncertainty. The system coldly pointed out that Xiaowu's mother had been murdered, a feat that even a god could scarcely achieve. Yet the host had made such a promise to the goddess Xiaowu, was it not deceit? All right, I admit that I cannot fulfill this, but system, you can, can't you? Chu Qin chuckled helplessly. Indeed, the system is omnipotent. It responded, however, reviving Xiaowu's mother cannot rely solely on the system. Ah, Chu Qin furrowed his brow. The system can only resurrect Xiaowu's mother, Mei Wu, as a sole entity. To fully revive her, the host must undertake certain tasks. Fully revive? Chu Qin pondered, realizing that the system would not assist him in a straightforward manner. At least it's better than the current situation. He nodded. System, issue the task. Ding. The side quest for the goddess Bibi Dong has been released. Obtain Bibi Dong's first time as a reward. Acquire the soul of Mei Wu. Shatter Yu Xiaogang's affection to 0, and gain exclusive divine herbs from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's first time. Chu Qin exclaimed in surprise. Wait, system. Doesn't Bibi Dong already have a daughter? Who told you that Qian Rinxue is Bibi Dong's daughter? The system replied. Bibi Dong possesses twin martial souls, while Qian Rinxue is a pure six-winged angel. Do you truly believe there is a connection between them? But Chu Qin felt a surge of joy. The fact that Bibi Dong had not lost her purity was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Yet, he remained puzzled. Did Bibi Dong not know if Qian Rinxue was her offspring? Host. You are still too naive. The system remarked. Seeing is not necessarily believing. What if I told you that Bibi Dong was ensnared in a plot? A plot? Chu Qin frowned slightly. Bibi Dong inherited the legacy of the Rakshasa goddess. The Rakshasa goddess is the embodiment of evil and resentment. Inheriting such a divine title demands boundless hatred. Do you not think it would be simple for the Rakshasa goddess to ensnare the innocent Bibi Dong in a web of corruption? The system explained. What? Chu Qin's realization dawned upon him. Bibi Dong had been defiled, and her consumption of Qian Xuanji was orchestrated by the Rakshasa goddess. As the system had stated, Bibi Dong was once an innocent woman. Despite her possession of 2 wicked martial souls, it had not affected her purity. The Rakshasa goddess, coveting Bibi Dong's martial talent, constructed illusions to lead her astray. Furthermore, choosing Qian Xuanji was also a means of revenge against the angelic goddess. The Rakshasa goddess and the angelic goddess were indeed adversaries. Wait, does this mean Bibi Dong's corruption has little to do with Yu Xiaogang? Nevertheless, given Lu Erlong's connection, it would not be unjust for Chu Qin to give Yu Xiaogang a beating. The specific details can be revealed when the host unlocks the goddess task for the Rakshasa goddess. The system notified. The Rakshasa goddess also has a goddess task. Chu Qin exclaimed with mild excitement. The system fell silent, yet Chu Qin was now filled with elation. Firstly, Bibi Dong was pure, and her first time would belong to him. Secondly, conquering Bibi Dong could resurrect Mei Wu. It was simply exhilarating. Thus, what Chu Qin needed to do now was to win over Bibi Dong. In the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong rested her chin on her hand. Her exquisite legs crossed as she lounged languidly upon the throne. Chu Qin and Yu Xiaogang occupied her thoughts, much to her confusion. Once, Bibi Dong had harbored deep affection for Yu Xiaogang, yet the schemes of the Rakshasa goddess led her to believe she had lost her purity, feeling unworthy of him. Consequently, she lied and chose to leave Yu Xiaogang, forever feeling indebted to him while unable to extricate herself from love. Yet now, for reasons unknown, Chu Qin had also invaded her thoughts. Why did she yearn for him despite his many women? Bibi Dong found herself perplexed. Oh, Bibi Dong. How could the once resolute and iron-willed Pope be so disturbed by matters of the heart? She mused. At that moment, the ghost Douluo entered the Pope's hall. Elders, how did the matter proceed? Bibi Dong inquired. Reporting to your holiness, the ghost Douluo replied, the Tiando Empire's 6 royal cards have been given to Elder Chu. However what? Bibi Dong asked coldly. Elder Chu stated that he only holds a position within the Wuhuan Hall and does not accept any missions from it. The ghost Douluo continued. Why are you two stammering? Bibi Dong's brows furrowed. The two elders exchanged glances, and the former continued weakly. Elder Chu mentioned that if your holiness wishes to see him, you must personally visit the Lion Hotel. He is willing to do anything for you. As soon as the ghost Douluo finished speaking, he anticipated Bibi Dong to erupt in anger, but instead, she merely furrowed her brow and said, I understand. You may leave. The ghost Douluo and his companion exchanged puzzled looks before quickly exiting the hall. How dare he make me go see him? What audacity! Bibi Dong muttered with slight discontent. This dissatisfaction lacked any authority, resembling more a petulant woman. I cannot possibly meet him. After much contemplation, Bibi Dong stepped out of the Pope's hall. Gazing up at the radiant sun with a sigh, pondering how to approach him during the day, perhaps it would be better to wait until nightfall. That night, Chu Qin and the ladies have just hosted a grand barbecue feast to welcome the fiery dance. After indulging in a considerable amount of wine, Chu Qin returned to his chamber, swaying slightly under the influence. Master, there is a profound fluctuation of soul power in your room. At that moment, the voice of the sword maiden resonated within Chu Qin's mind. What? Instantly, Chu Qin became alert, furrowing his brow. He cautiously peered through the crack of the door. And there, upon the sofa, sat an exquisite figure. At that moment, Chu Qin's pupils constricted, for the figure before him was none other than Bibi Dong. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Qin's lips curled slightly as he retrieved a bottle of exquisite wine from the soul-guiding container. Sipping the wine, he feigned intoxication and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. At last, you have arrived. The melodious voice of Bibi Dong resonated. She rose gracefully from the sofa. Bibi Dong, what brings you here? Chu Qin inquired deliberately. Indeed, why am I here? Bibi Dong pondered momentarily. She had merely heard from Zhu Douluo that Chu Qin summoned her to the Fierce Soul Hotel, where he could fulfill any request she had. Yet, as a dignified pope, how could she acquiesce to such demands? Since it appears I am not welcome, I shall take my leave. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, her crimson lips parting lightly. Do you think you can come and go as you please? What do you take my room for? Chu Qin replied with a hint of lewdness, taking another sip of wine. He then feigned a stumble, leaning toward Bibi Dong. In ordinary circumstances, had it been another man, Bibi Dong would have struck him down instantly. However, facing Chu Qin, she refrained and instead offered her assistance to steady him. Her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. How could you have consumed so much wine? It seemed the system's magic had taken effect. And Chu Qin felt a surge of joy within. A similar situation had occurred with Lu Erlong, who harbored a perfect admiration for Yu Xiaogang. However, the system had informed him that if he wished to force a connection with Bibi Dong, she would not refuse. Originally, Chu Qin would never impose himself upon a woman. But in order to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother, he felt he had no choice but to sacrifice himself. At that moment, he found himself perfectly aligned with Bibi Dong. Her unique fragrance and delicate scent of powder elevating his hormones. Who would have thought you were such a Bibi Dong? Chu Qin mused. Yes, I am indeed intoxicated. He continued to feign drunkenness, his hand surreptitiously reaching towards the neckline of Bibi Dong's garment. Chu Qin's hand not only unfastened Bibi Dong's neckline but also made contact with her skin, causing her to tremble slightly, her complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. What is happening to me? Bibi Dong mused inwardly, perplexed, for she should have felt anger. Yet there was not a trace of it within her. Nevertheless, considering her position as pope, she gently shifted Chu Qin's hand away, saying, Chu Qin, you have had too much to drink, perhaps you should rest. As Chu Qin acted without a hint of reaction from Bibi Dong, he grew increasingly audacious, boldly encircling her delicate neck with his right hand. Mimicking the words of an infatuated suitor, he exclaimed, Indeed, you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and undeniably beautiful. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows in response. Before Chu Qin, she refrained from employing any soul power, fearful of inadvertently causing him harm. Reluctantly, she replied, Chu Qin, please refrain from such behavior. What behavior? Chu Qin feigned intoxication, gazing at Bibi Dong's enchanting visage. At that moment, Bibi Dong returned his gaze, their eyes locking as if time itself had frozen in the air. She pondered, what is it about this man that captivates me so? And Chu Qin, equally entranced, observed the perfection before him. Her face bore no trace of wrinkles and radiated a luminous, youthful glow akin to that of a maiden. With her eyes gently closed, Chu Qin softly pressed her lips against that flawless face. This was undoubtedly the most pleasurable kiss Chu Qin had ever experienced. The women of Chu and Qin are all exceptional, each possessing their unique strengths. However, among them, Bibi Dong undoubtedly stands out with her unparalleled advantage, which is her exquisitely delicate skin that remains unmatched. Chu Qin merely kissed her cheek and was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Bibi Dong stood there, utterly stunned. After that incident, many years had passed, and he was the only man to have kissed her face in all those years. Donger, you are truly beautiful. Chu Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's heart raced, her delicate lips parted then closed again, for she was at a loss for words. Without regard for anything else, Chu Qin directly spilled the fine wine in his hand and seized the opportunity to press Bibi Dong down onto the sofa. Donger, I can no longer hold back. At this proximity, Bibi Dong could even hear Chu Qin's breath. Chu Qin, could you refrain from behaving this way? Bai Dong replied softly with a final trace of defiance. Remained silent, yet he abruptly and forcefully pulled down the violet and golden skirt that enveloped Bibi Dong, revealing her flawlessly exquisite shoulders. A deep crimson flushed across Bibi Dong's face. She found herself at a loss, unsure of how to react. Yet she felt an unexpected anticipation rather than a desire to resist. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qin's hand gradually descended. No. Upon observing Chu Qin's final movement, Bibi Dong resolutely declined. No. In a resolute manner, Chu Qin declared that he was but a step away from his goal. There was no chance he would abandon his pursuit. Apologies were offered. As Yu Xiaogang lamented the situation with Bibi Dong, unexpectedly, Chu Qin discovered that Bibi Dong, who appeared earnest, was even more impassioned than he had anticipated. 3 hours later, the formidable nature of women was evident, as Bibi Dong, at her age, was fierce like a wolf or a tiger. Donger, should we not reconsider? Chu Qin suggested. No. We must not. She insisted. Please, spare me. After an entire night, Bibi Dong became truly Chu Qin's partner. With a chime, the system confirmed the successful completion of the goddess's side quest, granting the alluring dance of souls, the complete dissolution of Yu Xiaogang's affections, and a unique divine herb for Bibi Dong. The following day, after a night of intense passion, Bibi Dong and Chu Qin found themselves resting in bed. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt no more hesitation. She had given herself to Chu Qin, and there was nothing left to ponder. Furthermore, Yu Xiaogang's affections had entirely crumbled. Unexpectedly. You are a virgin, Chu Qin remarked playfully. Bibi Dong was perplexed. The reality was undeniable, yet the subject was one she wished to avoid, especially in the presence of the man she adored. As a dignified pope, is it not normal? She replied, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Qin, a smile playing on her lips. Do you even remember you are a pope? What kind of pope lies with a mere soul master like me? Chu Qin retorted with a smile. Chu Qin, now that you possess me, you must take responsibility. Do you understand? Bibi Dong said, her brows furrowing. You wouldn't regret it, would you? A flicker of fear crossed her mind. She worried that Chu Qin might abandon her. I will take full responsibility, he assured her with a grin. Bibi Dong's expression brightened at his words. As they embraced once more, Bibi Dong expressed her reluctance. I must return to the Pope's palace. Is it not pleasant to stay with me? Chu Qin inquired. Very much so. Bibi Dong replied, however, though she longed to be by Chu Qin's side at all times. The power she wielded was equally significant to her. In her heart, the positions of man and power held equal weight. Aligning herself with Chu Qin would mean relinquishing her authority. After all, the spirit hall would not tolerate her having a man outside. Ah, I understand. You, the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, would lose your dignity if it were known that you secretly slipped away to be with another man, Chu Qin interrupted, smiling. Believing Chu Qin to be angry, Bibi Dong bit her lip and replied, that's not quite my intention. I've simply been away for too long. It's fine. Go if you wish. There is no need to explain so much. I will visit you often, Chu Qin said gently. All right. Bibi Dong hesitated, but eventually nodded before departing. And thus, she truly left. As Chu Qin gazed upon the departing figure of Bai Dong, a subtle sense of melancholy enveloped his heart. Indeed, this woman was unlike any other. Despite the circumstances, it seemed he had yet to completely master her essence. However, Chu Qin felt no urgency. After all, he had already claimed her first experience, leaving little room for concern. Moreover, the more challenging a woman was to conquer, the more he found himself drawn to her. Bai Dong was not one to escape easily. By the way, system, will Bai Dong become pregnant? Chu Qin inquired suddenly, a whimsical thought crossing his mind. Rest assured, host, pregnancy is but an obstacle on the path to conquering a goddess. Until the host desires offspring, no goddess shall conceive, the system replied. Excellent. Having exited the Fierce Soul Hotel, Bai Dong turned back to glance in Chu Qin's direction. I am leaving just like this. Will Chu Qin be upset? Yet. I am the Pope. She sighed softly, before pivoting once more towards Chu Qin's room. Just as she intended to enter, a lively and sprightly figure knocked on Chu Qin's door. It was Xiaowu. In an instant, Bai Dong's steps halted midair. Meanwhile, Chu Qin opened the door, greeting her with a smile. Xiaowu, good morning. You appear well. Indeed, Xiaowu replied with a radiant smile. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep a wink. Chu Qin, can you truly resurrect my mother? Come in, Chu Qin said, affectionately smiling at her. Never mind, with so many women, he wouldn't dwell on my presence. Witnessing this scene, Bai Dong furrowed her brows, a hint of ire flashing across her face as she departed. Inside the room, Xiaowu eagerly asked, Chu Qin, have you found a way to save my mother? Yes. Chu Qin nodded with a smile. Really? Xiaowu's face lit up with joy, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Chu Qin. Before we proceed, there is something I must tell you. Chu Qin gently stroked Xiaowu's head, half seriously, half jokingly announcing, Bai Dong is now my woman. The reason I can resurrect your mother is because of her assistance. Can you promise me not to seek revenge against her anymore? Chu Qin's words were a benevolent falsehood, intended to diminish the animosity that Bibi Dong harbored in Xiaowu's heart. Very well. Xiaowu nodded earnestly, as long as mother can be revived. I shall harbor no hatred towards that Pope of the Spirit Hall. Chu Qin smiled gently, then closed his eyes to summon the system. Before long, a radiant pink light emerged beside him. The light grew brighter and more intense, yet Xiaowu's beautiful eyes remained fixed upon it, unwavering. As time passed, numerous pink particles appeared within the glow, rapidly coalescing until they gradually formed the figure of a middle-aged woman. This woman possessed a sweet and gentle visage, her figure remarkably alluring. Adorned in pink royal attire, she bore a scorpion braid akin to Xiaowu's, and her features were strikingly similar to those of her daughter. This was none other than Xiaowu's mother, Mei Hua, a soul beast of 100,000 years, enchanting and graceful. Particularly, their eyes seemed to have been cast from the same mold. Xiaowu, you have grown. Mei Hua exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion. Mother! Xiaowu cried out as she leaped into Mei Hua's embrace. Xiaowu! Mei Hua held her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. Xiaowu too wept, her sorrow palpable. Even the most stoic man may shed tears. Yet seeing the woman he cherished in such distress caused Chu Qin's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The two embraced, their cries resonating with heart-wrenching anguish for what felt like an eternity. Enough now, Xiaowu, do not cry. At last, Mei Hua halted her tears and smiled at her daughter. Our reunion is a joyous occasion. Why should we weep? Mother, I understand. Xiaowu replied, dabbing at her tears while smiling, but I simply cannot help it. Silly child, Mei Hua said, her eyes still glistening, yet a smile graced her lips. These years, how have you fared? To be honest, mother, life without you has been incredibly difficult. I was so heartbroken that I once contemplated leaving this world with you, but I could not resign myself. I wished to avenge you, which is why I sought to be reborn. Xiaowu declared passionately, her voice trembling. Alas, did I not tell you to refrain from seeking vengeance for me? Mei Hua gently reproached, her tone laced with concern. Xiaowu, a young soul beast of 100,000 years, was not inherently strong, having transformed and entered the human realm. She would face innumerable dangers. Mother, I am well. Moreover, fortunately, I arrived in the human world and met Chu Qin. He has alleviated my pain. And it was he who revived you. Xiaowu continued, casting a glance towards Chu Qin. Upon hearing this, Mei Hua turned her gaze to Chu Qin, her heart brimming with gratitude. She approached him, intending to bow in respect. Thank you, human. Auntie, Xiaowu is the person I cherish most. Chu Qin swiftly interjected, halting her motion. Reviving you is merely my duty. No, Chu Qin. Xiaowu shook her head. This time, I truly thank you. Silly girl. Chu Qin responded with a smile. How many times must I say it? There is no need for gratitude between us. Indeed. Xiaowu gazed earnestly into Chu Qin's eyes and nodded, then planted a kiss on his cheek. She knew she had entrusted her heart to the right person. Witnessing this exchange, Mei Hua watched Xiaowu and Chu Qin with a smile that radiated the tender affection a mother holds for her daughter. The two women continued to converse with Chu Qin for a while longer. Ultimately, Chu Qin stepped out of the room, granting Xiaowu and Mei Hua the opportunity for private moments together. Chu Qin stepped out of the room, stretching leisurely. He had fulfilled a long-held wish for his most beloved, bringing him immense joy. Host, do not celebrate too soon. The system's unfeeling notification echoed. Chu Qin's expression shifted dramatically, his brows knitting together. Do you remember I mentioned that you have only revived the soul of Mei Wu? The system replied. Therefore, Mei Wu cannot remain away from your body for too long. What does that mean? Chu Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Is it possible that Mei Wu has not fully resurrected? Indeed, the system confirmed. To completely revive Mei Wu, you must locate her body and supplement it with a millennium-old 9th-grade ginseng king or crystal dragon blood ginseng. Chu Qin's brow furrowed immediately. Although the conditions for resurrecting Mei Wu were not as stringent as those for the original character Xiaowu, Mei Wu had been deceased for many years. Where could a body be found? Mother. Chu Qin. Chu Qin. At that moment, the sound of Xiaowu's calls echoed within the room. Upon hearing the words, Chu Qin immediately rushed into the room. The first sight that met his eyes was Mei Wu, whose legs had vanished, her upper body appearing in a translucent state. Mother. What has happened to you? Xiaowu cried out in sheer terror. She had only just reunited with her mother, and now calamity had struck once more. Xiaowu. There is no need for alarm. Mei Wu replied with a smile. What has been revived is merely my spirit. I have not truly returned to life. Before Mei Wu could finish her sentence, she completely vanished from sight. Mother. Xiaowu screamed. Mother. Chu Qin. What does she mean? Tears streamed down Xiaowu's face as she anxiously turned to Chu Qin for answers. Chu Qin sighed deeply and replied to Xiaowu. Xiaowu. As your aunt has mentioned, the Pope possesses only her soul ring, thus she can only resurrect her spirit. To fully restore your aunt, we must locate her physical body. Initially, Chu Qin anticipated that Xiaowu would be despondent upon hearing this, but to his surprise, she inquired with astonishment, Chu Qin. Are you saying that as long as we have mother's body, we can completely bring her back? Taken aback, Chu Qin exclaimed, Xiaowu, do you possess your aunt's body? Yes. Xiaowu responded excitedly, after mother was slain by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Deming, Erming. And I gathered her remains and encased her within a cold cave in the depths of the Stardow Forest, using a millennium of ice to seal her. Splendid. Chu Qin rejoiced. As long as we can return your aunt's soul to her body, she will swiftly be revived. Is that true? Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Indeed, trust me, Chu Qin affirmed earnestly. As long as Mei Wu's body remains intact, He held no concern for the millennium-grade ginseng king. He had already contemplated an individual who he believed certainly possessed it. Meanwhile, seated upon her throne, Bibi Dong reflected upon the embrace shared between Chu Qin and Xiaowu. Her mood soured further with each thought. Although she bore no animosity towards Xiaowu, she felt a tinge of displeasure at the sight of Chu Qin growing intimate with another so soon after claiming her body. Nevertheless, she mused that had she not been so adamant about leaving your holiness. At that moment, the voice of the palace knights resonated from outside. Begone! Did I not make it clear that I am in no mood to see anyone? Bibi Dong retorted vehemently towards the door. Your holiness, Elder Chu Qin requests an audience. The knight replied. Upon hearing this, the clouds of worry on Bibi Dong's face dissipated, replaced by a subtle smile, before she feigned a serious demeanor and commanded. Let him enter. The grand doors of the Pope's palace swung open. Chu Qin stepped inside and closed the door firmly. No one is permitted to enter without my command, he declared. Subsequently, Bibi Dong called out towards the entrance, Elder Chu Qin, you have arrived. She rose to her feet, her demeanor still somewhat frigid. Yet, beneath that icy exterior, there was a palpable trace of resentment, suggesting that her coldness was but a fade. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's lips curled into a slight smirk. And with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, he swept Bibi Dong into his embrace, subsequently taking his seat upon the papal throne. He then positioned Bibi Dong upon his lap, ensuring that her form was firmly pressed against his thigh. Bibi Dong, a figure of immense strength, quickly grasped the situation, however. She made no attempt to evade it. Even so, she spoke with a mix of excitement and a hint of grievance. Chu Qin, this is the papal chamber. With a scoff, he retorted, the doors are closed, and no one is allowed in. What pretense of being the Pope is this? Moreover, last night during that particular moment, you kept nestling into my embrace. I did not see you being so proper then. Chu Qin paid no heed to whether Bibi Dong was the iron-blooded Pope, in his eyes. Any woman under her dominion must exhibit unwavering submission. While Bibi Dong's martial spirit had evolved, Chu Qin, despite his earlier uncertainties, felt a surge of confidence, convinced that he had conquered her the previous night. Indeed, as he pierced through her thoughts, coupled with the fervor of their prior escapade, a rosy hue graced Bibi Dong's cheeks. Ah, your holiness, after toiling with me through the night, you simply donned your trousers and fled this morning. Observing her reaction, Chu Qin boldly jested. That was merely a misstep on my part, Bibi Dong responded, a hint of guilt lacing her words. Very well, I harbor no grievances, yet I require your assistance, Chu Qin remarked. Sensing her seriousness and ceasing his playful banter. What do you need me for? She inquired. Your tone seems laced with melancholy. What troubles you? Chu Qin gently prodded, his voice imbued with tenderness. Who has wronged you? Humph, who else could it be but you? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. Me? Chu Qin replied, taken aback. And what of your little girlfriend in the pink dress? Bibi Dong retorted, nibbling her crimson lip. You must be referring to Xiaowu. She is at the Lihan Hotel. Chu Qin responded with a smile. Tell me, Donger, are you perhaps feeling envious? Who would be envious of you? Bibi Dong averted her gaze, feigning indifference. Well, if you weren't, I would be concerned, for I have an abundance of women. I doubt you could handle the competition. Chu Qin replied with a nonchalant grin. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Bibi Dong feigned anger. Not at all. I genuinely have a matter of importance to discuss. Chu Qin's demeanor shifted to one of sincerity. I seek a particular item from you. What is it? Bibi Dong asked, curiosity piqued. A 10,000-year 9-rank ginseng king. Do you possess one? Or perhaps a crystal dragon blood ginseng? Chu Qin inquired. As it happens, I do have a crystal dragon blood ginseng. Bibi Dong nodded knowingly. Just as I suspected you would. Chu Qin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Such divine herbs, while rare, were surely within the grasp of one as formidable as Bibi Dong, who commanded half the soul masters in existence. Hand it over, Chu Qin commanded. Not so fast. Bibi Dong replied, a trace of pride in her tone. You can't simply demand it. That would be quite unbecoming. And what is it that you desire in return? Chu Qin asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Bibi Dong initially contemplated suggesting another intimate encounter with Chu Qin. After all, who could resist the allure of first love? However, realizing they were in the Pope's palace, she dismissed the thought. Very well, I shall give it to you. Now that is more agreeable. Bibi Dong retrieved the crystal dragon blood ginseng from her soul-guiding container and presented it to Chu Qin. Such is the advantage of having a good partner. While others may spend a lifetime searching for a crystal dragon blood ginseng, Chu Qin had obtained it with ease. One must admit, sometimes indulging in a soft life is rather delightful. Yet, Chu Qin was not one to take advantage without reciprocity. He placed the ginseng into the soul-guiding container and then presented Bibi Dong with a precious herb designated for her. What is this? Bibi Dong queried, a hint of puzzlement in her expression. A gift for you. You are my woman, and as a man, it is only right that I do not take your treasures without offering something in return, Chu Qin replied. Who is your woman? Bibi Dong pouted, her alluring lips forming a small frown. Seeing this, Chu Qin gently tugged at Bibi Dong's fair and flawless lips, saying, pout again. Bibi Dong, unwilling to yield, let out a delicate hum, exuding a certain charm reminiscent of a spirited woman. Chu Qin no longer teased Bibi Dong. Instead, he handed her the mystical herb and earnestly said, consume it, and you shall experience unexpected gains. Unexpected gains? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows in curiosity and inquired, "What are they?" "You will only know once you consume it." Chu Qin replied with a faint smile. In truth, he was unaware of the herb's effects. However, he was confident that the system would not bring harm to Bibi Dong. Without further hesitation, Bibi Dong swallowed the luminescent purple herb. "How do you feel?" Chu Qin asked. "It seems I feel nothing at all." Bibi Dong shook her head. "That cannot be." Chu Qin expressed his confusion. In the next moment, a brilliant purple light erupted from Bibi Dong, and a violent, fierce aura surged forth from within her being. This presence was utterly terrifying, as if a malevolent spirit from the depths of the underworld had descended upon the mortal realm, bringing with it a chilling atmosphere. "This is the power of my second spirit, the soul-devouring spider emperor, the strength of the Rakshasa." Bibi Dong's pupils dilated in shock. A wave of profound fear washing over her. She then turned to Chu Qin and exclaimed, "Chu Qin, do not look at me." Confusion clouded Chu Qin's mind. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to Bibi Dong's wishes and turned his head away. At that moment, two colossal spider phantoms materialized behind her, representing her martial souls. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Simultaneously, grotesque, dark green patterns, resembling centipedes, crawled across her flawless visage and enveloped her entire form. This was the reason Bibi Dong had requested Chu Qin to avert his gaze. Her twin martial souls were immensely powerful, yet they bestowed upon her an exceedingly hideous exterior. Consequently, the beauty-loving Bibi Dong never revealed her full strength in public. After all, what would the outside world think upon witnessing the repugnant appearance of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the leader of the Soul Master Realm? Moreover, Chu Qin was the man she cherished. Bibi Dong was engulfed in sheer terror. "What's wrong, Donger?" Chu Qin inquired with curiosity. "Please, don't turn around, Chu Qin. I beg you." Bibi Dong pleaded desperately. At that moment, a swirl of purple flames ignited around her, incinerating her violet golden gown and the intricate crown atop her head. Bibi Dong, now filled with dread, hastily enveloped herself in her soul power, leaving her utterly bare. "What kind of celestial herb is this you've given me?" Chu Qin fumed inwardly. "Rest assured, host, this is a normal occurrence." The system replied. "This celestial herb not only enhances Bibi Dong as soul power, but also facilitates the evolution of her martial souls, eliminating the malevolent aura of the Rakshasa god, ultimately transforming her into a being of true perfection." Upon hearing this, Chu Qin felt a surge of joy. Indeed, at that moment, Bibi Dong gradually calmed down. Although her body remained shrouded in the opaque soul power she had conjured, the grotesque patterns had completely vanished. In their stead, a pristine, flawless beauty emerged, radiant and unblemished. Furthermore, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor and Death Spider Emperor behind her began their metamorphosis. They evolved simultaneously into two ethereal figures. These figures bore a striking resemblance to one another, both adorned with crowns, exuding beauty and majesty, and upon closer inspection, they bore a resemblance to Bibi Dong herself. The only discernible difference was that one was clad in black armor, while the other donned dark green armor. The Soul-Devouring Empress and the Death Empress. These were Bibi Dong's two newly evolved martial souls. At this moment, Bibi Dong's closed eyes slowly opened, revealing an even more exquisite gaze. "I never anticipated that this celestial herb would lead to the evolution of my martial souls." Bibi Dong exclaimed with delight, a smile gracing her lips. She then turned her attention to Chu Qin beside her, rising to her feet. "Chu Qin, it's all right. You may turn around now." Chu Qin had long harbored the desire to act upon this notion. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he immediately turned around, and the sight before him caused his heart to race. There stood Bibi Dong, unadorned and utterly exposed, presenting everything without reservation to Chu Qin's gaze. It is said that for any goddess who harbors 100% affection towards a man, the interference in the system's choices becomes profound. The greater the goddess's fondness for her host, the deeper her animosity towards that man grows. Ultimately, this culminates in a life and death rivalry. Thus, Yu Xiaogang shall endure the torments inflicted by both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. As they embarked towards the Stardow Forest, Chu Qin expressed concern. "Donger, are you all right? Where are your clothes? Have you not seen such a sight before? Why the surprise?" Bibi Dong replied with a slight smile. "Chu Qin, I am grateful for your celestial herb." Chu Qin feigned curiosity. "The celestial herb has allowed my martial soul to evolve," Bibi Dong stated. As she donned a resplendent red gown and summoned forth the Death Empress from within. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Bibi Dong, Chu Qin's spirits lifted. "This is truly splendid. Thank you." Bibi Dong returned his gratitude with a smile. "No, I must repay you." "There is no need for repayment. You have already gifted me the crystal dragon blood ginseng." Chu Qin replied. Bibi Dong shook her head. "The crystal dragon blood ginseng pales in comparison to the value of this celestial herb. Now, Chu Qin, speak your desires. I can grant you anything. Since you belong to me, what else is there to give?" Chu Qin retorted playfully. Bibi Dong responded with a gentle smile. "Donger, since your martial soul has also evolved," Chu Qin continued, "I shall take my leave for a while." Bibi Dong's brows furrowed in concern. "You intend to depart?" "I must be away for some time," Chu Qin affirmed with a nod. "Is it truly necessary for you to go?" Bibi Dong's expression darkened with worry. Chu Qin shook his head. He must venture into the Stardow Forest. Everything is now prepared. All that remains is to locate the body of Xiaowu. who has transformed into a human form as a soul beast, faces greater peril in the Star Dough Forest than in the human realm. Chu Qin naturally could not rest assured to let her go alone. How about this, Donger? If you do not wish to part from me, accompany me. Chu Qin said with a faint smile. Where to? Bai Dong inquired. To the Star Dough Forest. Chu Qin replied. The Star Dough Forest? Bai Dong exclaimed in astonishment. What purpose do we have there? To attend to a matter that must be addressed, Chu Qin responded, as the Pope. You cannot leave at will, can you? Indeed, Bai Dong conceded helplessly. Then it's settled. Chu Qin declared, Donger, while I am away, I entrust my women, your sisters, to your care. Do you not and Tian in the Star Dough Forest have already awakened? Even though Chu Qin has formidable allies like Su Daji and Medusa, he dares not take all his women with him. At most, he would bring 2 or 3. Very well, their safety shall be entrusted to me. Bai Dong sighed softly. When do we depart? Immediately, we shall return swiftly. All right. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong nestled somewhat unhappily into Chu Qin's embrace. Chu Qin was aware that Bibi Dong was somewhat discontented, particularly since she had recently experienced unparalleled ecstasy. However, there was little that could be done, after all. She was the architect of her own predicament. While Chu Qin would never inflict harm upon her, a minor reprimand was certainly in order. Upon his return from the Star Dough Forest, he would engage Bibi Dong in a friendly contest of skills. Thus, Chu Qin set forth toward the Star Dough Forest. Accompanied by Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Yi Lingling, it was needless to say that Xiaowu was determined to go, as her mother had been resurrected. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiaowu, inseparable companions, insisted tearfully on joining him, leaving Chu Qin with no recourse. Yi Lingling also expressed her desire to undergo some training. And considering her dragon blood enhancement, Chu Qin acquiesced and included her in the group. It turned out that Ziji also wished to accompany them, but Chu Qin firmly declined her request. After all, bringing her along would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Gu Yuna's mind. Simultaneously, Chu Qin entrusted the blue-eyed Dragon King with the task of guarding Zhu Zhuyun. While Dugubo and Ziji would protect the remaining women, he chose to take only Su Daji and Medusa with him. In her heart, Chu Qin pondered the swift return, believing that within a fortnight, they should be able to endure. The journey from the Hall of Spirits to the Star Dough Forest was not particularly distant, however. It consumed approximately 2 to 3 days. The Star Dough Forest was vast, nestled at the confluence of the Tiandou and Xinglua empires. This time, the location from which Chu Qin and her companions entered the Star Dough Forest was entirely different from their previous entry point from Shrek Academy. Chu Qin, may I inquire as to the purpose of our visit to the Star Dough Forest? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Is it perhaps for the soul rings? Indeed. Acquiring soul rings is one aspect, Chu Qin acknowledged with a nod. This was not untrue. Chu Qin had long since surpassed the 80th level yet had not obtained a soul ring. Thus, this expedition to the Star Dough Forest provided an opportunity to secure one. However, Chu Qin was not reckless. After all, Emperor Tian had awakened, and the soul rings she sought were at least of the fierce beast grade. Engaging in conflict with fierce beasts could easily lead to a confrontation with Gu Yuna and Emperor Tian, which was not something Chu Qin desired. That said, Chu Qin was not intimidated. Gu Yuna lacked combat prowess, and Emperor Tian alone might not be a match for Su Daji. Moreover, he had both Medusa and the Sword Princess at his side. As long as the rulers of the entire Star Dough Forest were not present, Chu Qin felt no fear. What about the other aspect? Ning Rongrong inquired further. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin turned to Xiaowu. Very well, Rongrong. There is something I have long withheld from you. Xiaowu replied, in truth, I am a soul beast. Xiaowu, you are a soul beast? Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong. And Yu Lingling exclaimed in unison. Indeed. Xiaowu nodded. Chu Qin continued. Xiaowu is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. 100,000-year soul beast. The others gasped in astonishment. Ning Rongrong, Chu Qin, and Lingling, this matter must remain a secret. Chu Qin admonished in a hushed tone. Understood. The 3 women nodded in agreement. So, are we accompanying Xiaowu home? Ning Rongrong inquired. Subsequently, Chu Qin elucidated the purpose of their journey to Ning Rongrong and the others. How outrageous! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face aflame with anger. To dare harm Xiaowu's mother. Chu Qin, if you do not assist, I shall summon my father and Grandpa Jin to take action. We must avenge Xiaowu. Chu Qin could not help but smile at that moment. Not to mention that Ning Fengji and his companions could not possibly defeat Bibi Dong. Even if they could, how could Chu Qin allow Bibi Dong to be harmed? Hearing this, Xiaowu glanced at Chu Qin with a hint of helplessness. While Chu Qin turned to Ning Rongrong with a smile, saying, Rongrong, why must we cultivate so many grievances in this life? Indeed, Xiaowu chimed in, moreover. My mother will soon be resurrected. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, pondering that this was not Chu Qin's usual style. He had always been fiercely opposed to evil, especially when it came to protecting his loved ones, to the point of ensuring their enemies would not escape unscathed. All right, Rongrong, thank you for your words. But let us not dwell on such unhappy matters. Xiaowu said as she approached Ning Rongrong, taking her arm. Let us hasten to the cold pool and revive my mother. Yes, yes, Ning Rongrong responded with a smile. Subsequently, Chu Qin instructed the sword mistress to lead the way. And under Xiaowu's guidance, they journeyed deeper into the heart of the Star Dough Forest. Under the protection of the Sword Mistress, Chu Qin and his companions traveled safely through the Stardow Forest, which had undergone tremendous changes. Along the way, they encountered numerous carcasses of soul beasts, some of which were quite shocking. After inquiring with some of the soul beasts, Xiaowu learned that these were the results of the top predators from the core area. In fact, due to Chu Qin's blue-eyed Dragon King lineage, the Stardow Forest had evolved from the era ruled by the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python into the era of Gu Yuna and Emperor Tian. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were both herbivorous soul beasts, while the inhabitants of the Stardow Forest were formidable predators. They could not enter a state of dormancy for cultivation and had to hunt the soul beasts outside instead. For reasons unknown, these top predators were frequently active, leaving both soul masters and soul beasts in peril, rendering the Stardow Forest a veritable forbidden zone. This concerned Chu Qin, who felt that their journey into the Stardow Forest would not be peaceful. However, he could not abandon the mission halfway. As they ventured deeper, the trees became sparser yet taller, with some reaching heights of 100 meters, each resembling a small forest in itself. After all, the soul beasts residing deep within were of considerable size and required ample space to move. Up ahead is my home, the Lake of Life, Xiaowu exclaimed excitedly. Pointing forward, returning to her homeland filled her with a refreshing sense of familiarity. Xiaowu, your home is beautiful, Ning Rongrong marveled. Here, the remnants of soul beast carcasses had vanished, and the scenery within the Stardow Forest was exquisite. Various peculiar plants radiated a lustrous, multicolored glow, illuminating the area like a paradise. Kiki, Xiaowu smiled at Chu Qin as she held his hand, saying, once my mother is revived, Chu Qin, Rongrong, Chu Qin, Lingling, you must stay at my home for a while. Xiaowu, I would love to stay, Chu Qin replied gently. But your sister Ziji and the others are still waiting for us at the Spirit Hall. I was just joking, Xiaowu chuckled, realizing she had grown accustomed to the outside world, making her somewhat unadapted to the Stardow Forest. Oh, by the way, Chu Qin, sisters, Xiaowu continued. There is something I must tell you. I have two younger brothers who are also 100,000-year soul beasts, but they have not transformed into human forms. When you meet them, do not be surprised. Chu Qin, I remember that Erming seems to have met you before, right? Xiaowu inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, we met once, Chu Qin nodded. Just then, a violent tremor and a mournful roar echoed from not far ahead. The group was startled. That is Erming's voice, Xiaowu exclaimed, immediately rushing forward, with Chu Qin and the others following closely behind. Soon, they arrived beside a gigantic lake, and their expressions changed drastically. At that moment, three soul beasts were engaged in a fierce battle in the lake center. One of them was the Titan Giant Ape, which Chu Qin had seen before. The other two included a serpent-like creature about 60 meters long, with a robust body resembling a barrel, but with a massive bull's head instead of a serpent's. Its horns alone measured 5 to 6 meters long. The other soul beast was over 5 meters long, incredibly robust, resembling a lion, yet possessing 3 identical heads, each with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, with fearsome fangs gleaming with a golden hue. These two soul beasts were Xiaowu's brothers, the Sky Blue Bull Python and one of the rulers from the core area, the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King was a formidable beast nearing 300,000 years in age. Thus, it was evident that against the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, the compact yet powerful Scarlet King not only held its ground but also seemed to have the upper hand. Both the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape bore numerous wounds and bloodstains, a truly harrowing sight. Erming, Xiaowu cried out in anguish. Xiaowu Jia. Both the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape exclaimed in surprise. The Sky Blue Bull Python then shouted, Xiaowu Jia. You must flee back to the human world. Before Xiaowu could respond, Chu Qin had already manifested the demonic god spear, directing his gaze toward the Sword Mistress. Fire God Sword, true form. The Sword Mistress instantly understood, as 9 terrifying soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, flickered beneath her feet. And the Fire God Sword expanded in an instant. Erming, get out of the way, Chu Qin shouted. In the next moment, the Sword Mistress's 40-meter-long Fire God Sword slashed toward the Scarlet King's body. Faced with this sudden powerful foe, the Scarlet King's 3 heads and 6 eyes narrowed simultaneously. And then 3 massive mouths opened wide, unleashing 3 torrents of flames to meet the Sword Mistress's strike. However, the Scarlet King's cultivation was merely around 200,000 years, at most comparable to a peak 97th level Douluo, while the Sword Mistress was a 98th level title Douluo with a divine level martial soul, the Fire God Sword. Thus, as the sword struck, the 3 torrents of flames were cleaved apart, and the Scarlet King's immense body was sent flying like a projectile, crashing into several rows of giant trees before finally coming to a halt. Who are you? The Scarlet King exclaimed, astonished, as it gazed at the Sword Mistress hovering in the air. The one who will slay you. The Sword Mistress replied coldly. Humph, arrogant. The Scarlet King chuckled darkly, its body igniting in flames, charging toward the Sword Mistress like a fiery meteor. 6th soul skill, Fire God S Annihilation. The Sword Mistress roared, swiftly swinging the Fire God Sword through the air, creating a massive character for annihilation that surged toward the Scarlet King. With a thunderous explosion, The Sword Mistress's fire god Annihilation collided with the Scarlet King's body midair. This time, the Scarlet King was blasted apart, blood and flesh scattering as it fell to the ground. At this point, the Scarlet King finally realized that this woman before it was beyond its capability to defeat, and it quickly turned to flee toward the outskirts of the Lake of Life. However, before it could make a move, Chu Qin's hand had already transformed into a dragon's claw, pointing directly at the center of its 3 heads, declaring, "You think you can run after attacking? It won't be that easy." Chu Qin was filled with excitement, for he was in dire need of the 8th spirit ring, and he could not afford to let the Crimson King slip away. "Human!" the Crimson King exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and dread in his voice. "Do you dare to kill me in the Stardow Forest? I assure you, you will not leave this place alive." "Humph." Chu Qin smirked. "The outcome for me is something you shall never witness. Dragon God transformation. Dragon blood enhancement." At the same time, the 4 spirit rings beneath Yi Lingling surged, bestowing upon Chu Qin an impeccable augmentation. As his words fell, Chu Qin's dragon claw lunged towards the forehead of the Crimson King. Seeing this, the Crimson King summoned flames all over his body, channeling all his spirit power to protect himself. However, in his severely weakened state, the Crimson King, with barely a fraction of his strength remaining, stood no chance against Chu Qin, who was empowered by the Dragon God transformation and Yi Lingling's support. In an instant, the protective spirit power of the Crimson King was pierced directly by Chu Qin's dragon claw. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a peculiar cat cry suddenly echoed from the distant jungle. The sound was not only jarring but also disorienting, compelling everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Chu Qin realized that this was a form of psychic attack and immediately shielded himself and the 4 girls with his soul power. Just then, the body of the Crimson King vanished before Chu Qin's eyes. In the next instant, both Chu Qin and the Sword Princess reacted, discovering a colossal feline creature carrying the Crimson King as it departed from the Lake of Life. It was the Nether Spirit Cat. Zhu Zhiqing exclaimed in surprise. She was all too familiar with the cat's appearance. It resembled her martial spirit perfectly. This was the first time she had encountered a Nether Spirit Cat of such immense stature, towering at several dozen meters. "Pursue!" Chu Qin shouted towards the Sword Princess. "Brother Chu Qin, don't chase," came the feeble voice of Ming. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin relinquished the pursuit and led the Sword Maiden back to the side of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. "Daming, Ming, what was that soul beast just now, and why did it attack you?" Xiaowu inquired, her voice tinged with urgency and surprise. "I have no idea," Ming replied, shaking his head. "About a year or 2 ago, on the night I was chasing after Sister Xiaowu, the Stardow Forest suddenly erupted in chaos. Many formidable soul beasts emerged from the caverns beneath the Stardow Forest." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu immediately recalled the events that had transpired back then. Certainly, Chu Qin was well aware of the intricacies surrounding this matter, understanding that these soul beasts emerged in search of the azure-eyed Dragon King. However, he found himself puzzled as to why those soul beasts would resort to attacking them. Were they not allies? Not at all. In truth, "We initially had no grievances with them," replied the celestial blue bull python, shaking its head. "Yet, over the years, this group of malevolent beasts has slaughtered far too many of our soul beasts. Both Daiming and I, unable to contain our anger, took action against some of their kin. Consequently, we became the targets of their relentless pursuit." Sighing deeply, the Titan Great Ape remarked, "The soul beasts in that region have always been at odds with us. It was their kind that ultimately claimed the life of Sister Xiaowu's father." Suddenly realized that the Emperor Tian and his companions, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, were not part of the same system. Indeed, the original text recounts that the father of Xiaowu was also a 100,000-year soul beast, who met his demise upon venturing into the core area. It is no wonder that the Crimson King would slay the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, as the latter two were once the sovereigns of the Stardow Forest. How could the awakened kings possibly tolerate their existence? A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. As for the relationship between Ziji and Xiaowu, it stems from another layer of complexity. In recent days, Deming and I have been hiding by the Lake of Life, too fearful to venture out. The Sky Blue Bull Python sighed, stating that had it not been for Aunt Mei Wu's body being here, Deming and I would have long since fled the Stardow Forest. "Is Mother-S body still here?" Xiaowu hurriedly inquired. "It lies at the bottom of the Lake of Life. We have been guarding it diligently," replied the Sky Blue Bull Python. "Deming, Ming, you have endured much suffering," Xiaowu lamented, for she came to resurrect her mother and nearly lost her 2 brothers in the process. Chu Qin also sighed deeply. He resolved that this journey would not only aim to revive the enchanting dance but also to eliminate the peril posed by the Azure Sky Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. The key to dispelling this danger lies with Guyana. The strength of Chu Qin is formidable, bolstered by the presence of Su Daji, Medusa, and a plethora of soul beast experience cards. Releasing them all could easily lead to the demise of Emperor Tian and his companions. However, his only fear lies with Guyana. Despite her grave injuries, he finds himself at a disadvantage against his future beloved. "Host, I recognize this as a blatant hint." The system notification chimed. "Ding. Goddess mission initiated. Sacrifice the heavenly dream eye silkworm as the 8th soul ring to attain a 300% affinity with Guyana." the goddess mission for Gu Yuna has truly arrived. Chu Qin expressed his delight. System, you perfectly align with my desires. However, he pondered, wait. Sacrificing the heavenly dream ice silkworm to obtain the 8th soul ring poses quite the challenge, if memory serves him right. The heavenly dream ice silkworm should currently be in the heart of the Stardow forest, being absorbed by Emperor Tian and his allies as if it were an experienced treasure. Chu Qin, this is akin to snatching food from a ferocious tiger. Nevertheless, Chu Qin must make the attempt. By the way, Sister Xiaowu, let us flee swiftly. At this moment, the Titan giant ape remarked that the ferocious beast in the core area had already awakened. They are formidable and will undoubtedly seek revenge upon us. Especially, they possess a black dragon king, whose power can only be described as terrifying. Daming, perhaps you should leave first. Xiaowu paused momentarily and said, I must resurrect my mother first. Ah, Sister Xiaowu, have you already discovered a way to revive Aunt Meiwu? Daming exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Xiaowu replied. There is no time for explanation. We must act swiftly, Chu Qin. Perhaps you should leave first. I shall resurrect my mother alone. Finally, Xiaowu turned to Chu Qin, unwilling for anyone to fall into danger on her behalf. Xiaowu, if I were to abandon you, could I still consider myself a man? Chu Qin retorted, somewhat exasperated. Here is the plan. Sword Princess Daming and Erming, you shall take Chu Qin, Rongrong, and Ling Ling and depart first. Xiaowu and I will revive her mother and then join you. No way. To his surprise, Chu Qin and Ning Rongrong spoke in unison. And even Yu Ling Ling echoed their sentiments. Given Chu Qin has concern for them, how could they not reciprocate that concern for his safety? Sigh, very well. Chu Qin felt deeply moved yet sighed softly. You all remain here, Xiaowu, and I will return shortly. With that, Chu Qin took Xiaowu's hand and leaped into the lake of life. Although Chu Qin was aware of the lake's profound depths, for it was capable of accommodating the enormous Tianqing Niumang, the depth of the lake of life exceeded his imagination. As Chu Qin and Xiaowu ventured deeper, approximately 5,000 meters down, the surrounding environment was engulfed in darkness, illuminated solely by the ethereal glow of their spirit rings. With not a trace of sunlight to be found, the temperature plummeted dramatically. Fortunately, they finally discovered a cave situated at the bottom of the life lake. This cave was evidently imbued with spirit power, preventing the lake's waters from intruding within. Inside, the walls shimmered with luminous ice, creating a perfect ice cavern. Ahead lay a passageway, and Chu Qin and Xiaowu proceeded inward along it. This cave was left by my father, Xiaowu remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as they walked. He is a frost spirit rabbit, and it is thanks to this cave that my mother's body remains preserved. Indeed, Chu Qin discerned the sorrow in her words, gently taking her hand and offering a warm smile. Xiaowu, the departed are no more. Do not dwell too much on their memories. Yes, Xiaowu replied. Our primary objective now is to resurrect my mother and safely escort Deming and Erming out of the Stardow forest. Before long, they reached the end of the passageway, revealing a colossal ice sculpture before them. The sculpture appeared translucent, and within it lay a massive, pink, supple-boned charm rabbit, peacefully resting, utterly motionless. Without a doubt, it was the body of Meiwu. This ice is remarkably unique, Chu Qin exclaimed, awestruck by the glistening frost before him. Indeed, Xiaowu smiled. Chu Qin, do not underestimate this ice. It is known as eternal ice essence, impervious to melting. Legend has it that spirit beasts consuming it can rapidly enhance their cultivation. This may be the only piece in the entire Stardow forest. And my father had a difficult time finding it. Is that so? Chu Qin nodded slightly, then let us break the ice essence and prepare to resurrect your mother. Yes. Yes. Xiaowu eagerly agreed. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before Chu Qin and Xiaowu. They discovered a peculiar creature lying beside the ice sculpture. This unknown being was a soft, cotton-like white, curled up in a ball, resembling a massive clump of cotton. What is this? Xiaowu gasped in astonishment. Chu Qin felt a twinge of uncertainty as he cautiously approached the young Xiaowu, shielding her from the impending threat. At that moment, the creature stirred. Emerging from its coiled cottony body, a massive head materializing as it leisurely opened its small mouth to gnaw at a nearby ice sculpture. Stop, Xiaowu exclaimed, witnessing the creature's intent to devour the frozen form of Chifeng Meimu. Who dares to intimidate my Tianming brother? Startled, the creature spun around, addressing Chu Qin and Xiaowu in human tongue. In that instant, they beheld its true form, a colossal ice silkworm. Its head was plump, measuring over a meter in diameter, and its length stretched approximately 6 or 7 meters. The creature gleamed with a lustrous white hue, translucent and radiant, with a shimmering aura pulsating beneath its surface. To their astonishment, it possessed a pair of glistening golden eyes atop its head. What manner of insect are you? Xiaowu gasped in disbelief. You are the insect. Your entire family is a swarm of insects. The Tianming ice silkworm, sensing no trace of soul beast energy within Chu Qin and Xiaowu, retorted arrogantly. I'm the Tianming ice silkworm, a bona fide entity of 999,000 years. Impossible. These are but two humans. If I reveal my identity, they may exploit my exquisite form for a soul ring. Tianming brother, Tianming ice silkworm. Chu Qin, connecting the creature's shape and its previous words. Recalled the Tianning ice silkworm that had been captured by Emperor Tian. Was this not precisely his mission? Chu Qin was utterly astonished. He could not fathom how the dream ice silkworm had found its way here. Unbeknownst to Chu Qin, on that fateful day, the dream ice silkworm had seized the opportunity to escape from the realm of the kings, while Emperor Tian, Guyuna, and the others were preoccupied with the search for the azure-eyed Dragon King, utilizing the last remnants of its psychic energy. Starved and famished, the dream ice silkworm caught a whiff of the long-sealed ice essence of the enchanting dance, which led it to this location. Additionally, due to the turmoil caused by the soul beasts, neither the celestial blue bull python nor the titan giant ape dared to dwell in the lake of life, thus allowing it to remain undisturbed. Consequently, the dream ice silkworm found itself indulging once more in a leisurely existence akin to that of the northern lands, alternating between feasting and slumber. At this moment, Xiaowu, filled with indignation, was poised to strike, yet Chu Qin restrained her, urging, "Xiaowu, this is a valuable entity. Do not act hastily." The system required the dream ice silkworm to make a sacrifice, and Chu Qin could not resort to killing it outright. "Who are you to trespass upon the domain of my dream brother?" The dream ice silkworm brazenly inquired, regarding Xiaowu and Chu Qin with unabashed audacity. "Impertinent!" Xiaowu retorted with fierce anger. "This place was bequeathed to me by my father. Enough. I am disinclined to engage in further discourse." With that, the dream ice silkworm unleashed a formidable aura from its delicate mouth, which swiftly coalesced into white silk, aiming at Chu Qin and Xiaowu. However, Chu Qin unsheathed his ice sword and with a mere flick, dispelled the dream ice silkworm's silken assault. Despite having slumbered for several 100,000 years and being a soul beast of nearly 1 million years, its offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. Coupled with the long-term consumption by Emperor Tian and his ilk, its combat prowess paled in comparison to an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, rendering it no match for Chu Qin. "What?" The dream ice silkworm exclaimed in alarm. "This is dire. I cannot prevail. Flee." Resolute, it tore through the fabric of space beneath itself, hastily burrowing into the rift. Yet, halfway through its escape, it found itself unable to move. Chu Qin's hand grasped the corpulent form of Tiangming ice silkworm, forcibly extracting it from the spatial passage. "Ouch!" Tiangming ice silkworm exclaimed as it was thrown against the icy wall, crying out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowu unleashed a series of grappling techniques, mercilessly pummeling Tiangming ice silkworm. "Run! Keep running!" Xiaowu shouted in anger as she clapped her hands. "No more running, no more running." Tiangming ice silkworm replied, "Please spare me. Brothers, I am but a useless being, of no value to you humans. Just let me go, as if it were a mere fart." "You are not useless," Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. "You are the Tiangming ice silkworm, a soul beast of 99,000 years. How could you possibly be worthless?" "What? How do you know this?" Both Chu Qin and Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. "Who is the soul beast of 99,000 years?" Tiangming ice silkworm thought to itself. "I am such a fool. Why did I admit it without evidence?" "Regardless of whether you admit it or not, you have two paths before you," Chu Qin stated coolly. "First, you can perish by my hand. Second, you may choose to sacrifice yourself willingly." "Why should I? I will never offer myself to you," Tiangming ice silkworm retorted. "I know you are now a broken shell of your former self, with little time left." Chu Qin continued. "If you sacrificed yourself to me, perhaps you may still have a chance at survival." "I refuse," Tiangming ice silkworm answered defiantly. "I am a noble soul beast of 99,000 years. I would never sacrifice myself to a human, even in death." "Very well, then I shall have no choice but to kill you." Chu Qin smiled. "But consider this. Once you are dead, your beloved Ice Emperor will be forever lost to another." "How do you know about the Ice Emperor?" Tiangming ice silkworm gasped in shock. "That is not for you to know," Chu Qin replied. "Tiangming ice silkworm, you can either die by my hand, after which I shall feast upon your remains, or you can sacrifice yourself to me, and I can assure you that you will see the Ice Emperor again." Chu Qin held the undeniable advantage, feeling unbound by any constraints. Indeed, he spoke truthfully. He could allow Tiangming ice silkworm to see the Ice Emperor, though he never implied he would unite them. After all, the Ice Emperor was one of the goddesses, and she belonged to him. Chu Qin had originally believed that Tiangming ice silkworm would choose to sacrifice itself, especially after invoking the Ice Emperor. However, Tiangming ice silkworm seemed ungrateful, thinking, "Just because you say I can see the Ice Emperor does not mean it is true. I know you covet my body and my 99,000-year spirit ring. Alas, Ice Emperor, it seems I am destined to be apart from you in this lifetime. Very well, I have endured enough torment in this Stardow forest. I shall fight back." In the next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Tiangming ice silkworm. Instantly, Chu Qin felt a slight tremor in his mind, while Xiaowu clutched her head, racked by intense pain. "How dare you harm Xiaowu?" Chu Qin seethed with fury. He charged towards Tiangming ice silkworm, delivering a crushing blow. "I shall not live any longer." Tiangming ice silkworm roared in rage. As soon as the words left its mouth, a golden light began to radiate from its body. "Not good, Chu Qin. It seems it is about to self-destruct," Xiaowu exclaimed in alarm. Chu Qin had not anticipated the extreme nature of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. It was somewhat beyond his expectations. The notion of self-detonation was not so easily realized. As he spoke, Chu Qin directed his soul power towards the heavenly dream ice silkworm. endeavoring to thwart its actions. Simultaneously, two radiant lights, one pink and one red, illuminated the vicinity, heralding the arrival of Su Daji and Medusa, two unparalleled beauties, who gracefully descended beside Chu Qin. In the next moment, Su Daji and Medusa acted in unison, employing their soul power to directly bind the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. While the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm was unmatched in mental prowess, its soul power was woefully inadequate, rendering it no match for Chu Qin and his companions. The self-detonation of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm ceased abruptly. "What on earth are you planning?" it exclaimed in horror. "Are you absolutely certain you will not sacrifice yourself?" Chu Qin pressed, his frustration mounting as the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm remained obstinate. "I refuse to sacrifice myself, even unto death." The heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm retorted defiantly. "I shall never yield to a mere human. Chu Qin, allow me to handle this." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in Chu Qin's ear. As the soul of Mei Wu reappeared beside him, "Mother," Xiaowu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Indeed," Mei Wu replied with a gentle smile towards Xiaowu. Before turning her attention to Chu Qin, "Chu Qin, I possess the ability to use my mental power to ensnare its mind and compel the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm to sacrifice itself." Upon hearing this, Chu Qin furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware that the spiritual power of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm was exceptionally formidable. However, faced with the obstinate creature, he found himself with no alternative means. Thus, he nodded and cautioned, "Auntie, please be careful. Rest assured." As Mei Wu's voice lingered, a pink radiance erupted from her eyes, directing its focus toward the golden orbs of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. In the next moment, the body of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm began to sway, gradually succumbing to Mei Wu's enchanting abilities. Yet, soon after, a powerful golden light emanated from within the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, attempting to dispel Mei Wu's enchantment. Trying to play mind games before me?" Just as the creature finished its thought, two even stronger waves of spiritual energy pierced through it, emanating from Medusa and Su Daji. Instantaneously, the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm was engulfed in excruciating pain. Although it was the most potent spiritual soul beast in the history of Douluo continent, it had already been severely weakened by Tian and his companions. Furthermore, it was no longer a million-year-old soul beast, but merely a 99,000-year-old one. Therefore, under the vigorous interference of Su Daji and Medusa, the spiritual barrier of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm began to crumble. "Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. I was wrong." The heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm cried out. "I agree to the sacrifice. Just cease this torment." Upon hearing this, Su Daji and the others halted their mental assault. Chu Qin, with a cold demeanor, cautioned, "Heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, you would do well not to attempt any deceit before me. Otherwise, rest assured." The heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm replied, still trembling with trepidation. "I assure you, I'm not like those rascals from the Stardow Forest, who invited me to their abode only to treat me like a Millennium Ice Marrow. However, human," the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm continued, gazing intently at Chu Qin. "If I sacrifice myself to you, will you truly take me to meet the Ice Emperor?" Chu Qin remained silent. In that instant when the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm attacked Xiaowu, all affection he had for it dissipated entirely. "Enough with the nonsense. If you do not sacrifice, then perish," Su Daji exclaimed furiously. "Sigh, it seems I must accept my fate," Chu Qin lamented, acknowledging the inevitable. Under the eaves of fate, the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm was compelled to bow its head. In the next moment, the body of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm ignited, and ultimately, the flames consumed its form, transforming it into a radiant golden light that surged into Chu Qin's being. In an instant, he felt a jolt within his mind. He swiftly summoned his martial soul's spirit rings, adjusting his state to its optimal condition, as he resolutely endured the mental onslaught from the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. The sheer terror of its spiritual power was well documented in the original narrative. It was recorded that a sacrifice to a spirit-type title Douluo resulted in the latter's demise from the overwhelming impact. However, who was Chu Qin? With his sixth spirit ring possessing the essence of a 100,000-year spirit ring, coupled with the Liuli diamond body and a myriad of secret techniques acquired from his endeavors, his physical resilience far surpassed that of any title Douluo. Even so, while his body remained intact, his mind began to experience a tumultuous assault. As the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm induced waves of excruciating pain within him, Chu Qin, Xiaowu cried out in anguish upon witnessing his distress. "Xiaowu, do not disturb him," Mei Wu interjected. "He is undergoing the sacrifice from the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. Any interruption could lead to his utter ruin." At that moment, accompanied by a resounding roar, an endless golden radiance erupted from Chu Qin's exterior. This brilliant light was extraordinarily blinding, illuminating the entire ice cavern. Furthermore, an immensely potent spiritual force was unleashed, causing the life lake and even the surrounding space to tremble in response. This energy was soon detected by those in the realm of kings, finally tracing the essence of the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm. "Xiangjun, accompany me to the life lake." Yes. Simultaneously, beneath Chu Qin's feet, the spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold, suddenly manifested a resplendent golden ring with a hint of crimson at its edges. This signified that this spirit ring was nearing the realm of a million-year spirit ring, although it was a 99,000-year spirit ring. The unique nature of the heavenly Dream's sacrifice did not grant Chu Qin a discernible enhancement in soul power. At this moment, Chu Qin had merely reached the 82nd level, a result of the prior accumulation of his soul power. However, the greatest benefit of the Tianming soul ring was its ability to amplify Chu Qin's mental strength at an exponential rate. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he effortlessly enveloped the entire life lake with his mental energy. Furthermore, Chu Qin discovered an astonishing ability within his awareness, enabling him to perceive the essence of all objects, essentially clairvoyance. He could discern the true nature beneath Xiaowu's attire. The Emperor Bear, this soul skill is quite impressive. A peculiar smile graced Chu Qin's face. Ding. Detection of the successful sacrifice of the Tianming Ice Silkworm. Ancient Yuna's affinity increased by 300%. It has succeeded. A joyful expression spread across Chu Qin's face. With Ancient Yuna's favor, he no longer feared any creature within the Stardow Forest. Chu Qin, have you truly acquired a 99,000-year soul ring? Xiaowu exclaimed with delight upon seeing the red-edged golden ring beneath Chu Qin's feet. Indeed. Chu Qin nodded. Incredible! A human has absorbed a 99,000-year soul ring. Mei Wu marveled. By the way, Auntie, let's bring you back to life. Chu Qin suddenly realized. Yes, we must revive Mother. Xiaowu echoed. All right. Mei Wu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu Qin shattered the exterior of the 10,000-year ice essence and placed a crystal dragon blood ginseng into Mei Wu's mouth. In the next moment, guided by Chu Qin's soul power, Mei Wu's soul began to return to her body. The revival process was exceedingly slow. Nevertheless, Chu Qin felt no concern. With Ancient Yuna's affinity at 300%, the kings of the Stardow Forest would surely obey him. Meanwhile, by the life lake. What was that commotion just now? Ning inquired. Sister Xiaowu and brother Chu Qin have been gone for quite some time. Could there be danger? The Titan giant ape gazed curiously at the lake's depths. Chu Qin cannot be in danger, Ning Rongrong asserted confidently. Indeed. It is we who must be wary of the soul beast retaliation, the sky blue bull python replied. Ladies, be cautious. I sense a murderous intent, the sword maiden warned. Her gaze cold towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. What murderous intent? Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Look there. Suddenly, the Titan giant ape pointed to the sky. They beheld a colossal soul beast soaring through the air. The beast stood over 10 meters tall. Its body cloaked in a dense, dark golden fur, with extraordinarily long arms hanging by its sides, the length surpassing its knees, from which extended golden claws several meters long. It is the dark golden terror claw bear, the Bear King, the Titan giant ape cried out. The sword maiden's gaze did not linger on the dark golden terror claw bear but rather shifted to its shoulder, where a figure of a middle-aged man with red hair stood, looking into the wind. The dark golden terror claw bear ignored the Titan giant ape and others, instead carrying the middle-aged man above the life lake. The latter glanced at the lake's depths and smiled faintly. Indeed, it is here. Bear King, take action. Upon hearing this, the Bear King raised its enormous arms, and in the next moment, a terrifying energy surged from within, slowly parting the life lake. Stop. Deming and Erming shouted simultaneously, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing followed suit. Immediately, Deming and Erming summoned their soul power and charged toward the dark golden terror claw bear. The sword maiden, however, did not act immediately. She stood protectively beside Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, as it was her task assigned by Chu Qin. Who do I see? A little monkey and a small python. The red-haired man on the Bear King's shoulder chuckled softly. In the next instant, his eyes radiated a scarlet glow. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and the fabric of space shifted. Deming and Erming, who were clearly charging toward the Bear King, instead collided with a nearby hill. Thunderous obliteration. The sky blue bull python unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning aimed at the red-haired man. However, the outcome was the same. The lightning had not even reached the red-haired man before it veered toward the Titan giant ape. Infuriated, the Titan giant ape pounded its chest and then struck the ground with a fist. In an instant, the earth trembled, causing the red-haired man and Bear King to sway, while the parted life lake began to heal once more. What an annoying fellow. The red-haired man chuckled softly, transforming into a red light that surged toward the sky blue bull python. Sword Maiden, Deming, and Erming seemed to be no match for these two. Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously. You should assist them. No. The Sword Maiden shook her head. My master's command is to safeguard you both. Besides, even I may not be a match for him. What? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing gasped in astonishment. They had just witnessed the Sword Maiden repel a soul beast that even Deming and Erming could not contend with. Yet now, these two soul beasts seemed beyond even her capability. Indeed, in an instant, the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape were sent flying by the red-haired man. Pitiful forest overlords, I shall spare you for the sake of your ancestor, Titan. The red-haired man remarked with a faint smile at the Titan giant ape. Who are you? The Titan giant ape exclaimed in shock. This is the true ruler of the Stardow Forest, Lord Ditian. The Bear King interjected. Ditian. Both the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape gasped in disbelief. Ditian, the formidable black dragon king. No wonder they were utterly powerless against him. At this moment, Ditian turned his gaze towards the sky blue bull python, stating, I may spare the Titan giant ape, but you must perish. Just as Ditian was about to strike the sky blue bull python, his expression suddenly changed, and he glanced at the life lake. What is it, Lord Ditian? The Bear King asked in surprise. The aura of the Ning Eye silkworm has vanished. Tion's gaze turned icy. He then pressed his palm down, unleashing a powerful energy that surged into the entire life lake. In an instant, the lake began to churn violently. At that moment, a haunting voice resonated from within the life lake. Tion, you have quite the audacity. As the voice faded, 5 figures erupted from the depths of the life lake. Chu Qin, Medusa, Su Daji, Xiaowu, and Mei Wu, having been revived. Mei Wu appeared even more resplendent than before. Her pink palace attire accentuated her curvaceous form, exuding a mature allure. Moreover, due to her rebirth rather than mere revival, she now radiated an aura of purity and flawlessness. Mei Wu Auntie. Both the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape called out simultaneously. Hearing Chu Qin call her name startled Tion. However, upon seeing Chu Qin, especially the 8 soul rings beneath his feet, Tion's fury ignited. You possess the auspicious beast soul ring and have slain the Ning Eye silkworm. What of it? Chu Qin cast a glance at the gravely injured Daming Erming, his gaze icy. The affection he garnered from Gu Yuna was already secured, and with Su Daji by his side, Chu Qin felt compelled to teach Emperor Tian a lesson for daring to harm the younger brother of Xiaowu. Despite the fact that Emperor Tian was one of Gu Yuna's subordinates, Mei Wu, will you accept this challenge? He thought, intent on defeating Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian, consumed by rage, instinctively recalled Chu Qin's spirit ring, which originated from the 3-eyed golden lion, the sole auspicious beast in the Stardow forest. Now, both the auspicious beast and the heavenly dream eye silkworm had fallen to Chu Qin's hand, pushing Emperor Tian to the brink of fury. In the next moment, he thrust his palm forward, unleashing an overwhelming surge of soul power directed at Chu Qin. At that moment, Chu Qin's expression tightened. He had to admit that Emperor Tian's strength was commendable. Feeling the impact of the assault, Chu Qin experienced a momentary sense of oppression, his soul power momentarily stifled. However, he was not in danger. In an instant, Su Daji positioned herself in front of Chu Qin. Title Douluo. Emperor Tian exclaimed, taken aback as he beheld the 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, encircling Su Daji's feet. Are you prepared to face death for harming my master? Su Daji replied coldly, a smirk gracing her lips. What a jest. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Emperor Tian retorted, his gaze as frigid as ice. Wu in true body, 9-tailed demon fox. Su Daji's melodious voice resonated as she activated her true spirit form. It was evident that she sensed something unusual about Emperor Tian. With this move, her form vanished, replaced by a magnificent demon fox stretching several dozen meters. The demon fox boasted a hue of rosy pink, its silk-like fur glistening under the sun, exuding a captivating sheen that evoked an irresistible desire to reach out and caress. Chu Qin was taken aback, for it was his first encounter with the true form of Su Daji's martial soul, a sight of exquisite beauty. Dixiang also stood in astonishment. When beast martial soul masters unveil their true forms, they are akin to mighty soul beasts. As the master of soul beasts, Dixiang had witnessed countless magnificent soul creatures. Yet Su Daji before him could undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Instantly, the lecherous Dixiang felt his heart stir. Lord Dixiang, allow me to deal with this audacious human. Their lord sneered at Su Daji. No need. I shall confront her myself. Dixiang smirked slightly. Following a thunderous roar, he revealed his true form, the Black Dragon King. Dixiang's dragon physique was remarkably imposing, towering at approximately 80 meters, making Su Daji's martial soul form appear somewhat diminutive in comparison. Who would have thought a mere human could possess such a resplendent beastly form? Dixiang remarked with a sly smile, human, should you choose to follow me, I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's brows furrowed. Su Daji had long since engaged with him. Dixiang had set his sights on his woman. Daji. Teach him a lesson. Chu Qin said with a dark gaze. Yes, master. 8th soul skill, reign of extreme foxes. As Su Daji's voice fell, she radiated an intensely brilliant pink light, from her elegant fox mouth emanating a cascade of pink light rain. Master. Dixiang was taken aback, quickly raising his massive dragon claw to form a black shield before him. Dixiang, being a true descendant of the dragon god, the 2nd-generation dragon king, wielded formidable spatial powers. However, at that moment, having only just begun to absorb the energy of the heavenly dream eye silkworm, his cultivation was around 700,000 in the original work. It was 800,000. The cultivation of soul beasts does not equate to their lifespan. Thus, under the fierce assault from Su Daji, who possessed a divine-level martial soul, Dixiang's shield ultimately shattered. It was then that Dixiang realized he had underestimated her. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, retreating into his spatial passage just as the light rain struck. Little beauty, I hadn't anticipated your prowess. Dixiang's voice resonated as his colossal figure appeared behind Su Daji. However, you were careless. In the next moment, Dixiang's dragon claw aimed at Su Daji's 9 tails. Yet, to Dixiang's astonishment, as his claw touched the true form of Su Daji's martial soul, she vanished from sight. Simultaneously, 8 identical forms of Su Daji's martial soul appeared surrounding Dixiang. Pink particles manifested around him, resembling a luminous sphere that ensnared Dixiang completely. It was then that Dixiang comprehended that the one who had underestimated was none other than himself, just as he sought to break free from the luminous cage. Su Daji's 8 martial soul forms simultaneously howled towards the heavens. 9th soul skill, 8 souls executing heaven. accompanied by Su Daji's melodious chant. The 8 resplendent nine-tailed foxes lunged towards the center where Dixiang stood. Roar. Dixiang's lamenting dragon cry echoed as visible black blood rained down from the cage. Lord Dixiang! Bear Lord exclaimed, rushing to rescue him, but was intercepted by the Sword Maiden and Medusa. Soon, a fierce battle ensued between Bear Lord and the 2 stunning beauties. In the midst of a violent explosion, Dixiang, trapped within the luminous cage, was ultimately propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, Su Daji's martial soul form dissipated. Landing beside Chu Qin. Who are you? Dixiang rose, looking at Chu Qin and Su Daji with trepidation. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Chu Qin smirked slightly. Humph. I merely underestimated my opponent, Dixiang retorted. In truth, given Dixiang's strength, while he might not have triumphed over Su Daji, he certainly should not have been so humiliated. Dixiang's downfall lay in his lecherous nature and his underestimation of her. Had he not targeted Su Daji's rear, the situation might have been different. However, the die was cast. Dixiang had lost. Simultaneously, Bear Lord was utterly overwhelmed by Medusa and the Sword Maiden. Dixiang, I harbor no desire to kill you, Chu Qin said with a slight smirk. Here rests the deal. Kneel before the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape and apologize, and this matter will be settled. What? You want me to apologize to them? Dixiang's expression changed drastically. As a direct descendant of the dragon god and the ruler of soul beasts, how could he kneel before 200,000-year soul beasts? You have 2 choices, Chu Qin stated calmly. First, I am lacking in soul rings. Second, apologize. In truth, Chu Qin had no intention of killing Dixiang, as he was the strongest subordinate of his future wife, Gyuna. However, since Dixiang had harmed Xiaowu's brother, Chu Qin felt compelled to make him understand the consequences of his actions. Humph. Dixiang was immediately enraged, his noble dragon bloodline ignited. You think you can make me apologize? That shall never happen in this lifetime. Just as Dixiang was about to make his final stand, a transcendent voice resonated. Dixiang. The voice, reminiscent of a lark song yet echoing like a true dragon's roar, was ethereal yet authoritative. It's the master, Dixiang exclaimed in delight. Master, save me, please. Gyuna had arrived. Hearing this, everyone, including Xiaowu, Deming, Erming, and Ning Rongrong, were taken aback. Such a powerful soul beast had a master? Meanwhile, Chu Qin felt a surge of joy, knowing the one he awaited had finally arrived. Sure enough, in the next moment, a breathtaking figure appeared before Dixiang and others. This woman, with long silver hair cascading down to her ankles, exuded a brilliance akin to silver crystal. Her beauty was beyond description, surpassing any words that could convey her allure. Additionally, she possessed a sensuality that was strikingly captivating. Her white chainmail accentuated her stunning curves. Her legs, resembling silver jade, were exposed, hovering 30 centimeters above the ground. Delicate and alluring, eliciting an irresistible urge to embrace her. Her arrival dazzled all present. Even Medusa and Su Daji found their gazes captivated, as if they sensed a formidable threat. Without a doubt, this enchanting figure was the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. Chu Qin was also struck with a profound sense of exhilaration, one that was more intense than ever before. My lord, how audacious these humans are. Upon witnessing the arrival of Gyuna, Emperor Tian seemed to grasp a lifeline, as they demanded my kneeling apology. A dignified ruler of soul beasts, a bearer of the dragon god bloodline, the chieftain of the Black Dragon clan, reduced to a mere adversary for a handful of humans. Gyuna's delicate lips parted as she remarked, Emperor Tian, you truly seem to have regressed with time. At her words, Emperor Tian's countenance was overwhelmed with shame and inferiority. At that moment, Gyuna turned her attention away from Emperor Tian and directed her gaze towards Chu Qin, gracefully gliding towards him. Stop. Su Daji, Medusa, and the Sword Maiden immediately positioned themselves before Chu Qin. Yet, astonishingly, Gyuna merely flickered, effortlessly bypassing the trio to stand before Chu Qin. The 3 women were taken aback, hastily preparing to confront Gyuna. At this juncture, Chu Qin caught a whiff of Gyuna's unique fragrance, instinctively extending his hand to signal Su Daji and the others to refrain from intervening. He then focused intently on Gyuna, who was now mere inches away. Chu Qin felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness. Although he was aware of Gyuna's unwavering affection for him, his heart raced nonetheless. What is your name? Gyuna inquired gently, her tone devoid of any authority. Chu Qin, he replied. Excellent. Gyuna responded with a radiant smile. Chu Qin, you possess something I desire. Come with me for a while. Chu Qin's heart raced, yet he eventually nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Gyuna's radiant light enveloped him, and they both vanished from their original location. They materialized in a peculiar space, adorned with walls reminiscent of white glass, and beside them stood a large bed. Su Daji and the others were nowhere to be found. Could this be Gyuna's chamber? Chu Qin pondered anxiously, questioning why he had so readily consented to accompany her. Gyuna was formidable. What if the system could not contend with her? Host, you underestimate the system. At that moment, the system's notification sounded, asserting its capability to manage even a mere Gyuna. Ah, you're still here. Chu Qin exhaled in relief upon hearing the system's voice. Gyuna, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Chu Qin, who are you talking to? Nobody. Chu Qin replied nonchalantly, Gyuna, why have you brought me here? Just to talk, she responded softly. I am simply unaccustomed to being around humans. Isn't that a curious statement? Am I not human? Chu Qin smiled calmly. No, you're different. Gu Yuna shook her head. In what way? Chu Qin asked, intrigued. Humans tend to irritate me, yet you evoke a strange feeling within me, she confessed. Chu Qin, have we met before? At her words, Chu Qin recalled his first encounter with Xiaowu, where he had triumphed over Tang San and garnered Xiaowu's affection. She had uttered similar sentiments. It seemed that exceeding 100% in affection could indeed influence one's memories. Chu Qin mused, then curiously asked, so, Gu Yuna, where do you believe we have crossed paths? I feel as if we have traversed the heavens together, shared wine beneath the blossoms, danced with swords in a graceful manner, she replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Struggling to articulate the latter part. What about that? Chu Qin teased with a smile. Shared a night of bliss, entwined in a dream of spring, Gu Yuna whispered. Her voice dropping. It was perplexing for Gu Yuna, who had lived her life engulfed in the flames of resurrection, to imagine engaging in such intimacy with a human. Yet, the memories in her mind were vivid, so clear that she could recall every detail shared with Chu Qin. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming joy in his presence. Ah, it seems you still remember, Chu Qin said with a hint of seduction. Did we truly engage in such activities? Gu Yuna frowned, perplexed. Indeed, Chu Qin nodded, though in truth, he had never experienced such a thing. However, admitting to it now would deepen his connection with Gu Yuna. This cannot be, Gu Yuna declared, bewildered. Why not? Chu Qin inquired. I could never share such a night with you, she insisted. How so? Chu Qin asked, genuinely curious. After much contemplation, Gu Yuna surprisingly began to unfasten her armor. Swallowed hard. His heart rate slightly quickening. Such an exquisite Gu Yuna stood before him, exhibiting such boldness. Even a man would find it hard to resist. However, to his astonishment, Gu Yuna's hand paused in midair, before she turned to him and said, Chu Qin, why don't you come over? Come over? For what? Chu Qin asked, feigning ignorance. Help me take off my clothes, Gu Yuna replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin felt a subtle surge of excitement. He had always maintained that one could never let a fortuitous opportunity slip away. Thus, he approached Gu Yuna, extending his hand towards her garment. At that moment, Gu Yuna inexplicably felt a twinge of nervousness, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. However, just as Chu Qin reveled in his triumph, he discovered to his astonishment that her attire bore neither buttons nor zippers. In his quest, Chu Qin searched tirelessly on Gu Yuna. Yet he could never find a suitable point of entry. Nar, why does your garment lack buttons? In the realm of inquiry, Chu Qin posed a question. Indeed, Gu Yuna nodded. This garment is fashioned from my own dragon scales. For millions of years, I have never once shed it. Ah, Chu Qin exclaimed in mild astonishment. This is a seal I have imposed upon myself. As dragons, our blood is imbued with excessive yang energy, making us prone to indulgence and pleasures of the flesh. Thus, I have placed upon myself two seals. One, a draconic scale armor that confines my corporeal form, and the other, a dragon clan seal at crucial points of my body. Gu Yuna confessed, her cheeks tinged with modesty. A bold notion indeed. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin comprehended the depths of Gu Yuna's implication. The nature of dragons is inherently mean, and she was no exception. Hence, she had sealed her own body. This meant that the armor before Chu Qin was beyond the reach of release. Alas, I had a feeling it would not be so simple. Chu Qin lamented inwardly. What did you say, Chu Qin? Gu Yuna inquired, momentarily taken aback. Nothing, but is there any way to lift the seal? Chu Qin asked. Gu Yuna shook her head. Chu Qin, to be candid, I am currently in a severely injured state and unable to lift the seals left from my peak condition. This is why I mentioned that I cannot share a night of bliss with you. However, I recall that it was you who once liberated me from my seals. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin understood the situation. At this moment, Gu Yuna was in a state of recuperation, and even though she had sealed herself, she remained utterly helpless. Moreover, Gu Yuna's memories had been forcibly altered by the system, with her powers unable to break free. What could he possibly use to remedy the situation? Never mind, Nar, Chu Qin said with a resigned smile. We are together. Why must we be entangled in this matter? Gu Yuna gently nodded, her smile radiant. Her beauty was unparalleled, undoubtedly the most exquisite face he had ever encountered, perhaps only rivaled by Bibi. Her smile stirred Chu Qin's heart, compelling him to step closer and tenderly cradle her flawless face in his hands. Gu Yuna understood Chu Qin's intentions. Her bright eyes fluttering shut. The two engaged in a passionate kiss. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. At that instant, Chu Qin felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Although he could not possess Gu Yuna's body immediately, this kiss left him quite satisfied. Moreover, gazing at Gu Yuna's enchanting visage and her tempting crimson lips, a bold idea began to take shape in Chu Qin's mind. Thus, he whispered softly into her ear, Nar, would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna's ears flushed crimson, yet recalling the beautiful memories, she gently nodded, as long as it brings you comfort. Just as their hearts blossomed with affection, Gu Yuna's expression suddenly shifted. What is it, Nar? Chu Qin inquired, furrowing his brow. Chu Qin, your friends are currently attacking Tian and Xiong. Gu Yuna replied. Oh no. Chu Qin thought to himself, alarmed. Just moments ago, Gu Yuna, and he had vanished so suddenly that Su Daji and the others might believe he had been abducted by her. Nar. We must, before Chu Qin could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Yuna. Dion is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Let him take a beating first. For I wish to remain undisturbed by other matters, Yu said with a serene smile. Chu Qin was initially taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips. Since Yu had spoken thus, he naturally would not refute her. However, I must inform you that you are not my sole companion. I am aware. Thus, the two engaged in indescribable actions within the confines of that room. Meanwhile, by the Lake of Life, a resounding crash echoed as Dion and Xiaowu, transformed into middle-aged men, fell heavily to the ground. Immediately after, Su Daji and Medusa's exquisite legs pressed down upon them. Under normal circumstances, with Dion's prowess, he would not find himself in such a disheveled state. However, due to his earlier carelessness and underestimation, he had been severely injured by Su Daji and was left with barely a fraction of his strength. Speak. Where has your master taken Chu Qin? Xiaowu glared fiercely at the two. I do not know. Xiaowu replied. No sooner had he spoken than Medusa's two resounding slaps sent him reeling. The attention of the women then shifted towards Dion. Spare us, we truly do not know. Dion lamented. Our master is elusive and rarely seen. If you refuse to speak, I shall skin you alive. With that, Xiaowu seized the giant sword from the sword maiden's hands and aimed it at Dion's chest. Fortunately, Dion's skin was composed of black dragon scales when the sword maiden's fire god sword struck. It merely produced a metallic clang and a shower of sparks without claiming his life immediately. Nonetheless, the intense pain elicited anguished cries from both Dion and Xiaowu. In the next moment, the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python joined the fray, seeking vengeance for prior grievances. The cries of despair grew louder under the torment inflicted by the women led by Su Daji, leaving the two beast kings battered and bruised. This marked the most tragic day for Dion and Xiaowu. My master will not let you go unpunished. Dion seethed in rage. Still defiant? The Titan Great Ape prepared to strike him again. Enough, Ming, stand down. At that moment, Chu Qin's voice resonated from behind everyone. The group turned in astonishment, only to find Chu Qin and Yu standing there, hand in hand. Upon witnessing this scene, both Ming and Ming, as well as Dion and Xiaowu, were taken aback. Meanwhile, Ning, Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Chu Qin rushed into Chu Qin's embrace. Seeing the concerned expressions on the three women, Chu Qin smiled gently. I am fine, do not worry. Chu Qin, where have you been? Ning Rongrong inquired. I thought you were. She cast a glance at the stunning Yu beside him. How could that be? Chu Qin replied with a relaxed smile. Rongrong. Zhu Qing, Xiaowu, allow me to introduce you to Yu, your elder sister. At this revelation, Dion and Xiaowu exchanged bewildered glances, their pupils dilating. Yu was an extraordinarily powerful being, referred to as master by them, yet Chu Qin had the audacity to have Ning Rongrong and the others address her as sister. The three women were equally astonished. They had just heard Dion calling Yu master, undeniably indicating that she was the true sovereign of soul beasts. Could it be that the master of soul beasts was also Chu Qin's woman? Yu, these are my three women, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiaowu. Chu Qin disregarded the astonished expressions, turning to Yu. Dion and Xiaowu struggled to comprehend this revelation. Who was Chu Qin? Allowing Yu and three women to share a husband. My apologies, dear sisters. Yu responded with a composed smile. I was abrupt just now. She then turned to Dion and Xiaowu with a cold, commanding demeanor. Dion, Xiaowu, come here. At her words, Dion and Xiaowu shuddered and promptly approached. Kneel and apologize to Chu Qin. Yu commanded with an unyielding tone. Dion and Xiaowu were momentarily stunned. They were the ones who had been beaten. However, they dared not disobey Yu's order. After all, it was she who had saved Dion's life. Master, Chu Qin has killed the rare beast, the three-eyed golden lion, and the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Are you truly going to punish us for him? Dion protested. What? Are my words ineffective? Yu responded, unfazed by Dion's words. A faint smile gracing her lips. Her words carried a powerful bloodline strength. Although Yu was currently injured, even the mere aura of her bloodline made Dion and Xiaowu tremble. One must understand that an ordinary dragon god bloodline could suppress all soul beasts. And in a sense, Yu embodied the essence of the dragon god. Thus, under the powerful suppression of Yu's dragon god bloodline, Dion and Xiaowu fell to their knees before Chu Qin. My lord, we were wrong. We should not have acted against you. Your apology should not be directed at me. Chu Qin smiled lightly, apologized to Ming and Ming. The Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python were initially taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. They could hardly believe that the proud Black Dragon King, Dion, would kneel and apologize to them. What, you refuse? Yu remarked coldly as she noted their hesitation. Dion gritted his teeth, prepared to kneel before the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python, but was halted by the latter. Forget it, Black Dragon King. As long as you do not cause trouble in the future, we forgive you. The Azure Bull Python, unsure of Yu and Chu Qin's capabilities, expressed this sentiment out of fear that Dion might seek revenge later. Dion's heart leaped with joy, turning his gaze toward Yu and Chu Qin. Since it is thus, Dion, considering your loyalty to me, I shall let this matter slide this time. Yu replied. Dion, Xiaowu. Remember this, Chu Qin is mine, and his friends are my friends. Should I discover that you plot against him in secret, you should understand the consequences. Yes, yes. Tian and Xiang Jun replied, drenched in cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. At this moment, Chu Qin felt an exhilarating thrill within him. His journey to the Star Dou Forest had not only revived Mei Wu and fulfilled Xiao Wu's wish but had also garnered the favor of Guyuna. The only regret, perhaps, was not acquiring all of Guyuna's affection. That night, the bright moon hung high, and the skies were clear over the lake of life in the Star Dou Forest. Chu Qin, accompanied by numerous women, the Titan giant ape, and the azure bull python, sat gathered around the flickering campfire. Cheers! They exclaimed, raising their beers in jubilation. Chu Qin, thank you for reviving my mother and saving Ming and Ming. This toast is for you, Xiaowu declared, lifting her beer towards Chu Qin. Cheers! With a serene smile, Chu Qin clinked his cup with Xiaowu's, and then promptly drained it in one gulp. Following this, Mei Wu and Ming also raised their glasses in salute to Chu Qin, though the latter two opted to drink directly from a bucket. Amidst a flurry of laughter and casual banter, Guyuna spoke up. Chu Qin, why not remain in the Star Dou Forest and forego returning to the human world? Hearing this, Chu Qin gently shook his head and said, No, Nar. I still have some matters to attend to outside. Chu Qin still has many unfinished tasks, such as vanquishing the Heavenly and the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, with the goddess system in his possession, Chu Qin finds himself bound by circumstances. However, once I resolve all matters outside, I shall lead everyone to reside with you in the Star Dou Forest. Noticing the despondent expression on Guyuna's face, Chu Qin immediately smiled and said, Yes, yes. Guyuna nodded repeatedly, then you all should stay a bit longer. Certainly, that poses no issue. Chu Qin affirmed with a nod. Indeed. Guyuna beamed with a radiant smile. Sister Guyuna, might you reveal what kind of soul beast you are? At that moment, Xiaowu interjected. Why have I never heard of you before? Well, it's because I have been in a severely injured state, forced to remain in one place. Guyuna replied with a slight smile. Ah, who could possibly injure you? Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Upon hearing this, Guyuna appeared somewhat reluctant to speak, as it is indeed a colossal secret. Only Chu Qin is aware that Guyuna is an avatar of the dragon god, who was cleaved in two by the supreme god king, Shura, transforming into the golden dragon king and the silver dragon king, the latter being Guyuna. She had narrowly escaped and has been hiding deep beneath the Star Dou Forest. Should this secret be revealed and come to the attention of the enforcers of the divine realm, Guyuna could face grave peril. Rongrong, how is your practice with the fourth segment of the mind control technique going? Your father has instructed that when we next visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you must master the 5th segment. Chu Qin inquired, smiling at Ning Rongrong, who was probing for details. Well, Ning Rongrong stammered, momentarily caught off guard. To mask her embarrassment, she lifted her wine cup and drank it all in one go. After averting Ning Rongrong's relentless questioning, Chu Qin shifted the conversation again. Turning to Mei Wu. Auntie, how do you feel after your revival? Everything is normal. Mei Wu responded with a smile, though I do feel a bit breathless at times. That has nothing to worry about. I will prepare some potent herbs for you, and that should alleviate your symptoms. Chu Qin reassured her. Thank you, young Master Chu. Mei Wu replied. While her daughter is Chu Qin's girlfriend, they are not yet married, so it is most appropriate for Mei Wu to address him as young Master Chu. At that moment, Guyuna's body suddenly radiated a white light, and a fleeting expression of pain crossed her exquisite features. Nana, what is the matter? Yuna, are you all right? Chu Qin and the girls in unison inquired. Forgive us, Chu Qin. Guyuna forced a smile and shook her head, saying, I have been out for too long this time. I must return. I shall come to visit you again tomorrow. Before Chu Qin could respond, Guyuna had already vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's expression abruptly turned serious. The sudden disappearance of Guyuna indicated that she was truly unable to endure any longer. Chu Qin, what exactly happened to Sister Guyuna? Zhu Qin could not help but inquire. As she had mentioned, she had been grievously injured. Chu Qin sighed. But do not worry, she has found a method of healing. Though she cannot be away for too long. Chu Qin smiled reassuringly at everyone. Despite this, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. He pondered how he could aid Guyuna in her recovery. In the following 2 days, Chu Qin endeavored to heal Guyuna, experimenting with various healing techniques, administering spiritual herbs, and even celestial plants, yet to no avail. Fortunately, witnessing Guyuna's spirit gradually improving alleviated his worries. One day, Chu Qin led Yulingling and Ming to a clearing not far from the Lake of Life. Brother Chu Qin, why are we leaving the Lake of Life? The Titan giant ape asked. If your sister Xiaowu finds out that I sought you for a spar, and you happen to injure me, are you certain she won't hold it against you? Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. That's true. The Titan giant ape conceded, but brother Chu Qin, rest assured, I will not harm you. That's fine. Give it your all, Chu Qin responded. I want to test my utmost strength. All right. The Titan giant ape nodded. Lingling. Let us begin. Chu Qin turned to Yulingling. Yes, she affirmed, as 4 soul rings of yellow and purple shimmered to life beneath her feet, amplifying her dragon blood. Dragon god transformation. With that, a massive azure dragon illuminated behind Chu Qin. Under the influence of the dragon blood amplification, his azure dragon transformed into a crimson behemoth. At that moment, Chu Qin's limbs and torso began to undergo draconic transformation. At this juncture, Chu Qin felt an overwhelming surge of power. This was his first strike since acquiring the Dream Eye Silkworm Soul Ring and advancing to the Soul Douluo rank, and he sensed his strength had exponentially increased. This was also the reason he dared to engage in sparring with the Titan Giant Ape. Titan Fist. The Titan Giant Ape charged forward, its colossal fist radiating a molten brilliance. Simultaneously, Chu Qin's massive right dragon arm swung out, colliding head-on with the Titan Giant Ape's fist. A thunderous explosion erupted as their strikes met, causing the ground and surrounding forest to tremble violently. Chu Qin's expression revealed strain, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Nonetheless, his body remained unyielding. Ming, do not hold back. Chu Qin urged the Titan Giant Ape. Brother Chu Qin, I am not holding back. I am giving it my all. The Titan Giant Ape replied, its voice trembling, indicating that it was indeed exerting maximum effort. This revelation filled Chu Qin with surprise. For the Titan Giant Ape's strength was extraordinary. In the original narrative, it was recorded that apart from the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, there were nearly no humans capable of withstanding a direct blow from the Titan Giant Ape. Perhaps only his wife, Bibi Su Daji, the golden crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and Qian Dalu Tangchen Poseidon could endure such force, while even the sword Douluo might fall short. This meant that Chu Qin's current strength had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of human capability, albeit with Yu Lingling's dragon blood amplification. However, it was essential to remember that Chu Qin had yet to summon his soul rings. As time passed, Chu Qin began to struggle, his body shaking violently. Chu Qin, try channeling all your dragon power into your martial soul, the Azure Dragon. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated through the air. A flicker of joy surged within Chu Qin, for the voice was unmistakably that of Gu Yuna. As anticipated, the enchanting figure of Gu Yuna materialized beside him. Upon hearing her guidance, Chu Qin wasted no time in following her instructions, channeling all his soul power into the Azure Dragon martial spirit. What transpired next was beyond belief. The blood-infused Azure Dragon behind him transformed into a radiant beam, surging into his body. In the blink of an eye, a crimson brilliance erupted from his dragon-transformed physique, and the scales adorning him turned blood-red. Amidst this extraordinary transformation, Chu Qin's strength surged dramatically, no longer being pressed back by the Titan Giant Ape. Instead, he overpowered the beast, sending it hurtling away with a resounding impact. The Titan Giant Ape, akin to a mountain, skidded across the ground for 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. This demonstrated the sheer might of Chu Qin's strike. After vanquishing the Titan Giant Ape, Chu Qin reverted from his dragon transformation and excitedly remarked to Gu Yuna, expressing his astonishment that the power of the dragon could indeed be infused into a martial spirit. Indeed, it can. Gu Yuna replied with a radiant smile. For us spirit beasts, the true Dragon 9 transformations can awaken our inherent potential and bloodline. Subsequently, a dragon soul beast who had undergone a rebirth discovered that infusing dragon power into her martial spirit yielded similar effects. However, this phenomenon had never been attempted by true humans, as the true Dragon 9 transformations are a secret of the Dragon Clan. I never expected that you would try it today, and it indeed works. Yet, Chu Qin, I am curious, how do you possess the secrets of the Dragon Clan? You are clearly human, yet how do you harbor such a potent dragon god bloodline within you? Upon hearing this, Chu Qin momentarily hesitated. His secret techniques of the Dragon Clan were bestowed upon him by the system, while the bloodline of the dragon god was obtained through an exchange with ZG. Chu Qin pondered whether he should reveal his relationship with ZG to Gu Yuna. Very well, Yuna, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. As he spoke, he recounted the entire affair between himself and ZG in detail. What? ZG has been by your side all this time? Gu Yuna furrowed her brows, realizing why she had remained in the human realm, refusing to return. Nar, ZG is now also my companion. You must not hold her accountable. Chu Qin replied. Indeed, I do not blame her. Gu Yuna responded, albeit with a hint of confusion. But was ZG not sent by me to investigate the whereabouts of the first Dragon King? Nar, I am aware of this matter as well. Chu Qin replied calmly. In fact, the first Dragon King you seek may very well be me. Ah, Gu Yuna exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps you misinterpreted the sensation. I possess the Azure Dragon martial soul, and you mistakenly believed I to be the first Dragon King. ZG also misjudged her perception and remained by my side until I ultimately discovered her and swayed her to my side. Chu Qin spoke with a blend of truth and jest. Although Gu Yuna was his beloved, he could not sacrifice the life of the Azure-eyed Dragon King to heal her. It is essential to understand that Chu Qin's followers are genuine beings, such as Su Daji, who had truly become his woman. Who knows, one day, if Chu Qin were to whimsically decide to aid the Azure-eyed Dragon King, would he not be trading the life of one wife to save another? Chu Qin did not intend to disclose the matter of the Azure-eyed Dragon King to Gu Yuna, for she harbored an unwavering affection for him. While her sentiments towards the Dragon King were non-existent, it is said that one should not tempt fate. It cannot be. It was undoubtedly the first-generation Dragon King at that time. Gu Yuna furrowed her delicate brows, displaying a hint of vulnerability as she insisted, Chu Qin, I cannot have misperceived. Perhaps it was I who misjudged, Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. It is possible that when I ventured into the Star Doe forest, the transformed first-generation Dragon King happened to be present as well. That is indeed plausible, Yu Na conceded with a nod. Nevertheless, Yu Na, regardless of circumstances, I must inform you in advance. ZG can no longer assist you in locating the first-generation Dragon King. She must remain by my side, Chu Qin stated resolutely. Well, if that is the case, Yu Na replied, somewhat reluctantly, yet obediently. The dilemma lay in the fact that only ZG and DTon possessed the secret dragon techniques, and since ZG could not be employed, DTon was the only option left. Yes, let us rely on DTon. Rest assured, Na Air. Chu Qin grasped Yu Na's hand and continued. I will certainly find a way to heal you. Yu Na nodded earnestly. Observing the tender exchange between Chu Qin and Yu Na, Yi Lingling pouted, feeling a twinge of discomfort within her heart. In truth, Yi Lingling had always felt this way. All her close friends were women who belonged to Chu Qin. Yet, she too held feelings for him. Nevertheless, Yi Lingling did not dare to confess her affections. Subsequently, Chu Qin, hand in hand with Yu Na, led Yi Lingling and the Titan Great Ape on a leisurely stroll through the Stardow Forest. As dusk approached, Yu Na once more bid a poignant farewell to Chu Qin. Each night, she had to remain at the bottom of the Star Lake, employing certain special methods to subdue the chaotic energies within her, thus allowing her the chance to spend the day with Chu Qin. As Yu Na departed once again, although Chu Qin had grown accustomed to it, a sense of emptiness still lingered in his heart. Ling Ling, let us return. Chu Qin glanced at Yi Lingling beside him. To be honest, he held deep feelings for her, yet she had never revealed her intentions. Furthermore, Yi Lingling's divine mission had yet to arrive, which made Chu Qin hesitant to initiate conversation, fearing rejection. Just as Chu Qin and his companions were about to return, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. The side quest for Goddess Yu Na has been released. Rescue the underworld spirit cat, Yu Ji, from DTon. Reward. Unseal the first layer of Yu Na's seal and acquire her exclusive healing technique. Yu Ji and the three-eyed golden lion had finally arrived. Chu Qin's heart soared with joy. Rescuing the underworld spirit cat? Wait, isn't that Chu Qin's martial soul? Regardless, it didn't matter. Saving her would unseal Yu Na's seal, and he would also gain her exclusive healing method. Chu Qin murmured excitedly. In the realm of kings, within the cave of DTon, a figure clad in green pointed at a woman on the ground. My lord DTon, it is she. Yu Ji nearly killed the Red King. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, with long purple hair and an undeniable beauty that exuded an intoxicating allure. Even without makeup, her figure was equally captivating, presenting a perfect S-curve that could be described as fiery and sultry. At that moment, she wore a purple leather outfit, yet it had been torn in several places, revealing ample pristine skin and some enchanting scenery. Additionally, she was tightly bound by the green vines of the king of all beasts. She was Yu Ji, the 15,000-year-old soul beast. Previously, when the sword princess sought to slay the Red King, it was she who had used her enchanting techniques to whisk him away. Upon seeing Yu Ji, DTon inexplicably recalled Su Daji from a few days prior. This woman possessed the same seductive charm and allure. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Su Daji was not someone he could covet. Even so, the ever-beautiful DTon gazed at Yu Ji with a slightly lewd smile and said, What kind of soul beast are you to dare attack my subordinate, the Red King? Humph. Yu Ji replied coldly, DTon, you and the Red King are equally vile. The Red King murdered my parents. It is only just that he pays with his life. If I cannot kill him, I shall willingly perish. Unfazed by Yu Ji's retorts, DTon declared, You are naive. In the world of soul beasts, it is survival of the fittest. Why cling to the outdated morals of humanity when discussing soul beasts? He continued, Of course, I, DTon, am not a mindless killer. If you become my subordinate, I shall overlook your past transgressions. Dream on. Yu Ji scoffed. DTon, you are unworthy of being the master of soul beasts. Since you refuse my goodwill, I shall show you the price of defying a king and what it truly means to be the lord of soul beasts. DTon grinned ominously, then clenched his fist, causing an overwhelming pain to surge through Yu Ji's body. The woman I, DTon, desire has never eluded me. His eyes narrowed as he watched Yu Ji's clothing begin to disintegrate. In that moment of utter despair, with her body tightly bound by the king of all beast vines, Yu Ji could not muster any resistance. Stop. Just as half of her clothing melted away, a slightly immature female voice rang out. The voice was melodious and enchanting. DTon was taken aback by the sudden fluctuation of energy and quickly looked up to see a stunning beast figure standing before him. Its eyes shone with golden brilliance, its body covered in golden fur, resembling a semi-transparent crystal, exuding an otherworldly quality. Its form was akin to that of a lion, yet its claws were dragon-like, each one resting upon a ball of golden flame. Its mouth was somewhat elongated compared to typical lion-like soul beasts, and beneath its fur lay fine golden scales. In addition to its normal eyes, it possessed a third eye with vertical pupils. The auspicious beast, the three-eyed golden lion. You did not perish, DTon exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the creature before him was the only auspicious beast in the Stardow Forest, the three-eyed golden lion. In the original narrative, she was transformed into an exquisite woman. Wang Shou'er, due to Tang San's divine consciousness. You are the one who is dead, the three-eyed golden lion retorted. The auspicious beast, whose full name was the Emperor Auspicious Beast, was essentially a monarch in the realm of soul beasts. Wherever the auspicious beast appeared, The cultivation speed of soul beast would double, effortlessly overcoming any bottlenecks. Dition, Yuji is my friend. Release her. The three-eyed golden lion insisted. No. Dition replied firmly. She attempted to kill my subordinate, the Red King, and has violated the rules I have established. Even if you plead, she must face punishment. In truth, while the auspicious beast held significant value, its strength was lacking. Consequently, powerful soul beast regarded it merely as a tool for cultivation enhancement. Especially Dition. The master of soul beasts. While he might protect the Emperor Auspicious Beast, it was entirely impossible for the Emperor Auspicious Beast to command him. To put it plainly, Dition was solely motivated by his own interests. Humph. The three-eyed golden lion retorted coldly. Dition, it was the Red King who killed Yuji's parents. You are unjust in your judgments, unworthy of being the master of soul beasts. I will inform your superior. Go ahead and report. Dition replied icily. My superior couldn't care less about such trifles. In their eyes, only the revenge plot of the Dragon Clan is worth their attention. Enough. King of all beasts, escort the auspicious beast out. Dition commanded the king of all beasts. Esteemed auspicious beast, please, the king of all beasts gestured. Dition, you. The three-eyed golden lion fumed. Release her, or I shall perish before you. Esteemed auspicious beast, no. Yuji shouted urgently. Sister Yuji, you saved my life. The three-eyed golden lion replied. I will ensure Dition does not harm you. Humph. Do you dare? Dition coldly challenged. Your kind is known for valuing life above all else. Yuji's body is mine to claim, and none shall stop me. Oh, is that so? At that moment, a powerful male voice resonated from outside the cave. With a thunderous crash, a colossal figure descended upon the cave entrance, towering 100 meters high. The massive creature was none other than the Titan giant ape. Upon closer inspection, one could see a man and a woman standing on its shoulder, Chu Qin and Yi Lingling. It is you, Chu Qin. Dition's pupils constricted in surprise. In truth, Dition harbored great dissatisfaction towards Chu Qin. However, he was powerless against him. As even Gyuna, Su Daji, and Medusa could easily subdue him. Hearing Dition refer to Chu Qin as my lord. Both the three-eyed golden lion and Yuji were left astonished. Lord Chu Qin, why have you come here? Dition furrowed his brow and inquired. Dition. This nether spirit cat is my friend. Chu Qin gazed at the bound woman on the ground and said with a calm smile, release her. Lord Chu Qin. Dition responded reluctantly, you must understand that Yuji intended to kill the Red King, thus violating the regulations of our spirit beast realm. I'm unconcerned with such matters. Chu Qin interjected sharply, his expression icy. Release her. Chu Qin harbored no fondness for those who bullied women, especially given the past grievances with Emperor Tian. Lord Chu Qin, although you are a friend of the master, Emperor Tian continued, you possess no authority to command me. If you wish to take Yuji, it must be at the behest of the master. Emperor Tian, it seems you have forgotten the pain of a few days ago. Chu Qin remarked with a somber gaze. Humph, your words have illuminated my understanding. Emperor Tian replied coldly. A few days ago, I was indeed negligent. But now, this is my territory. Although the master favors you, if you were to be slain, I doubt the master would hold me accountable. As Emperor Tian's words faded, several figures descended around Chu Qin. In addition to Xiong Jun and Qi Wang, there were also several formidable top-tier soul beasts. The request of Bai Ji and the three-eyed golden lion. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chu Qin seemed genuinely intent on imparting a lesson to the audacious Dition. In the next moment, Su Daji, the sword maiden, and Medusa appeared simultaneously, landing beside Chu Qin. Cease. At that moment, an ethereal and melodious voice resonated, followed by the descent of a green figure. A green-haired woman dressed in an extravagant green gown, flowing yet unable to conceal her alluring figure, revealed her enticing legs through a pair of translucent green stockings. Her beauty was reminiscent of the spirit of nature, a divine being of the forest, pure and stunning. Upon seeing her attire, Chu Qin immediately thought of Bijie, one of the kings of the starry forest. Bijie, are you also here to impede me? Dition furrowed his brow. Lord Dition, the master has issued an order. Bijie replied, should you dare lay a hand on Chu Qin, do not blame her for being merciless. At her words, Dition's pupils constricted. He stared at Chu Qin, contemplating deeply, and finally spoke helplessly to the king of all demons, release her. Upon hearing this, the king of all demons withdrew the vines binding Yuji. Then, under Bijie's guidance, Chu Qin, accompanied by the three-eyed golden beast and Yuji, exited Dition's lair. Thank you, human. Once they reached a relatively safe location, Yuji, feeling grateful, addressed Chu Qin. Thank you for saving me. It was a mere trifle, nothing to mention, Chu Qin replied with a calm smile. Truth be told, Yuji was indeed beautiful. Even without the system's task, Chu Qin would have saved her out of compassion. Human. Who exactly are you that even the mighty Dition fears you so? The three-eyed golden beast inquired curiously. A divine beast. Bijie interjected. This human is no ordinary individual. He is the man of our master, the Silver Dragon King, Lord Chu Qin. Ah? The Silver Dragon King? The mysterious master of Dition? The three-eyed golden beast was astonished. Indeed. Bijie nodded. The master is aware that Chu Qin has come to Dition, but since the master cannot leave, she sent me to prevent any conflict between you and Dition. Lord Chu Qin. Bibi then turned to Chu Qin. Tian's actions were indeed improper. Yet considering his loyalty to the master, I hope you will overlook his transgressions. Rest assured, as long as Tian does not provoke me or my friends, I shall not trouble him, Chu Qin affirmed with a nod. Very well, I express my gratitude on behalf of the master and Tian, Bibi responded. Subsequently, Bibi addressed Yu Ji, saying, Yu Ji, having failed to kill the Red King, Tian will likely not let you off easily. It would be wise for you to leave the Starry Forest. Okay, thank you, Bibi. Yu Ji nodded. Following this, she knelt before Chu Qin. Chu Qin and the others were taken aback. It was then that Yu Ji spoke. Lord Chu Qin, I am immensely grateful for your rescue. I have a request to make. Speak. Chu Qin replied. Yu Ji directly expressed her desire to accompany Lord Chu Qin, pleading earnestly for him to take her in. As a breathtaking beauty and a soul beast of 100,000 years, Chu Qin was naturally inclined to accept her. However, a slight frown crossed his brow as he cautioned. Yu Ji, have you truly thought this through? I am human and will inevitably return to the human realm. Accompanying me may prove to be quite inconvenient. Perhaps you should reconsider? Lord Chu Qin, my mind is made up. You have saved me from the clutches of darkness. Yu Ji declared with unwavering certainty. Whether in the human world or the Stardow Forest, I am willing to follow you for eternity. If necessary, I could relinquish my powers and assume human form. The reasons behind Yu Ji's desire to follow Chu Qin were evident, her gratitude towards him and her fear of Emperor Tian's vengeance. It was well known that Emperor Tian's influence permeated the Stardow Forest, and she could very well be assassinated before she even had a chance to escape its confines. That is unnecessary, Chu Qin reassured her. As long as you are sincere in your companionship, I shall ensure your safety, even if I am not in the Stardow Forest. I will arrange for Guyuna to protect you. Of course, should you wish to venture into the human realm in the future, I shall find a way to assist you. Thank you, Lord Chu Qin. Yu Ji responded, filled with gratitude. Ding. A notification sounded. Post side quest completed. Rewards. First layer seal of goddess Guyuna broken. Healing method of Guyuna acquired. At that moment, the three-eyed golden lion also spoke up. Chu Qin was slightly taken aback. May I also accompany you? The three-eyed golden lion inquired. Ah, Chu Qin exclaimed, surprised, while he could understand Yu Ji wanting to follow him. The three-eyed golden lion was a noble imperial beast, and it was unexpected for it to wish to join him as well. A steam beast? What do you mean? Ji asked, equally astonished. Sighing, the three-eyed golden lion lamented, I once believed that Emperor Tian treated me well, sending others to accompany and protect me. It was only today that I saw through his true nature. He regards me merely as a tool, drawn to my fortune. I no longer wish to remain in the Stardow Forest, at least not by Emperor Tian's side, serving as his instrument. Upon hearing the words, Chu Qin felt a subtle stir within his heart. Indeed, the earlier remarks made by Emperor Tian were rather hurtful. Chu Qin, it is only by following you that I can escape from him, for you are the man of his master. If I stay by your side, he would surely dare not speak against me. The three-eyed golden lion added earnestly, I implore you. Master, Yu Ji chimed in. I beseech you to also accept the three-eyed golden lion. Very well, Chu Qin pondered for a moment before nodding. Firstly, he empathized with the plight of the three-eyed golden lion. Secondly, taking the lion away would surely serve as a blow to Emperor Tian. Thirdly, having the three-eyed golden lion by his side would undoubtedly enhance the strength of his soul beasts, Xiaowu, Ziji, Meiwu, and the present Yu Ji. Moreover, he recalled that upon transforming, the three-eyed golden lion also took on the form of an exquisite beauty, which would be most desirable for one who cherishes women as treasures. Splendid! The three-eyed golden lion exclaimed with fervor, observing the allegiance of the three-eyed golden lion and Yu Ji to Chu Qin. Ji felt a flicker of temptation as well. However, she had yet to find a reason to leave Emperor Tian. Meanwhile, within Emperor Tian's cavern, he sat upon his throne, clutching his head, seething with indignation. His fury towards Chu Qin was immense, yet he dared not act against him. Lord Emperor Tian, the king of all beasts entered from outside the cavern. What news? Where is Yu Ji? Emperor Tian inquired. Lord Emperor Tian, it is grave news. The king of all beasts responded. Yu Ji and the auspicious beast have both pledged allegiance to Chu Qin. What? Emperor Tian's rage erupted. They have sworn loyalty to a mere human. Indeed, the king of all beasts replied. I heard it with my own ears. Yu Ji and the auspicious beast intend to accompany Chu Qin to the human realm. Ah, Chu Qin. Chu Qin. With a furious blow, Emperor Tian shattered his throne. You first eliminated the dreaming ice silkworm, and now you've taken Yu Ji and the imperial auspicious beast. Are you intent on ruining me? Master, oh master. How could you fall for such a human? Lord Emperor Tian, what shall we do? Xiangjun inquired. With reddened eyes, Emperor Tian roared in anger. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Chu Qin, do not let me seize an opportunity. The king of all beasts, Xiangjun. And Chi Wang all sighed in unison. Ultimately, Emperor Tian spoke the harshest words while revealing his own cowardice. After all, he still did not dare to lay a hand on Chu Qin. What of Ji? She hasn't followed Chu Qin, has she? Emperor Tian hastily pressed. Not at all. The king of all beasts assured. At last, Emperor Tian breathed a sigh of relief. After returning the three-eyed golden lion and Yu Ji to the lake of life, Chu Qin proceeded towards the location where Gu Yuna was recuperating. This place was remarkably secluded, guarded by numerous formidable soul beasts. However, with the token bestowed upon him by Gu Yuna, Chu Qin effortlessly infiltrated the depths of the Star Lake and ultimately breached the barrier to arrive in the subterranean cavern. Here lay the very spot where Gu Yuna had once brought him. At this moment, he beheld Gu Yuna slumbering within a transparent diamond-shaped crystal, surrounded by vials of verdant elixirs. The scene was eerily reminiscent of a sci-fi film, evoking the sensation of specimens being preserved. Gu Yuna lay with her eyes closed, hands resting upon her abdomen, emanating an aura of tranquility. By the way, system, what is the special treatment method? Chu Qin inquired. Medicine for healing. The system responded, elucidating that it would provide the host with external medicinal applications to be administered on the entirety of the goddess Gu Yuna's body. Goodness. Is this not the legendary spa? Chu Qin furrowed his brow slightly. Gu Yuna seemed to sense Chu Qin's arrival. The next moment, her beautiful eyes fluttered open, and with a flash of white light, she awakened and emerged from the diamond-shaped crystal. Chu Qin, what brings you here? Gu Yuna exclaimed joyfully. Is it not permissible for me to visit? Chu Qin replied with a smile. Of course, it is permissible. Yet, I assumed you would be occupied with Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Chu Qin. I did not expect you to come. Are you not feeling a tinge of jealousy? Chu Qin inquired with a light-hearted smile. Gu Yuna shook her head. It is not jealousy. I merely feel a bit envious of them for being able to remain by your side at all times, while I cannot. Her enchanting eyes dimmed slightly. Ultimately, is it not jealousy after all? Chu Qin gently stroked Gu Yuna's silky silver hair. Very well, Gu Yuna acquiesced obediently with a nod. Nana, there is no need for jealousy. I have come to share good news with you. Chu Qin continued. I have discovered a method to heal you. Really? Gu Yuna was filled with joy. Chu Qin, you are not deceiving me, are you? How could I? Chu Qin quickly responded, retrieving a silver vial from the soul guide container. This contains something that can heal your injuries. Is it truly? Gu Yuna's eyes lit up as she took the shimmering silver vial, her amethyst-like eyes blinking in astonishment. Then, with her jade-like hand, Gu Yuna opened the silver bottle, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted from within. Both Chu Qin and Gu Yuna were taken aback by the enchanting aroma that filled the air. In an instant, they experienced a sense of tranquility and rejuvenation, particularly Gu Yuna, who felt that her internal wounds had significantly improved at that moment. What is this wondrous substance? Gu Yuna could not help but exclaim. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Chu Qin smirked. Trust me, it will heal your injuries. Gu Yuna nodded. Should I consume it directly? Chu Qin shook his head, declaring, it is for external application. I intend to spread the contents of this vial upon your body. But, Chu Qin, have you forgotten? I bear a seal upon me. Gu Yuna furrowed her brows in concern. Fear not. Leave it to me. Chu Qin replied with unwavering confidence. Just lie down. Very well. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna gently snapped her fingers, and before them materialized a jade bed as cold as ice, was suddenly taken aback. This silver dragon space was a realm I had forged with my own strength. Here, I possess the ability to alter the spatial arrangement at will. Observing astonishment, Gu Yuna offered a gentle explanation. Very well. Nodded. Now you may lie down. In response to his words, Gu Yuna obediently nodded and reclined on the jade bed, her back facing upwards. Gu Yuna's figure was already exquisite, and in this position, it became even more pronounced, particularly her alluring form accentuated by the chainmail armor, which stirred senses. Nar, I shall begin now. Managed to suppress his inner turmoil, offering a slight smile. With that, employed the method imparted by the system to lift the seal on Gu Yuna's dragon scales, effortlessly peeling away the chainmail. This time, there was no seal to hinder him. As the armor was stripped from her body, Gu Yuna felt a momentary surprise, yet she refrained from speaking, her heart racing with excitement. Witnessing the seal's successful removal was equally exhilarated, pulling Gu Yuna's zipper all the way down. In an instant, the armor fell away, revealing Gu Yuna's flawless back in its entirety before size. Her skin was so perfect that not a single blemish could be found, causing to swallow hard. Moreover, he could also glimpse the enchanting scenery unfolding before Gu Yuna. For the time being, Chu Qin decided not to press further and instead opted to apply ointment to Gu Yuna's back. He poured the liquid from the silver vial onto her jade-like back and began to gently and evenly spread it. At that moment, a profound sense of comfort enveloped Chu Qin. Gu Yuna's back was remarkably smooth and cool, akin to reclining on an icy bed during a sweltering summer day, or submerging oneself in refreshing cold water, evoking a feeling of exquisite tranquility. The comfort was mutual, as Gu Yuna too experienced unparalleled relief. Not only was Chu Qin's technique exceptional, but the moment the ointment made contact with her skin, it felt as if her meridians were being unblocked, sending delightful tingles throughout her body, a sensation of indescribable bliss. Moreover, with each stroke of Chu Qin's hand, the pleasurable tingling gradually spread across her entire being, intensifying to the point where Gu Yuna could not help but let out a soft gasp. What is it not? Chu Qin inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. It's nothing. Chu Qin, your technique is simply divine. Gu Yuna replied with a gentle smile. I truly feel my injuries have improved significantly. That is only to be expected. Do you think I would deceive you? Chu Qin responded with a smile. Nar, I shall continue applying it now. Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Chu Qin continued to lower the zipper, ultimately removing the armor entirely and covering Gu Yuna with the ointment from head to toe. After an exhilarating sequence of actions, Chu Qin finally clad Gu Yuna in her armor once more. To be candid, giving Gu Yuna a full-body massage brought Chu Qin immense pleasure, though he did lament the existence of a second seal on her crucial areas. Nevertheless, even with this, Chu Qin felt a sense of fulfillment. How do you feel? He gently assisted Gu Yuna in rising from the icy bed. With a radiant smile, Gu Yuna opened her palm slightly. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power emanated from her hand. Chu Qin, standing in close proximity, could distinctly perceive the overwhelming force emanating from the surroundings, an energy wave that surpassed any he had encountered thus far. However, it was evident that Gu Yuan was intentionally restraining this power, thus sparing Chu Qin from harm, although his strength had only marginally recovered. He recalled the agonizing pain his body had endured during previous adjustments. Overjoyed, Gu Yuan exclaimed that she seemed to be devoid of such discomfort now. Chu Qin, your medicine is truly remarkable. Seeing Gu Yuan's radiant smile, Chu Qin's face brightened as well. This treatment requires patience. I shall give you full-body massages every day. Yes, please. Gu Yuan responded with uncontainable joy. But, my massages are not to be given for free. Chu Qin quipped with a sly grin. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Yuan smiled mischievously. What do you desire? I can provide you with anything. However, the second layer of the seal remains unbroken, Chu Qin retorted. You must also assist me. All right, then lie down. Gu Yuan obediently replied. Just as Chu Qin prepared to indulge in the moment, tragedy struck. Despite her formidable nature, even as Gu Yuan controlled her strength, the sound of Chu Qin's bones fracturing echoed ominously. Are you attempting to murder your husband? I'm sorry, Qin. I cannot control my power. Forget it. No need for massages. In the following days, Chu Qin spent his time either accompanying Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong or providing massages to Gu Yuan. Under Chu Qin's unique therapeutic methods, Gu Yuan's strength began to gradually recover, albeit slowly. According to her, a day of Chu Qin's massages equated to a decade of slumber within the diamond crystal. One day, after spending quality time with Gu Yuan, Chu Qin returned to the Lake of Life. Chu Qin, you finally returned. This is terrible. Upon his cheerful arrival, he was met by the anxious expressions of Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and the others. What has happened? Chu Qin furrowed his brow at their worried faces in the absence of Zhu Shuqing and Yu Ji. Chu Qin, Shuqing, and Yu Ji have gone missing. Xiaowu replied. What? Chu Qin's expression darkened with anger. What transpired? We don't know. We were all in the cave. Xiaowu shook her head. Chu Qing said she wanted to get some fresh air with Yu Ji, and then they vanished. Yu Ji is a soul beast of over 150,000 years. Maiwa remarked coolly. In the entire Stardow forest, the only ones capable of capturing them must be. I understand. Chu Qin's lips curled into a fierce smile. Dishans, Maiwu, you stay here to protect Rongrong and Xiaowu. The rest of you, follow me to the Black Dragon Cave. Chu Qin declared, rage boiling within him. He had initially intended to spare Dishans, but now, Dishans had thoroughly provoked his ire. With that, Chu Qin summoned Su Daji and the others, charging towards the Black Dragon Cave, accompanied by the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Not good, Lord Dishans. Within moments, in the Black Dragon Cave, Chi Wang cried out to Dishans. What is it? Dishans frowned. Lord Dishans, Chu Qin, along with his 4 women, the Titan Great Ape, and the Sky Blue Bull Python, are approaching. Chi Wang reported. What does he want now? Dishans questioned, perplexed. Dishans, you bastard, come out. Chu Qin's furious voice echoed from outside the cave. What is happening? Dishans exclaimed in shock. As he pondered, a massive figure was hurled into the cave from outside, none other than Xiangjun Lord Dishans. Xiangjun groaned in agony. Chu Qin has invaded, slaying numerous subordinates. Who told you to stop him? Dishans frowned. It was not my intention to stop him. Xiangjun protested. He came through, killing as he went. At this point, you can no longer remain passive. Chi Wang's expression hardened. While the master is in seclusion, we must eliminate this menace, or our soul beast clan will face endless turmoil. Due to the unspeakable activities between Gu Yuan and Chu Qin, she had publicly declared a state of seclusion. Indeed, we implore you, Lord Dishans, to take action. Xiangjun added. Chu Qin, you have gone too far. This is intolerable. Dishans seethed with rage. As his furious declaration resounded, he transformed into a streak of dark light, bursting forth from the cave. Outside, Chu Qin and his subordinates had already engaged in battle with the elite soul beasts surrounding the Black Dragon Cave. Clearly, those formidable beasts were no match for Chu Qin and Su Daji, suffering heavy casualties. Chu Qin, for the sake of the master, I have tolerated you time and again. Dishans roared. Today, you slay my kin, and I shall ensure you pay the price. Humph. Dishans. Chu Qin chuckled softly, refusing to back down. That suits me perfectly. I am in need of a few soul rings, and you shall suffice. With a deafening roar, Dishans' form rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal black dragon nearly 100 meters tall. Following this, the ground around him erupted with the emergence of numerous soul beasts from the newly formed caverns. Dark gold terror claw bears, demon eye trees, and crimson demon hounds, all top-tier soul beast species. They surrounded Chu Qin and his companions, creating an overwhelming spectacle that toppled ancient trees in their wake. Not good, Chu Qin bro. Dishins has summoned reinforcements. The sky blue bull python exclaimed in alarm. Summoning, is it? I can do that too. Chu Qin replied with a wry smile, as radiant lights began to illuminate around him. It was his fierce beast experience cards. Dark gold terraclaw bears, titan great apes, sky blue bull pythons, and more. Upon seeing the identical soul beasts, Ming, Ming, and Xiong were taken aback. Dishin's expression also grew serious. What sorcery is this? Summoning soul beasts out of thin air? Could it be he is not human? Dishin's face reflected sheer terror. Chu Qin bro, where did these soul beasts come from? The titan great ape inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. No time for that. Saving Chu Qin and the others is our priority. Capture the leader first. Chu Qin's gaze turned icy. Ming, Ming, lead the soul beasts to deal with these lesser beasts. The rest of you, come with me to confront Dishins. The enchanting fox, Daji, prepared to dominate the battlefield. As soon as Chu Qin's words resonated, the crowd surged forth. Among them, the Medusa Sword Princess confronted the Crimson King, the king of 10,000 demons, and the Bear Monarch, while Chu Qin, Yilingling, and Su Daji rushed towards Emperor Tian. Human, do you think I will be as careless as last time? Emperor Tian gazed at Su Daji before him. A faint smile gracing his lips. Let's see. Su Daji replied, a slight smirk playing on her mouth, as 9 fluffy, pink tails sprouted from above her hips. 6th soul skill, 9 fox phantoms. Su Daji unleashed her illusionary doppelgangers, and in an instant, 8 identical phantoms of Su Daji surrounded the formidable black dragon Emperor Tian. Humph. Ultimate black dragon sword. Emperor Tian's voice, accompanied by a thunderous roar, erupted as his soul power coalesced in his palm, forming a black dragon sword stretching an impressive 40 meters. He then wielded the black dragon sword, spinning through the air like a tempest. One could witness the ferocity of Emperor Tian's assault, akin to a genuine gale, uprooting ancient trees towering 30 to 40 meters high in its wake. At that very moment, Su Daji's 8 phantoms simultaneously unleashed beams of brilliant light, charging towards Emperor Tian's astonishing strike. A resounding boom echoed. The clash between Emperor Tian's black dragon spiral slash and Su Daji's 8 phantoms created a cataclysmic collision. It was evident that the two were evenly matched, their soul powers colliding tirelessly, neither yielding to the other. After 10 seconds of confrontation, Su Daji's 8 phantoms were ultimately reduced to 6 by Emperor Tian's strike, while his black dragon sword shattered into fragments at that very instant. Lingling, make your move. Take advantage of Emperor Tian's moment of vulnerability. Chu Qin called out to Yilingling behind him. Understood. Dragon Blood Hawthorn, amplify with Dragon Blood. Yilingling immediately summoned her 4 soul rings. Following that, Chu Qin activated his Dragon God transformation, drawing forth the Ice Blade Soul Bone, concentrating all his soul power into a single point, and struck downward towards Emperor Tian. One could observe that under the pressure of Chu Qin's soul power, the fragile soul power shield surrounding Emperor Tian shattered. Simultaneously, his colossal dragon form was immobilized, suppressed by Chu Qin's soul power. This is bad. Emperor Tian had not anticipated that Chu Qin could unleash such formidable strength. Dragon God Claw, he exclaimed in alarm, revealing his ultimate trump card. In an instant, a sharp dragon claw manifested atop Emperor Tian's hand. The dragon claw shimmered with a chilling radiance, exuding an ancient and potent aura. The Dragon God Claw, bestowed by the Dragon God, represented Emperor Tian's most powerful technique. The sound resonated like thunder striking the earth. The ice sword of Chu Qin clashed violently with the Dragon God Claw of Emperor Tian. However, it was evident that Chu Qin was at a disadvantage. At this moment, even though Emperor Tian had been ambushed by Chu Qin, the Dragon God Claw was overwhelmingly powerful. In the next instant, both Chu Qin and Yilingling were simultaneously sent flying by Emperor Tian. Seizing the moment, Emperor Tian chose to pursue relentlessly, swinging the Dragon God Claw towards Chu Qin's chest. Master! Su Daji shouted in fury. Essence, Demon Fox form, Demon Daji. Seeing Chu Qin in a perilous situation, Su Daji recalled the remaining illusions while simultaneously illuminating 9 soul rings beneath her feet. What followed was a shocking spectacle for all. In an instant, the once clear sky turned utterly dark. Vast clouds billowed, filled with countless black lightning bolts. Looking again at Su Daji, she underwent a tremendous transformation. Her purple robe morphed into a pure black hue. Simultaneously, her originally pink eyes now sparkled with an extreme black light. Her 9 tails transformed to black, and long black claws sprouted from her delicate hands. At this moment, the entire space plunged into darkness, as if everyone were ensnared in the depths of the underworld. With Su Daji as its sovereign, how could a mere human possess such terrifying power? Emperor Tian abandoned his pursuit of Chu Qin and turned to Su Daji in astonishment. Demon Fox Domain. At that moment, Su Daji glared at Emperor Tian with her eyes glowing in black light. In an instant, Emperor Tian felt a shiver coursing through him, rendering him immobile. The next moment, Su Daji dashed towards Emperor Tian like a bolt of black lightning, her pitch-black claws unhesitatingly aimed at his chest. In his panic, Emperor Tian willed the Dragon God Claw to fly out and shield him. However, no matter how powerful the Dragon God Claw was, Emperor Tian could not muster even a fraction of its strength in his immobilized state. Moreover, Su Daji's demon fox essence was not at all inferior to the immense might of the Haotian hammer's explosive rings, and in this state, her attributes surged to a frightening 100% enhancement. This was akin to Emperor Tian confronting two peerless Douluos. It was evident that Su Daji's prowess far surpassed the three indigenous peerless Douluos of the Douluo continent, Tang San, Qin Dalu, and Poseidon. Perhaps only Tang Hao, at level 99, could contend with Su Daji. Thus, in a mere moment, Su Daji sent the dragon god claw flying, leaving an X-shaped scar on Emperor Tian's colossal dragon body. With a thunderous crash, Emperor Tian's massive form plummeted to the ground, reverting to his human form. Lord Emperor Tian! Both Xiaogang and Wang exclaimed in unison. Master, strike now. He is your soul ring. Su Daji urged Chu Qin. All right. Chu Qin's gaze sharpened as he mercilessly brought down the ice sword upon Emperor Tian. Seeing this, Emperor Tian attempted to intervene, but he was already incapable of movement. Chu Qin, wait. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. A beam of white light appeared before Chu Qin. Within that white light stood an exquisite figure, Guyana. Master! Emperor Tian exclaimed in delight. Xiaogang and Wang, however, were solemn expressions. All soul beasts ceased their battles. Nar. Emperor Tian has captured Chu Qin and Yu Ji. Are you going to stop me? Chu Qin furrowed his brow. If that were truly the case, I would certainly assist you in slaying Emperor Tian. Guyana replied, however, Chu Qin and Yu Ji were not captured by Emperor Tian. Chu Qin raised an eyebrow. Guyana smiled gently at Chu Qin, then her expression shifted dramatically as she turned towards another direction, extending her hands. And in an instant, Xiaogang and Wang were lifted into the air. Xiaogang, Wang, I have no desire for pleasantries. Guyana coldly and authoritatively addressed the two beast kings. Hand over Qin's women. Master, this is a misunderstanding. Xiaogang cried out in agony. A misunderstanding. Guyana replied icily, I am fully aware of every move in the Stardote forest. You thought you could scheme to incite discord between Chu Qin and Emperor Tian without my knowledge. Upon hearing this, both Chu Qin and Emperor Tian were taken aback. As her words fell, Guyana's jade hand gently clenched, and Xiaogang and Wang let out heart-wrenching howls. Emperor Tian was ensnared, and the soul rings of Xiaogang and Wang trembled. Master, spare us. Wang pleaded. It was all Xiaogang's idea. It was all him. You scoundrel. Xiaogang retorted angrily. It was clearly your suggestion. Master, those two are in Wang's lair. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin realized that he had misjudged Emperor Tian. Guyana's eyes narrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze upon the cave of the Crimson King. In the next moment, the fabric of space was torn asunder, and Chu Qin along with Yu Ji materialized beside Guyana. Chu Qin immediately retracted his soul power and rushed towards the unconscious Yu Xiaogang, softly calling out to her. However, at that moment, both Chu Qin and Yu Ji had succumbed to unconsciousness. Dragon Blood Begonia, ultimate healing. Yilingling also descended beside Yu Xiaogang and Yu Ji, initiating the ultimate healing process. Under the influence of this powerful healing, Yu Xiaogang and Yu Ji gradually regained consciousness. Chu Qin, are you all right? Chu Qin gently cradled Yu Xiaogang in his arms. Chu Qin, where are we? My head hurts so much. How did I end up here? Yu Xiaogang asked in confusion. You were captured by two scoundrels, but fret not. You are safe now. Chu Qin replied with a warm smile. Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of surprise, yet the warmth of Chu Qin's embrace dispelled any lingering fear. Yu Ji also awakened, and upon witnessing the tender scene between Chu Qin and Yu Xiaogang, she pressed her lips together, remaining silent. In truth, the situation had become quite clear. Xiaogang had always aspired to usurp the position of Tian, yet he found himself no match for Tian. Thus, he sought to eliminate Tian through Chu Qin, aiming to ascend to power himself. Well, Xiaogang and Wang, you wretched beasts. Tian realized the entire scheme, clutching his chest in rage as he pointed accusingly at Xiaogang and Wang. At that moment, Guyana gently moved her hand, binding the bodies of Xiaogang and Wang with two strands of white chains, bringing them to rest beside Chu Qin. Chu Qin, they are entrusted to you, Guyana said softly to Chu Qin. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's lips curled into a fierce smile. Lord Chu Qin, please spare my life. The Red King exclaimed in a panic, gazing at Chu Qin. It was all the Red King's doing. Xiaogang echoed. Yet, as their words fell, with a mere thought from Chu Qin, the ice sword descended like a shooting star, unhesitatingly cleaving downward. In an instant, the two great beast kings, bound by Guyana's soul power, were severed and perished explosively. The ground was left with two crimson soul rings, alongside a severed torso and a fragment of a left arm. Witnessing the demise of the two beast kings, all the soul beasts present, including Tian, were taken aback. From this day forth, remember this, Guyana declared. Chu Qin is under my protection. Should you dare to harm him or those close to him, you shall meet the same fate as Xiaogang and the Red King. Yes, all the soul beasts responded in unison. Tian. Guyana then turned to the prostrate Tian. My lord Chu Qin harbored no objections, for Tian was indeed a victim of injustice. Yes. Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding his head before turning to proceed towards the cave. Wait, Guyana called out again. My lord. Tian shuddered and turned back. Leave the dragon god claw, Guyana stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a pang of regret, yet ultimately relinquished the dragon god claw to Gu Yuna. Subsequently, Tian entered the dark cave. What? Do you wish to witness more commotion? Gu Yuna coldly cast a glance at the myriad of soul beasts, including the king of myriad beasts. The soul beasts, sensing the tension, dared not linger and scrambled frantically towards the subterranean cave. Afterward, Gu Yuna composed herself, approached Chu Qin with a smile, and asked, "Are you satisfied with my decision?" "MMM." Chu Qin replied with a smile. "That's wonderful." Gu Yuna beamed and handed the dragon god claw to Chu Qin, saying, "Consider this a token of Tian's compensation for you." Chu Qin did not refuse. His relationship with Gu Yuna had transcended the ordinary. Exchanging pleasantries seemed rather trivial. "Chu Qin, what will you do with these 2 soul rings? Can you absorb them?" Gu Yuna inquired further. "Certainly." Chu Qin nodded, a proud smile gracing his lips. "I am a twin martial soul. Very well, I shall protect you." Although the soul rings of the 2 formidable beasts possessed an immense repulsion and malevolence, they posed no challenge to Chu Qin. Moreover, with Gu Yuna, the true master of soul beasts, by his side, the resentful spirits of Xiang Jun and Qi Wang could only acquiesce. In the end, having successfully absorbed the soul rings, Chu Qin ascended to the 86th level. A remarkable increase of 4 levels. After all, surpassing the rank of Soul Douluo made further elevation exceedingly difficult. As for the 2 soul bones produced by Xiang Jun and Qi Wang, Chu Qin already possessed identical bones. Ultimately, he bestowed the left arm bone of Qi Wang upon Zhu Qing, while the dark golden claw bone of Xiang Jun was gifted to Yi Lingling. The former was a gesture of consolation from Chu Qin to Zhu Qing, while the latter was a token of gratitude to Yi Lingling for her substantial assistance. Thus, Chu Qin was eager to elevate Yi Lingling's level. Upon acquiring the soul bones, both Zhu Qing and Yu Lingling experienced a meteoric rise in strength, reaching levels 47 and 46, respectively. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. One day, Chu Qin and the ladies were fishing beside the Lake of Life. Zhu Qing sat upon his lap, while Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong leaned against him on either side. Apart from Zhu Qing, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong appeared relaxed. Meanwhile, the 3-eyed golden lion lounged nearby, playfully chasing butterflies, while Yu Ji and Mei Wu whispered to each other, engaged in a private conversation. "Chu Qin, we haven't caught a single fish all day," Ning Rongrong lamented. "Quite simply, there are no fish in the Lake of Life." Xiaowu chuckled. "What? We're fishing without any fish?" Ning Rongrong frowned. "Chu Qin aims to cultivate our patience and composure," Zhu Qing replied with a smile. "Thus, we can more accurately discern our opponent's weaknesses and strengths during battle. Back at the Zhu family, fishing served as one of our training methods." "Ah, I see." Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Yu Lingling nodded in understanding as they gazed at Chu Qin. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin responded with a smile. In truth, this was evidently a side quest assigned to him by the goddess system. However, Zhu Qing's explanation spared him considerable trouble, just as Chu Qin wore a smile. A pair of hands, as pure and white as jade, covered his eyes. "Nar, stop it." Chu Qin immediately recognized the delicate touch. It was Gu Yuna? How boring. Gu Yuna released her hands and smiled sweetly. "Sister Yuna, what brings you here?" Xiaowu inquired with mild curiosity. "Indeed, Sister Yuna. Is your injury feeling better?" Zhu Qing added. "Yes, thank you for your concern. With Chu Qin's healing methods, I am much improved," Gu Yuna replied. Her face slightly flushed. "Chu Qin, do you remember what you tasked me with yesterday?" Gu Yuna asked. "The transformation of Wang Choer?" "Yes." "Can you Ji and the 3-eyed golden lion learn the secret techniques of the dragon clan?" Chu Qin nodded. Upon hearing this, the girls leaned in closer. The method for a dragon to transform into a human and seal the essence of soul beasts can only be mastered by the dragon clan. The 3-eyed golden lion should be capable of it, as she already possesses the bloodline of the golden dragon. However, Yu Ji, being unrelated to our dragon lineage, may find it difficult. Gu Yuna shook her head. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin nodded and turned to Yu Ji, saying, "In that case, Yu Ji, you shall remain in the Stardow Forest." Yu Ji smiled gently and replied, "As you wish, my master." Mei Wu then chimed in with a smile. "I too shall stay. As a soul beast, accompanying you to the human realm would be rather inconvenient. Remaining here allows me to keep Yu Ji company." "Mama." Xiaowu approached Mei Wu, feeling somewhat reluctant. "Xiaowu, you have grown. You cannot always dwell by your mother's side." Mei Wu tenderly caressed Xiaowu's head. "Very well." Xiaowu nodded. "I will often return to the Stardow Forest to visit you." "Indeed. Now, Chu Qin, Sanyin Jinli, follow me." Gu Yuna beckoned to Chu Qin and Sanyin Jinli. As her words fell, Gu Yuna snapped her fingers, leading Chu Qin and Sanyin Jinli to a hidden cave. It was a serene place, free from disturbances. Gu Yuna smiled as she spoke. "Sister Na, will I truly learn the secrets of the dragon clan, transforming into a human to accompany Chu Qin and the others in the human world?" Sanyin Jinli asked excitedly. But I am a rare beast. Will the other soul beasts object?" "Of course you can. I have already promised Chu Qin." Gu Yuna assured him with a nod. "Fear not. Regardless of your heritage, as long as Chu Qin agrees, you may depart. As for the other soul beasts, they wouldn't dare to say anything." "Wonderful!" Sanyin Jinli exclaimed joyfully. "By the way, Nar, why must you bring me along while teaching Sanyin Jinli the secret arts?" Chu Qin said with an affectionate smile towards Gu Yuna. I will impart the secret arts to you, so in the future, if you find a beautiful dragon beast, you can teach her the arts. Allowing her to stay by your side, Gu Yuna responded with a playful smile. Moreover, with your dragon-type martial soul, I can also share other profound dragon secrets with you. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin displayed a sly smile. Ah, Sister Gu Yuna. There is something I have never quite understood. The three-eyed golden lion inquired curiously. Sister Gu Yuna, as the sovereign of soul beasts, how could you permit Chu Qin to have so many women around him? The three-eyed golden lion questioned, perhaps inelegantly, yet its curiosity was palpable. Well, you see, Gu Yuna replied, her amethyst-like eyes blinking at Chu Qin. It's a secret. Now, three-eyed golden lion, I am about to impart to you some arcane skills. Subsequently, Gu Yuna shared the incantations and mental techniques of the dragon clan's transformation with the three-eyed golden lion. The lion immediately committed them to memory and began to comprehend them independently. Chu Qin, in truth, I possess numerous profound secrets of the dragon clan, Gu Yuna remarked, casting her gaze towards him. However, these secrets necessitate at least the power of a deity to sustain, and I apologize for that. That is quite all right. Chu Qin replied with a serene smile. Indeed, Gu Yuna nodded. Next, I shall teach you a profound principle that is somewhat related to the dragon god claw in your possession. If you master it, you should be able to better harness the power of the dragon god claw. All right. The principle Gu Yuna imparted to Chu Qin was known as Dragon God Command. For soul beasts, its function was straightforward and potent, providing a rapid enhancement of their cultivation. For humans, it resembled the ultimate secret of the Haotian hammer, akin to an explosive surge. However, unlike the explosive surge, which consumed soul rings, Dragon God Command temporarily elevated the years of the soul rings. Theoretically, once Chu Qin fully comprehended Dragon God Command, he could elevate all of his soul rings to the equivalent of 100,000 years in a brief period. This enhancement was undoubtedly formidable. Not only would the elevation of the soul rings significantly boost his soul power, but his soul skills would also transform into true 100,000-year soul skills. As for the extent of the attribute enhancement, Chu Qin could not yet ascertain, but it would certainly not be inferior to Dragon God transformation. After a period of cultivation, a silvery radiance emanated from Chu Qin's body, and in the next moment, the soul rings beneath his feet transitioned from their original hues of yellow, purple, black, red, and rose gold to 5 blacks, 1 red, and 1 rose gold. This signified that upon his initial utilization of Dragon God Command, he had elevated his soul rings by 10,000 years. With Dragon God Command, combined with my own Dragon God transformation, I estimate that even the sword bone Douluo would not stand a chance against me. Chu Qin mused inwardly, contemplating a future spar with him. Truly worthy of being my man, Gu Yuna remarked with a smile upon witnessing this scene. Thank you, Nar. Chu Qin responded with a smile of his own, just as Gu Yuna was about to speak. They observed the body of the three-eyed golden lion radiating an exceptionally brilliant golden light. Both Chu Qin and Gu Yuna were slightly taken aback, their gazes drawn toward the spectacle. Truly, it was the imperial beast of auspicious omen, having swiftly comprehended the secret arts of the dragon clan. Gu Yuna remarked with a subtle smile. Does this imply that the three-eyed golden lion can now assume human form? Chu Qin exclaimed, his eyes brightening with realization. At the very moment Gu Yuna's words fell, the three-eyed golden lion, bathed in golden light, began to transform. Its beastly form, belonging to her, gradually dissipated, giving way to a slender and statuesque silhouette, with cascading long hair. As time progressed, the golden radiance faded, revealing an otherworldly beauty. She possessed deep blue, wavy locks that cascaded down to her alluring curves, her figure exquisitely alluring, perfectly accentuated in all dimensions. Her beauty could be described as ethereal. With striking blue eyes and exquisitely proportioned features, she resembled the daughter of the Sea King, radiating an aura of purity and grace, particularly enhanced by the diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead, which served as a crowning touch, elevating her celestial visage to an unparalleled splendor. Such beauty! Gu Yuna could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chu Qin revealed a wicked smile. The three-eyed golden lioness was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but it was also quite alarming that, having just transformed into a human, she was completely unclothed. Thus, this perfect figure was entirely presented before Chu Qin. What do you think? Sister Gu Yuna, brother Chu Qin? The three-eyed golden lioness smiled sweetly at them, seemingly unperturbed by her lack of attire. Indeed, quite impressive, Chioer, Chu Qin responded first. Chioa? Both Gu Yuna and the three-eyed golden lioness exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Farewell, Bibi Dong. You have become human, so you can no longer be called the three-eyed golden lioness. Wang Chioer, this is the name I bestow upon you. What do you think? Chu Qin said with a gentle smile. Wang Chioer, the three-eyed golden lioness, paused for a moment, then replied, yes, it sounds lovely. Thank you, brother Chu Qin, for the name. All right, Chioer, you should quickly find some clothes to wear. Gu Yuna exclaimed. Humans should not expose their bodies. Oh. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's words, Chu Qin shot her a glance, thinking she was being a bit meddlesome. However, he soon reconsidered. Indeed, if he did not teach Wang Chioer to wear clothing, her exquisite form would be on display for all to see. and that simply could not be permitted. If my memory serves me correctly, Wang Qiuer is also part of the goddess mission, and she is destined to be my future wife. I alone shall gaze upon her, while others must not. With that thought, Chu Qin retrieved a white outfit belonging to Douluo Yin from the soul guide container and personally dressed Wang Qiuer in it. Douluo Yin's figure was slightly more petite than Wang Qiuer's, and this attire accentuated her form exquisitely. Brother Chu Qin, why do I feel that this outfit is a bit small? Wang Qiuer inquired. Where is it small? Chu Qin replied with a smile, then turned to Gu Nana. What do you think? Gu smiled and shook her head. It fits perfectly. Upon saying this, she pouted slightly, clearly aware that Chu Qin was being intentionally playful. Well, all right then, Wang Qiuer said joyfully. Thank you, Brother Chu Qin. Immediately, with a thought, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black illuminated beneath her feet, and her golden dragon martial spirit manifested behind her. Evidently, these soul rings and the golden dragon martial spirit were simulated using Dragon Clan's secret techniques. However, this was a divine technique passed down directly from the dragon god, allowing the soul rings to be used by humans, achieving an almost indistinguishable effect. Within the realm of humanity, few could perceive it. When ZG employed the Dragon Clan's secret techniques, even Su Daji could not discern it unless she hastily unsealed several layers of restrictions. Then, Wang Qiuer looked at Chu Qin and asked, so, does this mean I will become a true human? Yes. Gu Nana instructed earnestly, Qiuer, remember, you must never unseal the Dragon Clan's seal on you unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, you must stay close to Chu Qin. You are not an ordinary soul beast. You are an auspicious beast. If others discover this, both humans and soul beasts will not spare you. Understood, Sister Guyu. Wang Qiuer nodded. Wait, Sister Guyu, won't you join us in the human world? With your strength, no one should be able to notice. Wang Qiuer continued to inquire. Indeed, Nana, won't you come with me? Chu Qin asked as well. I'm sorry. Chu Qin, Guyu shook her head. I truly wish to accompany you. However, my injuries have not fully healed, and if I leave the Stardow Forest, I would inevitably expose my whereabouts and encounter unforeseen dangers. Sister Guyu, who could possibly harm you? Wang Qiuer exclaimed in shock. Having witnessed Guyu subduing 2 mighty beast kings with a single hand, only Chu Qin understood the reason. It was due to the pursuit from the god realm. Guyu was being hunted by the god of Shura. In the original story, Guyu only dared to venture out of the Stardow Forest